Chapter 1. The Man at the Border, Frantically Moving Corpses. On the border of the Great Li Dynasty and the Great Yin Dynasty, beneath the blood-red remnants of the setting sun, a thick stench of blood permeated the air. This was a battlefield strewn with corpses. The earth was stained crimson with blood. Scattered everywhere were shattered swords, tattered banners, and lifeless warhorses. In addition, thousands of bodies lay on the ground, devoid of breath. Old Lu. A few soldiers clad in tattered uniforms shouted anxiously, their voices hoarse. Just then, a sudden movement emerged from the pile of corpses beside them. Damn, is it a zombie? A young man, his face obscured by blood, clawed his way out from the heap of bodies. As he gasped for fresh air, he spotted an elderly soldier raising a stick, ready to strike him on the head. Wait, it's me, Lu Ding. Lu Ding shouted urgently, prompting the soldier to halt, his expression a mix of disbelief and suspicion. With a deep breath, the soldier pulled Lu Ding from the pile of corpses. You lucky rascal, I thought I wouldn't see you again by tomorrow. Lu Ding felt a shiver of fear, yet bitterness lingered at the corners of his mouth. Those of us sent here could die any day. Perhaps death is the only form of release. Like these men, Lu Ding had been dispatched to the border due to his family's transgressions in the Great Li Dynasty. Months prior, on the very first day Lu Ding traversed into this world, he had initially believed he would awaken a golden finger, akin to his predecessors among other transmigrators, and ascend to the pinnacle of life in this alternate realm. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was the legitimate son of a royal house in this world. Yet, no one anticipated that the golden finger would elude him, nor would he enjoy the privileges of a wealthy heir. As he accepted his identity and stepped out of the door, a squad of soldiers, adorned like the infamous Jinui, awaited him. His father, the Prince of the East Lu Che, had failed in a power struggle. Lu Che was executed, and their entire family of hundreds was exiled to the border. Though termed as exile, it was merely a sentence to await death. They were relegated to the lowest ranks as corpse bearers, with no hope of escape from this fate. Originally, corpse bearers were only tasked with clearing the battlefield after the combat concluded. But following the devastating defeat of General Zheng's forces from the Great Li Dynasty at the hands of the Great Yin Dynasty, these corpse bearers had been forcibly thrust into the fray. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived just in time, driving back the forces of the Great Yin Dynasty. Otherwise, had the enemy begun clearing the battlefield while Lu Ding lay unconscious, he would likely have met his end. Hey, you lot, why are you standing there in a daze? Get on with clearing the battlefield. A centurion clad in the eagle insignia of the Great Li Dynasty bellowed from a distance, cracking his whip against the back of one of the corpse bearers. Ah! The man grimaced in pain, cold sweat dripping from his brow, yet he dared not cry out, enduring the torment. Lu Ding gazed intently, noting a gruesome gash appearing on the man's back. The elderly soldier who had pulled Lu Ding up quickly put on a forced smile. Please, sir, spare our wrath, we'll get to work right away. The centurion sneered. Indeed, the subordinates of a defeated general are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. With that, he turned and strode away. Lu Ding clenched his fists tightly, his gaze filled with resentment, yet utterly powerless. This was not a historical dynasty, but a realm brimming with mystical powers. Regrettably, his former self had been frail and sickly. As the legitimate son of the Prince of the East, he possessed merely the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. This might also explain why the current ruler of the Great Li Dynasty chose to spare him, demonstrating his benevolence to the world while having no fear that this worthless son would one day return to wreak havoc from the border. With Lu Ding at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation, even if he managed to slay that centurion, escaping death would be improbable. Stop staring and get to work. The elderly soldier, named Zhou Quan, first assisted the injured corpse bearer to a resting spot, then sighed helplessly as he patted Lu Ding on the shoulder. If we delay any longer, we might not even have dinner. Lu Ding nodded, grabbing hold of a corpse of a soldier from the Great Li Dynasty nearby. However, at that moment, he felt an electric jolt run through his body. Lu Ding's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. A mechanical, monotonous voice resonated in his ears. Ding! The invincible corpse moving system has been activated. Reaper. The Reaper can achieve transcendence by transporting corpses, thus receiving attribute and resource rewards. Finally, you've arrived. Do you have any idea how I've spent these past few months? If you had delayed any longer, I would have thought you'd been intercepted on your way through the void. Hey, little Lu. Zhou Quan returned after transporting another corpse. If you haven't recovered yet, take a break. We can handle the rest. Lu Ding shook his head, grinning widely. I'm fine, Uncle Zhou. I can manage. Yet that blood-smeared grin appeared somewhat eerie. Lu Ding hoisted a corpse of a soldier from the Great Li dynasty onto the ox cart. A delightful sound echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have transported a soldier's corpse, gaining 1 point of strength and 1 wisp of spiritual energy. 1 point of strength. Does that correspond to a pound of power? Spiritual energy is essential for a cultivator's training. I wonder how much 1 wisp amounts to. Lu Ding did not dwell on the details. He understood that as long as he moved corpses, he could undoubtedly grow stronger. With this in mind, wouldn't it be delightful to transport more corpses? Having previously abandoned the thought of avenging his family, Lu Ding now reignited his confidence. With this realization, Lu Ding energetically set to work moving other corpses. The other corpse bearers nearby were taken aback by Lu Ding's vigorous efforts. This guy, is he really that enthusiastic about carrying corpses? Not far away, some soldiers returned, hoping to find something valuable left on the battlefield. They then witnessed a young man, blood-stained and clad in tattered military garb, straining to carry a corpse, hastily depositing it onto the ox cart before swiftly returning for a second. Compared to the other bearers, his efficiency singularly rivaled that of 6 or 7 men combined. Would you look at that? This lad truly seems born to be a corpse bearer. He's impressively quick. He seems to possess considerable strength. I wonder what crime he committed to end up as a mere corpse bearer. Hearing their discussions, Lu Ding remained unfazed. After transporting a dozen corpses, he could distinctly feel his strength increasing significantly. Lu Ding lifted another corpse, this one adorned in shattered armor, and placed it on the ox cart. Congratulations, host. You have transported a general's corpse, gaining 5 points of spirit and 20 points of spiritual energy. Chapter 2. Innate First Level. Congratulations, host. You have transported a general's corpse, gaining 5 points of spirit and 20 points of spiritual energy. As the system's notification chimed, Lu Ding felt a rich yet gentle surge of spiritual energy pour into his body, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Warm currents repaired his injuries. That delightful sensation made Lu Ding feel as if his very soul was soaring. Simultaneously, an attribute panel materialized before Lu Ding's eyes. Host, Lu Ding. Age, 18. Realm, Innate First Level. Physique, 120. The higher the number, the stronger the defense and recovery abilities. Strength, 444. The higher the number, the greater the strength. Spirit, 198. The higher the number, the faster the absorption of spiritual energy. Speed, 156. The higher the number, the faster the speed. A general's corpse can provide such abundant spiritual energy and attributes. Lu Ding could barely contain his elation. In this world, cultivators adhered to an extremely strict hierarchy of cultivation levels, ranging from the 9 levels of body refinement to postnatal, innate, master, grandmaster, true method, 10,000 methods, communing with the void and soul of the divine. Before reaching the realm of true method, physical cultivation was paramount. Yet it was not to say that one could neglect the cultivation of the body after achieving the true method. However, for ordinary cultivators, training in spiritual energy yielded greater rewards. Moreover, in combat, the protection of spiritual energy alleviated concerns over physical injury. But for Lu Ding, being able to enhance attributes while accruing cultivation was a double boon. Double the rewards. This is exhilarating. Unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips, Lu Ding continued to transport corpses. Only when the ox cart was filled to the brim did Zhou Quan cast a worried glance at Lu Ding. Little Lu, you should go deliver the corpses. Although Lu Ding had never been a slothful corpse bearer, his recent extraordinary diligence raised Zhou Quan's suspicions. All right. Lu Ding promptly agreed without hesitation. The remaining corpses on the cart were those he hadn't yet transported, perhaps tossing them into the burial pit would also yield attributes. Minutes later, Lu Ding drove the ox cart near the burial pit, tossing corpse after corpse into the pit. And sure enough, the system's notifications of attribute and spiritual energy rewards followed suit. Lu Ding's eyes brightened, and his movements became increasingly deft. He must hasten his pace, otherwise the other corpse bearers will likely arrive with their ox carts, and by then, the attributes could slip from his grasp. As he finished dealing with this particular cart, he happened to see a corpse bearer approaching atop an ox cart. "Oldie, stop the cart here, he'll handle the unloading. You take this empty cart back," he instructed. Fong was more than eager to comply, leaping onto the cart and departing with haste. Although the journey in the ox cart was bumpy and rather uncomfortable, it was certainly more pleasant than the task of bearing corpses. "These corpse bearers are truly a commendable troop," he mused. "There's no need to worry, corpses come to us. In the future, if anyone dares to prevent me from carrying corpses, I shall confront them directly. Congratulations, host, for transporting a corpse of a long-standing officer. Lifespan 1 day. Spiritual energy 5. What splendid fortune. I even gained an extra day of life." Lu Ding's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. Even though he remained engaged in a mechanical and often despised occupation, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he was filled with vigor. After his father's demise, his father's former comrades managed to relocate Lu Ding's mother to the eastern frontier. As the former king of the eastern town, Lu Che naturally had his loyalists in the eastern border. Lu Chi's old subordinates would surely take good care of his mother. Otherwise, as Lu Ding had heard, the womenfolk exiled to the frontier often lived in misery. Lu Ding had resigned himself to his fate, knowing that no matter how hard he strived, he could never rival the newly appointed sovereign of the great Li dynasty. According to the memories of his previous self, his father, as the king of the eastern town, had achieved the pinnacle of the true law realm. What terrifying strength must the enemy of a sovereign possess? Yet, upon awakening the corpse-moving system, Lu Ding's heart brimmed with hope. He even yearned for more grand battles. Like a diligent old ox, Lu Ding tirelessly transported the corpses. His strength, as well as his lifespan, grew ever stronger with the enhancement of his attributes. The exhilarating sensation of genuinely becoming stronger was akin to a potent drug, utterly addictive. As the sun set in the west, dusk swiftly approached. The army camp had already begun to light fires for cooking. Estimating that it was time for a meal, Zhou Quan, accompanied by a group of corpse bearers, arrived with several carts laden with corpses near a massive pit. Once they completed this task, they could return for dinner. The logistics team responsible for digging the pit had already vacated, leaving behind thousands of soldiers' remains both from the Great Yin dynasty and the Great Li dynasty piled within. Upon their arrival, they happened upon the diligent Lu Ding, who was working industriously. "Uncle Zhou, you all go ahead and eat. I shall take care of these corpses," Lu Ding offered, wiping the sweat from his brow as he eagerly volunteered to handle the unloading of the corpses from the cart. The other corpse bearers, already famished, expressed their gratitude and hurriedly departed. Zhou Quan looked at Lu Ding in confusion, but chose not to say much. Lu Ding promptly began to toss the corpses one by one into the pit. Each corpse he had yet to handle offered him spiritual energy and various base attributes upon being discarded. After disposing of all the corpses, Lu Ding prepared to return to the camp for a meal. A person as iron food is steel, one cannot go without sustenance. After a day filled with both battle and the transport of corpses, he was naturally weary. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly halted, gazing into the pit filled with thousands of corpses, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. Could those already buried contribute to my attributes? Thinking quickly turned into action, and Lu Ding immediately descended the rope hanging beside the pit. He eagerly reached out to touch the corpses. Unfortunately, the system's notification did not sound in response. Disappointment was evident on Lu Ding's face. "It seems now that only moving corpses can enhance my attributes. No one shall dare to steal the remaining corpses from me." Emerging from the pit, Lu Ding oriented himself towards the army camp and hastily made his way back. As he approached the camp, he spotted several despondent corpse bearers seated outside, sighing deeply. "Oldie, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to eat?" Lu Ding inquired, puzzled. The corpse-bearer named Oldie sighed heavily. Oh, don't mention it. The reinforcements look down on us corpse-bearers. They consider us unlucky and have driven us all out, insisting we must wait until they finish their meal before we can enter. Upon hearing this, Lu Ding's expression hardened. Although the corpse-bearers did not charge in a battle like the frontline soldiers, they too faced dangers. If there were feigning enemies on the battlefield, or if the enemy launched a surprise attack on the camp, the corpse-bearers would also have to fight. Previously, the frontline troops of the Great Li dynasty had not treated them so harshly. While they might have faced some ridicule, they were never denied food. However, with the front line's collapse and General Annan's forces arriving, they were even deprived of a warm meal. Suppressing his anger, Lu Ding quietly asked, "Where's Uncle Zhou?" The group of corpse-bearers exchanged glances, and Oldie reluctantly replied, "Uncle Zhou couldn't bear it and went to reason with the officers here." It was then that Lu Ding noticed the lingering bruises on Yifeng and the others' faces. A chilling aura emanated from Lu Ding. To deny food and strike a fellow comrade, these people truly deserve their fate. Chapter 3. The conflict between the corpse-bearers and the fire brigade in a clearing within the military camp. Dozens of fire brigade soldiers were gathered in small circles, enjoying their evening meal. At the center stood a large cauldron brimming with succulent meat and vegetables, from which billowing steam wafted enticingly, stirring appetites. Ate tea that moment. One of the soldiers of the fire brigade suddenly twitched his nose, catching a whiff of a ghastly odor that he frowned slightly, raising his gaze to discover the disheveled figures of the corpse-bearers. Squad leader, that group of corpse-bearers is back. The burly squad leader gulped down a bowl of meat soup and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. After satisfying his hunger, he rose slowly, his gaze icy as it fell upon Lu Ding and the other dozen corpse-bearers. But I've already said it. You lot can only come to the table after we've finished eating. Do you take my words lightly, you rabble? The other fire brigade soldiers also stood, casting malevolent glances at Lu Ding and his companions. Lu Ding squinted his eyes, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes as he addressed the squad leader. Might I inquire which law of the Great Li dynasty forbids the corpse-bearers from dining? We all risk our lives for the dynasty. Is it not cold-hearted to deny even a meal to those who fight on its behalf? Bah! The squad leader spat a thick phlegm onto the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. That a bunch of criminals exiled to the frontier, and you dare to call yourselves soldiers of the Great Li dynasty? If it weren't for the general leading the troops here, you would have long been annihilated. What right do you have to speak in front of me? With that, the squad leader turned away, resuming his meal. The other fire brigade soldiers understood and moved to force Lu Ding and his companions out. Get out of here. You stink so badly, it makes it impossible for me to eat. One of them exclaimed, shoving Lu Ding in the chest to expel him from the camp. Yet, he felt as though he had pushed against an unyielding wall, his hand not budging an inch. The fire brigade soldier looked up in astonishment, only to meet Lu Ding's frigid gaze. Not even if the king of heaven himself were to arrive today, would he stop me from eating. Lu Ding seized the soldier's wrist, twisting it gently. Crack! A shriek pierced the air as the soldier, clutching his bent hand in agony, rolled on the ground. Damn it! How dare you attack a fellow soldier? You must be seeking death. The squad leader, infuriated, hurled his bowl of meat soup at Lu Ding. Watch out, Lu! Shouted the others among the corpse-bearers, their expressions shifting. Yet, Lu Ding merely sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the bowl of soup. Immediately following, he heard the whoosh of air as the squad leader charged towards him, poised to strike with a fierce punch aimed at his chest. Reacting instinctively, Lu Ding took a step back. Although he had traversed from modern society and was accustomed to the sight of death, he was not inherently skilled in combat. His body's instinct allowed him to narrowly evade the squad leader's blow. A corpse-bearer with some skill, the squad leader mused, momentarily taken aback by Lu Ding's evasion. However, he quickly regained his composure, following up with an elbow strike aimed at Lu Ding's chest. Realizing that retreating would not resolve the conflict, Lu Ding focused on the trajectory of the squad leader's elbow, slightly turning to evade the attack. With a sudden surge of energy, Lu Ding unleashed a powerful punch towards the squad leader's chest. Crack! The sound of shattered ribs echoed, and the squad leader coughed up blood, staggering back several steps before regaining his footing. With blood pooling at the corners of his mouth, the squad leader glared at Lu Ding. Pain etched across his features. How can a mere corpse-bearer possess such strength? That punch was even mightier than my full effort, as the squad leader was required to have reached the peak of the postnatal realm. And most corpse-bearers were merely at the body-refining stage. How could they possibly be a match for him? Just carrying corpses, Lu Ding retorted nonchalantly. The squad leader assumed Lu Ding was mocking him, his face reddening with indignation. That he turned to the other fire brigade soldiers, barking, "What are you waiting for? Are you eager for the whole army to laugh at us tomorrow?" The dozen or so fire brigade soldiers exchanged glances, seizing their weapons, knives and shovels, as they advanced on Lu Ding and his companions. One of the corpse bearers, feeling a pang of fear, swallowed hard and asked, "Old He, what should we do now?" Old He's expression shifted, taking a deep breath before resolutely declaring, "A head is worth a bowl of soup. I've had enough of living like this. I'll stand with old Lu and fight." The ragged corpse bearers surrounded Lu Ding, ready for battle. Lu Ding, brimming with youthful vigor and emboldened by his newfound strength, let out a fierce shout and charged into the midst of the fire brigade. In an instant, chaos erupted. Lu Ding, now at the third level of the innate realm after transporting several carts of corpses, was like a tiger among sheep. With a single blow, he sent one fire brigade soldier flying. Another soldier swung a knife at Lu Ding's back. He felt a surge of fierce determination. Spinning around, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the attacker flying several meters away, several bones snapping as he fell to the ground, howling in pain. Moments later, several fire brigade soldiers lay on the ground, clutching their chests or thighs, wailing in agony, while Lu Ding remained relatively unscathed, save for a few minor injuries among his fellow corpse bearers. Seeing his men falter, the squad leader turned to flee. "Did we win?" the corpse bearers asked incredulously, gazing at the fallen fire brigade soldiers. For the first time in months, they felt the exhilaration of having the upper hand. Lu Ding grinned widely. "Let us eat." "Yes, let us eat," Old He roared, and the group of corpse bearers, ravenous as starving ghosts, paid no heed to the fallen fire brigade soldiers. They eagerly grabbed empty bowls and began ladling meat soup, devouring the food hungrily. "Here, old Lu." Old He filled the first bowl of meat soup, not for himself but for Lu Ding. "If it weren't for your leadership, we might still be starving." Lu Ding graciously accepted the soup, savoring a hearty sip that alleviated his hunger significantly. "Are you not afraid of repercussions from above for following me?" Old He chuckled wryly. "Before we came here, we were already carrying our own crimes. What more can they do to us? A swift death would be a blessing." "Exactly," shouted another corpse bearer, kicking the fire brigade soldier who had previously injured him, venting his frustrations. "Even if punished, it's better than waiting to die in such a humiliating manner." From that moment on, the corpse bearers began to see Lu Ding as their unwavering backbone. Chapter 4. The generals who favor kin over justice. Who did this? A deep and authoritative voice echoed from a distance. The corpse bearers, currently dining, turned swiftly at the sound, their hearts sinking as they beheld a formidable middle-aged man clad in the armor of 100 generals. Panic surged through them, and they hastily abandoned their bowls. Standing to attention, Old Fong caught sight of Lu Ding, still devouring his meal with the fervor of a starving ghost, and quickly yanked him aside. The fire brigade soldiers, wailing on the ground, regarded the arrival of the general with newfound hope. Scrambling towards him, "General, you must take charge. These corpse bearers assaulted us without cause and stole our bowls. We are all comrades of the Great Li dynasty. How could they be so ruthless? Our brothers have suffered broken hands. If these injuries do not heal, what will happen to our rations in the coming days?" The fire brigade soldiers wept bitterly, raising their grievances to the level of jeopardizing their future sustenance. At that moment, the corpse bearers exchanged worried glances, while Old Fong, trembling, stepped forward and "My lord, the situation is not as this squad leader claims. According to military protocol, after clearing the battlefield, we returned to the camp to eat, but were obstructed by this squad leader. They not only denied us food but also attacked us. Had we not been forced to defend ourselves, we would never have dared to retaliate in the camp." The squad leader of the fire brigade attempted to interject, but was met with the general's furious rebuke. "You bunch of useless fools, get out of my sight. You're embarrassing me." Though the fire brigade soldiers were not as formidable as the battle troops, they were well-fed and robust. Yet, they were unable to best the frail, emaciated corpse bearers, who occupied the lowest rung of the frontier. It was nothing short of disgraceful. The squad leader was abruptly reprimanded, causing him to shrink his neck in discontent. The gaze of the 100 generals fell upon the corpse bearers, their expressions devoid of emotion. Both parties held steadfast to their claims, and the truth of the matter was beyond my reach. However, as comrades, to engage in mutual slaughter within the military camp is a clear violation of the dynasty's laws. According to the dynasty's statutes, all of you shall fast for a day. Upon hearing this, the faces of over 10 corpse bearers shifted subtly, having narrowly escaped the battlefield with their lives, and after laboring for several hours with barely a morsel to eat, to be subjected to a day of fasting was tantamount to a death sentence. As the 100 generals in charge of the squad, it was only natural for him to side with the squad leader. "This is an erroneous pronouncement, my lord," a calm voice emerged from the crowd. The 100 generals narrowed their eyes, observing Lu Ding, who exuded an extraordinary demeanor. Though the corpse bearers stood in disarray, it was evident that they revolved around Lu Ding as their core. The 100 generals remained silent, merely scrutinizing Lu Ding. "What? Do you have any objections to my judgment?" The other corpse bearers standing beside Lu Ding felt the oppressive weight of the 100 generals' gaze, compelling them to lower their heads in unease. While Lu Ding met the 100 generals' eyes without a trace of fear. The laws cited by the 100 generals were indeed correct, yet it appeared he had misjudged the situation. Firstly, the bruises on the faces of Yifeng and the others had already begun to fade, while the injuries of the squad leaders had only just manifested, indicating that the squad leaders had struck first. Secondly, the ground was littered with kitchen knives and shovels wielded by the squad leaders, while we, the corpse bearers, bore no weapons. That if there were to be an internal conflict, it was evidently the squad leaders who had resorted to violence. Was it merely because the injuries on our bodies were less severe that the 100 generals hastily concluded that we were the ones harming our comrades? Such reasoning suggests that we, the corpse bearers, are to be mere victims of the squad leaders' brutality, unable to retaliate. Lu Ding's gaze remained steady as he countered. "Is the 100 generals' judgment not too hasty?" The 2 points presented by Lu Ding were apparent to anyone with sight, and the 100 generals was no exception. Nevertheless, he harbored no fondness for these exiled criminals, whereas the squad leaders were his direct subordinates. The proximity of their relationships was self-evident. As he observed the worsening expression on the 100 generals' face, Zhou Quan felt a pang of anxiety. He hurriedly stepped forward, bowing to the 100 generals. "I implore your mercy. My lord, Lu Ding harbors no intention of defying your authority. Get away from me." The 100 generals kicked Zhou Quan, sending him stumbling to the ground, before turning his icy gaze upon Lu Ding. "A mere corpse-bearer, are you attempting to instruct me in my duties? Since I have decreed that you shall fast for a day, not even the general himself could alter this decree. From this moment forth, all corpse-bearers shall fast for 1 day, and you shall fast for 3 days. This is effective immediately." After declaring this, the 100 generals approached Lu Ding, warning, "I advise you to tread carefully. Otherwise, should one less person be found in this camp, no one will discover the truth." As he observed the mocking glint in the 100 generals' eyes, Lu Ding clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Yet circumstances were against him. Although he had reached the 3rd stage of innate power after hauling so many corpses, he was still inferior to the 100 generals. The corpse bearers were merely remnants of a defeated army, feeble and without anyone to advocate for them under General Nan's command. Strength, after all, was paramount. Unless he possessed sufficient power, he could not alter the current situation. Noticing Lu Ding's silence, the 100 generals sneered. "Hurry up and leave." Yifeng and the others shivered and quickly pulled Lu Ding away. Once the corpse bearers had departed, the squad leaders wrinkled their noses in disdain, as if trying to dispel the stench left by the corpse bearers. The squad leaders chuckled as they kneaded the 100 general's shoulders, praising him for effortlessly driving away the filthy corpse bearers with just a few words. Truly, the 100 generals was a favored figure in front of the general. The general they referred to was not General Nan, but rather the 1,000 generals of their own battalion. The 100 generals, flattered by their praises, lightly admonished them, "Though you are merely squad leaders, do not neglect your training, that if news spreads that you cannot even defeat a group of starving corpse bearers, will we have any face left as squad leaders?" The squad leaders looked abashed, and the squad leader promptly replied, "Your lesson is well taken. "My lord, that I shall ensure my brother's practice diligently every day." Addressed as general, a genuine smile spread across the 100 generals' face as he fantasized about the possibility of one day becoming 1,000 generals himself. Chapter 5. The 1,000 generals pretending to be dead outside the military camp in the night. A shadowy figure moved with steady steps, loading corpse after corpse onto the ox cart. Zhou Shu. "You must persuade old Lu." He Feng's eyes brimmed with concern as he watched Lu Ding, who seemed tireless, continuing to transport the remains left on the battlefield, since the 100 generals had expelled them. Lu Ding appeared to be driven by some unseen force, tirelessly hauling the countless corpses scattered across the battlefield. However, with tens of thousands of bodies strewn about, it would take an eternity for Lu Ding alone to clear them. He Feng had already attempted to reason with Lu Ding, but Lu Ding insisted he was fine, continuing his grim task. Yet to any observer, it was hard to believe Lu Ding's reassurances. "Very well, let us assist him." Zhou Quan sighed that he was not adept at offering comfort, so he could only stay by Lu Ding's side, hoping to alleviate his burden. That moment, Lu Ding had just transported the corpse of 100 generals from the Great Li dynasty. "Congratulations, you have moved 100 generals' corpse, gaining 10 strength, 10 spirit. Congratulations, host has triggered a special reward, obtaining a first-tier treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately?" Lu Ding was momentarily taken aback, then erupted with joy. This was the first time he had triggered a special reward after transporting hundreds of corpses that he eagerly thought. "Open the treasure chest." In the next instant, a slightly ethereal black inner armor appeared before Lu Ding. Ding successfully opened the first-tier treasure chest, obtaining 1 piece of yellow-grade inner armor. Given that the host currently lacks storage space, you may choose to receive it immediately or store it for 1 hour. Lu Ding's eyes brightened with delight that yellow-grade inner armor was undoubtedly a life-saving artifact for him. While the corpse bearers did not venture to the front lines, they occasionally encountered enemies feigning death. The more armor one possessed, the greater the assurance of survival. Seizing the cover of night, Lu Ding found a secluded corner while hauling corpses and discreetly donned the inner armor. Although the military uniforms worn by the corpse bearers were tattered, they still had a few layers of inner garments, ensuring no one would notice. Once clad in the inner armor, Lu Ding continued to scan the battlefield, hoping to find a few more officer corpses for a bountiful harvest. Before long, he stumbled upon a golden tassel amidst a small mountain of bodies. This tassel, woven from golden threads, could only be worn by those of noble rank, certainly 1,000 generals. Lu Ding rushed to the heap, unearthing the body. Gazing at the bloody golden tassel, Lu Ding couldn't help but smile that it was undoubtedly 1,000 generals. In gaming terms, even if it wasn't a minor boss, it had to be an elite creature. Right. Even the 100 generals would drop equipment with good luck, and hauling 1,000 generals' corpse should yield fantastic rewards. Ecstatic, Lu Ding hurriedly slung the 1,000 generals' body over his shoulders and headed toward the ox cart. "Hey, take it slow. Don't overexert yourself." Zhou Quan's voice called from behind. Lu Ding responded loudly, "Zhou Shu, don't worry, I'm fine." After tossing the 1,000 generals' body onto the cart, Lu Ding waited eagerly. "May the deities bless me with something extraordinary." Yet as seconds passed, the system notification failed to sound. Lu Ding was taken aback. What is going on? Is the system malfunctioning? His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the 1,000 generals' corpse, a somber realization dawning upon him. This 1,000 generals might not be dead. The thought sent a cold sweat trickling down Lu Ding's forehead that a living 1,000 generals would easily crush him with a flick of their wrist. Lu Ding instinctively wanted to flee, but quickly forced himself to remain calm, that if he displayed any signs of panic, the other party would surely suspect that their ruse of feigned death had been uncovered. At that point, to prevent Lu Ding from returning to the military camp to sound the alarm, they would undoubtedly resort to lethal measures and then seize the chaos to escape, to survive. Lu Ding had to maintain an air of nonchalance. His brief moment of distraction had likely aroused suspicion. Rapidly, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on a sword sheath beneath the 1,000 general's body. "What is this?" Lu Ding extended his hand to grasp the sword sheath beneath the general's feet, extracting it with a swift motion. The blade glimmered with a chilling radiance under the moonlight, captivating the heart and soul. What an exquisite sword it is! Inscribed upon the blade were the words Lin Quan, signifying the Lin Quan sword. To befit the stature of a general, This sword must undoubtedly be a profound grade weapon. After savoring its elegance, Lu Ding sheathed it in the tattered scabbard at his waist. That S for the general's scabbard. He dug a small pit nearby to bury it. The exquisite sheath was far too conspicuous. Carrying it would inevitably attract unwanted attention, leading to potential troubles. After burying the scabbard, Lu Ding turned away and resumed his grim task of moving the dead. Once the presence of Lu Ding faded, the general of the Great Yin dynasty, who had been quietly clenching his fists, finally breathed a sigh of relief. That sword was a precious gift from his father before he set out for battle. Just moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to the urge to strike. However, considering his own life, he ultimately held back, and as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. As long as he could survive and return, a precious sword would eventually come to him. Lu Ding's avaricious demeanor further convinced the general that Lu Ding had not discovered his ruse of feigning death. Allowing him to relax and let Lu Ding depart, Lu Ding continued to haul one corpse after another on the battlefield, his strength steadily increasing that he chose not to return to the camp to report. For he yearned to claim this merit for himself. The Golden Finger allowed Lu Ding to enhance his attributes by scavenging corpses. What if he were to personally slay an enemy? Lu Ding speculated that the benefits would multiply exponentially. His strength had now reached the innate 3rd level, while a typical general would not surpass the innate 9th level. Moreover, with the general severely wounded, Lu Ding was not without a chance. He refrained from acting hastily, instead feigning ignorance as he continued to transport the bodies of other soldiers. Congratulations! You have transported a soldier's corpse. Constitution 1, Spiritual Power 2. Congratulations. You have transported a sergeant's corpse. Speed 4, Spiritual Power 5. Congratulations. You have transported a general's corpse. Speed 10, Spiritual Power 10. Waves of gentle energy surged into Lu Ding's limbs, nourishing his body like a divine elixir. Lu Ding glanced at his status panel. Host, Lu Ding age, 18 years realm. Innate 5th level constitution, 456 strength, 998 spirit, 666 speed, 432 innate 5th level. This was the fruit of his diligent labor in transporting corpses. Great Yan's general. Today shall be your demise. Lu Ding averted his gaze, carrying a corpse towards the ox cart, ready to strike, but suddenly noticed that 3 of the carts were missing. Panic surged within him as he urgently questioned a nearby corpse-bearer. Old he, what happened to the carts that were just here? He Fong, bearing a corpse, wiped the sweat from his brow with a free hand. Uncle Zhou took a few brothers to bury the bodies. This is bad. Lu Ding's expression shifted as he seized the corpse from Yifang's grasp and tossed it onto a half-filled cart. He then cracked the whip against the ox's rear. Crack! The startled beast bolted wildly towards the burial pit. Chapter 6. The corpse-bearer slays the general. Near the burial pit, several carts were stationed beside the large hole. Zhou Quan, along with a few corpse-bearers, was unloading the bodies from the carts and tossing them into the pit. Just then, among the pile of corpses, a pair of eyes quietly opened, scanning the surroundings with a predatory gaze. Apart from the corpse-bearers, he detected no other presence. He peered through the bodies at the approaching corpse-bearer, his right hand tightening into a fist. His sword had been taken from him. He could rely only on his fists. He needed to eliminate these corpse-bearers in an instant without alarming the generals in the camp to have any hope of escape. However, as Zhou Quan approached, a sudden roar echoed from afar. Uncle Zhou, run! Hearing Lu Ding shout, Zhou Quan froze momentarily. Realizing the situation was compromised, the general suddenly sprang up from the pile of corpses, delivering a punch to the nearest corpse-bearer. Bang! The corpse-bearer let out a scream as his body was sent flying by the force of the blow. The general followed up with a kick, sending several more nearby corpse-bearers sprawling. This abrupt turn of events left the corpse-bearers stunned, suffering grievous injuries. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Quan's eyes widened in horror as he cried out. Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhang, he drew a broken sword and charged recklessly toward the general of the Great Yin dynasty, who sneered as he stepped forward. Uncle Zhou, Lu Ding could no longer afford to conceal his strength. He stamped down on the ox's head, propelling himself forward like a dart. Though he had not been in the border for long, perhaps due to their shared burdens, the corpse-bearers had formed a bond. Lacking the treachery typically found among comrades, they accepted their fate as corpse-bearers and chose to live with a sense of freedom. Seeing his companions wounded due to his own greed, Lu Ding felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Despite unleashing his utmost speed, he was still a moment too late. Bang! The general's fist shattered the broken sword in Zhou Quan's hands, the residual force crashing into Zhou Quan's chest. Zhou Quan emitted a low groan, staggering back 6 or 7 steps before collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The general of the Great Yin dynasty, eyes gleaming with bloodlust, seized Zhou Quan by the throat, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to his face. Lu Ding, realizing he could not catch up, suddenly assumed a throwing stance, launching the Ling Quan sword like a spear. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at the general. The general's expression changed drastically as he hastily attempted to evade the incoming attack. Yet, as he moved, the wounds from the earlier battle tore open anew, blood gushing forth, just a moment too late. A chilling sound echoed as the innate 5th level's vitality, coupled with the terrifying force of 1,000 pounds, pierced through the general's body. The general trembled, pain and disbelief flooding his eyes as he looked down at the wound on his chest. The sharp Lingquan sword had already punctured his body, life swiftly ebbing away, that he could hardly believe that he would die one day by the very sword gifted to him by his father. With that final thought, the general tilted and collapsed to the ground, while Zhou Quan, who had fallen before him, exhaled sharply, relieved to have survived. In a moment of reckless passion, he had acted impulsively. Had it not been for Lu Ding's intervention, he might have perished at the hands of the general. Zhou Quan confirmed the general's demise and hurriedly moved to check the injuries of the other corpse-bearers that a notification appeared on Lu Ding's virtual panel. Kill the general of the Great Yin dynasty. Receive 50 points in constitution, 50 points in strength, 50 points in speed, 50 points in spirit, and 100 strands of spiritual energy. First-time kill of an innate powerhouse. Receive a first-tier treasure chest. Upon seeing this, Lu Ding's spirit soared. Based on his experience transporting corpses, a sergeant's body would yield merely 3 points of attributes, while a general's body provided approximately 5 to 10 points, roughly tenfold that of a common soldier. Yet this general's total attributes astonishingly reached 200 points. Furthermore, he also gained 100 strands of spiritual energy as the energy flowed into him. Lu Ding felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. It seemed he could not only collect attributes, but also acquire them through slaying enemies. For the time being, it appeared that the attributes gained from killing foes might even surpass those obtained from scavenging corpses. Lu Ding's excitement was palpable, yet he understood that now was not the time to be distracted. He refrained from immediately opening the first-tier treasure chest, and instead moved forward to assist Zhou Quan in supporting the other injured corpse-bearers. The corpse-bearers were grievously wounded, but fortunately, they still clung to life. This general of the Great Yin dynasty was likely merely an innate warrior, not yet having entered the realm of masters. Moreover, with the severe injuries, his ability to shatter the ribs of a fully armored corpse-bearer with a single punch was already astonishing. Had he been a master, even injured, Lu Ding feared he would not have stood a chance against him. As they passed by the general's corpse, Zhou Quan set down one of the corpse-bearers and knelt to examine the foe who had nearly taken his life. Uncle Zhou, with everyone so injured, you aren't still thinking of carrying this guy, are you? Joked one of the other corpse-bearers. This is no ordinary soldier. Zhou Quan rummaged through the general's belongings and discovered a military token, which turned out to be that of a general of the Great Yin dynasty. Zhou Quan gazed at the token in astonishment, his eyes widening in shock. Then, he looked at Lu Ding with a mix of awe and admiration. Xiao Lu, you've truly struck it rich. Lu Ding understood all too well what Zhou Quan meant, yet he feigned confusion, asking, Uncle Zhou, what do you mean? You don't think you've just slain an ordinary soldier of the Great Yin dynasty, do you? Zhou Quan approached Lu Ding, patting him on the shoulder reassuringly. This is Zhao Lei, the son of General Anbei of the Great Yin dynasty. At these words, the other corpse-bearers, who had been joking moments ago, were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. General Anbei. Now that was a figure of considerable renown. At this moment, even Lu Ding's gaze was tinged with surprise. Although this was a fantastical world, the official titles within these dynasties bore a striking resemblance to those he recalled from history. Among the 4 ranks of the Jingping town, one might think that the Anbei general, being the lowest of the foreign generals, was merely a minor presence. Yet he remained an entity far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Just as in a military camp, a mere 100 generals could command respect. However, the Annan general, who had come to provide assistance, had thousands under his command, with a legion of over 100,000 troops. The fact that such a prominent figure as Sun met his demise at Lu Ding's hands was indeed astonishing. Old Lu, you have achieved a momentous feat. You have slain a general. While Zhao Lei's identity as a thousand general was significant, the title of Anbei General as Sun carried even greater weight, representing a severe blow to the Dian dynasty as the crowd buzzed with speculation. A figure swiftly approached from the distance. What has transpired here? Chapter 7. The corpse-bearer becomes 100 general. The speaker donned silver armor, with a pale visage and no facial hair. Though he appeared youthful, he exuded an air of authority. Zhou Quan's heart quivered, and he hastily bowed along with the other corpse-bearers, greeting, "I have the honor of meeting the 10,000 general." Lu Ding felt a jolt of surprise. This individual was indeed a 10,000 general. No wonder he dared to appear so flamboyantly on the battlefield. Before the silver-armored general could pose another question, Zhou Quan promptly stepped forward, presenting the military token he held. One of our enemy generals feigned death, in the armies of various dynasties. The materials of military tokens differed according to the ranks of the officers. The silver-armored general immediately recognized it as a token belonging to a 1,000 general. A mere 1,000 general was not particularly noteworthy to him, but upon seeing the name inscribed on the token, his heart skipped a beat. Who has slain this Zhao Lei? In an instant, all eyes turned toward Lu Ding. The 10,000 general cast a glance at Lu Ding, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. Among the corpse-bearers, there emerged such a youthful warrior at the pinnacle of innate mastery. Typically, corpse-bearers were those whose families had committed grave offenses within the dynasty, leading to their exile to the borders. Strong individuals from any region adhered to the principle of eliminating threats entirely. Therefore, anyone with potential was often ruthlessly eradicated. Only those who posed no threat, often deemed as worthless, were dispatched to the borders to become corpse-bearers. Such a young innate warrior was bound to ascend to greatness, perhaps even to become a grandmaster in the future. Who, then, possessed the audacity to permit such a prodigy to be sent to the borders? What is your name? The gaze of the 10,000 general fell upon Lu Ding, who felt as though all his secrets were laid bare. Aware that his identity could not be concealed from the other party, he could only respond truthfully, "I am Lu Ding." Zhou Quan and the others exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. Ordinarily, corpse-bearers were deemed as guilty individuals and ought to refer to themselves as wrongdoers. Yet Lu Ding insisted on referring to himself in a humble manner. One misstep could potentially provoke the ire of these generals. Upon hearing Lu Ding's name, the 10,000 general paused momentarily before a look of realization dawned upon him. When the current emperor of the Dali dynasty ascended the throne, numerous noble families were implicated. Those who deserved imprisonment were incarcerated, and those who warranted execution were executed. The Eastern Town King, Lu Che, was one of the most esteemed among these powerful figures. Given Lu Che's considerable reputation in military circles, the 10,000 general had kept a close eye on the matter. He had heard that Lu Che's only son was frail and sickly, possessing minimal strength, and had only reached the acquired realm prior to his exile. However, it now appeared that the rumors might not hold true. The silver-armored 10,000 general pondered briefly. According to the military regulations of the Dali dynasty, a corpse-bearer who had slain an enemy 1,000 general would be promoted by 3 ranks, rewarded with 100 gathering essence pills, 5 acres of spiritual land, and an elevation in nobility. The military merit system of the Dali dynasty was well structured. Though it may not have explicit regulations, there were generally established guidelines. This elevation in rank would not grant the title of Viscount outright. Rather, it would follow a progression through 20 ranks of military merit. As the 10,000 generals' words echoed, expressions of envy lit up the faces of the corpse-bearers present. Lu Ding and Zhou Quan, however, exchanged puzzled glances that a corpse-bearer, though a soldier in essence, was not integrated into the military structure. How could one be promoted by 3 ranks? The 10,000 general discerned the confusion in their eyes and replied calmly, "The military does not consider anything else. It only regards military merit, though you have been dispatched here due to your past misdeeds. The stripping of your previous status and becoming a corpse-bearer is already a form of punishment. Achieving merit while bearing guilt still allows for promotion. Your title can offset your sins. Starting today, Lu Ding shall be regarded as a battle soldier of 100 generals, capable of commanding a 100-man squad. Shortly, a military marquis will arrive to bestow upon you the 100-general token. At this point, the 10,000 general cast a deep look at Lu Ding. However, currently, there are no surplus soldiers available in the Annan army for your command. Whether you can fill your ranks will depend on your own capabilities. With that, the 10,000 general turned to leave. Immediately, Zhou Quan and the other corpse-bearers erupted into jubilant celebration that if their merits could offset their past, did this not imply that old Lu could now finally depart from this desolate place? Yet it could not be as simple as that. Moreover, we, who have been exiled here, generally possess adversaries within the court. To rashly leave the borders would likely lead to death. Regardless, this was undoubtedly good news, becoming a 100 general. I wonder if those fiery soldiers will still dare to look down on old Lu. Old Lu? No, he shall be addressed as 100 general. Lu Ding waved his hand with a smile, saying, no need for such formality. From today onward, why don't we all join under my banner and become my soldiers? The crowd fell silent, caught off guard by Lu Ding's proposal. Yet soon, excitement surged once more that to become battle soldiers would allow them to shed their identities as corpse-bearers. An undeniable stroke of fortune. Zhou Quan's eyes flickered with contemplation, but after a long moment, he sighed, young Lu, you need not take such a stance. You have just become a 100 general. The priority should be to gather a strong contingent of soldiers who can assist you in achieving merit. As the saying goes, a good man requires 3 helpers that a general without capable subordinates would find it challenging to accomplish anything on his own. The corpse bearers were generally weak and could offer little assistance, merely occupying positions under Lu Ding's command. Though Zhou Quan's words may have sounded harsh, the other corpse bearers were well aware of their truth. There were over 500 corpse bearers stationed at the borders. Yet only a mere 5 had reached the innate realm, with Zhou Quan among them. However, now there was an additional individual, the only 100 general to arise from the ranks of corpse bearers. Lu Ding. Uncle Zhou, I cannot trust the others. While Lu Ding may not be entirely perceptive to human nature, he possessed some understanding. The fiery soldiers held a deep disdain for them, let alone the other battle soldiers. They would likely assume that he had merely stumbled upon luck in slaying a dying 1,000 general, which would only lead to further disdain. True loyalty could not be bought with mere strength. Zhou Quan remained hesitant, but seeing the moved expressions of the other corpse bearers, he could only sigh in resignation. All right, since you are so determined, I shall find a way to select some capable individuals from among the corpse bearers for you. As for those present who are familiar with Lu Ding, it is only natural they would become his subordinates. Very well, let us return and inform our comrades to cease their tasks that we shall head back to the camp for a meal. With a grand gesture, Lu Ding led everyone toward the encampment. Now that he had attained the rank of 100 general, he was eager to see if the fiery soldiers still dared to obstruct them. Meanwhile, in the central camp, Annan General Xueting and Tiger General Zheng Yuanfang stood before a map of the border, deliberating their strategy for the impending confrontation with the Dian dynasty. Zhao Wanshan possesses formidable strength, and his fierce tiger army is exceptionally powerful. A direct assault may not be wise. Today, I underestimated the impact of the fierce tiger army on our vanguard, resulting in a crushing defeat. Now that our 2 armies have merged, I propose that I lead a frontal feint while General Zheng maneuvers his troops around the Daliang Mountain to strike the enemy's rear flank. We shall surely achieve a resounding victory. Agreed, but I recommend leaving an avenue of retreat, lest Zhao Wanshan fight to the last, leading his fierce tiger army to perish alongside our forces. Surrounding 9 and leaving 1 is a standard tactic. At that moment, the hearty laughter of the silver-armored 10,000 general rang out from outside the tent. General, I bring excellent news. Tremendous news. General Li, what delightful tidings have you that brings you such joy? Xueting paused his discussion. Smiling at the silver-armored general, Li Waya, as he entered the tent, General Zheng is also present. My apologies that Li Waya first offered a respectful salute to Zheng Yuanfang, then turned to Xueting. I have just discovered the body of Zhao Lei. Upon hearing this, Xueting and Zheng Yuanfang's expressions shifted. Is this news truly accurate? After the battle soldiers and corpse bearers had combed the area for several hours without finding Zhao Lei's body. To learn now that there was finally a resolution was indeed unexpected. is absolutely certain. The body is just outside the tent. Let us go and see. Shui Ting immediately rose to his feet, striding purposefully toward the camp's exit, with Zheng Yuanfang hastily following in his wake. Outside the tent, the lifeless body of Zhao Lei lay sprawled on the ground, a sharp dagger still embedded in his chest. Had Zhao Lei just perished? Upon seeing Zhao Lei's corpse, Shui Ting swiftly deduced that he had indeed been dead for no more than the brief span of half a tea's worth of time. That's right, Li Wui nodded. From my estimation, Zhao Lei feigned death after sustaining grave injuries on the battlefield, intending to escape under the cover of night. Little did he anticipate falling into the hands of the corpse-bearers. Shui Ting was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Li Wui. The corpse-bearers? Are you suggesting they were responsible for Zhao Lei's demise? Indeed, Li Wui affirmed. How many did the corpse-bearers kill? A few were severely injured, but none lost their lives. Both Shui Ting and Zheng Yuanfang stood there, dumbfounded that as the legitimate son of Zhao Wanshan, Zhao Lei had already attained the pinnacle of innate martial prowess. This battle was not merely for glory. It was likely that he harbored ambitions of comprehending martial arts on the battlefield to achieve a breakthrough. However, the corpse-bearers were the lowest echelon in the frontier, with very few reaching innate levels. How could a group of corpse-bearers possibly kill Zhao Lei without incurring a fatal cost? If it weren't for their understanding of Li Wui's character, they would have surely suspected he was jesting. Old Zheng, although you suffered a setback, your subordinate corpse-bearers have accomplished something remarkable, Shui Ting remarked, astonished, as he looked at Zheng Yuanfang with a grin. Zhao Lei may have been merely a 1,000-man commander, but his death strikes a far greater blow to the border forces of the great Yin dynasty than the loss of any 10,000-man commander. Gazing at Zhao Lei's wide-open, unblinking eyes, Zheng Yuanfang couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Wanshan brought his son to the frontier for glory, hoping he could one day take command of the Anbei army. Little did he dream that his son would meet his end not on the battlefield, but at the hands of the corpse-bearers. Shui Ting cast a glance at Zhao Lei before averting his gaze back to Zheng Yuanfang. Old Zheng, it seems your corpse-bearers are indeed a force to be reckoned with. Zheng Yuanfang could only manage a wry smile. General Li, may I inquire which corpse-bearer you are referring to? Lu Ding Dada. So it is him. As seasoned veterans of the military, both Shui Ting and Zheng Yuanfang had heard of the incident involving the King of the East and immediately displayed expressions of comprehension upon hearing this name. After a moment's contemplation, Shui Ting said, Old Zheng, this matter belongs to your Tiger Might army. I shall refrain from further involvement. While Lu Ding is indeed culpable, he has already faced punishment by being assigned to the frontier. The Great Li dynasty does not prohibit those sent into exile from earning merits. Zheng Yuanfang nodded and summoned a military officer. Take this military token and this dagger, and proceed. According to military merit regulations, you shall be promoted 3 ranks and elevated 1 nobility level, that if there is no nobility title, let him recruit soldiers on his own. Understood. The officer promptly accepted the orders and departed, soon after. Zheng Yuanfang's gaze fell upon Zhao Lei's corpse, in tomorrow's battle. Zhao Lei's body may prove to be of significant use in the dead of night. Lu Ding returned to the camp with several corpse-bearers who had paused to transport the bodies. Heading straight for the logistics encampment, on the way, Lu Ding discreetly opened the first-tier treasure chest obtained from slaying the 1,000-man commander Zhao Lei. Upon opening the chest, he acquired the basic sword technique. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes. Lu Ding's eyes sparkled as he selected to use it without a moment's hesitation. Unlike the sensation of enhancing his physique through spiritual energy, as he chose to use the basic sword technique. A figure resembling Lu Ding began to practice the sword technique within his mind, in the blink of an eye. It felt as though several months had passed. When the vision faded, Lu Ding distinctly felt an accumulation of insights regarding swordsmanship in his mind. Having adapted to the Lingquan sword, he found using the broken knife somewhat unfamiliar. Unfortunately, the Lingquan sword had been taken away by the 10,000-man commander. Before long, the group arrived at the logistics camp. Outside the tents, several bonfires flickered, with dozens of fire soldiers drinking and reveling by the flames. They were not combat soldiers, and as long as they did not disrupt the cooking schedule, no one would mind whether the fire soldiers drank or not. Without waiting for Lu Ding to urge them, Yifang stepped forward briskly, scolding sharply, "Fire soldiers, don't you see there are still people who haven't eaten? Who told you to take a break?" Upon hearing his thunderous rebuke, The fire soldiers turned in unison, seeing Lu Ding and the others, who had only just departed an hour prior. The squad leader of the fire soldiers sneered. The Lord Hunter Commander said that you corpse-bearers cannot eat for at least a day. What? You killed the 1,000-man commander of the Great Yin Dynasty. The squad leader and the dozens of fire soldiers exchanged glances, bursting into laughter as if they had heard the greatest joke. If this kid could slay the 1,000-man commander of the Great Yin Dynasty, I could slay 10,000-man commanders. A mere corpse-bearer, emboldened by a modicum of skill, has lost all sense of their position. Haven't they? All of you are sinners. If it weren't for the shortage of corpse-bearers in the frontier, you would have long been executed. Enjoy your meager existence while you can. To think you could kill a 1,000-man commander. Anyone who believes that is a fool. The fire soldiers mocked shamelessly, unrestrained in their derision. The Lord Hunter Commander was on his way, and the corpse-bearers dared not strike that if they were to repeatedly assault their comrades. It would be far more than a mere prohibition on food. However, to their astonishment, Lu Ding indeed chose to take action. With a straightforward punch, Lu Ding struck the squad leader of the fire soldiers before he could even react, sending him flying. The squad leader's eyes bulged in shock, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he coughed twice before managing to stand. You dare to strike within the military camp? This is a blatant disregard for military law. A disregard for military law. The one violating it is you. Lu Ding's calm gaze radiated a chilling aura. Confronted by his gaze, the squad leader couldn't help but shiver. Take action? I want to see if your hunter commander can still back you up today. With Lu Ding leading the way, He Fong and the others surged forward, returning the blows to those fire soldiers who had previously bullied them. Before long, the fire soldiers lay bruised and battered on the ground. Howling in pain, that moment a thunderous voice suddenly boomed from a distance. Everyone, stop! Stop this at once! The hunter commander of the fire soldiers intervened, halting the fierce actions of Yifeng and the other corpse-bearers. The aura of a mid-stage innate martial artist emanated from him, attempting to suppress Yifeng and his companions. However, this pressure was silently countered by Lu Ding. The hunter commander was secretly astonished. Just this maneuver indicated that Lu Ding's strength had likely already reached the innate level. Yet, given that the fire soldiers were in the right, the hunter commander remained composed. Seeing the hunter commander arrive, the cries of the fire soldiers grew increasingly pitiful as they pleaded for him to take action on their behalf. The hunter commander gestured for the fallen fire soldiers to rise, then turned his ire toward Zhou Quan, chastising, "Zhou Quan, how do you manage these corpse bearers? They repeatedly assault the fire soldiers. Do they wish to court death? If that's the case, then you shall lead the charge tomorrow. Three-legged frogs are hard to find, but two-legged corpse bearers are plentiful." Zhou Quan, though also a corpse bearer, held a relatively high position among them, almost regarded as a hunter commander of the corpse bearers. Thus, he quickly turned the focus of blame onto Zhou Quan. Though Zhou Quan initially felt a twinge of guilt upon seeing Lu Ding's steadfast figure, he quickly regained his composure. Hunter commander, according to military regulations, the fire soldiers are responsible for the rations of all troops, correct? The hunter commander was taken aback by Zhou Quan's audacity to question him. With a stern expression, he replied, "What of it? I have made it abundantly clear that you are forbidden from eating due to your violation of military rules. Do you think my words are but a passing breeze?" In the forefront of the crowd, Lu Ding's voice was cold as ice. "Abusing your authority, taking advantage of your status as a hunter commander to act lawlessly. Do you believe you are justified?" Upon hearing this, the hunter commander of the fire soldiers turned pale with fury, glaring at Lu Ding. Do you even understand what you are saying? Just this one statement could justify punishing you for insubordination." Resulting in 100 strikes, the fire soldiers behind the hunter commander erupted in excitement that 100 strikes were no ordinary punishment. Even a small corpse bearer, let alone an innate warrior, would find themselves bedridden for days after such a punishment. "Hundreds of commander, you wield your authority with great arrogance." Lu Ding replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "When I was a mere corpse bearer, I had to endure your punishments in the camp. Now that I have become a hunter commander, must I still submit to your orders? What significance does my title hold then?" The hunter commander was momentarily stunned by Lu Ding's words. Have you lost your mind? Driven mad by hunger, you fancy yourself a hunter commander? If you are a hunter commander, then I am a 10,000 commander. A lowly corpse-bearer thinks they can turn the tides. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from afar. "Where is Lu Ding?" The military commander, holding a military token, was followed by several soldiers as they swiftly approached the camp. "Here." Zhou Quan's eyes brightened, and he immediately turned to shout. The gaze of nearly 100 soldiers from the Firehead army shifted towards them, and an ominous sense of foreboding arose in their hearts, seeing Lu Ding and the others so composed. The tension within the ranks of the Firehead army intensified. Could it be that this fellow truly killed a 1,000-man commander? That would be a 1,000-man commander. At the very least, a consummate, innate level 1,000-man. How could a mere corpse carrier have the chance to seize such a feat? The military commander swiftly arrived before the crowd and inquired, "Who is Lu Ding?" Lu Ding stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. "I am." The military commander nodded approvingly, clearly pleased with Lu Ding's respectful demeanor. That be why the order of General Zheng. Lu Ding, a corpse carrier from the logistics camp, has slain the enemy's 1,000-man commander Zhao Lei. He is promoted 3 ranks to become a 100-man commander. Additionally, he has been granted armor and a sword, along with the authority to recruit his own soldiers, standing before nearly 100 soldiers in the camp. The military commander announced loudly while holding the award decree. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed in Lu Ding's ears. Absorbed the national fortune of the Great Li dynasty. Awarded the title of Shichong and received a first-tier treasure chest. Awarded the title of Baijiang and received another first-tier treasure chest. The unexpected treasure chest reward for a title was indeed a pleasant surprise. Lu Ding was momentarily taken aback, then a smile of joy crept across his face. Meanwhile, the Firehead army soldiers, who had previously clashed with the corpse carriers, felt as if struck by lightning, their minds buzzing that he truly became a 100-man commander. Lu Ding, hurry and express your gratitude. Seeing Lu Ding standing still, Zhou Quan hurriedly urged him. Lu Ding promptly stepped out of the ranks and bowed respectfully. "Thank you." Due to the incident involving his father, Lu Ding harbored no fondness for the Great Li dynasty. This title was merely a means to ensure his actions were unimpeded. The military commander walked slowly to Lu Ding, receiving the sword and armor, symbolizing his new rank from the soldiers behind him, and also handed over the military token to Lu Ding, who respectfully accepted everything with both hands. The military commander's gaze towards Lu Ding grew, increasingly approving. "Although we suffered a defeat this time, you truly brought honor to General Zheng. The son of the enemy's General Anbei perished at the hands of our corpse carriers. This is no trivial matter. The generals will certainly take note of this." "You did splendidly. It was merely luck," Lu Ding humbly replied with a smile. "Luck it may be, but as long as it was accomplished, it was indeed a significant achievement. My name is Liao Jia. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out." Liao Jia patted Lu Ding's shoulder before turning to face the pale-faced Firehead soldiers and the corpse carriers who could hardly contain their laughter. "Our Great Li dynasty is founded on martial prowess. Regardless of who you are, as long as you can slay the enemy and achieve merit, Lu Ding today is your role model." After offering his encouragement, Liao Jia turned to leave. Those who had previously clashed with the corpse carriers were now ashen-faced. As a military commander, Liao Jia's status was above that of a 1,000-man commander, second only to generals and 10,000 commanders. Even though Liao Jia was under the command of the fierce General Hui, who had no authority over them, in the military, power and status were everything. The 100-man commanders of the Firehead army also wore expressions of despair, regret flooding their minds. Lu Ding had transformed into a 100-man commander. The rank of a 100-man commander far surpassed that of a 100-man commander in the Firehead army. "Can we eat now?" After Liao Jia departed, Lu Ding looked at the 100-man commanders of the Firehead army with an amused expression. The 100-man commanders felt a chill rising from their feet, rushing to their heads. They quickly turned around, one slapping the face of the Shichong with a resounding smack. "Who do you think you are, to dare neglect Lu Baijiang? Go prepare the food at once, lest I accuse you of dereliction of duty." The 100-man commanders who had previously acted arrogantly towards Lu Ding and the others could now only vent their frustrations on the Shichong. The Shichong, marked by a bright red handprint on his face, pouted and hurriedly led the others to start cooking, fearing Lu Ding might seek retribution, leaving behind only the 100-man commander of the Firehead army, who felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He forced a smile towards Lu Ding, saying, I just remembered that there are some supplies and logistics that need to be checked, so I must take my leave. With that, the 100-man commander of the Firehead army hurriedly slipped away. The corpse carriers, including He Fong, immediately felt a wave of relief and burst into joyous laughter. Ever since arriving at this borderland, they had not felt such unrestrained joy for a long time. All thanks to the great Bai Jiang. From today onwards, my life belongs to you, Bai Jiang. Chapter 10. Winning hearts and minds, please, refrain from flattering me. Lu Ding shook his head and chuckled. As long as you all diligently practice your skills and slay more enemies on the battlefield. That will suffice. The more enemies his subordinates killed, the easier it would be for him to collect the corpses. However, upon hearing Lu Ding's words, the faces of the corpse carriers revealed a bitter expression. Generally, common criminals, after committing offenses, faced execution in the autumn. Only those with certain connections at home could barely leverage influence to become a corpse carrier at the border, hoping for a chance to make a comeback someday. Though the cultivation aptitude of these corpse carriers was significantly higher than that of ordinary soldiers, their abilities had been severely crippled before their dispatch, and they had barely managed to maintain their postnatal realm. Starving and lacking resources for cultivation, how could diligent practice be as simple as it sounded? The rich learn martial arts, the poor study literature. This old adage was not just empty talk at that moment. Lu Ding opened one of the packages, which contained 100 qi gathering pills. For postnatal warriors, aside from regular training to refine their bodies, the most important cultivation method was to draw qi into their bodies. By channeling spiritual energy into their bodies, they could strengthen their meridians and muscles, thus enhancing their power. However, due to the frail ability of warriors at these two realms to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using medicinal pills for cultivation became one of the best means of advancement. And these qi-gathering pills were the most suitable for refining the bodies of both postnatal and innate warriors. Uncle Zhou, please distribute these to everyone. 1 qi-gathering pill per person, Lu Ding instructed after counting part of the pills, tossing the package directly to Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan hurriedly caught the package. Speaking rapidly, Bai Jiang, your own strength is paramount. These qi-gathering pills should be kept for your own use. Sensing the faint aura emanating from the qi-gathering pills, the nearby corpse carriers instinctively swallowed hard. Their eyes gleaming with desire. They exerted tremendous effort to divert their gaze from the pills, echoing Zhou Quan's words. However, Lu Ding merely waved his hand, maintaining his stance. Since you have chosen to follow me, I cannot let my brothers suffer. With so many qi-gathering pills, Lu Ding could not consume them all in a short time, and moreover, every month, officers ranked Shichong and above could claim a certain amount of cultivation resources from the military supply office. It would be better to invest resources where they mattered. As everyone's strength improved and they achieved merits, resources would naturally flow and continuously, fostering a virtuous cycle. There is no need to sacrifice long-term gains for immediate benefits. From today onward, any brother who performs excellently on the battlefield can come to me to claim qi-gathering pills. Lu Ding was not adept at winning hearts and minds, but he understood that providing resources was the best way to gain loyalty. As soon as the words left his mouth, the corpse carriers present knelt on one knee, chanting in unison, "From now on, we are willing to heed the commands of Bai Jiang." Before coming here, they certainly would not have regarded a single qi-gathering pill as significant. However, after being demoted to corpse carriers, they learned what it meant to be bullied when one was down. For those who struggled to have a meal, a qi-gathering pill was an unimaginable delicacy. Seeing Lu Ding's firm attitude, Zhou Quan did not speak further to his surprise. Lu Ding even gave him 4 additional qi-gathering pills. Zhou Quan looked up in astonishment, meeting Lu Ding's warm gaze. Lu Ding smiled, saying, I appreciate your care these past few days. Uncle Zhou, that I hope you will continue to look after these young ones, that as newly arrived corpse carriers, they were bound to be bullied by the local soldiers. Lu Ding, having traversed a long journey, was so weak that he couldn't even fend off ordinary soldiers that if it were not for Zhou Quan, he might still be better than now. Zhou Quan wiped his moist eyes with his dirty sleeve, assuring him, rest assured, little Lu, as long as I am here, you won't have to worry about the soldiers. The familiar address of little Lu from Zhou Quan represented a vow of protection for the younger generation. Lu Ding chuckled, patting Zhou Quan's shoulder. Uncle Zhou, don't carry such a heavy burden. That moment, the Shichong of the Firehead army trembled as he approached the two. Bai Jiang, the food is ready. His tone was cautious, as if he feared inciting Lu Ding's ire. "Get lost," Lu Ding snorted coldly, not bothering to conceal his displeasure. All right, as if granted a reprieve from death, Lu Ding hurriedly made his escape. His anxiety palpable, he called out, and a throng of corpse-bearers eagerly surged towards the bonfire, indulging in meat and drink, reveling in sheer delight. Since their arrival at the frontier, they had never experienced such unrestrained feasting. Lu Ding, while partaking in the meal, discreetly opened the 2 first-tier treasure chests he had just acquired. Upon opening the first-tier chest, he obtained a first-tier mid-grade elixir, Recovery Pill. The Recovery Pill, capable of swiftly rejuvenating the vitality and blood essence of martial artists and cultivators. Opening the second first-tier chest, he obtained a first-tier high-grade martial technique, Spirit Light Sword Art. Should he choose to learn it directly? The prospect of acquiring a martial technique dazzled Lu Ding. Based on previous battles, he was certain that personally slaying enemies yielded greater rewards than merely transporting corpses. With a martial technique at his disposal, the speed at which he garnered rewards would undoubtedly accelerate. He chose to learn it. As Lu Ding's voice faded, a torrent of information surged into his mind like crashing waves that a moment of excruciating pain was swiftly followed by a profound sense of understanding. As the essence of the Spirit Light Sword Art became deeply rooted in his consciousness, as if he had practiced it since childhood. With a flash of brilliance, he could sever heads with ease. The Spirit Light Sword Art emphasized elegance akin to a startled swan. Having mastered this martial technique, Lu Ding's strength surged dramatically, rendering his former self almost unrecognizable. After the feast, Lu Ding retreated to his designated tent, a makeshift structure hastily erected by the Firehead Army. Such was the nature of this world. When he was weak and of lowly status, even passing dogs would relieve themselves upon him. Yet, once he exhibited sufficient strength and gained status, those who had previously bullied him now displayed obsequiousness, eager to curry favor. During his tenure as a corpse-bearer, he had come to deeply understand this truth. Within the tent, Lu Ding unwrapped several packages gifted by the military commander. Among them was the Spirit Spring Sword he had previously seized from Zhao Lei. When Li Wuyo departed, he had taken Zhao Lei's corpse along with the Spirit Spring Sword, which was now returned by the military commander. Additionally, he discovered a pristine suit of armor and a short dagger. The dagger gleamed with a chilling radiance, sharp enough to slice hair. After sheathing the dagger at his calf and donning the armor and sword, Lu Ding ventured back to the battlefield under the cover of night to continue his grim task of transporting corpses. The other corpse-bearers, exhausted from the day's toil, were fast asleep, dead-eyed in the darkness. Lu Ding toiled alone, akin to a diligent farmer, moving the bodies. For him, each one represented potential attributes, and he could not afford to squander them. It was not until the deep of night that he returned to his tent to rest. And Lu Ding's attributes once again soared, reaching the 7th tier of innate strength. Host, Lu Ding age, 18 years realm. Innate 7th tier physique, 897 strength, 1235 spirit, 987 speed, 648 martial technique. Spirit Light Sword Art Chapter 11, Trap. Reinforcements the next day. The army of Dali began their routine at the 3rd watch, boiling pots at the 4th watch, and breaking camp at the 5th watch. General Xue Ting of Anan personally led an elite force, charging towards the distant camp of the Great Yin Dynasty, located several dozen miles away. In the sky, a flock of black giant eagles circled, ever watchful of the enemy's movements. Simultaneously, 2 additional teams stealthily departed from the camp. Flanking the mountains on either side, Da'es Xue Ting neared the enemy camp. He noted with unease that the camp remained eerily still, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. Only a handful of guards manned the watchtowers, and those soldiers had already succumbed to slumber. Just then, wisps of smoke began to rise from within the camp as the falcon trainers approached Xue Ting, whispering, "General, the enemy is cooking," with a cold smile. Xue Ting waved his hand dismissively. With such lax defenses, there must be a trap. Order the rear guard to advance to the front and retreat. At his command, the troops of Anan sprang into action, the rear guards swiftly repositioning. However, at that moment, the fearsome roar of tigers echoed from the surrounding forests. The soldiers of Anan felt as though the earth trembled beneath them as massive crimson tigers, bearing innate warriors upon their backs, charged down from above. From a distance, a mocking voice thundered, as expected of Shui Ting. Truly astute. But now, it's too late to retreat. Form ranks, cried the commanders of Anan. Yet before the imposing tiger army, their outer lines appeared feeble. The tigers were an elite force, meticulously trained by Zhao Wanshan, with each beast possessing innate strength, a terrifying power augmented by the innate warriors coordinating with them. Achieving a synergistic effect of 1-1-2, ordinary warhorses seemed as helpless as sheep before the tigers. The tiger army, with a momentum akin to a tidal wave, swiftly tore through the defenses of Anan, resulting in catastrophic losses for the Dali forces. Amidst the chaos, the battlefield was shrouded in smoke, countless corpses strewn across the ground. The Anan army, led by Shui Ting, gradually contracted their lines, besieged and devoured by the forces of the great Yan dynasty. Shui Ting, I had long anticipated that after you joined forces with Zheng Yuanfang, you would attempt to ambush my camp. Prepare to meet your demise. Zhao Wanshan laughed heartily, abruptly waving his hand. Dozens of practitioners in dark robes beside him began to weave intricate gestures. A multitude of blue water serpents materialized, infiltrating the ranks of the Anan army. These serpents, seemingly sentient, deftly evaded the soldiers' attacks, biting at their ankles and knees. With a single strike, they could shatter the knee joints of the soldiers, leading to anguished cries that echoed like thunder. Zhao Wanshan, in just one night, you have managed to summon practitioners from the Xian Shui sect. Shui Ting's gaze sharpened, wielding his fiery blade to slice through the serpents, turning dozens into vapor. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the countless serpents that had invaded the army. Shui Ting's prowess was formidable, yet he could not eradicate the serpents without sacrificing his own men. How else could he contend with you and Zheng Yuanfang's alliance? Zhao Wanshan chuckled, having paid a considerable price to enlist the aid of these Xian Shui sect practitioners that are in a world rife with sects. The powerful ones stood proudly, often wielding influence surpassing that of dynasties. Even a humble sect like Xian Shui boasted true masters overseeing their ranks, unlike the battlefield slaughter techniques mastered by Zhao Wanshan. The sect practitioners possessed many arcane and unpredictable abilities. The earlier attack of the water serpents was utterly unanticipated. These practitioners in dark robes were merely equivalent to innate warriors, yet if true masters were to intervene, they could easily annihilate an entire army with a mere gesture. Amidst the Anan forces, the commanders and thousands of soldiers scrambled in chaos, managing to slay most of the water serpents. Shui Ting, his eyes ablaze with fury, soared into the air, brandishing his fiery blade towards the dark-robed practitioners behind Zhao Wanshan. The roaring flames surged forth, accompanied by the blade's radiant light. The dark-robed practitioners paled, for in the presence of this Grand Master, they felt as insignificant as insects. Yet, Zhao Wanshan coldly retorted, Shui Ting, your opponent is me. With a towering physique, he rose from the ground, colliding with Shui Ting in a flash. The clash of blades sent sparks flying like a torrential downpour. The two Grand Masters ascended hundreds of meters into the air, the shockwaves of their battle barely sparing the soldiers below from harm. Among the foremost of the dark-robed practitioners, a young man with an icy gaze fixed upon the army of the great Dali commanded. Form ranks. Dozens of dark-robed practitioners spread out, their hand gestures subtly interlinking. The slain blue water serpents began to coalesce once more, instilling dread in the ranks of the great Dali soldiers. These serpents, with their elusive movements and formidable strength, rendered ordinary soldiers utterly defenseless. A moment's inattention could lead to death by their venomous bites. The most despairing aspect was that these serpents could resurrect even after death. How could they possibly fight against such odds? Yet instead of launching an attack, the serpents began to slither away from the scene. Just as the soldiers were bewildered, the serpents intertwined and spiraled, coalescing into a massive, sinister python. This python, measuring dozens of zhang in length, exuded an indescribable aura of oppression. With a thunderous roar, the python lashed out with its tail, sending over 30 soldiers flying. Their ribs shattered, they collapsed in a pool of blood, unable to rise again. Originally, the Anan army had managed to hold their ground under the leadership of their commanders against the onslaught of the Tiger army. However, the arrival of the python tore open a gap in their defenses. Some commanders sought to subdue the python in unison, Yet the commanders of the Great Yin dynasty were no mere pushovers. The two armies locked in a stalemate. The python rampaged through the battlefield, leaving devastation in its wake. Wherever it passed, destruction followed. Even when commanders of the master level attempted to suppress the python, it shrugged off their assaults, focusing solely on slaughtering the lower-ranked soldiers. If this continued, the Dali forces would surely suffer grievous losses. Despite the dire situation, the 10,000 soldiers of Anan remained resolute, vowing to resist to the death, for they awaited reinforcements. As the defenses of Annam gradually receded, a general from the Great Yin dynasty seized the opportunity to ascend into the air, channeling his internal energy to project his voice across the battlefield. Warriors, let us annihilate the enemy forces of Annam in this battle. Should we emerge victorious, our border shall expand by several hundred miles, and the court will bestow upon us abundant resources for our cultivation. The soldiers of the Great Yin dynasty, numbering in the tens of thousands, united as one, resolutely advancing forward. Yet at that very moment, a thunderous cacophony of battle cries erupted from the rear flank of the Great Yin forces. Turning to investigate, the soldiers were horrified to discover that an army had stealthily infiltrated their rear. Banners waved, obscuring the sky, as thousands of cavalry surged towards them like a dark tide. The ground trembled under the synchronized march of these cavalrymen, whose overwhelming charge alone was enough to sap the will to fight from their opponents before they even drew near. The Great Yin army, which had previously held the advantage, was suddenly thrown into disarray, triggering a stampede among the ranks that on level ground, unless the infantry formed their ranks in advance, bolstered by barricades and various traps. They faced but one inevitable outcome when confronted by fully armored cavalry: total annihilation. Before the outermost troops of the Great Yin could mount a timely defense, Zheng Yuanfang, leading a vanguard of several dozen thousand generals, cut through the defenses of the Great Yin dynasty with the ease of a sharpened blade, sending countless bodies flying as they were trampled by the warhorses, their fates uncertain, in stark contrast to the clashes on the Annam side. The Tiger Might army, under Zheng Yuanfang's command, fought with a ferocity born of profound hatred. Having suffered a devastating defeat the previous day, with over 40,000 casualties, they longed for revenge against the Great Yin dynasty. Their comrades' bodies left scattered upon the battlefield. The fury within them compelled them to seek vengeance with relentless ferocity. As the rear flank of the Great Yin army was breached, chaos ensued, leaving the soldiers defenseless. Chapter 12. The Battle Between Heaven and Earth. Zhao Wanshan. Do you see who approaches? After shattering the Great Yan's formation, Zheng Yuanfang signaled for his troops to continue their assault as he soared into the air, landing amidst the battleground of Shueting and Zhao Wanshan. After delivering a thunderous strike, Zhao Wanshan distanced himself, drawing his sword to clash with Zheng Yuanfang's staff. The two were propelled backward in a stalemate, their forms suspended in midair, encircled by a dense yellow vortex. Zhao Wanshan squinted, warily observing Zheng Yuanfang from afar. His audacity to confront two opponents suggested he possessed formidable backing, yet caution was paramount to avoid defeat. At that moment, a corpse materialized in Zheng Yuanfang's grasp. Upon recognizing the face of the lifeless body, Zhao Wanshan's pupils dilated in horror. His anguished cry reverberated across the battlefield for miles. The yellow vortex surrounding him solidified, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. In the next instant, fueled by a surge of emotion, Zheng Yuanfang shot forth like an arrow, while the ground where he had stood erupted into solid rock. Exploding violently, countless shards rained down, claiming the lives of hundreds of soldiers below. Shueting, living up to Zheng Yuanfang's expectations, seized the opportunity. As Zhao Wanshan's concentration faltered, he gripped his sword tightly and unleashed a devastating strike. The blade transformed into a fiery arc, stretching for dozens of meters, engulfed in searing flames that scorched the heavens and earth. The flames emitted blossoms of fire, breathtakingly beautiful, yet imbued with lethal threat. Zhao Wanshan, caught off guard, was struck on the back, the sound of the blow echoing like thunder. A deep gash marred his flesh, searing pain coursing through him as he was flung hundreds of meters away. Yet, in that dire moment, possessing the will to fight to the death, Zhao Wanshan crossed his arms, summoning a colossal boulder over 50 meters in diameter to crash down upon Shueting. Shueting, taken aback by the unexpected assault, hastily drew his sword to counter. unleashing a torrent of flames that clashed violently with the descending rock. The collision sent debris cascading through the air like a torrential downpour. Xue Ting spat blood, his body plummeting from the sky, nearly crashing into the ground, but a sweet taste welled in his throat, which he forcefully swallowed back down. Zheng Yuanfang did not come to Xue Ting's aid, but instead pursued Zhao Wanshan, who was fleeing dead on the ground, a pair of eyes fixated intently on the clash between the three warriors. Only when the outcome became apparent did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze. That it was said that both General Xue Ting and General Zheng were grandmasters, their power evident in their fierce confrontation. What, then, could be said of those who surpassed the grandmaster rank? Lu Ding murmured to himself, his gaze unwavering, but he was confident that it would not be long before his strength matched, or even surpassed, that of the two generals. After retracting his gaze, Lu Ding wielded his Lingquan sword, effortlessly severing the head of a nearby soldier of the Great Yin dynasty. Beside Lu Ding, 37 corpse-bearers, clad in ill-fitting armor and wielding blades, fought valiantly against the surrounding foes. Their hot blood surged within them. Who among the valiant men would wish to hide in the rear as a subordinate? Bearing the corpses of their fallen comrades, to fight and die on the battlefield was the destiny of a soldier. As the strongest among them aside from Lu Ding, Zhou Quan remained vigilant of his surroundings. Should any of his brethren face mortal danger, he would spring into action. The ordinary commanders posed no threat to Zhou Quan, as long as the 100 generals did not divert their attention to confront them. He could handle the situation with ease. With each enemy slain by his soldiers, a system notification chimed. Host gains 1 strength, 1 spiritual power. Lu Ding's eyes brightened with surprise that he had not anticipated such an intelligent system, wherein even the deaths of his soldiers could yield rewards. It seemed prudent to quickly gather a cadre of followers for potential betrayal. Lu Ding held no concern. With absolute might, those under his command would scarcely dare to defy him. At that moment, the urgent sound of galloping hooves pierced the enemy general, donned in the armor of 100 generals, brandished a massive blade, and charged towards Zhou Quan and his comrades. Bellowing, "For daring to slay my nephew, you shall pay with your life." Many of the soldiers at the front were often related by blood. That it was common for a general to recruit their own kin for easier oversight. Thus, it was likely that any soldier they had slain was a relative of this 100 general. That a palpable aura of malevolence enveloped Zhou Quan, causing his heart to race as his steed whinnied, eager to flee. The 100 general's prowess was at least at the mid-level of innate mastery. Though Zhou Quan had also attained innate mastery, he was still outmatched compared to one who had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Yet, recalling Lu Ding's trust in him, having entrusted him with the gathering qi pills and his comrades, Zhou Quan felt a surge of fervor. In the face of life and death, he would not yield. Without hesitation, he charged forward on his steed. The 100 general, surprised by the audacity of the middle-aged commander, saw a flicker of disdain in his murderous gaze. He swung his blade toward Zhou Quan's neck with the momentum of his mount. The strike imbued with ferocity, that if that blow connected solidly, even with iron armor, Zhou Quan would meet a grim fate. Zhou Quan inhaled deeply, tightening the reins as he approached. The horse let out a piercing neigh. Rearing up on its hind legs, the 100 general's strike missed its mark, and he looked up in terror, unprepared for the combat experience displayed by the seemingly ordinary commander. However, he would have no chance to recover. In battle, even the slightest oversight could lead to defeat. The horse descended. Zhou Quan's blade descended with inexorable force. The sound of the blade slicing through flesh echoed, and the general's head was severed cleanly from his body. After the kill, Zhou Quan gasped for breath, his heart racing in the aftermath. His desperate gamble had been a fight to the death. To mount the horse meant he had no room to alter his tactics. Had the enemy reacted promptly and dismounted, he would have been the one to perish in that instant. As Zhou Quan felled the enemy, Lu Ding once again received a system notification. "Congratulations, host. Your subordinate has slain an enemy general. Host gains 20 strength, 20 spiritual power." While it was not as substantial as the rewards for slaying a 100 general himself, it was a pleasant surprise for Lu Ding. Yet at that moment, Zhou Quan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing a malevolent wind at his back. Instinctively, he turned to see another enemy 100 general charging towards him with ferocity. With the distance closed, he had no time to escape on horseback. That a flash of ruthless determination crossed Zhou Quan's mind as he drew his blade. preparing to exchange blows with the approaching enemy. Just then, a blinding glint of cold steel flashed beside him. Zhou Quan instinctively squinted, and upon reopening his eyes, he saw the enemy's horse galloping away in terror. Moments later, the rider tumbled from the saddle, a headless corpse falling to the ground. Zhou Quan's heart raced. Such speed! This level of swordsmanship could only be exhibited by a master who had dedicated over a decade to the art. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and slay more enemies to achieve glory. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, prompting Zhou Quan to turn and discover it was Lu Ding. He instinctively swallowed. Incredulity etched on his face as he inquired, "By Jiang, that sword just now?" Lu Ding did not turn his head, his blade slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, severing the head of another Shirchong. "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing at all." Even a fool could discern that this strike was executed by the same hand that had earlier slain Bai Jiang. Yet, if his memory served him correctly, Lu Ding's swordplay in dispatching Zhao Lei, the Qian Jiang, just yesterday, did not possess such finesse. How could such a transformation occur overnight? Could it be that Lu Ding experienced a sudden epiphany last night? This thought made Zhou Quan gasp in astonishment. Is this the essence of genius? Who exactly is Lu Ding, that such extraordinary talent has found itself relegated to the borderlands? They, the corpse-bearers who had lingered at the frontier for years, were isolated from news, having heard naught of the upheaval at the eastern town prince's residence. Chapter 13. Mastery of Swordplay, killing a Shirchong of the Great Yin Dynasty grants 10 strength. 20 spiritual energy. Killing a Bai Jiang of the Great Yin Dynasty grants 20 speed, 100 spiritual energy. Lu Ding, wielding his incomprehensibly terrifying strength, charged through the ranks of the Great Yin Dynasty's army, as if slicing through vegetables. Even a typical Bai Jiang would find their arms numbed from a single blow. Coupled with his sword, capable of severing hair, Lu Ding's thrust could shatter an enemy's weapon. Even with a heart-protecting mirror, one could not withstand this piercing strike. The host is exceptionally fortunate and may acquire a martial skill from the enemy Bai Jiang. Shall it be taken? Lu Ding's eyes brightened, after dispatching so many foes. He had finally struck gold. Take it. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the martial skill. Basic horsemanship that a sensation akin to enlightenment washed over Lu Ding, as he felt a connection with the warhorse beneath him, able to grasp the steed's intentions. Brothers, slay this rogue. At that moment, a chorus of shouts erupted from all directions. Point 4 Bai Jiang of the Great Yin Dynasty encircled Lu Ding, their intent to subdue him. Lu Ding's terrifying prowess had instilled fear in them. Should he charge alone again, he would likely become a ghost beneath Lu Ding's blade. After a brief discussion, they resolved to capture Lu Ding first before dealing with the others. Lu Ding smiled faintly, undaunted. With each battle, his realm had ascended to the 8th layer of the innate realm. Unless the number of Bai Jiang encircling him reached a transformative threshold, they were merely offering themselves as experience points. Lu Ding took a moment to assess the differences in horsemanship among the four, then spurred his steed forward, galloping towards the weakest of them. This was a skill he had grasped after learning basic horsemanship, allowing him to discern whether the cavalry and their mounts shared a mutual understanding. As Lu Ding charged, the Bai Jiang's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Having witnessed Lu Ding effortlessly slay Bai Jiang, he doubted his ability to withstand for long. Yet seeing his comrades closing in, he growled to rally himself, tightening the reins as he charged at Lu Ding, that if he could hinder Lu Ding's advance, his allies would arrive in time to deliver a devastating blow. In his hand, he wielded a fearsome bone knife, slicing through the air with fierce momentum. However, just as they were about to collide, Lu Ding suddenly shouted, "Duck!" The Bai Jiang froze momentarily, bewildered by Lu Ding's audacity. Did he truly expect an enemy to heed his command? Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he felt his body plummet downward. Lu Ding urged his warhorse forward with a triumphant cry, and the Bai Jiang's mount, eyes reflecting a moment of human-like fear, complied with Lu Ding's command, lowering its head. Lu Ding's Ling Quan's sword flashed coldly, piercing through the Bai Jiang's chest, and a muffled sound echoed as the unsuspecting Bai Jiang's eyes widened in terror, his body impaled by the blade. Once Lu Ding withdrew his sword, the Bai Jiang felt as though all strength had been siphoned from him. Collapsing weakly to the ground, in his final moments, the Bai Jiang cast a reluctant glance at his steed, unable to comprehend why the horse that had fought alongside him had suddenly faltered. The other Bai Jiang, witnessing this scene, exchanged glances filled with shock. How could this man not even control his own horse on the battlefield? But there was no time for lamenting their fallen comrade. For Lu Ding had already turned his horse's head and charged towards them with his sword raised. We three brothers shall confront him together. I refuse to believe he can slay us all single-handedly. The trio exchanged determined glances, abandoning their previous strategy of attacking in turns, and instead surged forward as one that a hint of disdain crossed Lu Ding's lips as he unleashed the Lingguang sword art. The Lingguang sword in his grasp moved as if an extension of his will, seamlessly flowing with his movements. The blade shimmered like a mirage, swift as lightning. Gleams of cold light flickered around them. And as they swung their knives, hammers, and swords, they found themselves unable to muster any strength just as they were about to strike Lu Ding. When they finally regained their senses, they felt an icy grip around their throats. One by one, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Killing a Bai Jiang of the Great Yin Dynasty grants 20 speed, 100 spiritual energy. Killing a Bai Jiang of the Great Yin Dynasty grants 20 strength, 100 spiritual energy. Killing a Bai Jiang of the Great Yin Dynasty grants 10 days of lifespan, 100 spiritual energy. The host may acquire a martial skill from the Bai Jiang. Shall it be taken? Lu Ding's gaze fell upon the sword-wielding Bai Jiang, and he nodded in acceptance. Congratulations, host, you have learned basic swordplay. Since you have already learned basic swordplay, it automatically converts to swordplay proficiency. Current proficiency, initial understanding. To think it could translate into swordplay proficiency, Lu Ding felt a tinge of surprise. Although his previous incarnation was frail, he possessed a certain understanding of the cultivation knowledge within this world. Beyond traditional cultivation, some exceptionally gifted cultivators mastered sword intent, knife intent, and other insights that enhanced their lethality based on the weapons they wielded. Though his current proficiency in initial understanding was still far from mastering sword intent, it at least indicated he was on the right path. Those who could comprehend sword intent in the true law realm were already considered prodigies, sought after by powerful sword cultivation sects. It seemed he might well break this record. Overjoyed, Lu Ding continued to relentlessly slay the enemies surrounding him. This battle, initiated by Zheng Yuanfang leading the Tiger Might army into the fray from behind enemy lines, had already determined the outcome to AT that moment. A deafening sound tore through the heavens as a shadow hurtled from the sky at astonishing speed. Boom! The shadow struck the ground, creating a massive crater, cracks spiderwebbing outward. Within a radius of several dozen meters, all soldiers of the Great Yin Dynasty were reduced to bloody mist under the fearsome shockwave. Zhao Wanshan is dead. Zheng Yuanfang's voice echoed like thunder across the battlefield. The remaining soldiers of the Great Yin Dynasty, still resisting, were filled with fear. Those closest, trembling, approached to confirm the corpse of Zhao Wanshan, collapsing in shock, lost and dazed. Run. With the general dead, how can we possibly stand against the Dali army? The soldiers of the Great Yin Dynasty shouted, scattering like leaves in a storm. Witnessing this, a Wanjiang bellowed, "This is the enemy's scheme. Anyone who dares to flee shall be executed without mercy." Yet even as this Wanjiang personally executed several fleeing soldiers, he could not stem the tide of chaos. With the general slain, what meaning remained in stubbornly resisting? Better to escape while one could. However, the Tiger Might army had already sealed off both escape routes, leaving no chance for flight. Zhao Wanshan is dead. Those willing to lay down their arms and surrender shall be spared. Zheng Yuanfang's voice rang out once more. The soldiers exchanged glances, sighing in resignation as they reluctantly laid down their weapons. Perhaps they had families still within the dynasty, but under the circumstances of their commander's death, no major dynasty would force their soldiers to die in battle. Otherwise, they would become targets for all, and none would wish to remain in such a heartless place. Next came the logistical troops to clear the battlefield. This conflict had claimed tens of thousands of lives, with corpses piled high and rivers of blood flowing. Moreover, the battlefield from the previous day remained uncleaned. These corpse bearers were destined to toil for an eternity before completing their grim task. Lu Ding volunteered to assist the corpse bearers, leading 37 soldiers under his command to help clear the battlefield. Qianjiang Wei Jie chuckled and scolded him. "You lad truly cannot forget your old trade." Lu Ding's unit had been a temporary addition to his 1,000-man camp, but he was well aware of Lu Ding's background before achieving merit. However, he had also noticed Lu Ding's remarkable performance in the recent battle. Though the strength of the corpse bearers was weak, they exhibited a fearless tenacity when fighting SA commander. There was nothing more satisfying than having subordinates willing to lay down their lives. He made no effort to dissuade Lu Ding, waving him off with a nod to do as he pleased. Chapter 14. The disparity in treatment. This battle was devastatingly brutal. Had it not been for General Zheng slaying Zhao Wanshan, who knows how many would have perished? Zhou Quan and his fellow soldiers gazed solemnly at the endless expanse of corpses, reflecting on the gravity of the conflict. This battle marked a fierce contest between the Great Li dynasty and the Great Yin dynasty for territorial dominance, with both sides committing over 200,000 troops. In the aftermath, the tally revealed that, coupled with previous skirmishes, the death toll exceeded 100,000. Such is the grim reality of the world's underbelly, where human lives hold less value than that of dogs on the battlefield. Yet for the common folk, this serves as the swiftest path to embark on a journey of cultivation. Their talents may not suffice to attract the attention of prestigious sects, leaving them with no choice but to carve out their own paths, seeking prominence along the border to secure resources for their training. Otherwise, who would believe in the extraordinary potential of a mere postnatal warrior and willingly bestow upon them the resources for cultivation? All resources must be earned through blood and sweat. Let us get to work. Assign 30 brothers to deliver the finishing blows. The rest shall carry the bodies and bring the prepared ox carts to me. Once today's labor concludes, each person may collect a qi gathering pill from Uncle Zhou. Lu Ding's commanding voice resonated through the air, reaching the ears of all the corpse bearers within a radius of several hundred meters. The soldiers, initially filled with discontent at the prospect of further corpse removal, felt their grievances dissipate in an instant. Every 100 generals were willing to bestow qi gathering pills as rewards. What was the harm in carrying a few bodies? At this proclamation, the other corpse bearers looked enviously at He Fong and his comrades, who were now invigorated with purpose. They quickly turned to the officer in eagle garb, who, with little patience, lashed out at the corpse bearers, leaving them bloodied and bruised. Why aren't you getting to work? I don't have that many qi gathering pills to waste on you. If you have the gall, go ask the 100 generals for them yourself. The wounded corpse bearer cried out in pain, his eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred. The other onlookers shuddered, lowering their heads to resume their tasks, too fearful to utter a word. The fear of comparison loomed large. If everyone received the same treatment, it would be one thing. However, witnessing their peers ascend to the ranks of esteemed warriors, even earning rewards for merely transporting corpses, created a stark contrast. Seizing an opportunity, while the eagle garb officer took a breather, one corpse bearer approached a familiar friend. Old Chun, does your 100 generals still need warriors? Chun Jiqiao, upon seeing his friend's injuries, felt a pang of compassion but knew he lacked the authority to speak on Lu Ding's behalf. Gritting his teeth, he quietly urged his friend to follow him to Zhou Quan. After a brief explanation of the situation, Zhou Quan gestured for the corpse bearer to wait a moment and took Chun Jiqiao aside. Little Chun, you must understand the circumstances. The 100 general has taken you out of the corpse bearer camp out of fondness for your past camaraderie, not obligation. If you pull one out, others will do the same. And there is no way the 100 general can accommodate so many. Chun Jiqiao clenched his fists, hesitating for a long moment before exhaling deeply. Uncle Zhou, could you please intercede with the 100 general? Tell him I'm willing to forfeit today's qi gathering pill in exchange for a spot for a brother in the camp, that you're being foolish. Zhou Quan rebuked sternly, his expression grave. That qi gathering pill is a reward from the 100 general. How dare you trade it for a warrior-esque slot? You have quite the audacity. If it were any other 100 general, merely hearing your request would likely cost you half your life. Accepting an unfamiliar corpse bearer into the camp, I say just a matter of pride. It wastes rations and a precious slot. If someone untested causes trouble on the battlefield, who will take responsibility? I understand, Chun Jiqiao said, his face heavy with despair as he turned to leave. Yet upon seeing the hopeful expression on his friend's face, his heart twisted painfully. Bai Fan, wait a moment longer, I'll speak with Uncle Zhou and the 100 general. I'm certain it will work out. Chun Jiqiao, unwilling to reveal the harsh truth, spoke delicately. Bai Fan, already suspecting the reality, was about to suggest giving up when he saw Chun Jiqiao dash off that eye in the distance. Lu Ding was preparing to depart in his ox cart when he spotted Chen Jiqiao running towards him. Breathless, "Please wait, 100 General." Lu Ding set down his whip, smiling lightly. "What is it?" Chen Jiqiao dropped to his knees with a thud. "100 General, I killed a tyrant in Hudong town, which led to my being sent here as a corpse bearer. Bai Fan was my comrade in that endeavor. He admires your valor and wishes to join you. Uncle Zhou said he couldn't make the decision, so I took the liberty of approaching you." Lu Ding nodded, fully aware that the situation was more complex than Chen Jiqiao had conveyed. His generosity stemmed not only from goodwill, but also from the stark contrast in treatment. The corpse bearers in other camps faced brutal whippings. While in his camp, they need not fear such punishment. They were well fed and clothed, and could even receive training resources. Such favorable conditions were rare indeed. "Very well, I agree," Lu Ding declared. Chen Jiqiao was momentarily taken aback. He had approached with a tentative attitude, never expecting Lu Ding to acquiesce so readily. "What are you still doing there?" Lu Ding chuckled. "Have Uncle Zhou request the person. However, I must make it clear. If your brother encounters any trouble, you'll be held accountable. Rest assured, 100 General, I'll ensure nothing goes awry," Chen Jiqiao promised, fervently bowing to Lu Ding before making his exit with light steps. Watching Chen Jiqiao as retreating figure, Lu Ding shook his head with a smile. Through their recent interactions, he had gained some insight into Chen Jiqiao and his companions. Their character was undoubtedly sound. Moreover, his willingness to distribute qi-gathering pills to the corpse bearers was not solely for their empowerment, but also as a means to attract other warriors. The more individuals he had, the swifter the pace of corpse removal and enemy extermination, which in turn would facilitate his own rise in strength. As for the combat prowess of the warriors, it mattered little to him. With a flick of his gaze, Lu Ding directed the ox cart towards the designated burial pit. Meanwhile, the Eagle Garb officer lacked the audacity to confront Lu Ding, allowing Zhou Quan to easily secure Bai Fan's release. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou," Bai Fan said, his eyes glistening with gratitude, only to be gently lifted by Zhou Quan. "There's no need for thanks that if you truly wish to express your gratitude. Serve the 100 General diligently." Bai Fan nodded earnestly, committing those words to memory. The kindness that pulled him from the depths of despair would be forever etched in his heart. By the time Lu Ding arrived near the makeshift burial pit, the logistics unit had yet to complete the excavation. "100 General, how could we trouble you to personally transport the bodies?" "Leave it to us," the logistics officer, startled by Lu Ding's armored presence, hastily approached to take the ox cart from him. "No need, I'm accustomed to this sort of work," Lu Ding waved dismissively, chuckling. The sounds of notifications such as Speed 1, Strength 1, and Physique 2 resonated like heavenly music in his ears, making the task of transporting corpses feel effortless. Seeing Lu Ding's resolute attitude, the officer had no choice but to urge his men to hastily dig a small pit for Lu Ding to deposit the bodies in it. It would be quite inappropriate to keep a distinguished 100 General waiting idly. Chapter 15. Profound Grade Weapon. Gale Bao in the ensuing hours, Lu Ding awaited the steady procession of corpse bearers, each cart bringing more bodies for him to cast into the pit, allowing his strength to burgeon continuously. The rapid growth in his power and realm made the task of discarding corpses feel like a mere trifle. To facilitate the process, Lu Ding instructed the other corpse bearers to hand over their loads to him as well. Naturally, they dared not defy Lu Ding's orders, surrendering the bodies before departing with their now empty carts. Observing from a distance, the logistics soldiers gathered to discuss among themselves. This Lu Baijiang is truly unlike the others. Other generals would rather keep their distance from these corpse bearers to avoid getting their clothes soiled, yet Lu Baijiang seems to revel in the task. You wouldn't understand. These corpses are a blessing for Lu Baijiang. What do you mean? An older logistics soldier ensured no one was within earshot before lowering his voice. That ITS said that Lu Baijiang discovered 1,000 general from the Great Yin dynasty among the corpses yesterday and slew him, which earned him the title of 100 General. Goodness, such fortune. Fortune, the frailest camel is still larger than a horse. If you were to encounter 1,000 general, even one on the brink of death, it would be no different than squashing an ant. You make a valid point. It's best if such a fate doesn't befall me, that I'm merely here to serve and earn some resources for cultivation. There's no need to gamble with my life. Even if an opportunity arises, one must be capable of seizing it. Lu Ding remained unaware of the stir his corpse handling had caused among the logistics unit. Yet, even if he were aware, it would matter little for him. The growth of his strength outweighed any trivial gossip. Innate 8th layer, innate 9th layer, innate perfection. By the time night fell, Lu Ding was but a step away from the realm of the Grandmaster. In addition, he has also acquired a rudimentary mastery of knife techniques. However, Lu Ding's true passion lies with swordsmanship, regarding the knife skills merely as an ancillary asset that as dusk settled. Lu Ding called out to the warriors, beckoning them to the camp for a meal. This time, they would undoubtedly be spared any bothersome trouble from the hot-headed soldiers that in fact, to avoid provoking Lu Ding, these fiery soldiers had generously prepared double portions of rations for them. That evening, the camp of the Deli dynasty was filled with clinking goblets and merry revelry as soldiers butchered pigs and sheep, indulging in a boisterous feast, the newly joined by Fan. Clad in ill-fitting armor, savored the sumptuous meat, tears streaming down his face, as he realized he could no longer recall when he last enjoyed such a hearty meal. During the banquet, Lu Ding, adhering to prior agreements, distributed a chi gathering pill to each of his warriors. Even Bai Fan received one. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Bai Fan vowed to repay Lu Ding's kindness. The warriors, one by one, approached Lu Ding to toast. Expressing their heartfelt thanks, Lu Ding, for once, relished the feeling of being the center of attention, drinking merrily alongside them. Yet his thoughts remained fixated on the corpse of Zhao Wanshan, that he wondered where General Zheng had taken Zhao Wanshan's body. If he could merely touch it, he might instantly break through to the Grandmaster realm. Have you all had your fill? If so, let's get back to work. After the feast, Lu Ding waved his hand decisively. The warriors bore no resentment. Encountering a leader like Lu Ding, who generously dispensed resources, meant that as long as they were willing to work hard, they would never suffer loss in the distance. The body carriers watched as these warriors approached menacingly to claim the corpses. Utterly bewildered, why are these warriors not adhering to the usual protocol? The leader of the body carriers cautiously stepped forward, hunched over, and addressed Lu Ding. Might I inquire, sir, what brings you here? My brothers and I are here to inspect the battlefield for any feigned deaths among the enemy generals. Since we are also body carriers by trade, allow us to handle the corpses. You can go have your meal. Upon hearing this, the body carriers breathed a sigh of relief, albeit with a hint of bitterness. Lu Ding understood what he meant and reassured him. Rest assured, those hot-headed soldiers lack the courage to trouble you. Just proceed without concern. If anyone obstructs your meal, simply mention my name. Although the body carriers remained skeptical, they dared not rebut and chose to depart. Lu Ding then reminded everyone of the rules. Before carrying the bodies, they must ensure to deliver a finishing blow to prevent any feigned deaths from posing a danger. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison. Previously, they were only responsible for carrying bodies, while the task of delivering finishing blows was handled by specialized soldiers. Now that they had become warriors, they too had to find ways to avoid casualties. After filling a cart with bodies, Lu Ding once again reminded everyone to prioritize safety before he drove away. Upon reaching the mass grave, Lu Ding discarded the corpses one by one, transporting a soldier's body. 1 strength. 1 chi, transporting a sergeant's body. 3 speed, 10 chi. This time, no feigned deaths among the soldiers of the Yin dynasty were discovered. After an unknown duration of transporting corpses, a system notification rang in Lu Ding's ears. Congratulations. Host, all attributes have exceeded 1,000. Reward, 1 Tier 2 treasure chest. Lu Ding felt a surge of joy. It turned out that attribute growth could yield treasure chests, with the explosive increase in attributes. All aspects of his physical capabilities were enhanced manifold. Unexpectedly, it was his attributes that provided him with this wave of benefits before he reached a new realm. Opening the Tier 2 treasure chest, Lu Ding was delighted to find a mystical weapon, the Gale Bow. What a remarkable weapon! Lu Ding was aware that archery was undoubtedly a lethal skill on the battlefield. However, mastering archery was not something one could achieve overnight. His sole experience with bows was merely a few visits to an archery range before his reincarnation that he hoped to discover rewards related to archery. Slinging the Gale Bow across his back, Lu Ding continued to transport corpses that in his prior self. He would have worried that the Gale Bow might attract too much attention, but now, as a general, seizing weapons on the battlefield was entirely acceptable. In the stillness of the night, only Lu Ding and a handful of body carriers remained active. The majority of the warriors had succumbed to a deep slumber after a day of fierce combat. In the central tent, the military officer of the Yan'an army hurriedly entered, holding a scroll. "General, the battle report and casualty statistics have been compiled." Shui Ting, who was discussing important matters with Zheng Yuanfang, took the scroll from the officer's hand. This Lu Ding has performed remarkably in this battle." Shui Ting was taken aback as he handed the scroll to Zheng Yuanfang. Zheng Yuanfang, too, was momentarily stunned. General Lu Ding personally slayed 17 enemy generals and over 200 enemy soldiers. Throughout the battle, Lu Ding's performance was not the most outstanding, but for a general, this achievement was indeed commendable. Chapter 16, Grandmaster. Wasn't this lad merely at the innate realm? Beside them, Li Wuyo, a general of the same rank, looked curiously at the scroll. Although there might be differences in strength among generals of the same rank, they were generally quite similar. Even among 1,000 generals, most were only at the later stages or perfection of the innate realm. To slay 17 opponents of the same realm in the midst of chaos was an unparalleled feat in this border conflict. At that moment, Shui Ting suddenly said, "Erase Lu Ding's achievements from the report." Zheng Yuanfang and Li Wuyo were taken aback, but quickly understood Shui Ting's intention. If the emperor were to forget about Lu Ding, that would be one thing. However, if the emperor still harbored grievances regarding the Eastern Town Prince incident, witnessing Lu Ding's sudden rise could provoke unwelcome thoughts. Lu Ding is one of our border troops. Even without the emperor's commendation, we can reward him according to the procedures. The three of them understood each other's thoughts clearly and tacitly approved of Shui Ting's decision. The officer was a direct subordinate of Shui Ting and not a spy from the court. So upon Shui Ting's instruction, he naturally complied and withdrew. Late at night, Lu Ding had lost track of how many corpses he had transported. Finally, upon finding a corpse of a 1,000-man commander, he suddenly felt a sound akin to an eggshell cracking within him. He could distinctly sense a warm power emanating from every corner of his body, flowing through his meridians and ultimately converging at his spine. This process was slow, yet unmistakable. After what felt like an eternity, this warm power, as if imbued with life, began to spread from his spine, enveloping his entire being. From his limbs to every inch of his flesh, warmth erupted forth, even surrounded by the cold corpses. Lu Ding felt no chill. When he opened his eyes, a brilliant light erupted forth. Quickly retracting, he felt the surging qi and blood within him. Lu Ding's spirit soared that moment. He had finally attained the Grandmaster realm. Though he may not possess the same mastery over his body as other Grandmasters, the accumulation of his external attributes sufficiently compensated for this shortcoming. Lu Ding gazed at his newly refreshed status panel. Host, Lu Ding age, 18 realm, first layer of Grandmaster. Constitution, 2568 strength, 3879 spirit, 1257 speed, 1354 martial arts. Lingguang sword art. Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Reward, 1 Tier 2 treasure chest. Would you like to open it now? Lu Ding's heart leapt with joy. Indeed, the reward had arrived. Open it. Upon opening the Tier 2 treasure chest, Lu Ding was thrilled to receive a mystical martial art, Moon-Seeking Arrow, as the system notification faded. An ocean of information flooded into Lu Ding's mind, and he instantly grasped this archery technique that a typical archer requires not only exceptional arm strength, but also at least 3 essential conditions: a powerful bow, sharp arrows, and precise shooting technique that if an arrow fails to hit its target, even the most formidable power is meaningless. With the Gale bow now in his possession, the Moon-Seeking Arrow would provide him with the sharp arrows he needed. Following the instructions of the martial art, Lu Ding sat cross-legged beneath the moonlight. The surrounding qi gradually coalesced into particles of energy, slowly shaping into the form of an arrow. This arrow, dark purple in hue, emanated a chilling brilliance that instilled instant frost in the heart of anyone who beheld it. This was the arrow conjured by the Moon-Seeking Arrow, its potency far surpassing that of yellow-grade arrows forged from refined iron. Lu Ding did not rise, but continued to concentrate on forming arrows. Only when fatigue began to creep in did he finally stow away the 18 arrows he had crafted into his quiver, before succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Lu Ding awoke promptly. Though the battle was over, as a soldier of the border army, he must remain vigilant. After breakfast, Lu Ding led his warriors to patrol the battlefield while continuing to transport corpses. However, upon nearing the mass grave, he paused in confusion. Did I misremember? He distinctly recalled that the grave had been filled to nearly two-thirds capacity yesterday, yet now it appeared to hold less than half the bodies. Despite being the last to remain the previous night, even if others were still transporting corpses, the number should have increased, not decreased, unless someone else had feigned death again, as soon as the thought arose. It was promptly dismissed by Lu Ding. Each time he disposed of a corpse, he meticulously noted his gains. Even if he and others misjudged, the system could not possibly err. Lu Ding summoned another captain from the logistics battalion. Lao Zhu, did you commence operations at dawn today? The personnel from the logistics battalion inherently held a lower status than the combat soldiers, so Lao Zhu dared not be negligent in his response. Not yet. The brothers have only just risen and are preparing to start. Lu Ding's gaze was filled with confusion. It truly was perplexing. Could it be that the corpses had sprouted legs and fled? Lu Ding suspected he might have misjudged the situation the previous night. Just then, the supply cart for transporting the bodies arrived, and he chose not to dwell on it further, continuing to discard the corpses into the burial pit. As the morning swiftly passed after lunch, the military commander arrived to summon all commanders of rank Qian and above to the central command tent, including a few captains. Lu Ding was naturally among them. Upon witnessing this scene, all the soldiers were filled with excitement. According to tradition, this was the time for merit and reward discussions. They fought on the battlefield, risking their lives, all for those precious cultivation resources. This was the moment every combat soldier eagerly anticipated. That I in the central command tent, Shui Ting, clad in a white armor adorned with tiger stripes, stood tall before the tent. That I in this battle, the soldiers from each battalion performed admirably. Each battalion will receive an additional 50 reward in cultivation resources, and those battalions with outstanding performance will see their rewards doubled. Following this, the military commander stepped forward to commend the distinguished soldiers. General Zhang Tao, you decimated enemy General He Lei and led the destruction of the Xian Shui sects in Shui Snake Formation. Captain Luo Xian, you felled 3 enemy captains and assisted in dismantling the same formation. All the commanders mentioned beamed with pride, their faces aglow with honor. In the midst of the chaos of battle, to slay an adversary of equal rank was no small feat, Captain Lu Ding. You vanquished 17 captains, 52 squad leaders, and over 200 soldiers. When Lu Ding's name was called, all the commanders were taken aback, even those who had previously received commendations, such as generals and captains, wore expressions of bewilderment. Their ranks far surpassed Lu Ding's. Only a handful had heard of Lu Ding due to the death of the enemy General Zhao Lei, although they were somewhat aware of the case concerning the Wang of East Town. It remained a distant affair to them, and no one had ever linked Lu Ding to the legitimate son of the Wang of East Town. Thus, what the military commander conveyed to them was merely that an ordinary captain had slain 17 formidable foes of equal standing. While these generals and captains could also achieve such feats, it was an entirely different concept. Only in a contest of equals could one truly gauge a warrior's strength. Furthermore, should 17 captains unite, even a typical general might find it exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Curiosity arose among the crowd. Just who was this Captain Lu Ding, capable of slaying 17 formidable adversaries in a single battle? Chapter 17, Battle of the Generals. Soldier Zhou Quan, you have slain 1 enemy captain and 23 soldiers. Soldier Fang Yu, you have felled 4 enemy squad leaders and 18 soldiers. The above soldiers will receive double the cultivation resources as a reward for their remarkable contributions in this battle. Lu Ding and the other warriors have achieved outstanding merits in this conflict. According to the military merit system of the Great Li Army, Lu Ding is promoted to general and granted 1 noble rank. Zhou Quan to squad leader, and Fang Yu to squad leader. Shortly, a military commander will present new military insignias to the soldiers. Standing before dozens of soldiers, the military commander proclaimed loudly. After his words concluded, everyone bowed in gratitude to AT that moment. An incongruous voice emerged from among the ranks of commanders. General, the border troops differ from other armies. Although Lu Ding has made commendable contributions, his strength may not be sufficient to command respect. A rugged, brawny man clad in crimson armor stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder, directly challenging Lu Ding. Doubting respect is one matter, but should he be intercepted by enemy generals in future battles? It could very well put his life at risk. He did not deny Lu Ding's achievements. His remarks were merely for Lu Ding's safety. "This general appreciates your concern," Lu Ding responded assertively. "However, if one were to retreat out of fear of danger, such a person would likely accomplish little on the path of cultivation. At the very least, I do not consider myself among such individuals." Becoming a general was not merely a change in status. The monthly allocation of cultivation resources was far beyond that of a captain. Although Lu Ding did not rely heavily on cultivation resources like ordinary cultivators, it did not mean he would willingly allow such resources to slip away. The general in crimson armor was about to continue persuading when another voice interjected. "How about this, Lu Ding? You can spar with General Huang Yilong. As long as you demonstrate the ability to contend with a general, I believe no one will question your strength again." Lu Ding and the others turned to see it was the silver-armored General Li Wuyo from the ranks of generals. Lu Ding thought to himself that this man likely also wished to test his own capabilities, considering no one knew the extent of Zhao Lei's strength when he was slain. "All right," Lu Ding replied after a moment's contemplation, eager to ascertain his current standing among his peers. Demonstrating sufficient strength would also help avoid future provocations. This is going to be entertaining. Upon hearing that the two would spar, excitement ignited in the eyes of the generals and captains. The soldiers in the camp were restless. It was a common practice to engage in friendly duels when there were no battles to fight. Soon, the group arrived at the makeshift training ground set up within the military camp. For some reason, news of their duel spread throughout the camp, and by the time they arrived at the training ground, it was surrounded by thousands of onlookers. Xueting and other generals stood atop a high platform, observing the clash between the two. General Li Wuyo approached them with a grin. "Who do you think will emerge victorious?" Xueting crossed his arms, his gaze indifferent. If Huang Yilong fights with all his might, there is no question of the outcome. Huang Yilong was a general under Xueting, renowned as the Tiger General, an elite among generals whose strength had reached the master realm. He could even contend with some of the weaker generals. Conversely, Lu Ding had only just attained the innate realm yesterday, even though he had slain 17 captains of the same rank. He was certainly no match for Huang Yilong. Of course, Huang Yilong would also disdain to bully the weak. Upon hearing Xueting's words, Zheng Yuanfang nodded, clearly in agreement with his assessment. However, if Huang Yilong were to hold back, the outcome may yet remain uncertain. Zheng Yuanfang's gaze fell upon Lu Ding as he ascended the stage. For reasons unknown, Lu Ding's calm demeanor reminded him of Lu Ding's father, the Wang of East Town, Lu Che. Zheng Yuanfang was not among the ranks of the Wang of East Town. He had merely seen Lu Che once during the Dongxing War over a decade ago, when he was still just a captain. Yet, witnessing Lu Che's mountain-moving tactics had left an indelible impression on him. Moreover, Lu Che's battle command, seemingly guided by divine providence, had captivated him deeply. Regrettably, over the years, he had been unable to master even a fraction of his commanding artistry. He pondered whether Lu Ding had inherited his father's talents. As Zheng Yuanfang mused, Lu Ding and Huang Yilong took their positions on the stage. Huang Yilong donned a pair of fearsome gauntlets. Those who dared to wield close combat weapons on the battlefield were invariably fierce individuals. He cracked his knuckles, gazing at Lu Ding. "Fear not, I will restrain my strength to the late innate realm for our duel." However, Lu Ding merely shook his head. "No need. Unleash your full strength to at this." Huang Yilong's eyes narrowed slightly, emanating a chilling aura that a mere captain wishes for me to fight at full strength. "You may strike first. Otherwise, I fear you won't withstand even a single blow." Upon hearing this, Lu Ding nodded slightly, not one to hold back either. Suddenly, he surged forward, his speed nearly tearing through the air. In an instant, he closed the distance to Huang Yilong. Feeling the rush of wind as he approached, Huang Yilong retreated on one foot, his right hand forming a tight fist. Fiery flames swirled around his fist as he charged forward. Delivering a punch, unadorned yet brimming with power, he intended to clash his fist against Lu Ding's Lingquan's sword. As the punch surged towards him, Lu Ding narrowed his eyes, just before the sword and fist met. He deftly adjusted his grip on the sword. The Lingquan sword flicked like a serpent's tail, striking Huang Yilong's fist with a resounding slap, causing his hand to twist awkwardly. Simultaneously, the Lingquan sword lunged towards Huang Yilong's chest like a relentless parasite. Huang Yilong's heart raced. He instinctively withdrew his left hand to shield his chest just in time. The clash of gauntlet and sword erupted with a thunderous sound. Huang Yilong was propelled backward, stumbling 7 or 8 steps before regaining his balance, while Lu Ding only staggered back 2 steps. Huang Yilong shook his left hand, feeling a slight numbness. When he raised his gaze to Lu Ding, it was filled with trepidation that he had underestimated his opponent, that a mere captain possessed such terrifying strength. Upon witnessing this scene, the soldiers who had previously cheered for Huang Yilong fell into a profound silence. Their voices abruptly stifled as if a hand had grasped their throats, their faces reddened and speechless. The formidable General Li Wui wore a contemplative expression. Could it be that this fellow had been concealing his true capabilities all along? Yet why had he now chosen to reveal his strength? Just yesterday, when retrieving Zhao Lei's corpse, he had encountered Lu Ding, whose pronounced aura as a congenital martial artist had been unmistakable. There was no way he could have mistaken it. However, the current prowess of Lu Ding, now on par with Huang Yilong, was certainly beyond what a congenital martial artist could achieve. Xue Ting and Zheng Yuanfang exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. As grandmasters, they could discern Lu Ding's current strength from their elevated vantage point. He was undoubtedly a master. Such a young master, poised to achieve true mastery, was surely a matter of time. The legacy of the King of the East had found its successor. Zheng Yuanfang, an ardent admirer of the King of the East, Lu Che, felt a surge of emotion as he perceived his father's shadow in Lu Ding. Meanwhile, Xue Ting's eyes glimmered with concern. Should Lu Ding mature, the court might very well descend into turmoil. Upon Xue Ting's remark, Zheng Yuanfang's brow furrowed. As a soldier, he hoped for a worthy successor to the King of the East. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Ding, being the son of the King of the East, would inevitably seek vengeance for his father. While seeking retribution was commendable, the resultant devastation of lives was something they wished to avoid. After a lengthy pause, Zheng Yuanfang sighed. Dwelling on such matters was merely an exercise in futility, for when that time came, the battles between the strong would likely spare the common people, unless both parties were adamant about engaging in open conflict, which would typically take place in the heavens to avoid interference. Despite both being generals of the Great Li dynasty, neither harbored intentions to stifle Lu Ding's potential. They cherished talent and hoped for the continuation of such strength in the King of the East lineage. The battle on the arena raged on. Huang Yilong's gaze sharpened. I concede that I underestimated you. From here on, I shall unleash my full power in our duel. Lu Ding, with his Ling Quan's sword held low, smiled broadly, eagerly awaiting the challenge. With a sudden, powerful stride, Huang Yilong charged at Lu Ding like a human tyrannosaurus, surrounded by a raging crimson flame, his aura overwhelming that he unleashed a fist aimed squarely at Lu Ding's chest. The inferno crackling as it ignited the air. Rather than confront the assault head-on, Lu Ding executed a roll to evade, creating distance between them. Boom! Huang Yilong's fist struck the air, causing an explosive rupture. The flames surged forward like serpents, but Huang Yilong's expression shifted as he charged forward, momentum carrying him, only for Lu Ding to roll beneath him, positioning himself at Huang Yilong's feet. Swish! Lu Ding's Ling Quan's sword struck towards Huang Yilong's ankle without hesitation. Should the blow land, even with leg armor, it would likely sever the limb. In a moment of panic, Huang Yilong lifted his foot, narrowly evading Lu Ding's strike, but Lu Ding seized the opportunity to deliver a swift, sweeping kick. A thunderous sound echoed as Huang Yilong lost his balance, grunting as he fell to the ground. Before he could react, Lu Ding's sword was poised menacingly at his throat. Did I apologize, Huang Qianjiang, but I have emerged victorious. Observing Lu Ding's nonchalant demeanor, Huang Yilong, though reluctant, could only sigh in resignation that I have lost. Surrounding the arena, hundreds of soldiers fell silent for a moment before erupting in a thunderous applause. Lu Baijiang, Lu Baijiang. The chorus of cheers was a testament to the soldiers' admiration for Lu Ding. The soldiers stationed at the borders were devoid of ulterior motives. Here, strength reigned supreme. The mightiest fists dictated superiority, and they revered those who possessed power. So simple was it that moment, the military herald. At Zheng Yuanfang's behest, stepped forth to announce the rewards amidst the throngs of soldiers that I end the recent battle against the Great Yin dynasty. Lu Baijiang had displayed extraordinary valor, slaying over a dozen enemy generals, and was thus promoted to Qianjiang as per the military meritocracy of the Great L. IWS. The herald concluded, The soldiers under Lu Ding's command exchanged glances filled with elation, and they immediately began to chant Lu Qianjiang's name. With their enthusiasm leading the charge, waves of cheers erupted around the arena. Amidst the rising tumult, Lu Ding felt a surge of exhilaration and, oh wonder, during his time in confinement before his assignment. His mother had often reminisced about how their days in the military camp were the most carefree moments of their lives. Though the military camp might harbor its share of scoundrels, its atmosphere was undeniably more favorable than elsewhere. Though Huang Yilong faced defeat, he bore no trace of despondency. Upon rising, he extended his hand towards Lu Ding. "I previously underestimated you. My vision was flawed, that I hope you do not take offense." Lu Ding, harboring a favorable impression of the boisterous man, reciprocated the handshake, "Did I understand?" Amidst the cacophony of cheers, other Xinjiang officers, eager for combat, could barely contain their excitement. As Lu Ding and Huang Yilong descended from the stage, they hastily ascended to engage in friendly sparring. Lu Ding, meanwhile, promptly made his way to the logistics camp to collect his training resources. This time, the haul was nothing short of a bountiful harvest for him. Having achieved his first promotion to Qianjiang, he was entitled to 2 pieces of yellow-grade armor, given that he already possessed the Lingquan sword, the Lianfeng Bao, and a piece of yellow-grade inner armor. He opted for a pair of yellow-grade boots and a set of bracers. The boots would enhance his agility, allowing for more fluid offense and defense, while the bracers would safeguard his wrist during combat. In addition to the 2 pieces of yellow-grade equipment, each Xinjiang of the Great Li was also entitled to receive 10 portions of foundational spirit liquid, 100 gathering spirit pills, 1,000 chi gathering pills, and 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones monthly. The gathering spirit pills and chi gathering pills were suited for cultivators below the master level to refine their bodies, while those at the master level could begin to harness spiritual energy, converting external spiritual aura for their own use. The foundational spirit liquid facilitated better absorption of spiritual energy, and the spirit stones contained vast amounts of spiritual essence, serving both as a means for cultivation and as a stable currency for trade within the cultivation community. Of course, there were also the rewards of training resources from this battle, which the soldiers had fought valiantly to secure. However, each post-battle reward for the army required an enormous expenditure of cultivation resources, necessitating the military herald to relay the battle reports back to the court, which would then be meticulously transported by logistics personnel. As resources were still en route, Lu Ding could only wait patiently. The resources he currently possessed were sufficient for an extended period of cultivation. However, absorbing spiritual energy was a time-consuming endeavor for Lu Ding. He instructed Zhou Quan to identify the 10 most outstanding brothers from this battle, rewarding each with a gathering spirit pill and 10 chi gathering pills, although these soldiers would also receive their own rewards post-battle. Lu Ding's generosity left them utterly astonished. Even while transporting corpses, they felt significantly lighter. For the next half-day, Lu Ding tirelessly assisted his comrades in collecting the fallen in the military camp. After Xueting, Zheng Yuanfang, and Li Wui had formulated their subsequent battle strategies, they stepped out of the tent, gazing at Lu Ding and his fellows, who toiled without fatigue, and felt a wave of sentimentality wash over them. Li Wui was filled with confusion. Lu Ding had become a Xinjiang, enjoying a respected status within the camp, so why was he still personally gathering the corpses with the soldiers, the cadavers which most would shun? Lu Ding embraced with fervor, leaving Li Wui, hailing from a prominent family in the capital, perplexed. Even if one bore no aversion to the corpses, the stench was unbearable. Zheng Yuanfang, with a smile, uttered a sentiment that left Li Wui somewhat bewildered. In the eyes of the king of the East, soldiers are brothers. When brothers fall in battle, they deserve a proper burial. In the belief system of the Great Li dynasty, it is held that upon death, one must be interred in the earth to truly conclude their earthly existence, thereby achieving a peaceful repose and securing the opportunity for reincarnation. Should one fail to find solace in the soil, the passage of time may render them as wandering spirits, unable to transcend and be reborn. Although this notion may be regarded as mere folklore, there are still many who take it to heart and treat it with utmost seriousness. Li Wui, born into a prestigious family, finds himself perplexed by this belief and has no desire to comprehend it. To him, the lives and deaths of these lower-ranking soldiers bear little significance. It is a matter of course that the court funds their endeavors while they offer their lives in return. If one is unwilling to sacrifice themselves, there are plenty who will. His particular regard for Lu Ding stems solely from Lu Ding's aptitude and, one might say, his noteworthy lineage. Had the Prince of the East not met with misfortune, Lu Ding would undoubtedly have been among the elite scions of the Great Li dynasty, enjoying a position of privilege from birth. The untimely demise of the Prince of the East did not dishearten Lu Ding. This alone sets him apart from the ordinary, that Li Wui is curious to observe just how far Lu Ding can grow. Unbeknownst to Lu Ding, discussions among Shiweting and others swirl around him while he diligently transports the bodies of the fallen soldiers from both dynasties. Congratulations, host. You have transported 1,000 corpses from the Great Li dynasty. Strength 50, lifespan 10 days, spirit 50, spiritual power 100. Extracted basic swordsmanship from the corpses of 1,000 generals of the Great Li dynasty, which has been automatically converted into swordsmanship experience. Congratulations, host. You have transported 1,000 corpses from the Great Yin dynasty. Strength 50, speed 50, fortune 1, spiritual power 100. Transporting corpses can even enhance one's fortune. Upon hearing the notification from the system, Lu Ding, puzzled, opened his attribute panel, which displayed the effects of fortune. Fortune 1. The higher the fortune value, the greater the probability of the host triggering various opportunities in the world. That it appears that fortune is indeed a valuable asset, albeit currently quantified at a mere point, which is hardly significant. Lu Ding continued with his task, and after an indeterminate amount of time, he finally stumbled upon the corpse of a general from the enemy forces. The golden armor was damaged beyond repair, rendering it suitable only for recycling as forging material. Lacking a storage space, Lu Ding could only watch helplessly as this armor was wasted. Congratulations, host. You have transported the corpse of a 10,000-strong general from the Great Yin dynasty. Lifespan 365 days, strength 100, spirit 100, physique 100, speed 100, spiritual power 1,000. Simultaneously, a radiant light enveloped Lu Ding's form, and his realm ascended once more. Host. Lu Ding age. 18 years realm. Second level of mastery physique. 3588 strength. 5879 spirit. 3457 speed. 2854 martial skill. Lingguang sword technique host has transported the corpse of a 10,000-strong general for the first time and received a second-tier treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Congratulations, host. You have triggered an opportunity to extract one of the martial skills mastered by the 10,000-strong general during their lifetime. Would you like to collect it immediately? Lu Ding's heart surged with joy. The simultaneous activation of his realm and opportunity was indeed a double blessing. He quickly mentally commanded the collection. Congratulations, host. You have extracted the high-level martial skill of the Xian rank, Skyfall Rainstorm. Information about the Skyfall Rainstorm flooded into Lu Ding's mind that he instantly understood that it is a martial skill of archery that encompasses a vast area, capable of unleashing countless water arrows to blanket the battlefield. The greater the strength and realm of the user, the greater the damage and coverage they can achieve. With the Gale Bow and the moon-chasing arrow in hand, Lu Ding found that this martial skill complemented his arsenal perfectly. Now then, Lu Ding rubbed his hands together and silently invoked the opening of the second-tier treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have opened the second-tier treasure chest and obtained a one-time item, Thunderbreak Pearl. Thunderbreak Pearl. Upon use, it summons a cataclysmic thunderstorm over a large area, inflicting devastating thunder damage upon enemies. The higher the user's spirit, the larger the range. The higher the realm, the greater the damage. Enemies slain by the Thunderbreak Pearl will automatically be transcended, providing the host with attribute rewards. This is quite a remarkable item. If wielded wisely, it could prove immensely beneficial that a purple orb materialized in Lu Ding's hand, with a blue lightning bolt flickering within, exuding an aura of terrifying power. Unlike those low-level talismans with fixed potency, this pearl's might would grow alongside the user's strength, alleviating Lu Ding's concerns about its effectiveness diminishing as he grew stronger. A day slipped by swiftly. Following his elevation to mastery, the growth of Lu Ding's strength visibly slowed. After a day of toil, he had managed to transport 2 corpses of 10,000-strong generals, coupled with the diligent efforts of his soldiers. This only elevated him to the 3rd level of mastery. Such a pace, already extraordinary, left Lu Ding feeling somewhat impatient. Should others catch wind of this, they would likely gnash their teeth in envy. Even after nearly clearing the entire battlefield, Lu Ding had only discovered 2 corpses of 10,000-strong generals. However, according to battle reports, it should have been 4 generals from the Great Yin dynasty that had been slain. Could it be that these bodies had sprouted wings and flown away? He did, however, come across the corpse of a disciple from the Xian Shui sect, but it yielded no fortuitous outcomes, aside from his attributes. There were no additional gains. After a day's labor, Lu Ding finished his dinner and returned to his tent to rest. The following morning, the army set forth once more, targeting the border of the Great Yin dynasty. Pingcheng. However, their aim was not to assault Pingcheng, but rather to take control directly. This was also an unwritten rule among the various dynasties. Once one side pushes the border line toward another, the cities near the border would withdraw to the second line of defense. This is due to the limited defensive capabilities of smaller cities. Even when fortified, they could be besieged until they run out of supplies. Unless a top-tier powerhouse is stationed there, generals of Xu Weiding's caliber could easily infiltrate the city unopposed. Thus, Xu Weiding and Zheng Yuanfang led their troops into Pingcheng without encountering any resistance, successfully securing the city. This campaign expanded the border of the Great Li dynasty by over 300 miles, adding 8 cities to their dominion. Upon witnessing the forces of the Great Li dynasty entering their city, the citizens did not resist excessively. Those unwilling to join had already departed with the retreating forces of the Great Yin dynasty in recent days. What remained were those eager to pledge their allegiance to the Great Li dynasty. The absence of warfare over the past few days left Lu Ding feeling somewhat idle. Having relished the swift ascension brought by battle, the monotonous routine of training felt excessively dull to him. Xu Weiding divided his Annam army into 8 battalions, stationed across Pingcheng and the other 7 cities. He would await the arrival of officials from the court before proceeding to the new borderline. Yet, on the 3rd night, following their acquisition of the 8 cities, a scout clad in the transport unit uniform of the Great Li dynasty burst into the governor's mansion of Qinsheng in a state of distress. "General, the supplies have been robbed." The scout was drenched in blood, his body barely intact. Having rushed from afar, it seemed he had expended the last of his strength. As he uttered these words, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Observing the helpless shake of the accompanying medic, Xu Weiding's face darkened, and he smashed the table into splinters with a heavy hand. What audacity! How dare they rob the military supplies of the Great Li dynasty? "General Zheng, I must trouble you to remain within the city for the incoming troops." Unable to contain his seething rage, Xu Weiding prepared to venture out alone in search of the bandits' trail. Bringing along ordinary soldiers would only impede his speed. If the bandits who had stolen their training resources managed to escape, the nearly 100,000 soldiers within the city might rebel. They fought bravely for what? Was it not for these resources? To risk their lives only to come up short. Such a situation would be intolerable for anyone. Resentment would surely brew in their hearts. "General Su, the defense of Qinsheng mainly lies with your Annam army. Allow me to pursue the bandits instead." Zheng Yuanfang quickly interjected, seeking to dissuade Xu Weiding. After all, he had previously suffered a defeat against the enemy forces. The men of the Tiger Might army might be all right, but the soldiers of the Annam army would likely harbor some disdain that no need. "I am well aware of my Annam army. Should anyone dare defy your orders, you may deal with them according to military law." Leaving behind the seal of the Annam general, Xu Weiding transformed into a streak of light, darting out of the city. What do you even mean by Annam general? It would be more fitting to call it the conqueror of the south. Upon witnessing Xue Ting's urgent demeanor, Zheng Yuanfang could not help but shake his head in amusement. Annam, in theory, should be governed by a seasoned and prudent leader to ensure the stability of its populace. It remains a mystery as to who proposed appointing Xue Ting as the general of Annam, given his impetuous nature. Nevertheless, with the soldiers of the Dian dynasty having already retreated, there were not many pressing matters for Zheng Yuanfang to attend to within the city. That night, as the clock struck midnight, aside from the soldiers on their routine patrol, most of the troops had retired for the evening. At that moment, the ground in various alleyways began to tremble ever so slightly. However, due to the late hour, few took notice of this peculiar occurrence. It seemed as though there had been prior communication, for suddenly, the floorboards in numerous rooms were pushed aside, revealing passages leading underground. Following this, a cadre of soldiers clad in the fiery armor of the Dian dynasty emerged from the tunnels. Within one civilian residence, several soldiers, armed with swords and daggers, pressed themselves firmly against the door. Awaiting the approach of the patrolling guards, the duty of patrolling the nearby streets fell to the 1,000-man battalion under Lu Ding's command. However, following recent expansions, his unit had dwindled to just over 90 men. Consequently, the patrol duty was shared between Lu Ding and another captain. "Shu, did you hear anything just now?" Bai Fan's ears perked up slightly, as if he had caught a faint sound. Zhou Quan furrowed his brow. Straining to listen more intently, that it's likely just a family member getting up for water in the middle of the night. Did I ask that so? Bai Fan felt an instinctive wariness, sensing that the sound did not seem to belong to a single individual. During his time serving as a corps soldier at the border, he had often encountered ill-tempered soldiers looking to vent their frustrations on him, which had honed his ability to discern sounds and their origins. As they passed a civilian house, the front door suddenly swung open, that a sharp battle blade gleamed ominously in the moonlight, aimed directly at Zhou Quan's neck the moment the door opened. "Shu, watch out." Bai Fan's face paled, and without hesitation he pulled Zhou Quan aside, drawing his own weapon in the process. A resounding crash echoed as Bai Fan was sent flying by the sheer force of the attack. Colliding against the door of another residence, "Xiao Bai." Zhou Quan's pupils dilated in horror, his heart filled with regret for having ignored Bai Fan's warning and lowered his guard. "Captain, we have enemies," Zhou Quan bellowed, alerting Lu Ding, who was stationed several streets away, before rushing to assist Bai Fan, drawing his sword to shield him. "Shu, run." Bai Fan coughed up blood, pushing Zhou Quan away as another battle blade came slicing toward him from the open house behind. Fortunately, Zhou Quan intercepted the attack, forcing the enemy back a few steps. Zhou Quan's expression turned wary as he beheld the 20 or so soldiers closing in around them. They were clad not in the armor of the Dali, but rather in the garb of the Dian dynasty. You did not retreat. The defeated side in the border skirmishes was expected to withdraw their forces, a tacit agreement among the various dynasties. The Dian dynasty's actions blatantly contravened this unspoken rule. General Finwei has decreed that any Dali soldiers who step into Dian territory shall be slain without mercy. The middle-aged captain adorned in the armor of 100 generals raised his arm, signaling his troops to swarm Zhou Quan, intent on dismembering him on the spot. Simultaneously, thousands of soldiers from the Dian dynasty emerged from various homes and tunnels within the city, launching attacks on the resting camps of the Dali dynasty. The 2,000-man battalions on patrol were struck hard, suffering heavy casualties, with at least 500 men dead or wounded before they could react. Only a few soldiers, like Zhou Quan, managed to roar in defiance, rousing their comrades from their slumber. "The Dian army still occupies the city. Wake up quickly. Send someone to inform the general and prepare for battle." Some soldiers, stirred from their fitful sleep, hurriedly attempted to rouse their companions. Yet many remained groggy, unable to muster the energy to respond. A messenger, having received word, rushed into the Lord's manor, eager to inform Zheng Yuanfang of the impending danger. However, he barely crossed the threshold before his body erupted in a shower of blood. Inside the Lord's manor, Zheng Yuanfang, seated in a position of authority, regarded the man in the dark robe with a grave expression. "Is it true that your Xianshui sect intends to wade into this murky conflict?" The man in the dark robe, holding a feather duster, smiled as he looked at Zheng Yuanfang. "General Zheng, you have slain over 10 of my inner disciples. Yet now you accuse my Xianshui sect of wanting to meddle in this chaos. That I ask that not a case of turning the tables." Zheng Yuanfang narrowed his eyes, his countenance darkening ominously. "That it is your Xianshui sect that has intervened in the border disputes between my Dali dynasty and the Dian dynasty. I have warned you repeatedly, yet your disciples refuse to withdraw. The prominent sects hold a transcendent status. Even if the Xianshui sect lacks the strength of the two great dynasties, whichever dynasty emerges victorious must regularly remit resources from its territories to the Xianshui sect. Thus, it is generally uncommon for sects to involve themselves in dynastic conflicts. That it appears that diverting Shui Ting's attention was indeed the handiwork of the Xianshui sect. Today, no words will alter the fact that my disciples have fallen at the hands of the Dali army." The elder in the dark robe waved his feather duster, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped the Lord's manor, isolating it from the outside world, as long as your entire army is annihilated. The king of Dali will remain oblivious to my Xianshui sect's involvement. With a weapon in hand, Zheng Yuanfang ceased further dialogue. His aura surged dramatically, radiating a chilling intent to kill. That I end that case. I shall slay you today and seek retribution against the Xianshui sect another day. The elder of the Xianshui sect sneered disdainfully. They'll depend on whether you possess the capability. Chapter 21. Chaos of Battle Bang. The jarring sound of clashing weapons reverberated through the air as Zhou Quan shielded by Fan behind him, valiantly engaging 10 soldiers of the Dian dynasty. The other Dian soldiers had already departed, seeking to eliminate those Dali soldiers still lost in slumber. Even so, the 10 soldiers, all of them merely at the postnatal stage, were effortlessly suppressing Zhou Quan that he bore several gruesome wounds and gasped for breath. Had it not been for Zhou Quan donning the yellow-grade armor of 100 generals after his previous exploits, which mitigated his injuries, he might have succumbed to blood loss by now. Yet even so, Zhou Quan's strength waned with the passage of time, that if this continued, death would merely be a matter of time. Overwhelmed by numbers, after fending off 2 soldiers, Zhou Quan was struck in the back by a kick, crashing against the threshold with a pained cry. Among the 10 soldiers, the strongest was merely a postnatal perfectionist. Zhou Quan, originally at the mid-stage of the innate realm, should have been able to dominate these soldiers, or at the very least, not find himself in such a dire predicament. Yet for reasons unknown, he felt depleted of strength during the confrontation, even struggling to hold his ground against the captain. As the Dian soldiers raised their blades to strike Zhou Quan, a similarly wounded by Fan gritted his teeth and lunged forward with all his might. With a resounding crash, he collided with the captain's chest, knocking him to the ground. That don't waste my time, even as death approaches. Enraged by the unexpected assault, the captain kicked by Fan several meters away, likely fracturing several bones in his chest, as he lay on the ground. Howling in agony at that moment, the 2 nearest soldiers raised their blades to strike. Yet in a hair-raising instant, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air from the alley. The Dian soldiers instinctively turned to look. Witnessing a purple figure rapidly approaching, that in the blink of an eye, they lost consciousness that it was a purple arrow, which instantly pierced through 2 soldiers, skewering them like a kebab against the wooden wall of the residence. Seeing this unfold, the captain of the Dian army's expression shifted as he turned towards the alley, where Lu Ding emerged, clad in civilian attire. Upon sighting Lu Ding, the injured Zhou Quan involuntarily exhaled in relief, his body collapsing against the threshold in exhaustion. Kill. The captain of the Dian army raised his arm, dispatching 2 men to eliminate Zhou Quan while he led the charge towards Lu Ding. He did not recognize the man before him, but anyone present in this vicinity was an enemy. However, all he saw were flashes of cold light. Lu Ding moved like a bolt of lightning, closing the distance in an instant. The next moment, the world seemed to spin around him as Lu Ding unleashed 8 strikes, slaying all 8 Dian soldiers. Lu Ding retrieved a recovery pill from his pocket, administering it to both by Fan and Zhou Quan. You both need to return to the camp and report. The Dian army's momentum is fierce. They will not be easily dealt with. Zhou Quan was enveloped by the rich fragrance of the returning Yuan Dan, feeling as though his very soul was rejuvenated. The dark-hued elixir bore a faint pattern, signifying it was a genuine first-tier Dan for innate martial artists. A first-tier Dan could indeed be deemed priceless. The casual possession of such a precious item by Lu Ding was undoubtedly commendable for the brothers who hailed from the ranks of the corpse bearers. Zhou Quan was certain that Lu Ding would not retract this Dan. After consuming it, he swiftly made his way towards the military camp with by Fan. As the elixir settled within him, he felt a warm flow surging from his dantian, rapidly mending his injuries. In the span of merely half a tea's worth of time, his wounds had healed entirely. Aside from a lingering pain, he felt no different from his usual self. Such was the formidable healing efficacy of a first-tier Dan. Particularly for innate martial artists, that moment, countless soldiers from the great Yin army surged into various encampments. There were no cries. Only the sound of blades biting into flesh pervaded the air. Many soldiers within the tents had barely registered the threat before being mercilessly slain in their sleep. These soldiers of the great Yin moved with the precision of trained assassins, executing the unsuspecting warriors of the great Li with utmost stealth. The sudden barrage of arrows and the abrupt surge of lethal intent enveloped the camps in an atmosphere of grim slaughter. In the blink of an eye, thousands of the great Li soldiers had perished. Not good. We're under attack. Quickly. Rise to battle. Panic-stricken voices echoed throughout the military encampments. Yet in the face of a hasty counter, compounded by an overwhelming sense of fatigue that seeped into their very souls, They found themselves powerless to resist in cities such as Qingcheng, Pingcheng, and Yancheng. A total of 8 strongholds erupted into fierce combat almost simultaneously. Each city was guarded by merely a 10,000-strong battalion of the Great Li army, scattered throughout the various sectors, rendering any organized defense futile. The generals fought valiantly to carve a path through the chaos, but they were continually met with resistance from the Great Yin forces. In fact, nearly all of the Great Li generals found themselves at a disadvantage during the fray. What is happening? Why do I feel so weak? One general, having been struck back several paces, gazed in disbelief at his tingling arm. The Great Yin general opposing him sneered, "Don't waste your efforts. All the water sources within these walls have been preemptively laced with the 10 fragrance softening powder. This toxin, prepared by the disciples of the Xian Shui sect, is colorless and odorless, yet it reduces a martial artist's power to a mere 60 or 70%. You are doomed to perish under its effects." Originally, the potency of the 10 fragrance softening powder was even greater. Its effects had been diluted solely for the sake of concealment. Upon hearing this, the expression of the Great Li general darkened instantly. Their strength should have been evenly matched, but with his power diminished. He feared he would soon face defeat. In Qingcheng, dozens of Great Yin warriors cornered He Fong and his comrades in a dead-end alley, with their backs against the wall and having sustained serious injuries. He Fong and his companions found themselves forced into a dire situation. Chen Jitai spat out a mouthful of blood. 2 of their brothers had already fallen to these brutes. I say we fight to the death. Kill 1 to break even. Take down 2 for a profit. Their awareness of the crisis was not as acute as by Fan Esta. When the civilian houses had been breached, 2 of their comrades had been grievously injured. During their retreat, the 2 mortally wounded had succumbed to their injuries. "That we may die, but we must ensure the message gets out," He Fong said, his face pale as he scanned for an escape route. Suddenly, he noticed a small dog hole at the corner of the wall. "Chen Jie, you're small enough to crawl through and deliver the message. We will buy you time." Upon seeing the dog hole pointed out by He Fong, Chen Jie's expression changed dramatically. "I'd rather die here than crawl through that hole. The general has shared all his training resources with us, and now that war has arrived, you only think of saving yourself." He Fong rebuked fiercely, "You can choose how you wish to die, but you must convey our message to the general that we cannot betray his expectations." "Fine, I'll crawl." Chen Jie's countenance shifted repeatedly before he finally crouched down and began to wriggle through the dog hole. Kill. Outside the alley, Great Yin soldiers attacked in groups of 3, brandishing their blades as they surged toward the entrance. "By time for Chen Jie," He Fong roared, leading the charge with his weapon drawn. Having also been affected by the 10 fragrance softening powder, He Fong found himself no match for the Great Yin soldiers in his diminished state. Thus, all he could do was use his body to create an opportunity for Chen Jie to escape. Chen Jitai and the others, equally resolute in their determination to die fighting, followed suit. As the saying goes, a soldier dies for his worthy comrade. Lu Ding, having ascended to the rank of general, did not disdain their past as corpse-bearers, but instead provided them with training resources. Such kindness was enough to compel them to lay down their lives in gratitude. Just then, a calm, light-hearted chuckle resonated from outside the alley. "That if you all perish, who will do my bidding in the future?" Upon hearing these words, He Fong and his companions reacted with joy, while the Great Yin soldiers were taken aback. That He Fong and his fellows were elated, recalling Lu Ding's display of mastery in combat just days prior, confidently anticipating his effortless handling of the situation. Meanwhile, the Great Yin soldiers were struck with dread, realizing that their brethren from the Great Yin army surrounded the entirety of Qingcheng. How could anyone breach their defenses? Before the Great Yin soldiers could react, a flurry of arrows whistled through the air from outside the alley. 3 arrows struck down, impaling the soldiers in formation like skewered fruit. "General," upon recognizing the familiar figure at the alley's entrance, He Fong and the other warriors hurried forward to report the sudden turn of events. "I have encountered Uncle Zhou. I am aware of the situation here," Lu Ding stated, having no additional healing potions at hand. He led He Fong and the others back to the camp. As they exited 2 alleyways, a sudden realization dawned upon them. "Do you feel that we seem to be missing someone?" Chen Jitai scratched his head. "Chen Jie appears to have crawled through the dog hole." The image of Chen Jie's awkward escape made He Fong and the others burst into laughter, oblivious to the dangers still lurking around them. "When we return, that brat will likely be too embarrassed to show his face." As they laughed, The atmosphere was unexpectedly lighthearted. However, suddenly, dozens of Great Yin soldiers charged out from the surrounding alleyways, evidently searching for any surviving warriors from the Great Li army. "Brothers, there are still survivors," the leading general shouted, prompting a swarm of Great Yin soldiers to converge. Among them was a Great Yin general at the forefront. He Fong and his comrades tightened their grips on their weapons, preparing to fight valiantly against the Great Yin soldiers. Yet, they were taken aback as they saw Lu Ding draw a jade-green bow from behind. The soldiers had already surged forward, but Lu Ding had just begun to draw back the bowstring. They had witnessed the lethal power of Lu Ding's arrows before and knew that a single shot could easily penetrate a soldier's body. However, with such overwhelming numbers, relying solely on the general might not suffice. "Brothers, let us find a way to protect ourselves. Do not hinder the general." Before Fong's words could fully escape his lips, the sound of the bowstring vibrating resonated through the air. The leading Great Yin general, seeing Lu Ding release the arrow skyward, smirked. An arrow can only exert its terrifying suppressive force at a distance at such a close range. It poses little threat to ordinary soldiers. The Great Yin general, wielding his battle axe, surged towards Lu Ding with incredible speed. But at that moment, a piercing whistle filled the air. The Great Yin general quickly looked up, only to be met with a flurry of translucent aqua-blue arrows. Countless semi-transparent arrows rained down like a swarm of locusts, tearing through the air with a high-pitched screech. This torrent of arrows, infused with water elements, formed a massive funnel that obscured the surrounding streets. This was the sky-drenching rain technique that Lu Ding had only recently mastered. With his mastery as a grandmaster, the technique could easily cover a radius of 100 meters, and with his strength exceeding 10,000. The arrows possessed an astonishingly terrifying, penetrating power. The air was filled with piercing screams from all directions. Aside from the Dian Thousand generals, dozens of Dian warriors were mercilessly pierced through the chest by the rain of arrows. While even the houses lining the streets bore the brunt of the assault, riddled with countless holes. The Dian Thousand general's expression was grim as he wielded his heavy hammer, conjuring a radiant shield above his head. Yet, each arrow seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. The first arrow struck the shield, shattering it with a web of fine cracks, while the arrows disintegrated into droplets that splattered onto the ground. The second arrow further exacerbated the fissures on the shield, and it would not be long before it shattered completely. The Dian general cast a disbelieving glance at Lu Ding, wondering how someone of his rank could possess such astonishing power. Unfortunately, Lu Ding was too preoccupied to address his curiosity that in mere moments, the shield crumbled, and several arrows transformed the Dian general into a porcupine. From the onset of battle to the demise of the Dian general, only a few seconds had elapsed. Those who witnessed the scene, including Fong and others, stood there in stupefied disbelief. The other warriors, less familiar with Lu Ding, assumed he was inherently powerful, otherwise he would not have attained the rank of 100 general. However, Fong knew that just days prior, Lu Ding had fainted amidst the corpses due to his injuries, and it was he and Uncle Zhou who had retrieved him in a matter of days. Had Lu Ding undergone such a remarkable transformation? Meanwhile, Lu Ding's focus was solely on his system panel. Congratulations to the host for slaying the Dian Thousand general. Physique 200, Spirit 200, Speed 350, Spiritual Energy 2000. The host's attributes have exceeded 10,000. Granting a second-tier treasure chest. Had he truly surpassed 10,000 so swiftly? Lu Ding had not been closely monitoring his attribute panel, but it dawned on him that the corpses he had transported these past few days had likely pushed his totals beyond that threshold. Had his attributes not developed so unevenly, he might have achieved this milestone long ago. Host, Lu Ding age, 18 realm. Mastery level 3 physique. 10037 strength. 33587 spirit. 12488 speed. 10127 equipment. Lingquan sword. Lifeng bow, heartguard armor, standard bracers, standard battle boots, martial arts. Lingguang sword technique, skyward rainfall. Even without utilizing his mastery inner strength, could he not compete with other masters purely based on his strength? Lu Ding thought to himself with a sense of pride as he opened the second-tier treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a mid-grade martial technique. Breaking Kill Fist. Breaking Kill Fist concentrates all physical power into a punch. Capable of unleashing double the strength, with damage increasing as proficiency rises. Chapter 23. Rescue Huang Yilong. Is that all? Just double the damage. Lu Ding pouted, feeling somewhat ungrateful, comparing it to the skyward rainfall, which far surpassed the breaking kill fist in both damage and range. The latter seemed rather lackluster. Although proficiency would enhance the power of breaking kill fist, what he required now was immediate combat effectiveness. Not a technique that needed to grow. By the time he mastered this technique, he would likely possess even more formidable martial arts. Nevertheless, having an additional offensive method could only be advantageous. Lu Ding called out to the still-stunned He Fong and the others, leading them towards the nearest encampment. Along the way, they encountered several small units of the Dayan army, but these foes could not withstand even a single strike from Lu Ding. By the time Lu Ding reached the vicinity of the encampment, several hundred Dayan soldiers had perished at his hands, all converted into attributes and spiritual energy surging into him. What had once been a significant enhancement for Lu Ding merely a few days ago now felt like nothing more than a mosquito's leg. Under the cover of night, the blazing flames consumed the grain supplies within the encampment. The soldiers of the Dayan dynasty ignited the provisions of the Dali army as soon as they stormed the camp. Even if the Dali army could barely withstand this wave of assault today, they would only be forced to retreat to their original borders afterward. Illuminated by the firelight, the blood-soaked Dali encampment resembled a hellscape, littered with severed limbs and lifeless bodies. The Dayan army, having violated the treaty, was utterly shameless. Chen Jitai's eyes burned with rage, his voice gritting through clenched teeth. He Fong sighed. In wars between dynasties, no matter who emerges victorious, it will always be the common folk who suffered. If we all perish, right and wrong will be dictated by the Dayan dynasty, who would know they have contravened the unspoken rules. Indeed, Lu Ding nodded. We cannot change this. We can only ensure that we are the ones who survive in the end. Lu Ding turned to Yi Fong. Find a place for the brothers to rest for a while. The war-weary soldiers, all bearing injuries, would be of little use even if they joined the fray. Thousand General. We wish to charge forward as well. Yi Fong's gaze was resolute. His battle blade had already cut through several foes, and 6 or 7 wounds marred his body, but these were insufficient to deter him. Under a collapsing nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? This is a war between two great dynasties. As warriors, we cannot stand idly by. Lu Ding looked at Chen Jitai and the others. They remained silent, yet their determined gazes revealed their sentiments. Very well, but do take care of yourselves that I cannot look after you all. Thousand General, focus on your duties that we cannot forever hide under your protection. With Yi Fong and the others having made their decision, Lu Ding ceased to speak further, aiming for the densest concentration of Dayan soldiers. He drew the Lifeng bow, unleashing the skyward rainfall once more. A cacophony of screams erupted in succession. A squad of several dozen Dayan warriors, engaged in the pursuit of a fleeing group of Dali soldiers, was swiftly transformed into a mass of porcupines by the downpour of arrows. The fleeing Dali soldiers, hearing the cries from behind, instinctively halted and looked back, only to witness the fearsome Dayan warriors collapsing in rows. However, they had no time to be astonished. Seeing the arrow rain approaching, they quickly turned and fled. Lu Ding brandished the Lingquan sword, hunting the Dayan soldiers throughout the encampment. He targeted clusters of Dayan warriors, raining down arrows upon them, sending them to their demise. Deep within the encampment, 2 Dayan Thousand Generals were collaborating to subdue a Dali Thousand General clad in crimson armor. With a resounding crash, the Dali Thousand General struck a Dayan General's solid war club, sending it flying through the air at a terrifying angle, along with the general himself. Seizing the opportunity, another Dayan general swept his spear across, striking the Dali general's back. Huang Yilong spat blood, his body hurled several meters away, crashing through several tents before coming to a halt against a pillar. He coughed up blood, gazing warily at the 2 approaching Dayan generals. Truly, he was the first Thousand General of the Dali Anam army, Huang Yilong. The Dayan general wielding the black spear looked down at the severely wounded Huang Yilong with a glimmer of pity in his eye. Having been struck by the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder, you can still hold your own against 2 opponents. It's a pity such a fierce general like you must perish here. I can offer you a chance. If you are willing to pledge allegiance to the Dayan dynasty, you can avoid death today. What say you? With assistance from the Xian Shui sect cultivators restraining Shui Ting and Zheng Yuanfang guarding the area, The outcome of the battles across various encampments seemed all but decided. The Dayan general, feeling a sense of talent in Huang Yilong, had grown somewhat fond to go to hell. Huang Yilong roared, unleashing a terrifying speed that allowed him to close the distance between them in an instant. A punch infused with the might of 1,000 pounds could shatter mountains and crack stones. Yet, the Dayan general merely shook his head. Having anticipated Huang Yilong's desperate struggle, he thrust his spear forward, intending to force Huang Yilong back. However, what took him by surprise was the flash of determination in Huang Yilong's eyes. Today, the Annam army faces annihilation. He could only accept death. Huang Yilong bellowed, flames surging from his body. Suddenly, with a piercing sound, the black spear plunged into Huang Yilong's chest. Yet Huang Yilong did not halt his advance. His arms, grasping the spear, swelled with power, unleashing a formidable force. Bang! The black spear shattered into 2 pieces. Huang Yilong did not withdraw the spearhead, but instead closed the distance with swift steps, delivering a full-force punch to the chest of the Dayan general. Crack! The Dayan general's ribs shattered, blood spewing forth as he was sent hurtling back. Though he was not yet in dire straits, he had not anticipated that Huang Yilong would still retaliate with such ferocity despite his severe injuries. Seeking death, the other Dayan general struck Huang Yilong's chest with a club, sending him crashing through 2 walls and buried beneath a pile of rubble, his fate uncertain. The wounded Dayan general coughed twice, blood surging within him. With a dark expression, he approached, intent on personally ending Huang Yilong's life. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance among the ranks of the Dayan dynasty that a blood-soaked figure carved a path through the chaos, charging directly towards the 2 Dayan generals. Could there truly be such a formidable warrior still among the Dali army? The 2 generals of the Dayan Empire exchanged glances, leaving one to pursue and slay Huang Yilong, while the other, wielding a staff, stepped forward to confront Lu Ding. Isn't it rather presumptuous to underestimate me? Lu Ding retorted sharply. Swiftly maneuvering around the obstructing Dayan warrior with his Lingquan sword, he employed no special techniques, yet his speed transcended the comprehension of all present, just as he sought to escape. The encircling Dayan warriors perceived only a fleeting shadow darting past, their strikes landing on empty AI or in the blink of an eye. Lu Ding traversed nearly 100 meters, arriving before the staff-wielding general. Chapter 24. Intervening in the Grand Master-S battle. Timely indeed. Upon witnessing Lu Ding's terrifying velocity, the Dayan general's momentum faltered momentarily. However, he understood that in a contest of strength, it was the aura that mattered most. To retreat was to invite death. With a mighty roar, he rallied his spirits, his blood surging as his battle armor billowed. He summoned all his strength and swept his staff horizontally towards the advancing Lu Ding. The profound martial technique, sweeping across the 1,000 armies, unleashed a formidable force that rent the air, creating a howling gale. Lu Ding neither flinched nor avoided. Instead, he executed the Lingguang sword technique with a decisive strike. Crack! The sword's edge descended with such terrifying force that it cleaved the Dayan general's profound-grade weapon in twain. The general felt his arm go numb, his pupils contracting in shock. How could a single sword strike sever a profound-grade weapon? Could that sword truly be a divine instrument? Yet, Lu Ding remained unfazed by the outcome of his strike. Although both wielded profound-grade weapons, the user's strength was paramount. Lu Ding's realm overshadowed his opponent, and his body possessed a terrifying strength exceeding 30,000 pounds that it was entirely natural for him to sever his adversary's weapon with a single blow, in a state of sheer terror. The staff-wielding general attempted to resist, but Lu Ding's sword was far too swift. Before the general could even take a step back, it pierced his chest. His battle armor failed to provide even a moment's protection. The lifeless body of the staff-wielding general crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Slaying a Grand Master of the Dayan dynasty resulted in a 250-point increase in all attributes, an extension of life by 10 days, an infusion of 2,000 spiritual energy, and an elevation in swordsmanship experience, achieving a level of profound comprehension that this truly the chasm separating a Grand Master from a non-Grand Master. Lu Ding pondered. The previous Dayan general he had slain was at the peak of the innate realm, yielding a substantial reward, yet it paled in comparison to this Grand Master. Ignoring the system notifications ringing in his ears, Lu Ding hastened towards another Dayan general. This general, already wounded, recognized he could not stand against Lu Ding. Before his comrade fell, he suddenly accelerated, not to flee, but to strike down Huang Yilong. Despite the apparent hundreds of meters between them, the general suddenly heard the whistling wind behind him. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he struggled to fathom Lu Ding's astonishing speed. In a moment of desperation, he drew his long spear and hurled it towards a pile of stones like a javelin. Realizing he could not escape, Lu Ding swiftly retrieved the gale bow, drawing back the string to its limit. The arrow of the moon soared through the air, reaching its target before the spear could land. Knocking it aside, Lu Ding closed the distance, and in the general's wide-eyed astonishment, he severed the man's head with a single stroke. Slaying another Grand Master of the Dian dynasty resulted in a 200-point increase in all attributes, an extension of life by 10 days, an infusion of 1,500 spiritual energy, and an elevation in archery experience, achieving a nascent understanding of the art. Congratulations to the host for an extraordinary stroke of luck. Obtaining a first-tier treasure chest, should it be opened immediately. Upon hearing this notification, Lu Ding reaffirmed his suspicions. This general, bearing injuries, provided lesser rewards than the previous one after choosing to open the treasure chest. He acquired a yuan recovery pill, that moment. As debris fell, Huang Yilong emerged from the rubble, appearing disheveled, just in time to witness Lu Ding's execution of the Dian general. After a brief pause, Huang Yilong suppressed his intense pain and rose. This time, I owe you a life. Lu Ding smiled broadly. In the heat of battle, such words are unnecessary, that if I were in peril, I trust you would come to my aid. Huang Yilong nodded, retrieving a pill from his pocket and consuming it. His fluctuating aura gradually stabilized, yet recovering from his injuries would not be a simple feat. I will take the lead. General Huang. Follow closely behind me. All right. The two swiftly adjusted their course, charging towards the Dian forces that were currently engaged in slaughter within the camp. Outside the city, the Dian army, under the assistance of several Grandmaster generals, was in a stalemate with the 10,000-man commander, Li Wui. Having been afflicted by the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder, Li Wui, also a 10,000-man commander, should not have been a match for the Dian forces. Yet at that moment, his noble lineage revealed its advantage. Utilizing detoxification pills to negate the effects of the powder, he single-handedly battled against 4 Grand Masters. Yet these 3 Grand Masters, along with one of the late-stage Grand Masters, could not gain the upper hand against him. The remaining Dian soldiers stood no chance against Lu Ding and Huang Yilong, both Grand Masters, that in just a few minutes, thousands of Dian warriors within the camp lay lifeless on the ground. Lu Ding's cultivation, bolstered by the accumulation of spiritual energy, finally transcended the 3rd level of Grand Master, reaching the 4th level. Though it was merely a single level's difference, it represented a significant leap from the early to the mid-stage for Grand Masters. Now, only the City Lord's mansion and the battlefield outside remained. General Huang, please lead the other generals to assist Commander Li outside the city. Once the remaining combat-capable generals were gathered, Lu Ding took the initiative to direct them. Most of the generals owed their lives to Lu Ding in this battle, and their gratitude was immeasurable. Yet upon hearing Lu Ding's command, Huang Yilong spoke up once more in objection. No, Lu brother. The practitioners of the Xinshui sect, who can contend with General Zheng, are exceedingly dangerous. Should you act rashly, your life may be at stake. He knew Lu Ding was not one to shy away from danger. Yet with only 2 battlefields left unsettled in Qingqing, sending them to aid Commander Li indicated Lu Ding was resolute in his decision to intervene in the Grand Master's conflict alone. Though the distinction between a Grand Master and a Great Grand Master was merely a word, the disparity in their power was anything but superficial. With Huang Yilong's strength, he could achieve the rank of 10,000-man commander with sufficient military merit. However, positions like that of the General of Tiger might require achieving the Great Grand Master realm. Regardless of military accomplishments, in warfare the outcome of lower-ranking soldiers might hold some significance, yet it was the pinnacle of martial prowess that fundamentally determined the course of a battle. In the presence of a Great Grand Master, it would not be an exaggeration to consider ordinary Grand Masters as mere fodder. Rest assured, General Huang, I am well aware of my capabilities. Lu Ding replied with a faint smile. Having just attained the rank of general, I am on the verge of becoming a 10,000-man commander once this battle concludes. That I have no intention of dying here. That moment, another general stepped forward. Brother Lu, I believe we should unite to assist Commander Li. With Commander Li at the late stage of Grandmaster, he can alleviate some pressure on General Zheng. Other generals echoed their agreement. However, once Lu Ding had made up his mind, he would not waver due to external suggestions. His gaze resolute, he shook his head. There is no time. The battle has persisted for too long. Any delay could worsen the situation. Chapter 25. Breaking the formation, make haste and return swiftly. Even if I cannot assist General Zheng in vanquishing the practitioners of the Xianshui sect, I can alleviate some of the pressure and buy time as best as I can. With that declaration, Lu Ding disregarded the pleas of the other generals. He sprang forth, his body flickering as he sped towards the city lord's mansion. Very well, let us depart with urgency. The remaining generals, the weakest among them being at the peak of the innate realm, and one, like Huang Yilong, at the early stage of Grandmaster, despite their injuries, could still join forces to hold off several early-stage Grandmasters, relieving Commander Li Wui of some burden. Lu Ding moved with astonishing speed, quickly arriving near the city lord's mansion. That moment, the perimeter of the mansion was enveloped in a shimmering blue membrane, reminiscent of a water curtain. The surface of this membrane pulsated with a faint aquamarine glow, emanating a rich aura of water elements. Was this a formation or an area martial technique? Lu Ding could not ascertain the nature of the shimmering barrier. However, after scrutinizing it, he sensed no immediate danger emanating from it. Even if it were a formation, it likely served merely to isolate. Clenching his fists, Lu Ding began to channel his full strength and vitality in accordance with the technique of breaking the killing fist. Boom! With his energy fully charged, Lu Ding unleashed a powerful punch. The outward release of his grand master-level energy, combined with his terrifying strength of 40,000 pounds, coalesced into an awe-inspiring fist that struck the aquamarine membrane, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. But that was not sufficient. He prepared for a second strike. The martial arts do not adhere to the concept of cooldown periods. As long as one's vitality can sustain the continuous release, one can wield their skills without interruption. Although Lu Ding's realm may not be particularly elevated, the formidable constitution he has cultivated grants him an almost inexhaustible reserve of vitality. Within the city lord's manor, Zheng Yuanfang stands alone against the onslaught of the elder and direct disciples of the Xianshui sect, his body marred by numerous grotesque wounds. His face is flushed abnormally, vitality surging within him. This battle is not merely 1 against 5, but rather 1 against 10. Each elder and direct disciple of the Xianshui sect harbors water serpents as spirit pets. While these spirit beasts may not be overwhelmingly powerful, they remain at a distance, assailing him with jets of water that are difficult to evade. Moreover, the water python controlled by the elder of the Xianshui sect is on the very brink of Grandmaster-level prowess. What vexes Zheng Yuanfang the most is the thin layer of watery membrane that covers the scales of the python. Despite his terrifying strength, the membrane dissipates his force, rendering his strikes ineffective. Coupled with the relentless barrage of attacks from the elders of the Xianshui sect, he is already weary from the struggle that moment. A heavy crashing sound abruptly fills the air. The complexion of a direct disciple of the Xianshui sect shifts slightly, a note of urgency creeping into his voice. Someone is attacking the water barrier. Zheng Yuanfang swings his staff with all his might against the python, the weighty essence of earth causing it to emit a series of anguished cries. That he plants his staff firmly, straining to remain upright, and with a sinister smile declares, "Old Shui has returned. Today marks your doom." The elder of the Xianshui sect's face darkens like water. Impossible. With 2 elders working in tandem, no matter how extraordinary Shui Ting's strength, he cannot possibly return in such a short time. Though he utters these words, doubt gnaws at his heart that if it were not Shui Ting, who else among the Dali army could disrupt the water barrier formation he had personally set? Bang, bang. The sound of tremendous force continues to resonate. The elder realizes that the formation may not withstand for much longer, and he glances at Zheng Yuanfang, who is desperately trying to catch his breath, and shouts, "We must eliminate Zheng Yuanfang swiftly. As long as we kill him, even if Shui Ting returns, he shall not be our match." Once more, a fierce battle ensues, as the pillars of the city lord's manor are shattered, and the ground is scarred with deep trenches. Zheng Yuanfang is already at the end of his endurance, having exhausted all the restorative pills he carried. His perseverance thus far has been solely for the sake of the thousands of soldiers outside. Should he fall, The elders and disciples of the Xian Shui sect would surely slaughter their way out, leaving the entire Dali army within the city doomed to perish. Now, with the Xian Shui sect's formation under siege, Zheng Yuanfang glimpses a flicker of hope for survival that if previously he had endured for the lives of his soldiers, now he fights for his own. Even with grievous wounds, his complexion as pale as parchment, Zheng Yuanfang grits his teeth and persists. Zheng Yuanfang is unaware of how long he has held on. Perhaps mere minutes, or perhaps just a few breaths, that he only knows that the dense mist of water outside suddenly dissipates. And a figure rushes toward him from a distance. Hiss, block, Shueting. The elder of the Xian Shui sect's expression shifts as he swiftly instructs the python to turn and intercept the incoming individual. He, along with several direct disciples, launches a coordinated assault that water element formations coalesce before them as he shatters several water elemental crystals that a torrent of concentrated water elemental energy surges forth, transformed by the formations into a flurry of sharp arrows aimed at Zheng Yuanfang's chest. Yet, Zheng Yuanfang will not sit idly by. He roars, feeling his vitality surge like a tempest that in an instant his energy escalates and earthy elements coalesce into a thick, earthen armor, deflecting the arrows entirely. Though human strength may be finite, he vows to hold on until the very last moment that on the other side, the water python emits a piercing shriek as it lunges toward Lu Ding. Its massive form rises, its gaping maw large enough to easily consume a human, aimed at Lu Ding with a ravenous intent that nearly makes him retch. "Shut your mouth." Lu Ding bellows, propelling himself off the ground with tremendous force, causing cracks to spider across the floor of the city lord's manor. With a terrifying might, he launches himself like a cannonball. Bang! The sound of a heavy impact reverberates. The python emits a wail of anguish, its colossal body hurtling backward, carving a trench several dozen meters long. Lu Ding does not pursue the python, but instead charges toward the direct disciples of the Xian Shui sect. Upon witnessing their python being sent flying, the elder of the Xian Shui sect's complexion shifts dramatically. His spirit pet, although at the pinnacle of master level, should not be so easily vanquished. If a grandmaster could injure it with a single blow, it would have perished at Zheng Yuanfang's hands long ago. Sensing the icy aura of impending doom from behind, the direct disciples of the Xian Shui sect abandon their assault on Zheng Yuanfang. They hastily employ various tactics: water whips, water prisons, water arrows, to restrain Lu Ding's movements. Yet, Lu Ding remains undeterred. Fueled by adrenaline, he yearns to crush them all into pulp with his bare fists. He seizes a water whip and swings it violently against the encroaching prison. The prison shatters. Dozens of water arrows follow swiftly, but Lu Ding finds blocking them with his fists too cumbersome. Instead, he retrieves the lethal wind bow from his back and draws the string taut that a rich essence of water element coalesces in an instant. And with a single shot, he releases a deluge of arrows that envelopes the water arrows shot by the disciples of the Xian Shui sect. Chapter 26. Exchange of hostages. This is impossible. The sight before them causes the pupils of several direct disciples of the Xian Shui sect to constrict, their faces etched with disbelief. The Xian Shui sect specializes in water element martial arts and spells. While their strength may not be unparalleled among the myriad sects of the Great Yin dynasty, they are undoubtedly the foremost authority on the manipulation of water elements. Yet, the water arrows unleashed by this unfamiliar youth effortlessly shatter their own. If such mastery belonged to an elder, it would be understandable, but this individual appears to be of a similar age. This realization brings them profound feelings of defeat that no, this cannot be. The leading young man in blue robes, filled with indignation, turns to his companions. Formation of water serpents. His companions nod gravely, forming hand seals. The scattered water elemental energy coalesces into a multitude of water serpents, surging toward Lu Ding with ferocity. Meanwhile, they employ their protective artifacts bestowed by their elders to shield themselves from the arrows Lu Ding fires. However, what astonishes them is that Lu Ding does not abandon his bow to confront the serpents. Nor does he retreat. He merely continues to draw the bow. How can he possibly unleash such a wide-ranging storm of arrows twice in succession, under the incredulous gazes of the direct disciples? Lu Ding once more releases a torrential downpour of arrows, obliterating the nearly 100 water serpents summoned by them on the spot. Immediately afterward, Lu Ding stows his bow and darts forward like a streak of light. The disciples of the Xian Shui sect, now filled with panic, can no longer muster the courage to resist, and they flee in disarray. The once mighty disciples of the sect, accustomed to a lofty position, find themselves far less formidable when faced with the specter of death than the battle-hardened soldiers who have spent their lives with their heads on the line. Yet, their speed appears sluggish as turtles compared to Lu Ding. Lu Ding swiftly overtakes the last of the fleeing disciples, thrusting his sword toward their back. Yet, just as the Ling Quan's sword is about to claim their life, the sound of tumultuous waves crashes in Lu Ding's ears. His expression shifts dramatically as he retreats hastily. A water column, exceeding half a meter in diameter, erupts from the spot he had just occupied, obliterating the distant, collapsed pillars into rubble. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ding is drenched in cold sweat. Although he possesses extraordinary vitality, he has no desire to withstand such a terrifying blow. The elder of the Xian Shui sect casts a glance at the nearly lifeless Zheng Yuanfang on the ground, then looks toward Lu Ding, who is once more pursuing the fleeing disciples. That he suddenly bellows, "Stop!" However, Lu Ding pays no heed, swiftly advancing, capturing two of the Xian Shui sect disciples, one with the Ling Quan sword resting upon their shoulder, the other grasped by the throat between Lu Ding's fingers. The two disciples' faces are filled with terror, too frightened to move a muscle. Lu Ding smiles calmly, laced with menace, and states, "I advise you not to struggle. Otherwise, a slight tremor of my hand may cost you both your lives." All right, we one team move. Please don't shake your hand." The female disciple, with the sword resting upon her shoulder, speaks in a quavering tone. Subsequently, Lu Ding turns, holding the two captives, and addresses the elder of the Xian Shui sect, whose face is as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Elder, how about we make a trade?" The elder of the Xian Shui sect replies coldly. "What do you want?" "I propose exchanging your few promising disciples for the life of General Zheng." The phrase rendered the faces of the two disciples of the Xian Shui sect, who were held captive by Lu Ding, a mixture of green and purple, as they wished fervently to bury their heads in the earth. Observing the apparent hesitation of the Xian Shui sect elder, Lu Ding continued, "It is certainly worthy of your esteemed elder to personally oversee the execution of this task. I presume these must be the exceptional talents of the next generation of your Xian Shui sect." He added, "To lose such a genius for the sake of this mission is quite unwise." The elder's face darkened, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Lu Ding had indeed guessed correctly. These disciples were not merely ordinary acolytes, as one of them was even his own niece. While the loss of an ordinary disciple could be overlooked, the death of his niece was utterly unacceptable. After what seemed like a long period of contemplation, the Xian Shui sect elder sighed deeply. "Very well, I consent." Lu Ding, taking advantage of the moment, exclaimed, "For the sake of ensuring your commitment, let General Zheng step closer to me, and only then will I release them." The elder's forehead bulged with veins in anger at Lu Ding's audacity. "You are overstepping your bounds." Lu Ding shrugged. "I find myself in a difficult position. If I were to release them and you suddenly changed your mind, I would be at a disadvantage, and that would spell disaster for me. At this juncture." He feigned weakness, his hand trembling slightly. With a swift motion, the sharp Ling Quan sword drew a crimson line across the neck of the female disciple of the Xian Shui sect. "Uncle, please save me." The young disciple felt an icy dread creeping up from her feet to her head, her voice tinged with desperation as she pleaded for her elder's aid. Lu Ding had not anticipated that he had inadvertently captured the elder's niece, a most unexpected turn of fortune. "Very well. I agree." The Xian Shui sect elder, now flustered, quickly acquiesced to Lu Ding's demands, signaling the water python to clear a path for Zheng Yuanfang to approach. Clutching her chest, Zheng Yuanfang advanced slowly, her mind racing with considerations on how to proceed. Though the words of the adversary sounded agreeable, once he was beside Lu Ding and the captives were released, a renewed conflict would surely ensue. Wounded and with little capacity to fight, Zheng Yuanfang recognized the perilous situation. While Lu Ding had the strength to repel the water python with a single blow, facing both the python and the elder in unison would prove formidable. With a heavy sigh, Zheng Yuanfang lamented, "If only Xue Ting had arrived instead." Despite her efforts to stall for time, the distance of mere dozens of meters was swiftly closed as Zheng Yuanfang reached Lu Ding's side. The elder urgently urged, I have promised to release Zheng Yuanfang. Now it is time for you to let them go. Lu Ding nodded, retracting the Lingquan sword, and said, "Begone." Zheng Yuanfang's expression shifted, and she lowered her voice. "Lu Ding, you cannot release them. This is a battle of life and death, not a moment for keeping promises. Holding hostages gives them a sliver of hope. If we let them go, we will undoubtedly perish today." The two Xinshui sect disciples, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, scrambled towards their comrades. Yet at that moment, Lu Ding hurled the Lingquan sword like a spear, propelling himself forward with a sudden burst of speed. Akin to an arrow loosed from a bow, covering over 10 meters in an instant. With a devastating punch imbued with tremendous force, he struck the back of another Xinshui sect disciple. Chapter 27. The body endures forbidden techniques. Yenner. The elder's eyes widened in horror at this unforeseen turn of events, his voice a growl of fury. The disciple named Yenner gritted her teeth, clutching her jade pendant tightly. The pendant radiated a brilliant light. Enveloping her in a milky white shield, a resonant crash echoed as the shield shattered under the impact of Lu Ding's blow. Yenner was seized by terror. The protective talisman her uncle had given her could not withstand even a single punch. Lu Ding's strike impacted her back with such ferocity that her upper body contorted grotesquely. Fortunately, the Xuanshui-grade armor she wore prevented Lu Ding's fist from penetrating her body completely. The elder, in a state of panic, flew to catch Yenner, who coughed up blood, her complexion paling visibly, yet her eyes retained a glimmer of vulnerability. "Uncle, please help me." The elder fumbled to retrieve a life-saving elixir, but before he could administer it, Yenner's head drooped, and she lay lifeless in his arms. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Lu Ding's ears. "You have slain the Xinshui sect's direct disciple Wang Shuang. All attributes increased by 200 points. Spirit Energy 2000, that you have slain the Xinshui sect's direct disciple Su Yin. All attributes increased by 250 points. Spirit Energy 2400, the hostess fortune has surged. A first-tier treasure chest has dropped from Su Yin. Would you like to open it immediately?" Lu Ding mused that the rewards bestowed by this Su Yin were indeed substantial. However, he had no time to open the treasure chest as the water python lunged toward him. The massive serpent advanced like an unstoppable war chariot, obliterating the boulders in its path. "The Xinshui sect is irreconcilable with your Dali dynasty." The elder, now frenzied with rage, unleashed a low growl akin to a wild beast, swinging his whisk to conjure several water blades that surged toward Lu Ding. "General Zheng, take the elixir and rest for a moment." In a flash, Lu Ding handed a recovery pill to Zheng Yuanfang, while he drew his gale bow, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows. Countless arrows clashed against the water blades. The elder's water blades, remarkably sharp, sliced through the barrage of arrows with ease. For the first time, the formidable rain of arrows faced resistance. Lu Ding felt a twinge of trepidation as he encountered an enemy of master-level caliber. He continued to draw the bowstring. The strength of the rain of arrows lay in its extensive coverage, not in individual power. Even with his prodigious strength, the dispersal of the arrows diminished his advantage. Once again, the rain of arrows poured forth, intercepting the elder's water blades. Lu Ding then retrieved a purple arrow from his quiver, the moon-piercing arrow. The water python had breached the area where the arrows and water blades collided, now looming large before Lu Ding, that he released the top bowstring, producing a sharp twang as the moon-piercing arrow soared through the air, piercing the atmosphere with terrifying force. The arrow, forged from moonlight, effortlessly penetrated the python's massive form. The serpent emitted a chilling shriek, its elemental water shield and scales offering no defense against the moon-piercing arrow. The overwhelming force propelled the python back over 10 meters. Lu Ding continued to knock arrow after arrow, landing a second shot on the same wound. This relentless assault not only enhanced his attributes, but also honed his swordsmanship and archery skills. He had eliminated numerous archers of the Great Flame Dynasty, and while they had not yielded valuable spoils, his expertise in archery had skyrocketed. Moreover, given the python's immense size, if he couldn't hit it, he might as well return to being a mere corpse carrier. In a rapid succession of 5 moon-piercing arrows, Lu Ding severed the water python's lifeline. Its colossal form crashed to the ground, bestowing upon Lu Ding a wealth of attributes. "You have slain the Xinshui giant python. All attributes increased by 400 points. Spirit energy 3000. The host's fortune is at an all-time high. A first-tier treasure chest has dropped. Would you like to open it immediately? Lu Ding couldn't help but be astonished. This single Xinshui giant python was equivalent to the spirit energy provided by 3,000 ordinary soldiers. Meanwhile, Zheng Yuanfang, who had intended to risk everything to aid Lu Ding, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this spectacle. That moment, he opened his palm to reveal the recovery pill Lu Ding had just given him. The recovery pill could be considered a miraculous remedy for innate and even master-level warriors. However, those at the master level were merely a step away from becoming true practitioners, their bodies far more resilient than those of ordinary warriors. While the recovery pill could aid in healing, it would not restore him to full strength instantaneously. Yet upon catching a whiff of the pill's fragrance, he was taken aback. This was a perfect quality recovery pill. Though the recovery pill was not of a particularly high grade, any first-tier alchemist could concoct it. However, a perfect quality recovery pill rivaled even second-tier healing potions like the rejuvenation pill. Only third-tier or higher intermediate alchemists had a considerable chance of producing a perfect recovery pill. And such alchemists were typically of the true practitioner or even boundless practitioner level. They were esteemed guests in any royal court. But recalling Lu Ding's background, Zheng Yuanfang quickly realized that it was not difficult for the East Town Royal Mansion to support a third-tier alchemist. Even though this recovery pill might not restore his injuries instantly, it was still at least 10 times more potent than a standard recovery pill. Without hesitation, Zheng Yuanfang swallowed the pill and began to channel his energy for a swift recovery. On the other side, witnessing the Xinshui giant python fall lifelessly, the Xinshui sect elder was consumed by a mix of grief and fury that a dense mist of water vapor emanated from his whisk as the elemental water energy coalesced into a stream, swirling around him. You force my hand to employ forbidden techniques. Today, you shall all perish. The elder of the Xinshui sect wielded his whisk, transforming it into a series of sharp spikes that hurtled toward Lu Ding. Unfazed, Lu Ding readied his bow and arrow once more, intending to employ his previous tactic and unleash the torrential rain. However, the elder of the Xinshui sect deftly crossed his hands, causing water lilies to bloom in the air, which swiftly morphed into surging waves. The tumultuous water surged forth like a tsunami, crashing toward Lu Ding. Lu Ding sought to summon the torrential rain, only to discover that the surrounding water elements had been completely siphoned away. He could not condense sufficient arrows of rain. His gaze sharpened. The elder of the Xinshui sect was indeed formidable. The waves had enveloped the entire city lord's mansion, spanning hundreds of meters. There was no avenue for him to evade. In that case, let him witness the true strength of these waves. In the incredulous eyes of the elder of the Xinshui sect and Zheng Yuanfang, Lu Ding suddenly surged forward, charging headlong into the waves with an overwhelming momentum. Lu Ding, even the battle-hardened Zheng Yuanfang, could not suppress a gasp at this sight. Could the full might of a grandmaster truly be withstood by a mere master? The elder of the Xinshui sect let out a sinister laugh. This move was a forbidden technique of the Xinshui sect, one that required sacrificing his lifespan and depleting his own foundation to execute. He had not even resorted to this technique during the earlier ambush on Zheng Yuanfang. Now, using it against Lu Ding, it was evident just how much he regarded him. Yet in the next moment, a look of pure horror flickered across his face. Lu Ding was actually able to traverse the waves with his mere flesh. How could this be possible? The elder of the Xinshui sect felt as though his understanding had been shattered. Even Zheng Yuanfang would surely be gravely injured or perish if he attempted to withstand such a torrent. Yet Lu Ding continued to unleash punch after punch, breaking through the waves with sheer force. The most ferocious momentum was pierced by a violent fist, while the other waves merely struck against Lu Ding's body, causing him to sway slightly, emitting low grunts. Lu Ding was akin to a small boat caught in the eye of a vortex. Though it rocked perilously, his steps remained resolutely directed toward the elder of the Xinshui sect. A sense of foreboding rose within the elder, prompting his hands to intertwine once more. Suddenly, water snakes emerged from the waves, lunging at Lu Ding with ferocity. Lu Ding drew his sword, the Ling Quan's sword darting like lightning, repelling each snake that aimed for his vital points. As the saying goes, a prolonged defense must eventually yield. Even with the lightning speed of Lu Ding's Lingguang sword technique, the sheer density of the assault meant that water snakes occasionally broke through his defenses, inflicting wounds upon him. Yet Lu Ding tirelessly continued to slay the water snakes, unfazed. The snakes could only leave pale marks on his skin, which healed at an astonishing rate. The elder of the Xianshui sect watched in disbelief. What manner of being was this? Even the most powerful beasts of the Wanyao Mountains could not heal at such a pace. Zheng Yuanfang, obstructed by the waves, remained unaware of the precise situation within, only knowing that Lu Ding was in peril. Without waiting for his injuries to fully mend, he summoned his strength and soared over the waves to confront the elder of the Xianshui sect. The elder's expression shifted slightly as he raised a hand, his white hair moving without wind. The surging waves parted, half of them rushing upstream to strike the airborne Zheng Yuanfang, armed with a pinyin staff. Zheng Yuanfang emanated a presence as solid as rock, and with a force akin to a battering ram, he smashed through the waves. Despite his injuries, Zheng Yuanfang braved the onslaught of the waves, delivering a powerful blow to the elder's shoulder. The strike forced blood from the elder's mouth and left him reeling, while the tumultuous waves abruptly ceased. Zheng Yuanfang's armor was shattered by the waves, and he was sent crashing to the ground, landing in a pool of blood. Lu Ding emerged from the torrent, his sword drawn, charging toward the elder of the Xianshui sect. "You cannot kill me. If you do, you will bring ruin to your own sect." The elder's face was a mask of terror, desperately invoking his sect in a bid to intimidate Lu Ding. Having suffered the backlash of the forbidden technique, the elder lacked the strength to resist. Yet Lu Ding, resolute in his intent to end the elder's life, was beyond saving, even by the mightiest of beings, without granting the elder a chance to finish his plea. Lu Ding severed his head with a single stroke. The head fell to the ground, still bearing an expression of fear and dread. Congratulations to the host for slaying the elder of the Xianshui sect. Su Jinxing, all attributes 1,000, spiritual energy 30,000. A warm and gentle surge of spiritual energy enveloped Lu Ding from all directions, nourishing his internal organs. With a sudden spike in his aura, Lu Ding reached the 6th level of the Master Realm, now only a step away from the late Master Realm. Indeed, only by vanquishing powerful foes could his strength surge so rapidly. Simultaneously, a system prompt echoed in his ear. Congratulations to the host for the first time slaying a Grandmaster. Reward: 1 Tier 3 treasure chest. Would you like to open it now? A wave of elation washed over Lu Ding. A Tier 3 treasure chest. This was the first time he had encountered such a high-level reward. This time, not only did he gain a boost in strength, but considering his achievements in slaying the mighty general of Dian and the elder of the Xianshui sect, surely receiving a position among the 10,000 generals would not be too much to ask. He set aside those thoughts and did not immediately open the treasure chest, but instead moved to support Zheng Yuanfang. "General Zheng, are you all right?" Zheng Yuanfang, pale as gold, coughed a couple of times, expelling a few pools of congealed blood, which improved his complexion somewhat, although his injuries still left him visibly weakened. "That I am fine, but we cannot linger here," Zheng Yuanfang replied, glancing at the elder's corpse with a grave expression. "The elders and disciples of the Xianshui sect would not act without reason, that if we delay too long, they will surely notice the anomaly, and their forces will come crashing down upon us. Take my military token and summon all the soldiers in the city, that we must abandon these 8 fortresses and retreat to Lan City." The sect leader of the Xianshui sect was a formidable figure of true mastery. Should he take offense and personally intervene, even 100,000 troops would not escape annihilation. Lu Ding took the military token Zheng Yuanfang handed him, but instead of immediately issuing commands to the various armies, he crouched down to search the corpses of the elder of the Xianshui sect and his elite disciples. That it was one thing to sift through the bodies of ordinary soldiers, but these were the remains of a Grandmaster-level powerhouse. Surely, they must possess some valuable items. Lu Ding's eyes lit up as he noticed a ring engraved with wave patterns on the elder's finger. This had to be a storage ring. As a proud transmigrator, he was finally about to escape the days of lacking storage space. He didn't forget his primary objective, after slipping the storage ring onto his finger without inspecting its contents. He continued to search Su Yan's corpse to ask for the propriety of gender interactions. What intimacy could there be with a corpse? Observing Lu Ding's familiar demeanor, Zheng Yuanfang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. At a loss for words. Wasn't this method a bit too professional? Truly, one could see the merit of having been a corpse bearer for several months. the search did not consume too much time. After ensuring Zheng Yuanfang had a place to rest, Lu Ding exited the city lord's mansion and bellowed, "General Zheng has issued orders. All troops assemble at the city lord's mansion, empowered by the might of a master." Lu Ding's voice resonated as an invisible wave, carrying his command far and wide. The soldiers, who were tending to their wounds and bandaging each other, were filled with elation upon hearing Lu Ding's call. General Zheng's orders. This signified that the Xianshui sect's invaders had been vanquished. The crisis was averted. Lu Ding wasted no time, enlisting Zhou Quan to help gather the remaining soldiers that he himself swiftly made his way toward the city gates. The battle outside might still be raging, and perhaps he could claim a few more Grandmaster heads. Unfortunately, before he could reach the city gates, the crimson-clad Li Wui, flanked by Huang Yilong and a group of generals, charged into the city. "General Lu, what is the situation over by General Zheng?" Huang Yilong inquired anxiously upon spotting Lu Ding, having rushed to assist Li Wui in swiftly eliminating the Dayan generals. They had risked their lives to ensure timely support for Zheng Yuanfang. Seeing Lu Ding rushing toward the city, yet wearing a troubled expression, Huang Yilong and the other generals felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Sensing something was amiss, Lu Ding's troubled demeanor stemmed from the fact that the arrival of Li Wui and the others signified the death of the enemy's Grandmaster. Thus, he would miss out on the rewards for slaying a Grandmaster, naturally leaving him disheartened. "The elder of the Xianshui sect is dead." Lu Ding's declaration. Everyone, including Li Wui, was momentarily stunned. Why did those seemingly mundane words sound so foreign to their ears? In this battle, the Dayan dynasty had prepared thoroughly, confident of victory. Had Lu Ding not emerged like a specter to change the tide, they would have surely suffered greatly. That it was Lu Ding's intervention within the city that had saved Huang Yilong and the other generals, triggering a series of unforeseen events. Yet the combat within the city lord's mansion had been a clash between grandmasters. Under the Xianshui sect's ambush, the best outcome was that Zheng Yuanfang had not been defeated in such a short time. The Xianshui sect, having seized the advantage, had unexpectedly lost, which was entirely beyond their expectations. Perhaps General Zheng had some hidden trump cards that allowed him to vanquish the elder of the Xianshui sect. Li Wuyo and the other generals were lost in their thoughts, completely failing to associate the death of the elder of the Xianshui sect with Lu Ding. Lu Ding was too indifferent to explain. As long as his merits remained intact, he followed the group of soldiers back towards the city lord's mansion, while his consciousness delved into his spatial ring, beginning to tally the spoils of this battle. Upon opening the storage space, Lu Ding could not help but marvel at the opulence of the Xianshui sect elder. The first sight that greeted him was a mountain of high-quality spirit stones. At least 10,000 of them. The exchange ratio between spirit stones of different grades was roughly 1 to 100. S.A. General of the Great Li. His monthly salary was merely 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones along with other cultivation resources. 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones equated to 10 high-grade spirit stones. Just this pile of spirit stones alone represented nearly a century's worth of his salary. In addition, beside the pile of spirit stones, there were several boxes containing elixirs. Lu Ding scanned them with his divine sense and counted a total of 38 elixirs. Among them, 25 were cultivation elixirs, 20 foundation establishment pills, and 5 true law pills. The foundation establishment pill was tailored for cultivators at the Grandmaster level, assisting in cultivation while increasing the probability of breaking into the true law realm. The true law pill could help those in the true law realm stabilize their level and continue cultivating more rapidly. There were also 13 others, 3 first-grade recovery pills, 5 second-grade rejuvenation pills, and 5 mushroom pills. The mushroom pill was crafted from 10-year-old spirit mushrooms, aiding cultivators in swiftly replenishing their depleted spirit energy, making it an indispensable aid in prolonged battles. Furthermore, the storage ring contained various miscellaneous spirit plants, yet not a single piece of profound-grade equipment was left behind. Truly stingy, Lu Ding couldn't help but complain. Though he understood in his heart that at the Grandmaster level, breakthroughs in cultivation were not achieved overnight, who would carelessly keep unnecessary items in their spatial ring. In contrast, Su Yan's storage ring surprisingly contained a piece of profound-grade clothing. The gown with its wide sleeves appeared quite exquisite, but the pressing issue was that Lu Ding had no use for it. Perhaps he could find an opportunity to trade it. With a sigh, Lu Ding's gaze finally landed on 3 treasure chests. "Let us start with the first tier," he said, rubbing his hands together and selecting to open it in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained first-tier alchemy skills. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a low-grade profound martial skill. Binding of the water snake. A vast wealth of knowledge regarding rare materials, spirit plants, and alchemy flooded into Lu Ding's mind. Though he had grown accustomed to this sensation, he was still astonished by the knowledge of alchemy. Among this wealth of information, merely the records of common spirit plants amounted to dozens of books, totaling millions of words. Not to mention the experience of crafting elixirs. If he were to learn and master this knowledge on his own, it would likely take him several years of effort to hope to achieve it. And oh wonder alchemists were so scarce in this world. It was said that high-level alchemists were even more sought after than powerful cultivators. While Lu Ding had no use for cultivation elixirs, possessing the skill of alchemy was undoubtedly a prudent measure that as for the binding of the water snake. Based on his experience, it was a martial skill that Xian Shui sect disciples utilized to conjure water snakes. This martial skill could not only summon water snakes to bite enemies, but at higher levels of proficiency, it could even solidify the water snakes into a tangible form, allowing them to exist independently. However, as merely a profound grade skill, these water snakes lacked intelligence, acting solely according to the preset commands of their user. Next was the third-tier treasure chest. Upon opening it, congratulations, host, your luck is overwhelming. You have obtained a ground-tier cultivation method, Dragon Elephant Strength. When the word cultivation method echoed in Lu Ding's ears, he was instantly filled with uncontainable joy that he had not expected to unlock the most crucial cultivation method for cultivators. Moreover, it was a high-grade ground-tier method. Lu Ding's father was once the king of the East, so he naturally lacked for cultivation methods. Yet, the only method at his disposal was the upper-grade profound method, Thousand Troops Tactic. The gap between Dragon Elephant Strength and Thousand Troops Tactic was of a significant tier. Had he not acquired Dragon Elephant Strength, he would likely have to rely on the Thousand Troops Tactic to break through to the true Law Realm upon reaching Grandmaster. Now, having Dragon Elephant Strength as an alternative was far more advantageous. Information regarding Dragon Elephant Strength poured into Lu Ding's mind like a sudden epiphany. Dragon Elephant Strength was divided into 18 levels. From the first elephant power to the 9th elephant power. The first elephant power was supposed to represent a strength of 12,500 pounds. However, in this world, it represented 10 times that strength. Once he cultivated to the first elephant power, he would gain an increase of 125,000 pounds of strength. Mastering the 10th level would allow him to form the Dragon Elephant Power. A terrifying force beyond numerical description. The third-tier treasure chest had yielded the ground-tier cultivation method, Dragon Elephant Strength. Gaining access to a higher-grade cultivation method would be akin to scaling the heavens for Lu Ding at this moment. Eagerly, he began to practice the method, and the system's overpowering nature revealed itself once more. Lu Ding, having just grasped Dragon Elephant Strength, directly transcended the beginner threshold, achieving the first elephant power. His original strength of over 40,000 pounds surged threefold in an instant to a staggering 170,000 pounds. Even before a Grandmaster, he could likely crush them with sheer physical might. It was said that typically, users of cultivation methods had to reach the Grandmaster level to even begin their practice. Yet here he was, succeeding at the Master level. Didn't that imply his extraordinary talent? Lu Ding felt a swell of pride within. The group quickly arrived outside the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing Lu Ding's return, Zhou Quan hurriedly approached. I have seen the 10,000 generals. He first paid his respects to Li Wuyo according to protocol before reporting to Lu Ding. General, in this battle of Qingsheng, our great Li army suffered 8,329 casualties. And there are currently 3,127 wounded who are recuperating. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the generals, including Li Wuyo, turned grave, over 70% casualties. This was a devastatingly heavy toll for any battle. Huang Yilong and the others unconsciously turned their gazes towards Lu Ding. Had it not been for Lu Ding's unexpected emergence, slaying several of the Great Yan's 10,000 generals and an uncountable number of their soldiers, their Great Li army would have faced total annihilation today. Just then, Zheng Yuanfang, slightly recovered, flew in from the ruins of the city lord's mansion. The subsequent actions will be commanded entirely by Lu Ding. Chapter 30. The General said. Zheng Yuanfang's voice was weak, yet it resonated in the ears of the thousands present. Many soldiers of the Great Li and Nan army were filled with disbelief. Although Lu Ding was impressive in strength and had saved Huang Yilong and the others, could he truly command the entire army? If it were just them, it would suffice, but Li Wanjiang was still here. To bypass Li Wanjiang and transfer command to a mere general. Wasn't that preposterous? Is there no one left in our Nan army? If General Zheng were to command, that would be one thing. But how could a mere general take precedence over Li Wanjiang? A discordant murmur arose among the crowd. Among the many present, not everyone had been saved by Lu Ding. Moreover, on the battlefield, soldiers had long been accustomed to mutual rescue. Lu Ding saving them did not automatically grant him the authority to command their actions. Otherwise, what purpose would the court serve in appointing these generals? Would the position of general become a mere formality, dictated by who had saved more lives on the battlefield? Li Wuyo's expression was also rather unsightly, that he had heard from Huang Yilong and others that Lu Ding had come to their aid, allowing them to arrive in time to lend support. However, as a scion of a noble family, Li Wuyo held his own confidence. Even without Huang Yilong and the others, he believed he could single-handedly defeat those great Yin generals. How could Lu Ding, who had recently been a mere foot soldier, suddenly rise to command him? Though he did not voice his dissent, his expression conveyed his thoughts clearly. Zheng Yuanfang surveyed the assembled generals. Well aware of their discontent, that I end this battle, Lu Ding had personally slain the elder of the Xian Shui sect at the Grand Master level, along with several disciples of the Xian Shui sect at the Master level. Had it not been for his heroic intervention, the over 3,000 soldiers present would have met a grim fate. That MY decision is final. Any dissent will be dealt with according to military law. Zheng Yuanfang's words struck the generals like a heavy hammer, leaving them dazed. Almost everyone's attention was fixated on Lu Ding's slaying of a Grand Master. They hardly registered the latter part of Zheng Yuanfang's statement. In the brief silence that followed, a sudden uproar erupted. Did he really slay a Grand Master? Was I mistaken? Even the battle-hardened Li Wuyo felt his scalp tingle at this moment. With the resources of his family, he had reached the late stages of the Master level at a young age. The Grand Master level was not far from him. With his formidable martial skills and gear, he could even contend against multiple Master-level foes. But to face an enemy at the Grand Master level, not only was slaying them improbable, even self-preservation would be a challenge. He gazed deeply at Lu Ding, finding it truly difficult to associate such a youthful figure with the one capable of slaying a Grand Master. While Li Wuyi's talent may not be considered the pinnacle among the prominent families of the capital, it was certainly regarded as first-rate. Only the eldest sons of a few esteemed families and several royal princes of the current de Li Wang surpassed him in strength. Lu Ding appeared to be merely in his 20s. Does this not imply that only a select few could possibly rival him? Contemplating this, Li Wuyi could not help but feel a sense of awe, indeed. The son of the Zhendong Wang was extraordinary. Coming from a prestigious lineage, Li Wuyi held little trepidation towards Xue Ting and Zheng Yuanfang. It was only their superior strength that commanded his respect. In his heart, he believed it was merely a matter of time before he surpassed the two generals. This conviction led to his lack of excessive humility during military discussions. However, when faced with Lu Ding, Li Wuyi found himself unable to maintain his composure. Only the strong and the gifted warranted his admiration. Before the watchful eyes of many, Li Wuyi was the first to clasp his fists and bow respectfully to Lu Ding, declaring, "I, General Li Wuyi, am willing to heed your commands, General Lu." The thousands of soldiers, still momentarily stunned, were once again jolted by this scene. Witnessing even Li Wuyi acknowledging Lu Ding's authority, they could hardly voice any dissent. The ranks of soldiers collectively bowed, their voices rising in unison, proclaiming, "We are ready to heed General Lu's orders." Feeling the loyalty of the troops, Lu Ding's heart was moved that in specific circumstances, individuals can be subtly influenced. Under the soldiers' fervor, Lu Ding felt the weight of responsibility upon him. The lives of these 3,000 soldiers rested solely in his hands. "General Li Wuyi, I must trouble you to lead Generals Wang and Deng to support the nearest Pingqing, cutting through the northern route back to Lancheng. General Huang, I request that you and the other soldiers march swiftly along the small path toward the station area at Shancheng." Lu Ding, having occupied his idle time recently with maps, was already well-versed in the local terrain. "At your command." Li Wuyi and Huang Yilong promptly clasped their fists in salute. Without delay, Huang Yilong summoned 1,000 and 100-man commanders according to their original military divisions, swiftly organizing the evacuation. The lightly injured soldiers either carried or pushed the heavily wounded as they made their way. After nodding at Lu Ding, Li Wui quickly led Generals Wang and Deng, who were less injured, on horseback towards Pingsheng at a rapid pace. Lu Ding opened a storage ring and handed a portion of healing pills to Zheng Yuanfang and Huang Yilong. There may be dangers along the way. The lives of these 3,000 soldiers depend on you. Having exhausted his supply of medicinal pills during the previous fierce battle, Zheng Yuanfang, despite having taken the recovery pill Lu Ding provided earlier, still bore heavy injuries from enduring the secret techniques of the Xian Shui sect. They accepted the pills without hesitation, reminding Lu Ding to exercise caution while acting alone in the front line of Pingqing. Lu Ding arranged for Li Wui to lead the support as for the southern front at Yangqing. It would fall solely on Lu Ding himself that do not worry. I am someone who can slay grandmasters. A mere bandit shall not pose a challenge to me, Lu Ding said with a grin, feigning nonchalance, though internally he remained vigilant. Cautious sailing leads to a long voyage. Qingcheng has the presence of Zheng Yuanfang, which is why the Xian Shui sect sent elders to confront in the other cities. Only General Wan is stationed. The invading Yin army likely consists of generals at the Grandmaster level. As long as I remain prudent, overcoming them shall not be a problem. Zhou Quan and the other warriors stepped forward, their eyes filled with concern. Lu Ding bid farewell to each of them, readying himself to soar towards Yangqing. Lu Ding, wait a moment. Zheng Yuanfang called out hastily, then let out a sharp whistle. The sound of a steed's whinny echoed through the air, amidst the rush of wind. A magnificent steed, entirely blood-red and brimming with battle spirit, galloped towards them from afar. Its mane flowed like flames dancing in the air. The horse stopped beside Zheng Yuanfang, nuzzling its long neck against his head. Zheng Yuanfang chuckled, patting the steed's neck, and turned to Lu Ding, saying, "This is my mount, Qi Huiju. From today forth, it belongs to you. This is General Zheng's warhorse. How could I take what belongs to another?" Lu Ding quickly waved his hands in refusal. For a warrior galloping across the battlefield, a fine steed was a guarantee of life. He could not possibly take Qi Huiju at this moment. Zheng Yuanfang personally led Qi Huiju towards Lu Ding, explaining, "At our level, ordinary mounts can hardly engage in battle and serve only the purpose of travel. Since becoming a Grand Master, I have not fought alongside Qi Huiju for many years. Though the steed cannot speak, I know I have neglected it in these years that a warhorse's life is on the battlefield. Remaining in the stable only leads to its melancholy. You need to travel swiftly now. And it must conserve its strength that a fine steed deserves a hero. Accompanying you would not be a disgrace." Lu Ding felt a stirring in his heart. Since General Zheng had said so, he would graciously accept. Zheng Yuanfang patted the horse's back reluctantly, saying, "Go now. Follow Lu Ding, and shine with your brilliance." Qi Huiju whinnied a few times, glancing back 3 times as it departed from Zheng Yuanfang, reluctant to leave. Lu Ding did not rush, understanding that Qi Huiju possessed spirit and would not easily abandon its master. After a long while, until Lu Ding and Qi Huiju were out of Zheng Yuanfang's sight, he sighed and withdrew his gaze. "General Huang, we must set off as well." Lu Ding guided Qi Huiju through the mountain paths in the wild, where grass grew thick and rocks jutted out. It was as if the horse tread upon level ground. Qi Huiju, like a wild child granted the chance to roam free, joyfully dashed through the forest, casting aside its earlier worries. Along the way, they encountered many fierce beasts such as wind wolves and saber-toothed boars. Although these creatures lacked the intelligence of humans, they understood who was formidable and who was not in previous encounters with large armies. These wind wolves, despite being pack animals, never dared to act recklessly this moment. Seeing Lu Ding alone on horseback, many wind wolves suddenly surrounded him in the woods. The leading wolf was as large as a water buffalo, even bigger than Qi Huiju. Its emerald green pupils instilled a sense of dread. The wind wolves swirled with a faint blue cyclone, baring their teeth as they slowly closed in on Lu Ding. Qi Huiju neighed restlessly, its hooves anxious. The lead wolf was merely equivalent to a Grand Master in human terms. This would serve as a practice opportunity. Lu Ding leaned forward on the saddle, using his horsemanship to communicate with Qi Huiju. Focusing on the lead wolf, Chi Huiju pawed the ground a few times and then charged forward that a blazing flame enveloped its body, making it appear fearsome. Oh, whoa. The lead wolf suddenly threw back its head and howled, causing leaves to fall from the surrounding trees. Immediately afterward, the surrounding wind wolves unleashed several wind blades, aiming for Lu Ding's vital points. Lu Ding danced with his sword, moving with fluid grace, blocking all the wind blades with ease. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, conjuring a light blue water serpent to strike at the wind wolves. This water serpent exceeded 3 meters in length, larger than those conjured by the disciples of the Xian Shui sect. Ordinary wind wolves were truly no match for the water serpent alone. Initially, Chi Huiju was somewhat apprehensive, but upon witnessing Lu Ding's prowess, it began to display its own might. Flames blazed fiercely around its form, growing ever stronger as it charged toward the lead wolf. The lead wolf let out a low growl, and dozens of even more powerful deep green wind blades surged forth. Lu Ding drew his bow and loosed an arrow, unleashing a torrential downpour that obliterated the wind blades. However, at that moment, the lead wolf unexpectedly maneuvered around the torrential downpour, launching a side attack. Its claws glimmered with a chilling light as they aimed for Chi Huiju's eyes. Lu Ding snorted coldly, using his legs to push against the stirrups. He leaped off Chi Huiju and delivered a powerful punch. The lead wolf's eyes flashed with a glimmer of human-like joy. Beasts at the true method realm could take on human forms, and those at the Grandmaster level possessed a certain degree of intelligence. The lead wolf had claimed the lives of numerous human warriors. In its eyes, this human warrior, frail in body, dared to engage it barehanded. What a folly, bang! At the moment, Lu Ding's fist collided with the lead wolf's claws. A terrifying explosive force erupted from his fist. The impact, amounting to a terrifying force of over 100,000 pounds, instantly shattered the lead wolf's claws. This punch, relentless and unwavering, crushed the lead wolf's skull. Oh, whoa! The surrounding wind wolves, witnessing this spectacle, immediately tucked their tails and fled in disarray. Ding! You have slain the Grandmaster level wind wolf leader, earning 200 points in all attributes and 2 points in wind attribute talent. Wind attribute talent? Lu Ding was taken aback and opened his attribute panel. Following the series of realms and attributes, a new column appeared. Wind attribute talent. 2100. Below is a line of explanatory text. After the talent reaches 100, the host will possess a wind spiritual root. Lu Dingxian was momentarily taken aback, only to be immediately engulfed in ecstasy that I in this world. Reaching the true law realm signifies the entrance into the realm of cultivation. Those formidable cultivators often possess spiritual roots of exceedingly high purity. The higher the purity of the spiritual root, the swifter the cultivator's progress in training. Furthermore, attribute-based spiritual roots can enhance the power of the corresponding attributes' martial techniques and spells. For instance, Lu Ding's father possesses a mid-grade fire spiritual root, which grants him a significant advantage when employing fire-based martial techniques and spells. Although Lu Che is merely of mid-grade spiritual root, he is still regarded as a top-tier cultivator in the Dali dynasty. Lu Ding's predecessor, in his youth, had his spiritual root tested and was found to have a wasteful spiritual root, with none reaching even low-grade purity, essentially rendering him devoid of hope of attaining the true law realm. Even with abundant resources and unyielding perseverance, his future accomplishments would remain limited. Lu Ding, possessing a system, does not rely solely on his own cultivation, yet acquiring a spiritual root is indeed a matter of delight. Shao Qi, let us hasten and pursue. At this moment, Lu Ding perceives these wind wolves as his talent points. However, he does not forget his primary objective. The direction in which the Crimson Fire Steed is pursuing leads to the fleeing wind wolves of Yang City. Minutes later, Lu Ding, riding the Crimson Fire Steed, arrived near Yang City. His wind spiritual root talent points had reached 19, nearing 1/5 of the required progress. Lu Ding wasted no time and plunged into the battlefield of Yang City at this moment. The air around Yang City was thick with the scent of gunpowder. Just an hour prior, this place was a gruesome slaughterhouse, but it had since calmed considerably. Only small, scattered groups of Dali soldiers remained, utilizing the ruins of destroyed buildings and streets, anxiously awaiting rescue. Unless a Grandmaster-level powerhouse razed the entire city to the ground, they could only rely on manpower to slowly scour the area and eliminate the remaining forces. Ultimately, the protracted street battles allowed the Dali soldiers to stall for a considerable time, inflicting significant losses on the Dian army. A few Dali soldiers hid beneath a crumbling wall, preparing to ambush the approaching Dian troops. Yet upon seeing the black-armored Dian captain at the forefront, despair filled their eyes. They were merely ordinary soldiers at the late stage of the postnatal realm. Even if they managed to strike, they doubted they could inflict any harm on someone so close to the Grandmaster realm. Suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky. Chapter 32. A relentless charge for rescue. If we can eliminate all the soldiers invading our Dian dynasty, we might even reclaim the 9 cities at the Dali border. Truly, the National Master is extraordinary. This strategy has turned our defeat into victory, and his contributions to this battle are monumental. Indeed, were it not for the National Master, we would be helplessly watching those despicable Dali soldiers seize our cities. The dozens of Dian soldiers following the captain appeared relaxed, utterly unconcerned about the hidden Dali soldiers launching a surprise attack. Did I end this battle? All 10,000 of Dali's generals and 13 captains perished. The strongest among the fleeing few were merely a handful of 100-man leaders. They could not stir any waves before the captain. The Dian captain ahead also bore a smile. The Dian Anbei army had suffered near total annihilation. Yet this detachment had not only wiped out the Dali Tiger Brigade and the Annan army, but could also push the national border several hundred kilometers forward. Once this battle concludes, they would be met with nationwide cheers and rewards. Just then, the Dian captain felt a sudden dampness on his face. What is this? Has it started to rain? He looked up and saw translucent arrows raining down upon them like a locust swarm from the distance. These arrows tore through the air with a hissing sound, sending a shiver down the captain's spine. Not good. Enemies are upon us, he roared, swinging his battle blade downwards, sending a blade of light toward the arrows. However, with a sharp crack, the blade was instantly pierced by several arrows, and an uncountable number of arrows rained down once more. The Dian captain's pupils dilated before he could utter another word. The arrows expanded rapidly in his vision, piercing through his defenses and slaughtering dozens of Dian soldiers in an instant. Only those Dali soldiers, using the broken walls as cover, managed to escape the catastrophe. Have we been saved? The Dali soldiers exchanged glances, relief mixed with confusion in their eyes. According to the Dian soldiers, the Dali forces in the various cities had all been ambushed. It seemed that the other 10,000-man camps were also stretched thin, who would have the capacity to come to their aid. Lu Ding spent nearly a T's worth of time eliminating all the remaining Dian soldiers in Yang City. To Lu Ding, an entire regiment of Dian soldiers could be effortlessly eradicated with a single torrential downpour. That it was the smaller squads that had consumed a bit more of his time. The Dian soldiers had initially rushed towards him with a fierce roar. Yet unfortunately, not even a single punch from Lu Ding could be withstood. Their heads burst like watermelons as long as one had not reached the Grandmaster realm. No ordinary master could withstand a single punch from him. After slaughtering all the Dian soldiers in the city, Lu Ding, harnessing the might of a master, projected his voice across the area. I am Captain Lu Ding. All Dian soldiers in the city have been slain. All Dali soldiers are to gather at the western side of the city within half a T's worth of time. Those who disobey will face military justice. Lu Ding's voice echoed throughout Yang City, and all surviving soldiers revealed expressions of relief. It is Captain Lu. Quickly, let us depart. What if this is a scheme by the Dian army? A few Dali soldiers hesitated, recalling the previous deceptions that had instilled fear in them, wary of falling into another trap. Would the Dian army expend so many lives just to deal with us? They had witnessed dozens of Dian soldiers pierced through by arrows and killed. Was it worth such a heavy cost for a mere scattering of Dali soldiers? Agreed. Let us hurry. Approximately half a T's worth of time later, over 80 severely wounded Dali soldiers approached Lu Ding and came to a halt before him. Only you all survived this battle, observing the soldiers who were either missing an arm, a leg, had an ear, or an eye lost. Lu Ding's voice trembled with emotion. Over 10,000 soldiers, along with the logistics regiment, had dwindled to merely over 80 survivors. All of this is the fault of that accursed Dian army. The expressions of the 80-odd Dali soldiers were a mixture of despair, fury, and some were even crying tears of joy. They had watched their comrades, brothers they had shared daily life with, fall one after another before their eyes. The rage and fear they felt were not so easily assuaged. Lu Ding retrieved the low-grade healing pill he had prepared while waiting, the blood recovery pill. The blood recovery pill could only serve to restore the state of innate and master-level warriors. Though more effective for postnatal soldiers, it could not reattach severed limbs. One soldier, yet to consume the blood recovery pill. Anxiously inquired Captain, "How are the brothers in the other cities faring? I have just come from Qing City. I have yet to reach the other cities. Did I in that case? Please, my lord, depart swiftly and rescue more brothers in East City." The other soldiers echoed in agreement. Each of them, while significantly injured, had improved under the effects of the blood recovery pill, yet relying solely on their legs for travel would be too slow. Time is of the essence. They could not bear the thought that their delay would lead to the deaths of their comrades in other cities at the hands of the Dian army. "Do not worry. We will leave shortly." As Lu Ding's words fell, the distant sound of horses whinnying suddenly resonated from within the city. The Dali soldiers, filled with dread and suspicion, turned pale. "My lord, we must flee. The Dian army is in pursuit." Yet they beheld Lu Ding wearing a gentle smile. The soldiers turned to see a magnificent steed, engulfed in flames, galloping towards them, accompanied by dozens of fine steeds. The Crimson Fire steed approached Lu Ding, affectionately nuzzling him with its neck. Lu Ding produced a pill suitable for horses and fed it to the Crimson Fire steed. These low-grade pills were recorded in the experiences of novice alchemists. After mastering this knowledge, he naturally acquired the relevant formulas. "Everyone mount up. Let us proceed along the official road to East City." Lu Ding leapt onto the Crimson Fire steed and shouted, "Wait, I will rush ahead along the official road, clearing all obstacles in our path. As long as you do not stray, you should encounter no danger." The soldiers assisted each other onto their steeds, under the intimidation of the Crimson Fire steed. The horses belonging to the Dian army dared not stir, standing quietly as the soldiers mounted. Once mounted, they clasped their fists in respect towards Lu Ding. "My lord, take care on your journey." Lu Ding waved his hand and continued onward. More than 2 hours later, Lu Ding's hands had claimed the lives of several thousand Dian soldiers. His cultivation level simultaneously ascended to the 8th stage of the Master Realm. Host, Lu Ding age, 18 Realm. 8th level Grandmaster Physique. 24356 Strength. 153532 Spirit. 34322 Speed. 30278 Martial Arts. Dragon Elephant Strength Techniques. Lingguang Sword Technique, Pashak Fist, Torrent of Rain. Alas, the formidable Dian army, despite its might, was incapable of bestowing upon him any spiritual root talent points. It merely elevated his realm and attributes slightly. Lu Ding pondered for a moment, then hastened toward Shansheng, the garrison of the Dali army, as the two teams led by Li Wuyo and Zheng Yuanfang had yet to arrive. Chapter 33. Insurrection, Execute. Shansheng, a crucial stronghold of Dali, commanded all who approached to halt. The Crimson Steed, akin to a bolt of lightning, galloped forth, trailing a plume of dust. The guards of Shansheng swiftly ordered the gates to be shut and shouted at Lu Ding outside the city. Lu Ding gestured for the Crimson Steed to stop and produced the token of 1,000 generals, proclaiming, "I am Lu Ding of the Tiger Might Army, here to seek aid at Shansheng." Upon noticing the bloodstains on Lu Ding's attire, the guards were taken aback and quickly dispatched one of their number to summon the 100 generals responsible for the night watch. The 100 general, initially startled, soon inquired, "General Zheng and General Xue have achieved a great victory on the front lines and are leading troops to take control of the 8 cities. Why would they send someone back to seek assistance?" Just days prior, news of the victory had been dispatched from Shansheng to the court, and the rewards of cultivation resources had recently been requisitioned from the surrounding cities, with shipments only leaving Shansheng yesterday. Now, an unfamiliar 1,000 general appeared, claiming to seek aid. Was this not an attempt to deceive? Lu Ding felt fury surging within him, yet he remembered that the guards were merely fulfilling their duty. And thus he patiently explained, "Last night, scouts reported that our military supplies were intercepted. General Xue pursued the assailants, only to find that the Dian army had not retreated but rather lay in ambush within the cities, launching a sudden night raid that resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of our soldiers. To prevent the Dian army from returning in force, I have come to Shansheng to seek assistance in evacuating our troops." To Lu Ding's astonishment upon hearing his words, the 100 general did not order the gates to be opened. Instead, he bellowed, "This is a spy from the enemy nation. Quickly shoot him down," as the words left his lips. The surrounding guards hesitated, for Lu Ding was clad in the armor of a Dali Thousand general, and his military token was genuine. They could not simply take the 100 general's word and label him an enemy spy. However, seeing that the guards remained inactive, the 100 general snorted coldly, shoving aside a nearby archer to seize a bow and arrow for himself. "All of you shoot. Otherwise, you shall be held accountable for dereliction of duty." With that, he drew back his bowstring, releasing an arrow toward Lu Ding. Lu Ding deftly deflected the arrow with his Lingquan sword, his anger boiling over as he thought, "You are playing with fire." The 100 general's eyes widened in astonishment, not expecting Lu Ding to effortlessly block his arrow. Yet this surprise quickly morphed into a resolve. He must ensure this man dies today. "Quickly, let loose your arrows," he roared. The surrounding archers trembled at his command and hastily knocked their arrows, aiming at Lu Ding. "Very well." Lu Ding gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and patted the back of his crimson steed. "You wait for me outside the city." The crimson steed, possessing the strength of a nascent grandmaster, could be trusted to remain safe in the wild. With a cry, the crimson steed galloped away, but to the 100 general's eyes, it appeared as though it had abandoned Lu Ding to flee for its own life. In the next instant, a fierce, killing intent surged within Lu Ding, and he propelled himself off the ground, launching toward the city wall like a cannonball, leaving behind trails of afterimages. The 100 general was taken aback, but remembering that only those of the Grandmaster realm could fly, he exhaled in relief. Continue shooting. Though the volley of arrows from dozens of archers seemed formidable, Lu Ding's speed was far too great, leaving the arrows trailing behind him. Amidst the rain of arrows, Lu Ding landed on the city wall, his foot striking with such force that the wall trembled slightly. What kind of strength is this? The 100 general's eyes widened in fear as he felt the tremor of the wall. Lu Ding's terrifying power allowed him to traverse the wall as if it were level ground. He scaled the 90-degree wall, running against the rain of arrows. The 50-meter-tall wall appeared to be an illusion before Lu Ding. Is this a grandmaster or a great grandmaster? As Lu Ding, who had previously stood outside the city, now loomed before them, the archers dropped their bows in terror, losing all courage to resist, but did not come any closer. "I am the 100 general of Shancheng. You have no authority to kill me." As Lu Ding approached step by step, the 100 general was paralyzed with fear, scrambling to flee with all limbs. Lu Ding remained silent, but his calm gaze shattered the 100 general's mental defenses that he sensed that Lu Ding truly dared to kill him here. "I was only justified in my suspicions. How could the victorious army's fortunes change so drastically?" "You cannot kill me." Fear consumed the 100 general's reason like an abyss, and he frantically screamed, dragging the trembling guards around him to block Lu Ding's advance. "Get out of my way." Lu Ding spoke with a serene voice. Yet the guards felt as though a great burden had been lifted and quickly moved aside, the 100 general's horrified gaze. Lu Ding crushed his hand like a twig, then swiftly drew his sword to sever the 100 general's right arm. A piercing scream echoing through the air, doubt. "How dare a mere 100 general shoot at me without any basis?" Lu Ding scoffed, executing another strike to remove the 100 general's left arm. Insurrection, dereliction of duty, and multiple crimes warrant severe punishment. As Lu Ding thrust his sword toward the 100 general's chest, a booming voice suddenly echoed from a distance, awakening the hundreds of thousands of citizens resting within the city. A middle-aged man clad in black robes, with a square face, swiftly approached from afar. However, Lu Ding disregarded him, plunging his sword through the 100 general's heart. The commander of Shanqing's expression darkened. This youth dared to kill a 100 general before his very eyes. His gaze bore the weight of authority, fixed intently on Lu Ding. "You have breached Shanqing, slain a 100 general. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, you shall not leave this city." The commander of Shanqing exuded a powerful aura, pressing toward Lu Ding. Recognizing the armor Lu Ding wore, he refrained from rash action and instead demanded answers. Lu Ding narrowed his eyes, sensing the oppressive aura behind him, his expression betraying a hint of wariness. This commander of Shanqing was formidable, rivaling even General Zheng. Lu Ding retrieved the military token of General Hu Wei, stating, "This is the military order of the Tiger Might Army." I request that the commander of Shanxing dispatch a force to assist in the evacuation of the Tiger Might Army and Annam Army. Upon seeing the token, the commander's pupils constricted. It was indeed Jing Yuanfang's token. Thoughts raced through his mind. The National Master had clearly dispatched troops to encircle Shui, and both of the great grandmasters were engaged to ensure safety. He had even sent the deputy commander of Shanxing to assist in battle. As a fellow general of the Dali dynasty, Shui Ting would never doubt his deputy's identity, creating an opportunity to strike a heavy blow against Shui. Thus, the National Master would have the chance to obliterate both armies. When the deputy commander returned gravely injured and the Tiger Might Army and Annam Army were annihilated, the court would surely punish Shui Ting and the others for their underestimation. Meanwhile, the commander of Shanxing, having defended the border amid such peril, would surely be rewarded. Yet this unfamiliar face had emerged alone and disrupted his plans. The commander of Shanxing contemplated how to handle the current situation. After a moment's thought, he ordered the corpse of the 100 general who had confronted Lu Ding to be removed. That I end that case. I shall personally lead the charge with you, should you dare attempt to deceive me. Even General Zheng cannot save you. Chapter 34. Betrayal. Under the command of General Ma Fani of Shanxing, a company of 1,000 men was swiftly organized. The rescue team, laden with ox-drawn carts carrying the wounded and various medical supplies, advanced along the official road toward the front lines. However, as they passed through Fansheng, the scouts responsible for reconnaissance suddenly reported, "General, we have detected signs of a fierce battle on the highlands ahead, causing the ground to tremble and landslides that have damaged the official road. We must alter our course to timely rendezvous with the two generals." Then a Fani frowned in contemplation. It seems likely that General Shui is engaged in a fierce battle with the bandits who intercepted our supplies. Lu Ding, would you care to accompany me to assist General Shui? Though this appeared to be a reasonable suggestion, it raised Lu Ding's suspicions that the commander of Shanxing, Ma Fani, was at least a great grandmaster. It was entirely plausible for Ma Fani to personally aid General Shui. Yet Lu Ding, merely 1,000 general, had displayed strength only at the grandmaster level when he executed the 100 general in Shanxing. To involve him in the battle of great grandmasters seemed akin to sending him to his doom. That I hope I am merely overthinking this, Lu Ding mused inwardly. Yet his expression revealed nothing. Very well, I shall accompany the general to take a look. The two hastily made their way toward the distant highlands while the other soldiers circled the mountain to continue their advance. On the highlands, several formidable figures clashed with such intensity that the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Drenched in blood and clad in black armor, Shui Ting exuded an astonishing aura as he single-handedly subdued two formidable generals of the Great Yin, clad in tiger-headed battle armor, who were frantically assaulting him. However, despite the precarious appearance of the skirmish, it was merely a fade, for there was no real threat to his life. Meanwhile, Li Wui struggled to contain another great Yin general, Lu Ding, whose unstable aura suggested he was employing some secret technique to barely hold his ground against the general. That it was only a matter of time before Li Wui's defeat was sealed. This battle now hinged on whether Shui Ting could eliminate a great Yin general first, or if the general would succeed in slaying Li Wui, regardless of which side suffered a loss. The equilibrium of the battlefield would be swiftly shattered in the distance. Though Generals Wang and Deng were present, their prowess as early-stage grandmasters rendered them incapable of intervening in such a cataclysmic confrontation. Even the residual shockwaves from the battle could overwhelm them. They dared not approach any closer than several hundred meters, anxiously awaiting the outcome. "General Shui, I shall lend you my strength," Ma Fani bellowed as he soared through the air to join the fray. Upon seeing Ma Fani arrive, Shui Ting, who was in a state of fervor, suddenly exhaled a sigh of relief, his energy slightly subsiding. With General Ma's assistance, today shall mark the demise of these great Yin forces. Generals Wang and Deng, having previously encountered Ma Fani and aware of his grandmaster capabilities, felt a wave of assurance wash over them. With Shui Ting capable of holding off two adversaries and now receiving reinforcements, the tide of battle appeared to be turning. The two great Yin generals, noticing Ma Fani's arrival, exchanged glances filled with trepidation. The addition of a grandmaster could decisively tilt the scales of victory. However, at that moment, they suddenly observed Ma Fani making a covert gesture. One of the great Yin general's eyes lit up with recognition. This is the backup plan of the National Master. The great Yin general felt a surge of elation. Though his expression remained stern, Ting, do not assume that with reinforcements, you can escape this calamity today. Ting laughed heartily. You still dare to speak defiantly when death is upon you? After uttering these words, he turned to Ma Fani. General Ma, let us each take one. May the best man slay the enemy. Very well, Ma Fani replied, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he nodded. In the next moment, as Ting charged towards the great Yin general, Ma Fani suddenly brandished a heavy sword and swung it towards Ting. Ha ha! Ting, today shall be your end. The great Yin general laughed maniacally, unleashing his ultimate techniques upon Ting. The combined onslaught of 3 grandmasters descended upon him. Ting's hair stood on end as he faced an imminent life-and-death crisis. In this critical moment, Ting looked at Ma Fani in disbelief and roared, General Ma, you have colluded with the enemy nation. He had previously dealt with Ma Fani before arriving at the border and could not fathom why the esteemed protector of Shan City would conspire with these great Yin generals. This was an act of treason. The National Master has offered too much. All it requires is your life to grant me the hope of breaking through to the true path. Ma Fani's gaze remained calm. Devoid of any remorse for betraying his comrade, him. Notions of comradeship or nation held no weight against his own ambitions. Despair engulfed Ting. And in an instant, his murderous intent surged. He disregarded the attacks from the pursuing great Yin generals and directed his fury towards Ma Fani. Traitor, today I shall take your life. Ting roared, abandoning all pretense of defense as he charged at Ma Fani. In this battle, he could die, but the traitor must not live, should Ma Fani survive. The other troops arriving at the border would surely meet a similar fate. That I in any realm. Traitors are the most loathed of beings. Ma Fani swung his heavy sword, retreating in the air that if he could withstand this strike, Ting would undoubtedly perish. There was no need to injure himself for the sake of a dead man that on the ground. Generals Wang and Deng were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. What was happening? Why was General Ma attacking General Shui? General Wang attempted to step forward to shield Ting from the blow, but was halted by General Deng. Do you wish to court death? Your strength is insufficient to withstand this strike. Yet, do we simply stand by and watch as General Shui dies? If we preserve the Green Hills, we need not fear the lack of firewood. We should leave quickly and inform General Liu. Just as the two were preparing to depart, a voice rang out from the sky. General Shui, focus on the traitor. I will handle these two. Before his words had fully settled, a multitude of semi-transparent, azure arrows rained down from the heavens, enveloping the 2 great Yin generals. Witnessing this scene, Generals Wang and Deng finally eased their anxious hearts. General Liu had previously slain a great Yin general. His intervention now surely held ample assurance. The expressions of the 2 great Yin generals shifted as they sensed the impending danger. They could not afford to be careless. An attack of such magnitude could only be executed by a formidable opponent. Feeling the assault from behind being obstructed, Ting, though unaware of the source of the voice, nodded in acknowledgement. Flames erupted from his dominating blade, sizzling the surrounding air. With a single slash, the fiery aura engulfed Ma Fani's heavy sword. Subsequently, Ting closed in, engaging Ma Fani in close combat. Though Ma Fani was also a grandmaster, how could a city defender compare to Ting, a seasoned warrior on the battlefield? Under Ting's full might, he quickly subdued Ma Fani. What are you all waiting for? Come and assist me. The suppressed Ma Fani bellowed in frustration. These 2 great Yin generals are utterly useless. They cannot even withstand the attack of a mere commander. What shame it is to call themselves grandmasters. Chapter 35. Unveiling of Hidden Cards. Damn it. How can this fellow possess such strength? The 2 great Yin generals were horrified, struggling to endure the onslaught. The rain of arrows covered an expanse of several hundred meters. Logically, the power of martial techniques would diminish when spread over such a wide area. Yet, each arrow descended with the force of a mountain, ruthlessly crashing down upon them. Boom! Ugh! Amidst the piercing groans and cries of anguish, the 2 great Yin generals bore deep, gaping wounds that exposed bone. Had they not exerted themselves to deflect most of the arrows, they would have perished on the spot. However, their bodies, under the relentless pressure of the torrential downpour, began to plummet towards the ground. That moment, Lu Ding charged forward on his fiery steed. With the momentum of his steed, Lu Ding leapt onto a massive rock. With a resounding crash, The stone shattered into fragments, and Lu Ding's body shot through the air like a cannonball towards the two airborne adversaries. Lingguang, sword technique. The terrifying force sliced through the air. One of the great Yin generals attempted to parry Lu Ding's strike, but was met with overwhelming power, sending his spear flying. Lu Ding's Lingguang sword also suffered a dent from the impact. The weapon of the great Yin general was evidently of considerable quality. In the face of the great Yin general's horrified gaze, Lu Ding delivered a fist to his head. Although the general raised his arms in defense, he was instantly crushed, his skull exploding like a watermelon. Congratulations, host, for slaying Great Yin General Li Fang. All attributes 800, spiritual energy 25,000. You have obtained a second-tier treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Only a second-tier treasure chest. Lu Ding felt a twinge of disappointment. Previously, the elder from Xinshui sect had yielded a third-tier chest. This Great Yin General, a fellow Grandmaster, only produced a second-tier chest. How disappointing. It now appeared that aside from stronger foes yielding higher drop rates, high-tier chests were not guaranteed to drop for everyone. Even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. Lu Ding decided to pocket the treasure chest as he descended towards the ground. His body pulled by gravity that he had yet to reach the Grandmaster realm and could not fly. Upon seeing Lu Ding descending, the other Great Yin General quickly realized that Lu Ding had not yet attained Grandmaster status. He could not afford to ponder how a mere master could slay a grandmaster. He fled towards the distance. This battle had become unwinnable, and if Xue Ting were to free himself, his companion would surely meet a similar fate. General Lu, do not let the traitorous general escape. Xue Ting, easily suppressing Ma Fani, felt a surge of joy upon witnessing Lu Ding slay the great Yin general, and he quickly shouted to urge Lu Ding to stop the escaping enemy. Fear not, he will not escape. Lu Ding narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixated on the direction in which the enemy was fleeing. Immediately, he released the top bowstring, which emitted a crisp, resonant hum. The arrow, imbued with the essence of the moon, traversed hundreds of meters in an instant, piercing through the back of General Zhang Quan of the Great Yin. The force was so formidable that it propelled him several dozen meters away, causing him to lose his ability to maintain flight and crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Lu Ding swiftly advanced, closing the distance in mere moments that a profound terror took root in General Zhang's heart. And he hastily produced a sound transmission talisman, shouting in panic, "National Master, the enemy General Lu Qian." Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Lu Ding's sword light severed his head from his shoulders. Congratulations, host, for slaying General Zhang Quan of the Great Yin. All attributes 800, spirit energy 25,000. You have obtained a second-tier treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? With 2 treasure chests in his possession, Lu Ding felt his gains were quite satisfactory, but he did not rush to open them. Rather, he dashed towards the direction of Li Wei's battle. There were still 2 treasure chests to claim. There was no time to waste on opening them now. The Great Yin General had only recently broken through to the Grandmaster realm and had originally come to serve as backup for the other 2 generals. However, despite Li Wei being merely at the late master stage, he was easily overpowered. In the brief skirmish, Li Wei had already sustained injuries and was visibly weakened. In less than a minute, he could slay his opponent. Thus, he kept a watchful eye on the distant battle. Upon witnessing Lu Ding effortlessly dispatch 2 generals stronger than himself, his pupils constricted in fear, leaving him in a state of panic. After delivering a crushing blow to Li Wei, he immediately turned to flee without a trace of hesitation. Yet, Li Wei merely grunted, suppressing the turbulent blood within him. Fueled by his fighting spirit, he charged forward in a desperate attempt to block the great Yin general's escape. Trying to run, you'll have to step over my corpse first. The great Yin general lamented his predicament, regretting ever taking on such a foolhardy mission. How could the great Li army harbor such hidden talents? He screamed in frustration, but in the face of absolute power, it was merely impotent rage. Lu Ding executed the spirit light sword technique, and with a flash of cold brilliance, he severed the great Yin general's war staff. However, the spirit spring sword in Lu Ding's grasp also succumbed to the strain, shattering in response. After finally acquiring a suitable weapon, it had been rendered useless. Lu Ding grimaced, and before Li Wei's astonished gaze, he delivered a punch that caved in the great Yin general's chest, extinguishing any semblance of life. Gulps of disbelief escaped Li Wei as he observed Lu Ding, a veritable harbinger of death that in just a few days, Lu Ding had transformed from a mere corpse carrier into a slayer capable of taking down Grandmaster-level generals. Such rapid advancement was nothing short of terrifying. Could it be that he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity and gained profound insight? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Waya found the possibility increasingly plausible. Yet, he swiftly suppressed the burgeoning greed within him. Those who possess great fortunes are often accompanied by immense risks. To seize such a fortune, one must consider whether they possess the strength to withstand the backlash. If one truly had that capability, they could achieve remarkable success on their OW, and that Liwaya harbored no thoughts of usurping Lu Ding's fortune. Lu Ding cast a deep glance at Liwaya, sensing the fluctuations in his aura. However, since Liwaya remained still, he chose not to speak further. Instead, he pocketed the deceased Great Yin general's ring and rushed towards the battlefield of Xueting and Ma Fani. Xueting, having regained his focus, struck Ma Fani with a blade, inflicting severe wounds that left his chest a bloody mess and his complexion pale. Ma Fani, regardless of your reasons for betrayal today, you have only one path forward, death. As his words fell, Xueting swung his blade once more. With a thunderous explosion, a figure was sent hurtling backward. His arm shattered and his breath weakened. General Xue. The expressions of Li, Wang, and Deng, 3,000 generals, transformed drastically. The one who had been thrown was none other than Xueting. Chapter 36. Amplification Codex. Little brat, you truly haven't learned even a fraction of my skills. Before Ma Fani stood an elderly man with a white beard. His demeanor was gentle, adorned with a kind smile, and he donned a pristine white robe, exuding an air of celestial grace. Upon seeing the elder's appearance, Ma Fani felt a surge of reassurance and quickly bowed. I greet my master. Meanwhile, Lu Ding caught Xueting, who had been flung away, while the others looked on with grave expressions at the white-bearded elder. To be addressed as master by a grandmaster was no trivial matter. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. Coupled with the ease with which he had sent Xueting flying, his power was likely at the true law realm. A practitioner of the true law realm, in such a situation, wielded a dimensional advantage. True cultivators faced mere martial warriors with no chance of resistance. Xueting felt a chilling energy coursing through him, threatening to freeze his very organs. In an instant, frost covered his eyebrows and hair tips. Li Waya and the others were filled with shock and fury, yet they found themselves powerless in the face of such a reality. Before the true law realm, they were no different from ants. Lu Ding's expression was equally solemn, but his consciousness delved into a sea of awareness, opening the treasure chests he had just acquired. Against the true law realm, no matter how formidable his power, he had no recourse but to hope for transformative treasures from the chests. Congratulations, host, for opening the second-tier treasure chest. You have received low-grade Xin-class armor, soft hedgehog armor. Useless. Congratulations, host, for opening the second-tier treasure chest. You have received a second-tier pill. Blood-burning pill. Useless. With only one chest remaining, Lu Ding feared for his life if it too proved unhelpful, detecting that the host is currently in crisis. Initiating directed opening. Congratulations, host, for striking it lucky and obtaining the Amplification Codex. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Ding finally breathed a sigh of relief that he regarded the descriptions of his 3 spoils. The soft hedgehog armor was designed to rebound a portion of melee damage inflicted by enemies. The blood-burning pill was a desperate measure, capable of igniting one's foundation to unleash power beyond current limits. However, burning one's foundation essentially marked an end to one's cultivation journey. Lu Ding had no intention of using such a thing unless absolutely necessary. Upon seeing the effects of the final Amplification Codex, Lu Ding's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Yes, in the distance, Ma Fani glared fiercely at Xueting and Lu Ding, exclaiming, Master, hurry and kill them, lest we face unforeseen consequences. The white-bearded elder chuckled softly. Killing is indeed necessary, but to do so directly would be too easy on them. The elder's voice faded. A black flag adorned with a skull suddenly appeared in his hands. He swung the Wandering Soul's flag with fervor, unleashing a bone-chilling black energy that swept forth, seemingly freezing the surrounding air into solid blocks of ice. Ma Fani, you have conspired with the wicked. Upon witnessing this scene, the already severely injured Xueting felt his heart race, spurting out a mouthful of blood as he stared in disbelief at Ma Fani. the Wandering Soul's flag, crafted using the souls of the deceased, was one of the hallmarks of the wicked. Any dynasty or faction would scorn such practices. Lu Ding suddenly recalled the earlier observation of the shallow graves at the time. He had merely assumed he was overly fatigued and mistaken the depth. Now it seemed likely that the white-bearded elder had been lurking in the shadows, secretly drawing from the blood and flesh of the deceased to empower the Wandering Soul's flag. Discovering this now is a tad too late, Ma Fani said disdainfully, regarding the ashen-faced Xue Ting. Once these people are dead, no one will uncover my relationship with my master. Only with continuous border conflicts can our interests align, should the Great Li dynasty triumph and push the front lines forward. He would no longer have a suitable reason to strengthen the Wandering Soul's flag alongside his master. This was one of his primary motivations for colluding with the Great Yin dynasty. While the dead could also be absorbed, the efficacy was vastly inferior. The white-bearded elder stroked his beard and smiled, continuing to wave the Wandering Soul's flag. Living beings, especially the strong, are the most suitable materials for the Wandering Soul's flag. With you as bait, my Wandering Soul's flag will surely ascend to a new level. The elder's smile was kind, yet his words sent chills down the spine. Countless faces of vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts coalesced in the air, rushing towards Lu Ding and the others, as if intent on freezing their bodies and transforming them into their kind. Run! Xue Ting shoved Lu Ding and the others aside, desperately igniting his last remnants of vitality to attempt to block the Wandering Soul's flag. Ha! Give up! The white-bearded elder cackled. Today, all of you shall become my sustenance, and none shall escape. Is that so? A calm voice echoed around them. Xue Ting was momentarily stunned, only to realize that the words had come from Lu Ding. Even now, you still seek to display bravado, preserve the Green Mountains, and you need not fear a lack of firewood. You are still young. Do not act rashly. After speaking, Xue Ting's dominating blade, engulfed in fierce flames, surged once more towards the ghostly visage. Yet compared to the earlier fiery slash, the momentum of the flames in this strike was evidently diminished. Subsequently, Xue Ting hastily turned to the equally weakened Li Wui, imploring, Li Wui, I beseech you to escort Lu Ding away. It is imperative to preserve his life. Li Wui nodded in agreement. Now is not the time for despair. Lu Ding, with a calm smile, retrieved a purple sphere emanating crackling thunder from his storage ring. The Thunderbreak Pearl, upon activation, it summons cataclysmic thunder across a vast area, inflicting horrific damage upon foes. The higher the user's mental acuity, the greater the range, and the higher the cultivation, the more devastating the impact. Lu Ding's current mental acuity was not particularly high, and his technique, the Dragon Elephant Strength, did not enhance his mental faculties. However, this modest level was only low in comparison to his own capabilities. Even an ordinary Grandmaster would merely surpass him in spiritual energy and physical control, but not in mental prowess. Lu Ding's hidden cards were far from exhausted. He possessed a tome of a faint yellow hue. Upon witnessing Lu Ding produce the book, even the stoic Li Wui and his companions could not suppress a twitch of their lips. They had heard tales of those formidable beings from Zhongzhou, capable of summoning thunder and vanquishing all adversaries with a mere turn of a page. Yet, such figures belonged to the realm of legend that the Great Li dynasty. No such existence had ever been reported. Lu Ding focused intently on the amplification tome in his hands. Amplification tome, capable of enhancing the power of other disposable artifacts tenfold, with 11 uses remaining, a potent artifact with only a single-use opportunity. General Xue, on the count of 3, everyone must flee together. Although Lu Ding's legs moved swiftly, bringing along Wang and Generals Ding would undoubtedly slow him down compared to Xue Ting's rapid escape. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the amplification tome in Lu Ding's grasp transformed into a cascade of luminous particles that dissipated into the air. Almost immediately, the purple sphere in his hand radiated with brilliance. Chapter 37. Thunderous Annihilation. That instant Lu Ding unleashed the Thunderbreak Pearl. Xue Ting, along with Li Wui and Generals Wang and Ding, hastily fled. Remarkably, Lu Ding's legs propelled him forward even faster than they. This is bad. Danger approaches. Meanwhile, as the Thunderbreak Pearl drew near, the white-bearded elder finally sensed the terrifying power it contained. The primal instinct for survival surged from the depths of his soul, sending shivers down his spine. He disregarded the fate of the nearby Mafani and fled for his life, adhering to his principle. A dead disciple does not mean a dead path, and Afani's expression also shifted dramatically. But he was ultimately a moment too late. Boom! The strike was as if the thunder god had descended. Waves of purple lightning erupted from the thunderbreak pearl, dancing wildly like enraged serpents, annihilating all living beings in the vicinity. Accompanied by the blinding arcs of lightning was the anguished wails of countless vengeful spirits from the Wanhun banner. The thunder, intermingled with flames, devoured thousands of souls. Everything that came into contact with the lightning arcs erupted instantaneously. The ground fissured violently, rocks shattered to dust, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains. The terrifying shockwave rippled outwards for kilometers, sending Shuet Ting and the others, who were in flight, hurtling away like kites severed from their strings one after another. They crashed to the ground, feeling as though their internal organs had been displaced, blood spurting from their mouths. Li Wui and the others were gripped by a profound sense of dread. Had they been at the center of the explosion, even Shuet Ting would likely have been reduced to ashes, vanishing from this world. Lu Ding, too, was astonished. After employing the amplification tome, the power of the Thunderbreak Pearl was astonishingly formidable. At the moment of the explosion, a system notification echoed in Lu Ding's ears. Congratulations, host, for slaying the city guard Mafani. All attributes 800, spirit energy 25,000. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a first-tier treasure chest. Lu Ding was taken aback. Mafani was, after all, a grandmaster, yet he yielded only a first-tier treasure chest. Could it be that the utilization of external forces in his strike had diminished the combat evaluation? The residual shockwaves lingered for 5 or 6 minutes before gradually dissipating. The once bone-chilling black mist had vanished completely, leaving behind only a severely damaged Wanhun banner. Not far away lay an incomplete half-dash corpse that in the distance. The white-bearded elder, spitting blood, found his aura plummeting after the destruction of the Wanhun banner. He had fallen to the peak of the Grandmaster tier and was unable to halt his decline. The white-bearded elder felt as though his body had transformed into a dilapidated barrel, leaking energy from every pore. His spiritual energy continuously seeped from his body, yet he could do nothing to stop it. As he sensed his power waning, an unnameable fury ignited within him. His Wanhun banner had absorbed countless corpses to help him transcend to the true law realm. Yet the flaws of such an unorthodox method rendered his foundation unstable, unable to contend with true practitioners of the true law realm. Thus, he had sought more souls, hoping one day to become a genuine practitioner of the true law realm. At that time, even if his identity as a heretic were to be revealed, ordinary folk would think twice before confronting him. Yet now, his Wanhun banner had been destroyed. This directly led to his inability to maintain his original realm following the backlash. A small crack can lead to a 1,000-mile dam's collapse. The white-bearded elder cast a deep glance at Lu Ding before choosing to flee. He was currently no match for Shuet Ting and the others and needed to first find a way to stem the flow of his dissipating spiritual energy before plotting revenge. However, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lu Ding discerned the elder's intent to escape, that to save time. Lu Ding relied on his formidable physique to withstand the remnants of the explosion, traversing the fissured earth. With the temptation of slaying a practitioner of the true law realm before him, how could he allow such an opportunity to slip away? The white-bearded elder staggered over a kilometer away. Yet to his horror, he realized Lu Ding was rapidly closing the distance. Damn it, the old man cursed inwardly. This brat relied solely on treasure to destroy his Wanhun banner. Even if his power was rapidly diminishing, he still retained the strength of a peak grandmaster, that a gaunt camel is larger than a horse. This young man was not someone he could trifle with. Since you have come to my door, do not blame me for being ruthless. The white-bearded elder's gaze darkened, and with a chilling grip imbued with ghostly energy, he struck towards Lu Ding. Lu Ding's gaze sharpened. The muscles in his arms swelled instantly, straining the armor into a frightening curve. The top bowstring of the Gale bow snapped back, unleashing the arrow of the moon's pursuit, which cleaved through the air. With a sharp, piercing sound, the arrow, bolstered by tremendous force, effortlessly pierced through the ghostly grasp. The white-bearded elder's countenance shifted dramatically. All his pride in his skeletal palm faded away. How could his pride and joy be so easily shattered by a single arrow? Just as he was reeling from shock, another arrow of the moon's pursuit hurtled towards him. With a soft thud, it struck the white-bearded elder's back, penetrating through him in an instant. The elder felt his entire strength dissipate. His body uncontrollably plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud, life slowly fading away. The system notification did not sound, so Lu Ding did not recklessly approach and continued to draw the bowstring taut. A torrential rain of arrows reduced the elder's form to a puddle of mush. The elder, with claws outstretched, attempted a final desperate strike, but could only bitterly swallow his last breath. Only when the notification sounded did Lu Ding release the tight bowstring. Congratulations, host, for slaying the practitioner of the true law realm, Black-Browed Taoist. All attributes 5,000, lifespan 365 days, spirit energy 100. Congratulations, host, for slaying a practitioner of the true law realm for the first time, rewarding a 4th-tier treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? A familiar, gentle spiritual energy surged from all directions into Lu Ding's body, spreading throughout his limbs and bones, as if delicate hands were tenderly caressing his form. Lu Ding could feel his realm rapidly ascending under the support of this spiritual energy. Grandmaster Realm, great perfection. He now possessed 20 foundation establishment pills he had acquired, and with just a few days of seclusion, he could break through to the Grandmaster tier. In the distance, Xueting and the others had begun to help each other approach, so Lu Ding temporarily refrained from opening the treasure chest. Xueting, injured yet dignified, bowed slightly to Lu Ding. If it were not for your timely arrival, Lu Ding, I and General Li Wan and the others would surely have met our demise. Lu Ding quickly stepped forward to assist Xueting, stating, "You overestimate my role, General." Xueting, no longer concerned with formalities, solemnly declared, "From this day forth, I, Xue, owe you a life. Whatever I can do, I shall do without hesitation." Li Wui and Generals Wang and Deng also expressed their gratitude. Li Wui explicitly promised, upon arriving in Lijing, "I shall extend the hospitality of a host to this." Lu Ding merely smiled without elaboration that he bore an irreconcilable grudge against the great Li King. Lijing? When he journeyed to Lijing, it would mark the end of the great Li King. Xueting then turned his gaze to the corpse of the white-bearded elder on the ground. I never would have imagined that all of this was a consequence of the collusion between Ma Fani and the Great Yin dynasty. It appears that General Zheng's defeat was not without the shadow of this white-bearded elder and Ma Fani. Chapter 38. Consecutive Unboxings. Earth-Tier Longyuan Sword. General Xue. Have you heard of the name Black-Browed Taoist? Black-Browed Taoist. Upon hearing Lu Ding's sudden inquiry, Xueting's brows immediately knitted together. The Black-Browed Taoist, seemingly an elder from the inner sect of Huiyun Mountain, had reportedly fallen from grace in recent years and was expelled from the mountain. What transpired? Huiyun Mountain is one of the sects of the Great Li dynasty, presided over by a formidable practitioner of the 10,000 Laws realm. The Black-Browed Taoist was a pillar among the elders of Huiyun Mountain, and the incident surrounding him had caused quite a stir, which Xueting had heard whispers of. This white-bearded elder was indeed the Black-Browed Taoist. Upon this revelation, Xueting and Li Wui's expressions instantly shifted. Did I ask this true? Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Ding nodded affirmatively. Absolutely true. This is what he confided to me before his demise. The hearts of Xueting and the others sank to the depths of despair, realizing that this matter was unexpectedly entangled with Huiyun Mountain. Although Huiyun Mountain had expelled the Black-Browed Taoist, no one could ascertain whether there remained any clandestine ties between them. Even if this affair was not covertly sanctioned by Huiyun Mountain, there were likely individuals within the sect who maintained favorable relations with the Black-Browed Taoist, that if they were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble for them. This matter is known only to us few. Xueting's countenance suddenly took on a frosty demeanor. For your own sake and for the sake of others, it is best that this remains buried in your hearts. Xueting's admonition was clearly directed at Li Wui and the two generals. Wang and Deng. It was not that he lacked trust in others, but the gravity of this situation could incite turmoil throughout the entire Great Li dynasty, and he could not afford to be careless. Rest assured, General Xue, even if we were to shatter into 1,000,000 pieces, we would not breathe a word of this matter, they replied, and Xueting nodded in satisfaction. That moment, Lu Ding's expression suddenly changed. This is bad, General Xue. We must hasten to meet General Zheng and the others. Fearing that the others might not grasp the situation, Lu Ding quickly recounted his expedition to Shan City to gather reinforcements. If the only traders in Shan City were Ma Fani and the black-browed Daoist, it would be one thing. However, one must prepare for the worst, should there be other traders among the reinforcements. General Zheng and his men would be in peril. Xueting and the others possessed healing elixirs for themselves and needed no concern from Lu Ding. They swiftly soared towards the official road. Lu Ding, riding the red fire steed, delved into the storage rings obtained from several great Yin generals and the black-browed Daoist. The storage rings of these great Yin generals contained quite a bounty, dozens of spirit-gathering pills, several Foundation Establishment elixirs, and a few Foundation Establishment pills. Additionally, there were some healing elixirs, though of low quality, which Lu Ding could concoct himself, rendering them of little significance. However, there were spiritual plants and herbs that would serve perfectly as alchemical materials. To Lu Ding's astonishment, the black-browed Daoist storage ring held over a dozen profound and yellow-grade weapons. These were likely spoils collected by the black-browed Daoist in his pursuit of crafting the 10,000 Souls banner by eliminating other powerful foes. Lu Ding mused, aside from the weapons, the storage ring was filled with a plethora of spiritual ores. These ores were not the spirit stones mined from spiritual veins, but rather rarer minerals. 100-pattern black crystal iron, silver or crystal rock, etc., all precious materials for weapon crafting. These were undoubtedly intended by the black-browed Daoist for the creation and enhancement of the 10,000 Souls banner, a treasure typically wielded by evil cultivators. The black-browed Daoist lacked the audacity to entrust others with its forging and had no choice but to procure most of the materials himself. However, the storage ring contained no elixirs or spiritual plants. Likely consumed by the black-browed Daoist himself, the haul was considerable, and now it was time to unveil the treasures. Lu Ding, brimming with excitement, eagerly opened the solitary first-tier treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have opened a first-tier treasure chest and obtained a yellow-grade upper-tier Heartguard mirror. Though the Heartguard mirror was merely of yellow-grade upper-tier, it effectively added an extra layer of protection to 1's life. Lu Ding immediately donned the Heartguard mirror and proceeded to open 3 second-tier treasure chests. Congratulations, host. You have opened a second-tier treasure chest and obtained a medium-grade martial skill, Dragon Subduing Palm. Congratulations, host. You have opened a second-tier treasure chest and obtained the recipe for a second-tier elixir, Fragrant Recovery Pill. Congratulations, host. Luck is on your side. You have gained 1 point of fortune. Lu Ding's lips twitched. Gaining fortune was indeed a stroke of luck. However, during this period, he had already enjoyed the benefits of luck and was not overly concerned about the diminished rewards from this treasure chest. Higher fortune values would yield long-term benefits, a definite profit. Information about the Dragon Subduing Palm and the Fragrant Recovery Pill recipe flooded Lu Ding's mind. The Dragon Subduing Palm bore similarities to the 18 palms of the Dragon Subduing from the martial arts novels Lu Ding had read before his transmigration. However, it consisted of only 3 stances: the Reckless Dragon Regret, the Divine Dragon's Tail, and the Flying Dragon in the Sky. Each stance was more potent than the last, with the 3rd stance, Flying Dragon in the Sky, rivaling Earth-tier martial skills. With the system's assistance, Lu Ding initially grasped the 1st stance, Reckless Dragon Regret. The TO further refined his skills. He would have to rely on persistent practice. The Fragrant Recovery Pill was a 2nd-tier healing elixir, superior to the 1st-tier Returning Essence Pill. The foundational 1st-tier elixirs and the inferior-grade elixirs had already been mastered by Lu Ding after gaining experience as a novice alchemist. The recipe for the Fragrant Recovery Pill was the 1st 2nd-tier elixir he had learned. And coincidentally, the materials required for its crafting were present in the rings of the great Yin generals, sparing Lu Ding the effort of searching for resources. Lastly, the pièce de resistance was the solitary 4th-tier treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have opened a 4th-tier treasure chest and obtained an Earth-tier upper-grade weapon, the Long Yuan Sword. With a mere thought, the gleaming Long Yuan Sword hovered before him. The blade was exceptionally sharp, adorned with dragon engravings that subtly exuded the might of a true dragon. Although Lu Ding had not encountered other Earth-tier weapons, he could ascertain that the Long Yuan Sword was undoubtedly among the finest of its kind. This fierce battle, though perilous, yielded unprecedented rewards. The only regret was the absence of other powerful one-time use items. Should he face foes far beyond his realm again, luck might not favor him so generously. However, with the Long Yuan Sword and the Dragon Subduing Palm, He merely needed to elevate his mastery of the dragon elephant strength to a higher level. And he would not fear even facing true practitioners of the law. With newfound confidence, Lu Ding fed a pill to the red fire steed and, without wasting time, began to cultivate the dragon elephant strength. The Great Yin dynasty had no inkling that Lu Ding, this formidable individual, would emerge from the shadows, disrupting all their plans. Hence, they merely dispatched a sufficient number of Great Yin generals and elders from the Xian Shui sect to suppress all of the Great Li army. After dispatching the black-browed Taoist, Lu Ding and his companions encountered no further obstacles and soon met up with Zheng Yuanfang and the others. Chapter 39. Court strategies. Little did they expect that this battle would prove so treacherous. Once their forces united, they exchanged accounts of the preceding half-day battle. Both Xue Ting and Zheng Yuanfang were filled with trepidation. This confrontation could be described as a genuine struggle from dusk until dawn. Especially alarming was the revelation of traitors within the Great Li dynasty, who not only colluded with the enemy, but also conspired with the evil cultivators of the true law realm. Had it not been for Lu Ding's timely intervention, the Yan'an army and the Hu Wei army would likely have faced total annihilation. Furthermore, they would have borne the burden of being labeled as overconfident and reckless. The responsibility for the deaths of over 100,000 soldiers would have rested solely on their shoulders, a weight they could not bear, to avoid any remnants of Ma Fani's faction in Shan City. Zheng Yuanfang and Xue Ting promptly led their troops to bypass Shan City and head towards Yin City. Simultaneously, they ordered both armies to draft military reports and expedite their dispatch to the capital. In the capital of Yin, an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an air of celestial grace, held a transmission jade stone in his hand, his expression dark and foreboding. With a fierce grip, he crushed the jade into powder. Quickly investigate. Who is this Lu Qianjiang from the enemy's front line? What is his background? A trembling acolyte outside the door hurriedly departed. An hour later, all information regarding the front line was piled on the table before the elderly man. His eyes glinted like torches as he swiftly searched through the chaotic details for information about Lu Ding. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the elderly man's eyes. It turns out to be my son. No wonder. At that moment, a guard knocked on the door. National Master, the king requests your presence. The Great Yin National Master immediately rose, stowing the scroll into his storage ring, and proceeded to the Great Yin Palace. In the Great Yin Palace, the king glared fiercely. Flinging the military report, he held onto the floor as he growled in a low voice. What on earth is happening? The other court officials in the hall cast dubious glances at the National Master. Your Majesty, in this endeavor to eliminate the enemy's tens of thousands of soldiers, we dispatched several generals and multitudes of troops, yet we ended up with complete annihilation. In this battle, the National Master may find it hard to absolve himself of blame. The National Master's strategy had already violated the tacit rules among the various dynasties. Had they emerged victorious, it would have been acceptable, but now, they had not only failed, but had also suffered a loss, leaving the Great Li dynasty likely to exploit this incident. The prestige of our Great Yin dynasty among the various dynasties and sects has plummeted, and all of this is the National Master's fault. One by one, the esteemed ministers of the court stepped forward, vehemently denouncing the actions of the National Master. Currently, the National Master of the Dayan dynasty is the leader of the Tiaman sect. Were he to remain outside the court, the ministers would gladly extend him a measure of respect. However, now that the National Master has chosen to enter the fray and seeks to divide the spoils they hold, they cannot possibly relinquish the succulent morsels that are already within their grasp. National Master, I believe you owe an explanation to the tens of thousands of soldiers. The expression on the Dayan king's face darkened ominously. The Dayan National Master, unfazed by the reproaches of the ministers and the king, calmly stepped out of the ranks. He bowed respectfully and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant. Your Majesty, the primary reason for our defeat in this battle lies chiefly with a single corpse carrier from the enemy nation. As soon as the National Master's words left his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the court, followed by a chorus of mocking laughter. Surely you jest. A mere corpse carrier has thwarted the combined might of several generals? Are you mad? Or have I lost my senses? The king interjected. It is clear that the National Master is shirking responsibility. I believe we must reassess the position of the National Master. Seizing upon the inconsistencies in the National Master's statement, The ministers rose in unison to castigate him. The dying king felt as though he had been played for a fool, emanating an aura of scorching fury that seemed to raise the temperature within the dying palace. The ministers in the forefront were drenched in sweat, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Several ministers wore sardonic expressions, awaiting the national master's impending humiliation. Yet, the national master remained unperturbed, continuing, "That corpse carrier is none other than Liu Che's son, the former king of East Jun, who was demoted to serve as a corpse carrier at the border. Until recently, he had shown no remarkable talent, but has recently begun to emerge, likely seeking to replicate his father's former glories in the military." What? He is Liu Che's son? The court was taken aback, including the Prime Minister Zhang Ping. The northern borders of the Dian dynasty meet the southern borders of the Dali dynasty. Liu Che, known as the king of East Jun, had never engaged in battle with the Dian dynasty, yet his reputation resounded throughout the surrounding 10 or so kingdoms. His martial arts, though not particularly formidable, were honed to an unbeatable edge on the battlefield. Owing to his mastery of the art of war, the East Jun army, under Liu Che's command, had once decisively defeated the coalition of 4 nations in the Battle of Shanggu, burying over 560,000 elite troops from those nations. Instilling fear in their hearts, this monumental achievement earned Liu Che the title of King of East Jun, securing the borders for eternity. However, within a few years, the Dali dynasty underwent a dramatic upheaval. Upon ascending to the throne, the current king of Dali, having meddled in succession disputes, was branded a traitor and executed, along with his entire family, with at least half of them perishing on the way to exile. Your Majesty, if Liu Ding is indeed Liu Che's son, then he bears a mortal enmity with the Dali dynasty. The dying king felt a flicker of intent in his heart. National Master, is this information credible? The National Master stroked his white beard, exuding confidence. Absolutely certain. Then let us stoke the flames between Xiao Yongyan and Liu Ding. The dying king exclaimed with maniacal laughter. The National Master bowed once more, saying, "Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, we should dispatch an elite force to welcome Liu Ding to our Dian dynasty while tensions mount between the Dali king and Liu Ding. With Liu Ding's capabilities, he shall surely become a formidable force in the future." "Absolutely not," a rugged war general scoffed, stepping forward. "Liu Ding has slain tens of thousands of our soldiers. How shall the ministers and soldiers of our Dian dynasty perceive his arrival?" The National Master furrowed his brow slightly. Circumstances change. Both sides are merely fulfilling their duties, and conflict is a natural occurrence. Immediately, a heated debate ensued regarding the prospect of recruiting Liu Ding, yet one point was unanimously agreed upon: sowing discord. A day later, within the solemn and imposing court of the Dali dynasty, dozens of figures exuding profound auras stood on either side and on the throne. The Dali king, Xiao Yongyan, slammed a military report onto the table. His countenance darkened with indescribable fury. "That I end their greed for glory. They have audaciously sent false reports of victory without first vanquishing the enemy's forces, recklessly advancing into the 8 cities region. Not only have they allowed the enemy to seize the military funds I dispatched to the front lines, but they have also fallen into the enemy's encirclement. Xueting, you have truly disappointed me." The ministers shuddered, their scalps prickling, and hastily advanced, holding their tablets high. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger." The current Dali king ruled with an iron fist. With the situation on the front lines having turned dire, the capital would surely tremble with repercussions. "Quell my anger," Xiao Yongyan scoffed, "were it not for the vigilance of General Ma Fani at Shan City, who discovered the enemy's intentions and led the troops to assist. Tens of thousands of soldiers on the front lines would likely have been reduced to nothing but a field of bones. Shui and Zheng must hope that Ma Fani can extricate them from this predicament. Otherwise, the consequences will fall upon their families. Not only that, but the resources for cultivation that were to be awarded to the tens of thousands of soldiers on the front lines are no trivial matter. To have them seized by the enemy is a pain more acute than feeding them to dogs." Upon hearing these words, the court fell silent, the ministers acutely aware that the king was truly incensed. What should have been a victory had turned into a catastrophic defeat in the blink of an eye, explaining the king's fury. Several ministers echoed Xiao Yongyan's sentiments, vehemently criticizing Xue Ting and others for their reckless advance. However, at that moment, a shout rang out from outside the Dali palace. The ministers' hearts skipped a beat as their gazes converged upon the palace doors, filled with apprehension. Whoever returned at this hour surely bore news from the front lines. A guard, clutching a military report, rushed into the hall and knelt on one knee at a great victory on the front lines. "Please, your majesty, have a look." Xiao Yongyan's expression softened slightly, the atmosphere in the hall lightening momentarily. A victory report at least indicated some good news. The palace steward hurried down the steps to receive the box containing the military report, that he then bent low and quickly ascended the steps to present it to Xiao Yongyan, saying, "Your majesty, please peruse this." Xiao Yongyan, maintaining an impassive expression, received the report, and upon glancing at it, one minister suddenly had a flash of insight and stepped forward. "General Ma has lived up to your majesty's expectations. The front lines have indeed achieved a remarkable victory, worthy of celebration." Yet in the next instant, a thunderous crash echoed through the hall. Just as Xiao Yongyan had begun to relax, he was suddenly engulfed in fury, slamming his palm onto the table laden with scrolls, reducing them to a cloud of debris. The military report in his hand struck the minister on the head, causing blood to flow profusely. "General Ma, that scoundrel is nothing but a traitor." The ministers trembled in confusion, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. That I had thought that the front lines fell victim to the negligence of Xue Ting and Zheng Yuanfang, leading to their encirclement by the enemy. Yet it turns out that our border commander, Ma Fani, colluded with the enemy, informing them of all our strategic movements and even personally guiding the enemy forces, intercepting the supplies sent to the front lines. What's more, Ma Fani conspired with the dark forces to sever the retreat of the Yan'an and Hui armies, attempting to annihilate tens of thousands of our elite troops. Were it not for General Xue and Zheng's valiant efforts, I would have remained in the dark. Ma Fani, you have truly disappointed me. Upon witnessing Xiao Yongyan's thunderous wrath, the minister who had just spoken fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. "Bring forth Ma Fani and execute all 9 generations of his family." The families of border commanders are often left in the capital as hostages, serving as their Achilles heel. The ministers were momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they just condemned Xue Ting and others for their recklessness? How had the tides turned so swiftly? In the next moment, the ministers raised their tablets once more, crying out, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger." Yet, not a single one stood forth to plead for Ma Fani's family, that a mere border commander. The loss of 9 generations meant little to them, that a middle-aged man clad in a black patterned python robe stepped forward, clasping his fists and intoning solemnly, "This is truly a blessing from the heavens for our Dali. General Xue and Zheng have slain several enemy generals amidst the crisis, dispelling the enemy's momentum and exposing the likes of Ma Fani, which is indeed cause for celebration. Indeed, in my view, we should reward the troops, bolster their morale, and continue our campaign against the treacherous Dayan dynasty. I second this. The Dayan dynasty has violated the unwritten conventions among the kingdoms. They have transgressed, and we are justified in continuing our assault." In an instant, the court erupted in a flurry of strategizing. The Dali king, Xiao Yongyan, appeared increasingly at ease, though the battle had been fraught with challenges. The Dayan dynasty would find it difficult to mount a meaningful counterattack in the near future, and the malignant tumor hidden within the Dali dynasty had been eradicated. Truly a cause for celebration. Xiao Yongyan's previous anger was merely a result of being deceived by Ma Fani. With the sound of Xiao Yongyan's hearty laughter echoing through the grand hall, the oppressive atmosphere that had once shrouded the space dissipated. Regardless of the circumstances, Xue Ting and Zheng Yuanfang's triumph in annihilating nearly 200,000 troops of the enemy nation was indeed a monumental achievement, proclaimed the royal edict. All soldiers of the Yan'an army and the Tiger Might army shall be promoted by 3 ranks and granted an additional title. Xue Ting, the general of Yan'an, is hereby conferred the title of Marquis of Xiangshiding, while General Zheng Yuanfang of Tiger Might is elevated to the rank of Marquis of Lishanting. The remaining generals shall also be rewarded according to their merits. As the proclamation concluded, the ministers raised their ceremonial tablets in unison, exclaiming, "The king is wise." Some courtiers, who had long-standing ties with Xue Ting and his companions, could hardly contain their eagerness to convey this joyous news once the tide had receded. Although Xue Ting and Zheng Yuanfang had previously held the rank of general, their positions among the 20 ranks of military merit were not particularly high. Now, having been bestowed the title of Marquis, They had truly entered the power center of the Dali dynasty, that in other words, they had garnered the favor of the great king of Dali. Furthermore, holding the title of Marquis meant they would be entitled to a share of the local taxes derived from the exploitation of spiritual veins. With such resources at their disposal, their chances of advancing to the true law realm would significantly increase. The progression of their strength would, in turn, elevate their status, creating a virtuous cycle. Xiao Yongyan immediately ordered a 3-day nationwide celebration. A grand banquet was arranged in the capital, where all citizens could partake in the festivities. Everyone could feel the elation stemming from the victory on the front lines, and the great king of Dali was genuinely delighted. In fact, throughout several days of joyous feasting, Xiao Yongyan mingled with the people, celebrating and drinking outside the palace. However, on the 3rd day of the banquet, rumors unexpectedly began to circulate in the capital. Have you heard? The king was feeling remorseful for the wrongful execution of King Lu Che of the eastern town, and thus secretly provided Lu Ding with numerous resources for cultivation. This recent victory at the border was orchestrated by Lu Ding himself. Isn't that so? It was said that the king once fought alongside King Lu in his youth, and the prior execution was merely a result of being deceived by treacherous individuals. Alas, the loyal family of King Lu was falsely accused. I heard that Lu Ding possesses extraordinary talent, carving a path through blood and battle on his own. Regardless of the narrative, the king's decision not to eradicate the Lu family entirely certainly indicated a benevolent heart. Within the Dali Palace, Xiao Yongyan soon learned of these rumors from his guards. His expression darkened as he reprimanded the trembling chief steward beside him. "What on earth is going on, Your Majesty? I shall investigate this matter immediately." The chief steward, trembling with trepidation, kept his head lowered, fearing that Xiao Yongyan would direct his anger at him due to Lu Ding's affairs. Being close to Xiao Yongyan, he understood all too well how deeply the king despised Lu Che. Chapter 41. The Battle of the Fiendish Beast. That is it indeed the merchants of Dian who were spreading these rumors? In Xiao Yongyan's hands, the source of the recent rumors in the capital soon surfaced. That is for the specific circumstances on the front lines. It was merely that he had not dispatched anyone to investigate. As the king of Dali, if he truly wished to uncover the inner workings of the Dali dynasty, no one could conceal anything from him. Your Majesty, this matter is entirely one-sided testimony from the merchants of Dian, seeking to incite suspicion in Your Majesty regarding the soldiers on the front line. The chief steward bowed low, speaking softly. Perhaps we should wait for more detailed information before the king makes a decision. Xiao Yongyan let out a cold snort. Such an easily dismantled lie. Why would these Dian merchants go to such lengths? He understood the implications, since these merchants dared to spread rumors so brazenly in the capital. It signified that there was a high likelihood of truth behind it. Having grown up in the palace, Xiao Yongyan was acutely aware that this was a blatant attempt to sow discord aimed at provoking him to eliminate Lu Ding, thereby undermining the morale of the soldiers on the front lines. This was not merely a conspiracy, but rather a bold stratagem, one that Xiao Yongyan had no choice but to confront. After a prolonged silence, he turned to the chief steward, send Mengfong personally to investigate. You command. On the front line, in Yinqing, the current manpower was insufficient, and before the court could send reinforcements to garrison the area, the frontline troops were unable to take control of the recently captured border cities such as Qingqing. Consequently, Lu Ding had no opportunity to move the corpses. Thus, while the camp was bustling with feasting and revelry, Lu Ding ventured alone into the mountains, hunting various fiendish beasts. Within less than half a day, he successfully condensed his wind spirit root. Congratulations, host, on activating the low-grade wind spirit root. You may continue to accumulate talent points to enhance the level of your spirit root. In the instant the wind spirit root formed, Lu Ding felt the wind elemental spiritual energy swirling around him. However, this sensation was fleeting, as his perception quickly closed off once more. The primary function of the spirit root was to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy and to enhance the power of Lu Ding's corresponding martial techniques. Yet Lu Ding did not rely on spiritual energy for cultivation. Thus, the spirit root's utility could only be deemed marginal. Fortunately, slaying fiendish beasts also yielded attributes and spiritual energy rewards, even if not for the spirit root. It was not a waste of time. Was the chasm between the Master Realm and the Grand Master Realm truly so insurmountable? In this brief span, the number of fiendish beasts that fell to Lu Ding's hand surpassed thousands. Yet he still had not crossed into the Grand Master realm. Another day passed, and Lu Ding had lost count of how deep into the mountains he had ventured. Roar, just as Lu Ding continued his hunt for fiendish beasts. A tremendous crashing sound suddenly reverberated ahead. The violent noise seemed to shake the very ground beneath him. Was there a fiendish beast engaged in battle? Lu Ding, now deep within the forest, should not have encountered anyone in such a remote area. He cautiously approached the direction of the sound. Soon, he discovered a pristine, deep pool that to the center of the pool. A pure white snow lotus radiated a sacred glow, and on the other side, two enormous fiendish beasts were locked in a fierce battle. One was a massive bull, its body enshrouded in blood-red scales, while the other was a yellow-skinned monkey. Compared to ordinary monkeys, this creature was several times larger, standing over 2 meters tall when upright. Its muscles bulged, revealing sharp fangs, and it wielded a solid wooden club. The monkey's club whipped through the air with ferocious momentum, shaking the ground as it battled the red-scaled bull. There was no systematic knowledge about fiendish beasts in this world. So for the time being, Lu Ding could only ascertain that both combatants possessed strength at the Grandmaster level, without being aware of their specific races. Although the battle between the red-scaled bull and the yellow-skinned monkey raged violently, they had not yet affected the snow lotus in the deep pool. Clearly, the two were fighting over this precious snow lotus. For humans, unless the medicinal properties were mild, one must rely on an alchemist to refine most of the medicinal effects. Otherwise, it would not only waste the potency, but also risk bodily harm from the overpowering effects. However, for the robust fiendish beasts, such concerns were negligible. Fiendish beasts could consume rare herbs and treasures directly, forcibly refining them. This snow lotus must have recently bloomed, which was why it had yet to be discovered by the fiendish beasts. Lu Ding speculated that the commotion from the snow lotus's bloom had drawn the attention of the two fiendish beasts, igniting their fierce clash. While the idea of waiting for the mantis to catch the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, was appealing, the rewards of directly slaying the two fiendish beasts would far exceed that of merely playing the role of the oriole. Concealed in the shadows, Lu Ding could easily wait for the red-scaled bull and the yellow-skinned monkey to weaken each other before making his move, reaping the benefits without taking risks. After all, as long as he moved the corpses, he could obtain rewards without the need for dangerous confrontation. Yet, the rewards from slaying them would surpass tenfold. Moreover, these two fiendish beasts did not present an insurmountable challenge. He could certainly dispatch them himself. With determination, Lu Ding seized the moment when the red-scaled bull and the yellow-skinned monkey collided once more, stealthily advancing, but he drew the gale bow and knocked the crescent moon arrow. The crescent moon arrow shot forth like a meteor, targeting the agile yellow-skinned monkey. Sensing the sudden threat, the yellow-skinned monkey let out a furious roar, attempting to evade. But Lu Ding's speed was simply too swift for it to escape. Swoosh, the crescent moon arrow pierced through the yellow-skinned monkey's body, sending it crashing forcefully against the horn of the red-scaled bull. Congratulations, host, on slaying the fiendish beast, yellow-skinned monkey. All attributes 1,000, spiritual energy 30,000. The red-scaled bull s large. Bell-like eyes were filled with human-like confusion. How could this yellow-skinned monkey, having battled with it for so long, suddenly charge into its horn? Yet soon, a glimmer of joy sparkled in its eyes. Regardless, the yellow-skinned monkey was dead, and the snow lotus was now its prize. The red-scaled bull violently shook its head, flinging the yellow-skinned monkey's corpse away, only to catch sight of a blinding cold light flashing before it. A streak of cold light arrived first, followed by the dragon abyss sword, which tore through the air and plunged into the red-scaled bull's in agony. The red-scaled bull let out a thunderous roar, thrashing wildly in place. Its massive body and terrifying strength caused the ground to tremble, sending the surrounding weaker fiendish beasts fleeing in panic. Lu Ding took a step back, waiting until the red-scaled bull calmed down before aiming for its head with a decisive strike. The neck of the red-scaled bull, covered in thick scales, was capable of withstanding a full-force assault from a grandmaster, yet it failed to block Lu Ding's sword. Truly a weapon of the earthly tier. It possesses unparalleled sharpness. As the immense body of the crimson-scaled bull slammed into the ground, Lu Ding once again heard the exquisite sound of the system notification resonate in his ears. Congratulations, host, on slaying the monstrous beast crimson-scaled bull. All attributes 1,000. Spiritual power 28,000. Fire affinity talent points 10. Congratulations, host, on the transformation of your cultivation, advancing to the Grand Master realm. Congratulations, host, on acquiring proficiency points in martial arts. Would you like to use them to enhance the mastery of the Dragon Elephant technique? Chapter 42. The dragon in high spirits at last, he had become a Grand Master, feeling the rhythmic thrum within him. Akin to the resounding toll of a bell and the vigorous flow of his blood, Lu Ding could hardly contain his exhilaration. With the metamorphosis of his realm, the power displayed on his attribute panel surged by an astounding 100,000 pounds in an instant. His mental acuity and speed attributes also experienced a significant enhancement. Host, Lu Ding age, 18 realm. First level Grand Master physique, 87856 strength, 325045 mentality, 54565 speed, 65432 martial arts, Dragon Elephant technique skills, Spirit Light Sword art. Skyfall Rainstorm, Shattering Fist, Binding of the Serpent. According to Lu Ding's understanding, the increase in strength resulting from the elevation of different martial artists and cultivators varied greatly. Typically, the physique of an ordinary Grandmaster would pale in comparison to that of Lu Ding. Thus, a common Grandmaster, upon advancing to the Grandmaster rank, would see their strength increase by at most 20,000 pounds. Lu Ding's augmentation of 100,000 pounds was several times greater than that of his peers at the same realm. Moreover, what thrilled Lu Ding the most was his newfound mastery over this power that in this world, the Grand Master represented the pinnacle of martial artistry. This signified that the martial artist had maximized their physical potential, achieving the utmost control over their bodily strength. That if Lu Ding previously had a control over his strength nearing 40%, enabling him to unleash a formidable force of 40,000 pounds. Now he had achieved an impressive 80% control. The doubling of his mastery, even without an increase in attributes, brought about a transformation that could only be described as earth-shattering. However, the Dragon Elephant technique primarily induced a transformation in strength, leading to Lu Ding's current cognitive imbalance. Furthermore, where had the proficiency points for martial arts originated? After adjusting to his newfound strength, he finally took note of the last notification that it had been nearly 10 days since he had acquired the system. And this was his first instance of receiving proficiency points. Regrettably, the system offered no clarification on this mystery. Lu Ding could only speculate that it was randomly obtained, akin to a treasure chest. Perhaps a consequence of his fortune value rising to 2 points. On the attribute panel, Lu Ding chose to allocate the proficiency points to the Dragon Elephant technique. Boom! The vitality around Lu Ding surged like a tidal wave, his heartbeat resonating like a morning bell. His garments billowed without wind, sweeping away the surrounding dust. The power of the two elephants. Lu Ding opened his eyes, a brilliant light shooting forth to create 2 craters in the ground. The enhancement in strength was not merely about power. It was a chain reaction that affected his entire being. With a terrifying force of 500,000 pounds, Lu Ding's capabilities underwent a revolutionary transformation. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the distant forest. "Who are you, daring to trespass upon the forbidden grounds of the Xian Shui sect?" A dozen young men and women clad in dark robes swiftly approached, surrounding Lu Ding with an imposing aura. Upon hearing the man's words, Lu Ding was momentarily taken aback. The Xian Shui sect? Wasn't he that a sect of the Great Yin dynasty? Had he unwittingly traversed the mountains and entered the heart of the Great Yin dynasty within a single day? "Hey, you there, didn't you hear my senior brother ask you a question?" A hot-tempered disciple of the Xian Shui sect, wielding a 3-foot-long blade, pointed angrily at the dazed Lu Ding. The leading disciple of the Xian Shui sect disregarded Lu Ding and instead gazed greedily at the snow lotus in the deep pool. Seeing this scene, Lu Ding's expression turned icy. These individuals actually dared to covet his hard-won spoils? Truly, they were courting death. "I advise you to lower your sword. I detest having a blade pointed at me." The disciple with eagle-like brows from the Xian Shui sect, infuriated, laughed derisively. "You dare to trespass on the forbidden grounds of the Xian Shui sect and still act so arrogantly. You must be seeking death." As his words fell, the azure blade in his hand sliced through the air, aiming for Lu Ding's throat. Lu Ding regarded him with disdain. Even the Grand Master Elder of the Xian Shui sect had perished at his hands. How could a mere disciple dare to show off, He did not draw his sword, but instead pushed forward with both palms, to the eyes of the Xian Shui sect disciples. It seemed Lu Ding intended to withstand the watery blade with his bare body, prompting them to snicker. However, in the next instant, a dragoness roar reverberated through the forest, that a golden-hued phantom of a dragon erupted from between Lu Ding's palms, roaring forth, its massive mouth opened wide, directly devouring the watery blade hurled by the disciple of the Xian Shui sect. Seeing the dragon-like apparition, several timid disciples of the Xian Shui sect collapsed to the ground in fright. Their eyes glazed over. This, a dragon. This was the first stance of the dragon suppression palm that Lu Ding had mastered. The dragon in high spirits. Amidst the resounding dragon's roar, the true dragon phantom swallowed the disciple of the Xian Shui sect whole. "Wake up!" The leading disciple of the Xian Shui sect, regaining his senses, bellowed loudly, rousing his companions from their stupor. His eyes glinted with a piercing, murderous intent. "You dare to intrude upon the forbidden grounds of the Xian Shui sect and even kill my disciples? You deserve to die." As he spoke, a jade pendant appeared in his hand. Simultaneously, a group of Xian Shui sect disciples formed hand seals, summoning the surrounding water elemental energy to conjure water wolves. The leading disciple shattered the jade pendant, and dozens of water wolves burst forth from it, culminating in a massive water wolf resembling a mountain, though its appearance was akin to that of the smaller wolves. Its colossal form exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, the command of the leading disciple. The water wolves let out a long howl and fiercely charged toward Lu Ding. Yet Lu Ding merely scoffed, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Seeing Lu Ding's nonchalant demeanor, an ominous feeling swept through the hearts of the Xian Shui sect disciples. Anyone who wasn't foolish would realize that Lu Ding was not merely stunned into silence. This indicated the possibility of another factor. Lu Ding had a hidden trump card. Just then, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from behind. The previously launched true dragon phantom had reversed its course to attack the water wolves. Boom! Just as the water wolf was mere meters away from Lu Ding, it was instantaneously pierced through by the dragon in high spirits. The enormous water wolf disintegrated into a cascade of droplets, causing the surroundings to resemble a torrential rainstorm. Gulp. The Xian Shui sect disciples involuntarily swallowed, their eyes filled with disbelief. What manner of martial arts is this, capable of changing direction? The water wolves, summoned through the combined efforts of several grand masters and innate realm cultivators, had been shattered in an instant. "Run, send word back to the sect." A voice cried out amidst the crowd, and the people immediately scattered like frightened birds. However, for Lu Ding at this moment, these grand masters were simply too weak. The crowd had hardly covered 100 meters before they began to fall one after another at Lu Ding's hands. "Congratulations, host, on slaying a disciple of the Xian Shui sect. All attributes 100. Spiritual power 500. The same system notification echoed in Lu Ding's ears repeatedly. Such attributes and spiritual power were insignificant to Lu Ding now, barely comparable to a mosquito's leg. These disciples of the Xian Shui sect were of low realm, likely only inner disciples within their sect, and possessed nothing of value. After a brief search, Lu Ding leaped into the pool to pluck the snow lotus, lacking any knowledge regarding the concoction of the snow lotus. He could only temporarily store it in his storage ring. After a thorough search, ensuring no traces were left behind, Lu Ding prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a thought struck him. He recalled what the disciples of the Xian Shui sect had mentioned earlier, that this place was a forbidden ground. Forbidden grounds generally either contained a great malevolent entity or concealed treasures that ought not to be seen. Given the nature of these Xian Shui sect individuals, the likelihood of housing a malevolent entity was negligible. Thus, it left only one possibility. There was something valuable here. Chapter 43. The Forbidden Grounds of the Xian Shui sect. The crystal vein. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. To the capable go the spoils. Furthermore, with Lu Ding's own grievances against the Xian Shui sect, he felt no moral burden in seizing their treasures. He pressed the bodies of the Xian Shui sect disciples beneath a large stone and pushed them into the deep pool, ensuring they would not be discovered for the time being. Then, he stealthily began to search the surrounding area. After a brief period, Lu Ding suddenly heard the sound of metal striking stone. Are they mining something? Cautiously, he followed the source of the sound. After several minutes, he arrived at the entrance of a small cave, where the sounds of striking echoed intermittently, and rich spiritual energy flowed forth from within. Such dense spiritual energy, could it be a spiritual vein? In this world, spiritual stone veins are primarily categorized into spiritual mines, spiritual veins, crystal veins, dragon veins, and heavenly veins. Among them, spiritual mines are the smallest type and typically yield only low-grade spiritual stones. Spiritual veins are the most common, capable of producing middle-grade and high-grade spiritual stones, with very few yielding superior-grade spiritual stones. Even if this were a high-grade spiritual vein, with the sect's exalted status, they wouldn't need to be so cautious, would they? Within the confines of the sect, the extraction of spiritual veins is exempt from taxation by the ruling dynasty, a stipulation clearly articulated in the legal statutes of each dynasty. This is not a matter of fear on the part of the dynasty towards the sect, but rather a necessity for the dynasty to seek the sect's assistance in cultivating disciples, establishing a mutually beneficial relationship. Driven by curiosity, Lu Ding cautiously confirmed that no enemies were nearby before stealthily entering the cave. Shortly after entering, the cave's interior revealed a vast expanse, contrasting sharply with the cramped exterior. The height alone stretched several dozen feet. The passage was laid with cement, yet faint traces of wheel tracks could be discerned, suggesting it was used for transporting something. The air was imbued not only with spiritual energy, but also with a refreshing mist and the earthy scent of minerals. As he ventured deeper, Lu Ding soon beheld a towering aquamarine tree, standing 5 or 6 zhang high, adorned with a few translucent blue fruits. Upon seeing these fruits, even the well-traveled Lu Ding felt a surge of excitement in his eyes. Water spirit fruits. These precious treasures of heaven and earth were immensely beneficial to water spirit root cultivators. A single mature water spirit fruit could enhance a cultivator's prowess for an entire year. This represented a full year of arduous training. For cultivators, even 100,000 high-grade spirit stones would scarcely be worth the exchange. However, it appeared that this water spirit fruit tree had already been harvested, for only 5 immature fruits remained. Lu Ding surmised he would not return to this place again. Waiting for the fruits to mature would only allow others to reap the rewards. Thus, without hesitation, he summoned a gust of wind that gently dislodged the water spirit fruits. Lu Ding swiftly approached and stowed the fruits in his storage ring. Then he took one and bit into it, the refreshing flesh washing away the fatigue of his 2-day journey. That it was utterly delectable. Even without any additional effects, this water spirit fruit was a culinary delight. Along his path, Lu Ding encountered several more water spirit fruit trees. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, he harvested all the fruits, leaving not a single one for the Xian Shui sect. As he delved deeper into the cave, Lu Ding finally discovered the source of the clattering sounds. Several hundred laborers clad in drab work attire were wielding hammers and shovels, extracting aquamarine minerals from the spiritual veins. Once unearthed, these minerals were loaded onto waiting mine carts, destined to be transported away via another narrow passage. Beside these laborers stood a dozen or so young disciples of the Xian Shui sect, wielding bone whips, occasionally lashing out at the idling workers. Some laborers, having rested for merely a moment, were met with brutal beatings. Rest. Did I grant you permission to rest? The extraction quota for today remains incomplete. None shall expect a moment's respite. A disciple of the Xian Shui sect barked viciously, striking again at a laborer who moved too slowly. The whip tore through the laborer's clothing, leaving a gruesome gash across his back. He gritted his teeth, fearing to utter a sound, for any noise might provoke the disciple's ire and lead to further punishment. In the territory of the sect was the unquestioned sovereign, though there were citizens who wished to report the abuses to the local lord under the dynasty. None dared intervene, allowing the situation to unfold unchecked. Their fates, whether they would return alive, rested solely on the whims of the Xian Shui sect. Who would dare to provoke these disciples of the Xian Shui sect in such circumstances? Lu Ding remained hidden in the shadows, observing this scene unfold. The cave echoed with sound, and the discussions of the Xian Shui sect disciples were not lost on Lu Ding. Seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd, he circled to the mine cart and casually picked up a piece of aquamarine translucent crystal. These premium spirit stones, under the influence of the water veins, exhibited a tendency to transform into crystalline form. Lu Ding had previously slain an elder of the Xian Shui sect, acquiring over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, which was already a considerable bounty, although he distributed a portion as rewards to his companions. It was but a drop in the bucket compared to the mountains of spirit stones he possessed. Yet these high-grade spirit stones paled in comparison to these exquisite crystals. Why, despite the abundance of these premium spirit stones and crystals within the Xian Shui sect, did the elders not possess any? Was the Xian Shui sect divided into factions, or did these crystals serve a special purpose? Numerous thoughts flitted through Lu Ding's mind, but he quickly self-deprecatingly chuckled. Such matters were none of his concern. Why should he fret over the enemy's affairs? As long as he could inflict damage upon them, the purpose behind the extraction of these spirit stones was of no significance to him. At that moment, a disciple of the Xian Shui sect approached. Lu Ding concealed himself, and as the disciple drew near, he sprang forward, covering the disciple's mouth and twisting his neck in one fluid motion, silencing him. Old habits of caution prevailed. After a brief reconnaissance, Lu Ding confirmed that the strongest disciple in this cave was merely a grandmaster, that in the outside world, a grandmaster could barely dominate a region. But before Lu Ding, they were akin to mere insects. Lu Ding could have easily revealed himself and dispatched all these disciples in mere breaths. But adhering to his principle of caution, he patiently engaged in a cat-and-mouse game with the disciples of the Xian Shui sect. Lest a signal be raised, summoning reinforcements that might entomb him alive within the cave. After dispatching a dozen Xian Shui sect disciples, Lu Ding donned the attire of a disciple of similar stature and approached the Grandmaster, who was seated cross-legged, absorbing the crystals. Chapter 44. The enigmatic Black Miss Chin Fun. Why are you here instead of supervising those lazy workers? The elite disciple of the Xian Shui sect, engrossed in his cultivation, sensed Lu Ding's approach without even opening his eyes. That as if struck by a sudden thought, he nonchalantly produced a crystal, tossing it to Lu Ding as if discarding refuse. Here, as long as you diligently work for the sect. The crystals are inexhaustible. These crystals alone could enable our Xian Shui sect to dominate a region. The water energy contained within this single crystal exceeds that of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. For a grandmaster, it would take 3 or 4 days to absorb it completely. However, after catching the crystal steadily, Lu Ding did not turn to leave. Just a single crystal to dismiss him, as if he were a beggar. The disciple of the Xian Shui sect's expression darkened, and he opened his eyes in anger. One must learn to be content. I did not give you this crystal to cultivate insatiable greed. Lu Ding smiled indifferently, declaring, all the crystals here are mine. The disciple of the Xian Shui sect's face paled in fury, and a long whip appeared in his hand, striking fiercely at Lu Ding. The whip sliced through the air with a resounding crack. Yet, Lu Ding merely raised his hand slightly, gripping the whip tightly. The disciple's expression shifted to one of shock, momentarily frozen in disbelief. But before he could utter a sound, he felt a gust of wind rushing towards him that in the blink of an eye, Lu Ding crossed several dozen meters, seizing the disciple, rendering him mute, only able to emit faint whimpers, but within the cacophony of clanging sounds echoing through the cave. His whimpers went unnoticed. The Grandmaster disciple's eyes widened in terror, filled with disbelief. How had this intruder infiltrated the Xian Shui sect's forbidden ground without detection? With no time to ponder further, the disciple unleashed a surge of formidable energy. A presence wild and enigmatic, starkly different from that of the other elders and disciples of the Xian Shui sect. It pushed him beyond the Grandmaster realm, nearing the true law realm. Lu Ding's gaze sharpened. While this presence did not instill fear in him, it made his hair stand on end, compelling him to instinctively retreat, eager to escape this place. Suppressing his inner trepidation, Lu Ding unleashed a powerful strike from his palm. I am a dignified transmigrator. What are you to frighten me? A deep dragon's roar resonated, piercing through the throat of the Xian Shui sect disciple. As the disciple collapsed, his eyes still reflected a lingering defiance. However, just as Lu Ding believed the matter concluded, a swirling mass of black mist erupted from the corpse before him, defying physical barriers and plunging directly into Lu Ding's mind. What in the world is this? Lu Ding's expression changed dramatically. As he cursed, his body felt as though it had lost all control, crashing to the ground. Lying there, he was soon enveloped in frost, his lips turning pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Within his consciousness, the black mist was uttering incomprehensible sounds, seemingly intent on devouring his awareness and appropriating his form. Yet, Lu Ding had never learned any techniques related to the sea of consciousness or martial arts, leaving him helpless as he watched the black mist gradually erode the natural barrier surrounding his spirit. Every individual possesses an innate protective barrier around their spirit. However, ordinary individuals, weak and oblivious, may never recognize its existence throughout their lives. This barrier serves as a line of defense against spiritual harm. Once breached, those who lack the means to control their spirit are left utterly vulnerable. What on earth is this monstrous entity? How could such an enigmatic entity exist within the Xian Shui sect? Lu Ding felt an unprecedented sense of suffocation since arriving in this world, as if he had no means to retaliate whatsoever. As time ticked away, an overwhelming anxiety gripped Lu Ding. He had exhausted every possible method, yet remained ensnared in this predicament. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, akin to the sound of an eggshell shattering. The protective membrane of Lu Ding's consciousness shattered, leaving his spirit exposed before the encroaching black mist. The black mist hovered ominously in the air, drawing near to Lu Ding's consciousness. At last, he could discern the murmurs of the shadow within. These Xian Shui sect fellows are utterly useless, so timid and fearful. Even after their leader's relentless encouragement, they still dare to linger in this secluded valley. As it spoke, the shadow scrutinized Lu Ding's spiritual essence. This lad possesses commendable talent. Should I devour him, it may hasten my revival. Revival. A chill ran down Lu Ding's spine. Were these creatures mere remnants of souls, seeking to resurrect themselves through some means? Such a notion, while fantastical, was not outside the realm of possibility in this world. Yet in the next moment, Lu Ding could only manage a wry smile. His own life hung in the balance, making such musings seem futile. As the black mist loomed closer, Lu Ding clenched his teeth and steeled his resolve. If it came to it, he would rather perish than allow himself to be consumed. Ignoring the intricacies of spiritual awareness, he propelled his spiritual projection directly into the mist that a series of anguished cries erupted within the realm of his consciousness. The incorporeal black mist was unexpectedly shattered by Lu Ding's impact. Rendered utterly defenseless. Although Lu Ding lacked any specialized techniques for controlling his spirit, his mental strength was formidable enough that it could be said he delivered a dimensional blow to his opponent. The black mist, a mere specter of a long-dead soul, was exceedingly feeble, even weaker than a fraction of its former self. Had it not relied on certain techniques of spiritual manipulation, even the disciples of the Xian Shui sect would find it challenging to encroach upon his essence. In the face of such a stark disparity in mental prowess, the black mist's abilities were rendered impotent, akin to the collision between an egg and a stone that no matter how cunningly the egg might be positioned, when it collided with the stone, it would be the egg that shattered, not the stone that you are merely at the Grandmaster level. How can your mental strength be so formidable? The black mist emitted a cry of disbelief, swirling around Lu Ding's spiritual form. Having gauged his own superiority in mental strength, Lu Ding harbored no intentions of extracting information from the black mist. He understood well that villains often met their demise through excessive chatter. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed forward, clumsily steering his spiritual form towards the black mist. "You, do not come any closer." Though it was merely a wisp of black mist, Lu Ding could almost envision the terror etched upon its visage. He resembled a nefarious villain, grinning wickedly as he crashed into the mist. Bang, bang, bang. After several successive impacts, the mist's presence dwindled alarmingly. It immediately scattered into thin wisps, attempting to flee in various directions, seeking escape from Lu Ding's consciousness. Come and go as you please. Do you think this is a public bus? Chapter 45. The Stone Door. Congratulations, host, for slaying the ancient soul. All attributes 2,000. Spiritual energy 50,000. Congratulations, host, for an extraordinary stroke of luck. Acquiring the technique for controlling spiritual awareness. As the black mist disintegrated under the strain, a series of system notifications echoed in Lu Ding's ears. However, rather than feeling elated, his expression darkened. Had he not been diligent and perseverant in his training during this period, he might have fallen victim to the black mist. How convenient for you, Lu Ding muttered inwardly, to arrive just as the situation resolves itself, much like the useless police in movies. If only you had granted me the technique for controlling spiritual awareness sooner. I wouldn't have needed to confront this black mist head-on. Lu Ding grumbled to himself for a while, but the system remained utterly silent, as if lifeless. Enough of this. Why bother with the system? After venting his frustrations, Lu Ding focused intently on the technique he had acquired. He closed his eyes, allowing every detail of his surroundings to imprint upon his mind. Not even the Xian Shui sect disciples, who were secretly practicing with crystal stones against the wall, could evade his mental exploration. It was astonishing that he could disregard physical obstructions. This was a method typically employed by practitioners above the true law realm. And it was said that common practitioners at that level could only detect objects within a 100-meter radius. With a thought, Lu Ding endeavored to test his limits as he manipulated his mental energy. The range of his perception steadily expanded until it stabilized at approximately 90 meters. Though still somewhat lacking compared to true law practitioners, this would ensure he was not utterly defenseless when facing them. True law practitioners could largely disregard assaults from Grandmaster-level warriors to a certain extent. This was primarily due to the fact that, in addition to enhanced physical and mental faculties, their mental assaults left Grandmaster warriors vulnerable. Even if there were hundreds or thousands of Grandmaster warriors, a true law practitioner only needed to unleash a single mental shock to incapacitate them. Thus, even against overwhelming numbers, the only hope for survival lay in the true law practitioner incapacitating them before they could inflict significant damage. Yet, true law practitioners had more than one trick up their sleeves, which resulted in the rarity of Grandmaster warriors successfully countering them. Lu Ding's formidable mental strength, coupled with his mastery of the technique for controlling spiritual awareness, instilled him with the confidence to confront Grandmaster warriors directly. Donned in the attire of a Xian Shui sect disciple, Lu Ding strode through the cave with an air of authority. The earlier commotion had erupted within his consciousness, while the laborers and disciples within the cave continued their mining and training. Greetings, senior brother. Every disciple of the Xian Shui sect regarded Lu Ding with utmost respect, their heads bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. Thus, they failed to recognize that Lu Ding was not their senior brother. Lu Ding mused to himself, reflecting on the high status of the disciple controlled by the black mist in this area. As he passed by each disciple, they would weaken, their bodies slumping backward. He promptly caught them, allowing them to lean against the wall. In this manner, Lu Ding went unnoticed for several minutes, incapacitating all the disciples of the Xian Shui sect. This technique of mental shock proved remarkably effective. Once all the disciples were rendered unconscious, Lu Ding swiftly gathered all the extracted crystals and precious spirit stones into his storage ring. Not only that, but he also collected every visible crystal lying on the ground that had not yet been mined. Beholding the empty expanse before him, the laborers, who had been diligently mining, were momentarily taken aback. Lu Ding intended to make a hasty exit, but paused before departing. Now, all of you are free. For those who wish to survive, act as if nothing has occurred and leave at once. After uttering these words, Lu Ding paid no further heed to the laborers and swiftly vanished from the cave. The fate of these laborers was of no concern to him, having warned them to leave. He had fulfilled his moral obligation. Initially, the laborers were taken aback by Lu Ding's proclamation, suspecting it to be some trick by the disciples of the Xian Shui sect, meant to toy with them or vent their frustrations by mercilessly slaying one or two laborers. Yet, they soon realized that after ceasing their work, no whip lashed down upon them. One particularly bold laborer cautiously glanced over, only to discover that the disciples of the Xian Shui sect were leaning against the walls. As if they had lost consciousness, one laborer swallowed hard and approached to investigate, confirming that the disciples were indeed unconscious. He shouted, "Run!" With that, chaos ensued. All the laborers frantically abandoned their hammers and shovels, rushing towards the cave's exit. Awaiting them outside were the elusive and dangerous beasts of the wild. Yet, not a single laborer faltered in their flight, that no matter the risk, it was infinitely preferable to remain trapped in the mine, uncertain of when they might meet their demise beneath the whips of the Xian Shui sect disciples. With the crystals gone and the culprits untraceable, the Xian Shui sect would undoubtedly seek to vent their wrath upon them. Remaining here would only lead to certain death. Despite the uncertainty that awaited them outside, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Even a fool could discern the better choice. A day later, the rear mountains of the Xian Shui sect trembled violently, with countless boulders tumbling from the summit. A terrifying, low growl sent waves of dread through the hearts of tens of thousands of Xian Shui sect disciples. As if the apocalypse had arrived. Once the elders of the Xian Shui sect had calmed the disciples' fears, the sect leader immediately soared towards the rear mountains. Wan Haitao, the sect leader of the Xian Shui sect, stood respectfully before a colossal stone door, encrusted with dust and cobwebs, clearly having remained unopened for many years. Bowing before the stone door, Wan Haitao murmured, what event could possibly have stirred the leader from slumber? A deep, beast-like roar emanated from within the stone door, the invisible sound waves causing dust to cascade from its surface. Where have my crystals gone? Without the crystals, when will my strength be restored? When will our clan be able to declare our return to the mortal realm? Wan Haitao's heart trembled with trepidation. Within the cavern of crystal veins, designated disciples were responsible for the continuous extraction, laboring tirelessly for 12 hours without pause. Even if those laborers perished, disciples would descend the mountain to capture more. Every 2 days, the disciples would arrive bearing mountains of crystals, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, to stack outside the stone door. Why has there been a sudden delay of several days this time? Please, Chief, allow me to investigate. With that, Wan Haitao attempted to turn and leave. However, at that moment, the chief's voice echoed once more from within the stone door. Do not be so hasty to depart. Place all the cultivation resources within your storage ring before me. Upon hearing these words, Wan Haitao's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively sought to refuse that I asked the leader of the Xianshui sect. He too required resources to cultivate and swiftly restore his realm. While he dared not embezzle the extracted resources, relinquishing his rightful share was something he was utterly unwilling to do. What have you grown wings after awakening early? Chapter 46. The Secrets of Xianshui sect. No, I would not dare. At the chief's inquiry, Wan Haitao faltered, his face pale as he resolutely knelt upon the ground. He hastily retrieved all the crystals and precious materials from his storage ring, laying them before the stone door, while repeatedly bowing his head to the ground until blood marks appeared. His forehead became a gruesome sight, yet he dared not cease. I implore the chief to forgive me. As a member of the Lanshi tribe, no one understood the chief's prowess better than Wan Haitao. Before the Lanshi tribe withdrew from the historical stage, the chief was the nightmare of all human forces in the eastern continent. The number of human cultivators personally slain by the chief surpassed 100,000, including many high-ranking sect members and direct disciples of sacred lands. This incited widespread outrage, leading to a coalition of dozens of sects, spearheaded by the Tianjin sect, to besiege the Lanshi tribe. Under the combined might of the major sects and the strong from the sacred lands, the Lanshi tribe was nearly exterminated, and the chief was imprisoned within the ancient cold abyss. Even within the abyss, the Tianjin sect had laid out the 10,000 swords return to origin formation, inflicting upon the chief the ceaseless agony of 1,000 swords piercing his heart. Yet even so, the chief endured for a century before reaching his limit. Ultimately, he did not perish but feigned death to escape. Those sects who prided themselves on their foresight could not have anticipated that the chief had long since departed the ancient cold abyss. Wan Haitao had not witnessed the chief's might for many years, leading to his current negligence. Remembering the chief's former majesty, Wan Haitao immediately shrank back. I advise you not to entertain such crooked thoughts. Donning the skins of the lowly has led you to be subtly influenced, and your devious inclinations have multiplied. Rather than indulge in such trivialities, it would be better to swiftly restore your strength. Secretly expand, and procure more precious materials for me. Strength is the foundation of all. Wan Haitao repeatedly assented, bowing deeply before he took his leave. Once Wan Haitao departed, the precious materials and crystals he had placed on the ground quickly emitted a rich spiritual energy. This energy coalesced into visible streams, flowing through the crevices of the stone door into the cavern. That a few minutes later, the surge of spiritual energy dissipated, consumed entirely by the treasures from within the stone door. A low rumble of snoring gradually emerged. That I in the forbidden grounds of the Xianshui sect, a group of elders received Wan Haitao's message and hurriedly arrived, observing the uneven footprints at the cave entrance. The elders' expressions darkened, and an ominous premonition arose within them. Moments later, Wan Haitao's figure descended slowly. Sect Master. Wan Haitao nodded, noting the surrounding footprints, which caused his expression to sour, that if the footprints were not enough to indicate something amiss. The absence of the usual sounds of mining served as compelling evidence. Let us enter and investigate. The group moved swiftly, soon arriving deep within the cavern. The cave lay barren, with several empty mine carts stationed there. Not a single shattered spirit stone in sight. Thousands of laborers had vanished without a trace, leaving only mining tools scattered across the ground. What on earth is happening? Juan Haitao felt an unnamed fury surge within him, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloping the entire cave. The bone-chilling intent to kill made the Xianshui sect elders, who stood behind Juan Haitao, tremble uncontrollably that if Lu Ding were present, he would undoubtedly uncover a terrifying truth. It was said that the Xianshui sect's leader possessed the strength of the true law realm. Yet the mere pressure emanating from Juan Haitao was likely sufficient to render cultivators of the true law realm powerless to resist. This indicated that Juan Haitao's strength far surpassed that of the true law realm. Under Juan Haitao's oppressive aura, the Xianshui sect disciples who had been knocked unconscious by Lu Ding began to awaken slowly. Upon seeing the empty cavern before them, their minds momentarily stalled. They could only recall their senior brother approaching them before they fell unconscious. What in the world transpired? Who could provide me with an explanation? Hearing Juan Haitao's voice, strained with suppressed fury, the gathered disciples trembled, cautiously approaching him. We report to the sect master. They recounted the events leading up to their fainting in detail, their fear rendering their speech stuttered. Bang! Useless. All of you are utterly useless. In a fit of rage, Juan Haitao struck one of the Xianshui sect disciples, reducing him to a mist of blood, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. Witnessing this scene, not only the disciples but even the elders of the Xianshui sect fell silent in terror. Hurry and investigate. Juan Haitao's brow furrowed, glaring at the group of inept individuals before him. Find every suspicious person who has recently entered these mountains. No matter who it is, they must pay a heavy price. Yes, the Xianshui sect elders and disciples hurriedly departed, fearing they would meet the same fate as the deceased disciple. After everyone had left, Juan Haitao gazed at the noticeably shortened precious spiritual vein, his anger surging to new heights. Stealing the extracted spirit stones was one thing, but even the unmined veins below were not spared. This is no mere theft. This is outright robbery. Should you fall into my hands, I shall devour you whole. The Xianshui sect began a thorough investigation, yet they could not fathom that the thief who had made off with the spirit stones had traversed the perilous Wanyao mountain range. At this moment, Lu Ding had already returned to the military camp in haste. Throughout his journey, Lu Ding dared not pause for rest, fearing the Xianshui sect's leader might pursue him and bring danger upon him. Once he arrived at the military camp, he finally exhaled in relief. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Ding refrained from leaving the camp for several days, experiencing the sensation of cultivating with spirit stones just like everyone else. He ultimately concluded that, compared to the system, normal cultivation was far too slow. The Dali Palace, not only Lu Ding was hastening, but also Meng Fong, who had received orders from Xiao Yongyan to investigate the situation in the military camp. Before Lu Ding returned to the camp, Meng Fong had already brought back the gathered intelligence to the Dali Palace. Observing the detailed information compiled in his hands, Xiao Yongyan's brow furrowed. His heart was filled not only with murderous intent, but also with deep confusion. Before Lu Che was imprisoned, he had, for the first time in his life, lowered his pride and implored me to spare his SONAT that time. I personally observed that Lu Ding was merely an ordinary person of the acquired realm. Coupled with his useless spiritual roots and congenital ailments, his future achievements were bound to be limited, and he would never reach his father's heights. Yet in just a few months, he had grown to the point of being able to slay a grandmaster. Could it be that I misjudged him? Chapter 47. The rewards of the Dali King Lu Ding's merit in slaying the grandmaster had not appeared in the reports, and the ordinary soldiers were unaware of it. Only a select few, such as Xue Ting, Zheng Yuanfang, and Li Wuyo, had first-hand experience. Since Xue Ting and the others had omitted Lu Ding's information from the battle report, it at least indicated that they were aware of Lu Ding's personal details and were willing to conceal them from the court. Thus, when Meng Fong conducted his investigation, he directly bypassed Xue Ting and the others, instead inquiring within the military camp to gather information. Consequently, what Xiao Yongyan knew at this moment was merely that Lu Ding had slain a grandmaster. Even so, it was enough to astonish him, the ruler of the dynasty. Among his princes, there were many capable of slaying grand masters, even grand masters. Among them, the sixth prince, Xiao Jingyuan, whom Xiao Yongyan cherished most, possessed extraordinary talent in cultivation. 2 years ago, he had already caught the eye of the Jin dynasty's cultivation sect, becoming a direct disciple. At merely 16 years of age, Xiao Jingyuan's cultivation had already reached the realm of myriad laws. Yet, they had all enjoyed endless resources for cultivation from a young age, even using exquisite elixirs for bathing. Several months prior, Lu Dingshu was merely at the realm of the day after tomorrow. How could he possibly, in such a short span of time, stand toe-to-toe with several of his imperial princes? After a prolonged silence, Xiao Yongyan seemed to have grasped the underlying intricacies, his gaze suddenly turning as frigid as ice. Lu Che, oh Lu Che, I never imagined you would keep such secrets from me. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Xiao Yongyan, both Meng Fong and the Grand Steward of the Inner Palace could not help but tremble in fear. Xiao Yongyan snorted coldly. It appears you are not only concealing your talents, but have also long coveted the dominion of the Xiao family. You had your son masquerade as a worthless fool to divert our attention, only to seize the opportunity when he possesses the strength to conquer the world and take down our great Li dynasty. Even in death, you insist on having your son hide his true abilities, willingly becoming a corpse-bearer on the border. At this point, Xiao Yongyan shook his frostbitten visage, his expression filled with disdain. It is a pity that the youth remains youthful, unable to resist the urge to flaunt his innate gifts. Except for a scant few who are mature and composed, the vast majority revel in basking under the admiration of others. Young men like Lu Ding are no exception, naturally desiring to be the center of attention. Yet, he could never have foreseen that becoming such a focal point would lead to his father's untimely demise. My king, the Grand Steward of the Inner Palace understood that Xiao Yongyan would undoubtedly not let such a prodigy grow unchecked. It was imperative to nip this in the bud. He hastily approached, bowing deeply. The news disseminated by the great Yin dynasty was merely to place you upon a pyre. Should you overlook past grievances and bestow rewards upon Lu Ding? If he were to express gratitude, that would be well and good. However, if he were to retaliate once he grows stronger, the repercussions would be disastrous. Conversely, if you were to slay Lu Ding, it would only chill the hearts of the populace. Who would dare to serve a king who repays kindness with malice? Moreover, one cannot rule out the presence of enemy spies lurking in the shadows. Once you command an attack on Lu Ding, those spies may seize the opportunity to rescue him. At that point, our great Li dynasty would truly suffer a double loss. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yongyan regarded the Grand Steward with a calm demeanor. Since he broached the subject, it was clear he had a plan in mind. Speak plainly. Let your thoughts be known. There is no need for such obfuscation among the three of us. The Grand Steward chuckled. In my humble opinion, my king should consider bestowing rewards upon Lu Ding. Beside him, Meng Fong appeared baffled. Did you not just say that rewarding Lu Ding would be falling into a trap? Why then pursue such rewards? Would this not lead one willingly into the snares of the enemy? Yet, atop the throne, Xiao Yongyan smiled knowingly. Very well. Let it be as you suggest. This only left Meng Fong more bewildered. What on earth does this mean? Am I to be the only one left in the dark? On that day, Xiao Yongyan had people draft the rewards for the front lines to be delivered by the Ministry of War's envoy, who would carry the rewards and announce the honors. Days later, the envoy Huang Lang led his team to Yin City. Having received prior news, Xue Ting and Zheng Yuanfang had long been waiting outside the military camp. Upon seeing Huang Lang's arrival, they hurriedly bowed in respect, acknowledging the arduous journey that General Huang undertook personally. Even though Huang Lang held no military power and was merely a grand master of comparable strength to them, he represented the Ministry of War, or rather, the Great Li King. Xue Ting and Zheng Yuanfang had no choice but to accord him the utmost respect. To alleviate the king's burdens is the duty of my ministry. Huang Lang chuckled, his gaze sweeping over the orderly ranks of the soldiers. I have long heard of General Nan and General Hui's strict military discipline. Today's encounter confirms their reputations. To achieve victory in battle, military governance is foundational, and we do not dare to claim credit. Xue and Zheng quickly responded. The performance of both generals is well noted by the king, capturing cities and securing victories. Raising the prestige of our great Li serves as a model for the millions of soldiers under our banner. Although Huang Lang spoke in praise, for some reason, Xueting and Zheng Yuanfang felt a sense of unease. Just then, Huang Lang's gaze fell upon them. "Generals, do you have anything to say to me?" Xueting's heart skipped a beat, secretly glancing at Zheng Yuanfang, only to find a hint of panic in the latter's eyes as well. Xueting's heart raced, yet he maintained a facade of calm. "Forgive my ignorance, General Huang, but I am unaware of the matter you speak of." "What of you, General Zheng?" "I too am in the dark." "I implore you to clarify, General Huang." Upon hearing this, although Huang Lang's smile remained, it transformed from gentle to severe. "Ah, you two generals are indeed pillars of our great Li dynasty in this battle against the great Yin dynasty. Who deserves the foremost credit?" The faces of Xueting and Zheng Yuanfang simultaneously darkened. They never anticipated that their concealment of Lu Ding's information in the military report had been detected by the king. Could it be that from the very beginning, the king had never trusted them? Yet, Lu Ding had saved their lives, and given the circumstances, they could only stubbornly continue to deny that I end this battle. General Zheng slew the elder of the Xian Shui sect, while I and General Li Wui jointly dispatched several great Yin generals. If we are to discuss military merit, naturally, we should be the ones to take credit. Xueting's tone was neither servile nor haughty. Revealing no signs of a flaw, he was currently gambling, hoping the king had merely heard some rumors from the outside. At this moment, he could not afford to show weakness. "How dare you, Xueting, to claim credit unjustly?" Huang Lang bellowed. "The king has long been aware that it was Lu Ding who averted disaster. You, as generals, wish to privately appropriate the merits of your subordinates. Is that not a blatant disregard for the military laws of our great Li?" Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over the faces of Xueting and Zheng Yuanfang. This was not at all how they had envisioned the situation unfolding. According to their understanding of the great Li king, upon learning of Lu Ding's rise on the front lines, the king would undoubtedly eliminate him completely, leaving no room for future troubles. They never expected that the king not only refrained from blaming him, but instead sent Huang Lang to reprimand them for claiming his military achievements. What is the meaning of this? Huang Lang wore an expression of exasperation. Anyone who has rendered great service to the great Li dynasty, even if they have committed heinous crimes in the past, the king will treat them with equal regard. Lu Ding, despite being implicated by the Eastern Prince Liu Che and being exiled to the borders as a corpse-bearer, since he has turned the tide on the front lines, the king has decided to pardon his previous transgressions and reward him according to his military merits. Upon hearing Huang Lang's words, Zheng Yuanfang finally understood that this was not an attempt to trick them, but rather that he truly possessed evidence of Lu Ding's existence. He also realized that one could conceal matters for a time, but not indefinitely. Zheng Yuanfang could only hastily respond, "We were merely concerned that Lu Ding's identity would trouble the king, which is why we concealed his existence. I asked for General Huang's understanding." Xueting further produced a precious wooden box exuding the fragrance of elixirs from his bosom, discreetly handing it to Huang Lang. Huang Lang accepted it without ceremony, revealing a knowing expression. "Let us go. I wish to meet this meritorious individual." With that, Huang Lang led the way towards the military camp. Zheng Yuanfang, still uncertain of the situation, quickly signaled to Xueting to proceed ahead and give Lu Ding a heads-up. Zheng Yuanfang understood and promptly took a different route to seek Lu Ding. Meanwhile, Xueting accompanied Huang Lang, showing him around the military camp while taking a longer route. Zheng Yuanfang soon found Lu Ding. At that moment, Lu Ding was leisurely chatting with Zhou Quan and others, who originally came from backgrounds as corpse-bearers. Each general had their personal guards. Should Lu Ding wish to form his own elite guard, these former corpse-bearers would be the prime candidates. However, these individuals were too weak, and as Lu Ding himself required no protection, no one brought up the matter. Lu Ding's slow progress in cultivation allowed him the leisure to offer guidance to the group of corpse-bearers, although his own cultivation was primarily derived from rigorous training through the system. His understanding of the path of cultivation was genuinely profound in his mind. When he provided instruction, it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits for their cultivation. For Zhou Quan and the others, receiving guidance from a talent of Lu Ding's caliber was an immense honor. General Zheng. Upon seeing Zheng Yuanfang's arrival, Zhou Quan and the others, who were engrossed in conversation, quickly rose. Zheng Yuanfang nodded to the group, indicating he needed to speak with Lu Ding privately, and asked them to leave first. Once they had departed, Lu Ding chuckled. General Zheng, what matter requires such caution? Zheng Yuanfang's expression turned grave as he whispered, the court has dispatched individuals. The king has already learned of your emergence on the front lines and your foremost contributions. Hearing this, Lu Ding's expression drastically shifted, and he sprang to his feet, fixing a hostile gaze upon Zheng Yuanfang, as if ready to unleash his wrath at any moment. The initial agreement made by General Xue and Zheng to keep his information concealed flashed through Lu Ding's mind, and his immediate reaction was to suspect betrayal. Lu Ding's enmity with the king of Dali could hardly be overstated. In the past, Lu Ding was but a feeble figure, and the king of Dali found pleasure in enhancing his own reputation at Lu's expense. However, once Lu Ding demonstrated a strength that posed a genuine threat to the king, the latter would undoubtedly seek to eradicate him completely. It was imperative that Lu Ding extricate himself from this perilous situation with utmost urgency. Under Lu Ding's penetrating gaze, Zheng Yuanfang, a seasoned warrior who had carved his way through countless battles, felt a chill run down his spine. This sensation was only ever experienced when confronting an adversary of insurmountable power. Although he was aware that Lu Ding had the capacity to slay grandmasters, Zheng Yuanfang was seized by the unsettling notion that he might find himself utterly defenseless. The concepts of killing and instant annihilation were not at all synonymous. Fearing that Lu Ding might suddenly strike, he hastily remarked, I, along with Xue Ting, have concealed your name in the military reports. However, it is possible that the king has caught wind of some rumors and has dispatched someone to the front lines for covert investigation. Many within the camp are acquainted with your exploits, and it is inevitable that there will be whispers that if the king's envoy uncovers this, it is beyond our control. Lu Ding refrained from voicing his opinion, reluctantly conceding that Zheng Yuanfang had a point. Observing Lu Ding's expression soften somewhat, the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate, providing Zheng Yuanfang with a measure of relief. Furthermore, if I truly wished you harm, I could simply send a confidential letter back to the capital. The king would undoubtedly dispatch formidable experts from the true law realm, or even the 10,000 law realm, to effortlessly erase your existence. Why would I risk my own safety by approaching you with suspicion? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ding recognized the validity of Zheng Yuanfang's argument and promptly expressed his apologies, saying, I misjudged you. General Zheng, I hope you can forgive me. Zheng Yuanfang waved his hand dismissively, showing little concern for such trivialities. General Huang Lang has arrived with the king's mandate to reward the soldiers and bestow honors upon those at the front. He specifically requested to meet with you. Lu Ding was taken aback. He wishes to see me. Surely not to execute me. No. Zheng Yuanfang shook his head, yet the king's intentions are likely more complex than they appear. Based on my and Xue Ting's conjectures, there are two possible scenarios. First, the king genuinely wishes to set aside past grievances and reward you. Second, he harbors lingering resentments and, under the guise of granting you honors, may summon you back to the capital, confining you within its walls to prevent any unforeseen events. Zheng Yuanfang's expression grew serious as he laid out his suspicions. In either case, I cannot ascertain which scenario holds a greater probability. That decision lies solely with you. Lu Ding's eyes darkened as his mind raced. The vendetta for his father's death was irreconcilable, and Xiao Yongyan was surely aware of this fact. To expect Lu Ding to relinquish his hatred in exchange for rewards and resources was nothing short of folly. Even if Xiao Yongyan were magnanimous enough to grant him a reward to allow him to remain at the front, he would undoubtedly employ underhanded tactics against Lu Ding in secret. Lu Ding would be in the light, while Xiao Yongyan operated in the shadows. An insurmountable dilemma. If summoned back to the capital, it would be a path to certain doom. Even if Xiao Yongyan refrained from killing him for the sake of royal decorum, he would at the very least cripple Lu Ding, rendering him a mere shell of a man. Of course, Lu Ding's greatest suspicion was that Xiao Yongyan would send someone to eliminate him en route. The world believed that Xiao Yongyan had forgiven his past transgressions. Thus, there was no need for him to take such a drastic measure as to ambush Lu Ding along the way. At that point, Lu Ding would be portrayed as a hapless soul who met a tragic end while returning to report to the capital, allowing Xiao Yongyan to retain his reputation while Lu Ding gained nothing, possibly even losing his life in the process. Chapter 49. The play, the escape you offer me two paths that you have meticulously arranged, yet I shall choose a third. Lu Ding sneered coldly, having made up his mind. General Zheng, I must ask you for a favor. Speak. Zheng Yuanfang replied without hesitation that I intend to depart from the military camp, and I kindly request that you look after my comrades in the camp. Lu Ding had resolved to leave this place. He was aware that Zhou Quan and the others would undoubtedly wish to accompany him, but he could not take them along. The uncertainties of the journey loomed large, and the slow pace of Zhou Quan and his companions would only hinder them. If they were to delay, it would be only a matter of time before Xiao Yongyan's men conducted a thorough search, leading to their inevitable discovery. At that point, even the residual chaos from battle could easily spell their doom. Very well, Zheng Yuanfang anticipated Lu Ding's choice. However, I advise that they be treated as ordinary soldiers, that if you appear to regard them with excessive importance, it may raise suspicions. Only by displaying indifference could Lu Ding ensure that Zhou Quan and the others would not be implicated. Should any discerning individuals uncover the extraordinary nature of their relationship, they might resort to dire measures to force Lu Ding's hand. I understand. Lu Ding grasped the intricacies of the situation. After leaving behind a sufficient quantity of low-grade spirit stones for Zhou Quan and the others to cultivate with for some time, he mounted his fiery steed and sped away from the camp. Zheng Yuanfang watched Lu Ding's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, I hope that when we meet again, you will not disappoint the expectations of the prince. Meanwhile, within the camp, Huang Lang strolled about, beginning to show signs of impatience that I say, General Shui, with our pace, we could have circled the entire camp 3 times by now. Are you intentionally preventing me from meeting Lu Ding? Shui Ting maintained his composure, chuckling lightly. General Huang, do not misunderstand me, that I merely wish for you to observe the fighting spirit of our soldiers and, while at it, to eloquently advocate for them to the king, securing additional resources for their training. Seeing Shui Ting's avaricious demeanor, Huang Lang could not help but roll his eyes. Realizing that further delay was untenable, Shui Ting hastened toward Lu Ding's quarters, shortly thereafter. Zheng Yuanfang returned, offering an apologetic smile to Huang Lang that I had urgent military matters to attend to, which caused me to neglect you. General Huang, that I hope you can forgive me. Huang Lang waved his hand dismissively, as his primary purpose was to find Lu Ding, and he had no time to squander with Zheng Yuanfang. Upon arriving at Lu Ding's military camp, Shui Ting promptly instructed someone to summon Lu Ding to meet Huang Lang. Zhou Quan immediately complied and swiftly departed, only to return shortly thereafter. Reporting to the general, Commander Lu is missing. What? Shui Ting's eyes widened in astonishment. Did anyone see Commander Lu leave today? Zhou Quan exchanged glances with the nearby soldiers, then shook their heads in unison. Shui Ting could only look helplessly at Huang Lang. General Huang, it seems quite unfortunate that in the absence of an ongoing conflict, there are no restrictions on the movements of the soldiers in the camp, and no one knows where Commander Lu has gone at this moment. Huang Lang's expression darkened as he cast a skeptical glance toward the unperturbed Zheng Yuanfang. General Zheng, you did not happen to let Lu Ding slip away during your earlier absence, did you? What are you insinuating, General Huang? Zheng Yuanfang retorted, his countenance grave. You come bearing the king's decree to reward Lu Ding. Why would I allow him to escape? Huang Lang scrutinized Zheng Yuanfang's face, but found no signs of deceit. In the next moment, they all shared a knowing smile. General Huang, Lu Ding is not one to remain idle. When he has nothing to do, he seeks out trouble with those from the Dian dynasty on the front lines. I kindly request that General Huang stay in the camp for a few days, so when Lu Ding returns, we might extend our hospitality. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Lang nodded in agreement. He realized that if he were to leave abruptly, it would not provide the king with a satisfactory explanation. Remaining here would allow him to investigate matters concerning Lu Ding as well. Lu Ding pressed on at a swift pace, scarcely allowing himself a moment's respite. His storage ring contained provisions prepared by the Firehead army, and as long as the fiery steed remained in good spirits, there was no need to halt for rest. His destination lay at the eastern border of the Dali dynasty, where the royal family had dispatched their members to various frontiers. Lu Ding's mother resided in this eastern frontier, and although she was cared for by his father's former subordinates, Lu Ding could not quell his worries as a son. Once lacking the strength to traverse half a dynasty, Lu Ding now longed for wings to soar swiftly to the eastern border. The Dali dynasty spanned vast territories. Even with the fleet-footed Firehead steed, Reaching the eastern border via the official roads would take at least a month. Thus, Lu Ding resolved to traverse the Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range was rife with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts. Even though Lu Ding possessed invincible strength beneath the true law realm, he could hardly navigate the treacherous terrain of the Beast Mountain Range unscathed. Should he encounter beasts of the 10,000 law realm or higher, even his extraordinary might would lead him to certain death. Furthermore, this was not the world he had traversed before, where the North Star navigation could guide him without detours. The terrain within the Beast Mountain Range was unpredictable, and Lu Ding was no human compass. He might very well stray off course, becoming ever more lost. Therefore, prior to entering the Beast Mountain Range, Lu Ding sought refuge in a grand city, locating an inn. The city was bustling with structures densely packed together, its area dwarfing those impoverished border towns by a factor of 10. Lu Ding could distinctly sense that even the weakest individuals traversing the streets likely possessed innate talents. Truly, this was an inland city, incomparable to the destitute residents stationed at the borders that, if given the choice, who among the common populace would willingly endure the uncertainties of life on the perilous front lines? It is only natural that the denizens of the great cities possess greater strength. Taverns serve as the most convenient venues for gathering information across various city-states. Through this means, Lu Ding swiftly acquired intelligence regarding several escort agencies, which can be categorized into three distinct types. The first category comprises highly skilled escort masters with well-organized structures, each agency employing over 100 personnel. Among these agencies, even the weakest members possess the prowess of a master-level practitioner. It is said that their chief escort is a practitioner at the pinnacle of the true law realm, making them the most formidable forces across dozens of surrounding cities. Their standing in society far surpasses that of the true law realm practitioners of the imperial court. To hire such an elite escort team would undoubtedly pose a significant financial challenge. The second type of escort agency relies on personal connections to temporarily assemble a team for their clients. Such teams are loosely organized and disband immediately upon completing a task, resulting in a lack of trust and coordination, which could lead to perilous situations. The third type consists of solitary mercenaries, each escort possessing the strength of the true law realm, thereby ensuring the utmost safety for their clients. However, due to the exorbitant fees charged by these agencies, they are typically hired by those aspiring to traverse the Beast Mountain Range. Are there any escort agencies planning to cross the Beast Mountain Range to East Mountain City? Lu Ding inquired. East Mountain City? The tavern attendant appeared taken aback. Sir, East Mountain City is a staggering distance of several thousand miles from here. No ordinary escort agency would undertake such a venture, and I recommend you inquire at the Wolf Fong Escort Agency. Chapter 50. A devastating blow. The Wolf Fong Escort Agency stands as the preeminent agency among the first category in the city. To traverse the thousands of miles within the Beast Mountain Range is no small feat. Even the heads of third-category agencies, practitioners of the true law realm, would not claim absolute certainty of success. In such circumstances, only an agency like the Wolf Fong Escort Agency could accept such a daunting task. After generously tipping the tavern attendant with a mid-grade spirit stone, Lu Ding swept away all the food on the table in a whirlwind, conveniently storing several pre-ordered grand feasts into his storage ring. The storage ring effectively prevents food from spoiling, making it ideal for preserving provisions. Lu Ding had no intention of fasting. He certainly did not wish to live like those mighty individuals who subsist on mere wind and dew. Such an existence would lack flavor. Upon arriving at the Wolf Fong Escort Agency, Lu Ding was surprised to find the vicinity swarming with people. Notices were plastered at the entrance of the agency, and a middle-aged man donned in escort attire was vociferously announcing, "The team heading to East Mountain City has only 30 spots available, and we require that all employers possess strength above the Grandmaster level. Seize this opportunity, for once this chance is lost, it may never return." Surrounding the agency were those wishing to embark on long journeys, but apprehensive about their safety. Many among them were like Lu Ding, aspiring to reach East Mountain City. Yet, the man's proclamation silenced the previously bustling crowd at the agency's entrance. The prospective employers exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves, "We hire escort agencies for safety. If we are all Grand Masters ourselves, what need have we for your services?" Typically, only the lower echelons of society would venture to the borders, commencing their journey as foot soldiers. The resources available in these large cities far surpass those found in military camps. Only the influential families from nearby towns could afford to hire the Wolf Fong escort agency. Nonetheless, Grand Masters were still a rarity. Indeed, it seems you are merely out to swindle us. The crowd's grumblings elicited a disdainful snort from the agency's escorts. The lives of escorts are at stake. Aside from guiding you while avoiding danger, we must also ensure your escape if peril arises. Traversing the Beast Mountain Range, even the most seasoned escort cannot predict whether they will encounter formidable beasts. If danger truly strikes, those lacking Grand Master prowess will struggle to flee. When facing threats, should you not at least possess the strength to escape? Otherwise, risking the lives of the entire team for your sake would be utterly foolish. Those who do not meet the criteria should step aside and not waste our time. This line of reasoning was irrefutable, even for Lu Ding, who blended into the crowd. They were purchasing safety, not the lives of the escorts. The relationship was purely transactional. If they were to confront insurmountable beasts, the escorts would likely flee faster than anyone else. Some individuals, upon hearing these remarks, hesitated, seizing the opportunity. Lu Ding pressed forward. When entering the Beast Mountain Range, both large and small groups possess their own advantages and disadvantages that a smaller group allows for stealth, making them less likely to attract the attention of beasts. Conversely, a larger group would deter ordinary beasts from launching attacks. Even if faced with a formidable creature, Lu Ding was confident in his ability to outrun others. Beasts do not harbor grudges against humans. As long as they can satiate their hunger with those left behind, they would not pursue a relentless extermination. Thus, as long as Lu Ding ensured he could run faster than the rest, his safety was guaranteed. This was one of the reasons Lu Ding favored the larger escort agencies. This time, the team would be led by the esteemed head escort, Han Yuan. The mere mention of Han Yuan's name was like a bombshell, causing those in line to scramble desperately for the chance to secure a spot. Han Yuan is one of the 3 leading escorts of the Wolf Fong Agency, boasting strength at the latter stages of the true law realm. With Han Yuan at the helm, along with a multitude of escorts for protection, their safety would be maximally assured. Only 3 spots remain. The middle-aged man cheerfully waved a list in his hand. Observing the frenzied crowd, he felt a swell of pride in being part of the agency. Amidst the throng, a young man effortlessly maneuvered through the crowd, reaching the front when this somewhat youthful voice, laced with breathlessness, rang out before the escorts. A flicker of surprise crossed their faces that a young lad, the escort stammered, gazing at the youthful countenance of no more than 17 or 18 years. We are to traverse the Beast Mountain Range, which is exceedingly perilous. One misstep could lead to death within the mountains. That A.S.A. father himself. He understood that children of this age are often drawn to adventure, but such pursuits can easily lead to life-threatening situations. His caution was born out of kindness. However, those around, eager to hire escorts, were less forgiving upon witnessing a young boy seize the last spot. Who among you can afford to hire an escort agency? Where did this brat come from? Step aside, don't waste our time. Indeed, what a wild child, clearly raised without a father. Just as the words left one man's lips, he abruptly felt as though he had been struck by a powerful blow to the chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones reverberated as he was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing against the stone line at the entrance of the Wolf Fong escort agency with a resounding thud, sending the statue tumbling to the ground. The man lay in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. Witnessing this scene, those who had contemplated voicing their grievances swiftly covered their mouths in terror, fearful that a careless remark might lead to a fate similar to that of the unfortunate man. The individuals who had already secured their spots were equally dumbfounded. To inflict such grievous harm upon a Grand Master is no small feat, even among the elite. As for the true law realm, no one dared to entertain such thoughts that a true law realm practitioner at merely a teenager's age. What a farcical notion! Moreover, if a true law realm practitioner truly engaged, that individual would not have met such a fate. They would likely leave no intact remains behind. I advise you to keep your tongue in check. Lu Ding retracted his fist, casting an indifferent gaze upon the astonished escort. Is this sufficient? The escort, well versed in the ways of the world, was nonetheless taken aback by Lu Ding's display of strength. Enough, enough. Young brother, your talent for cultivation is indeed formidable at such a tender age. You possess such power. The last spot is undoubtedly yours. Though those who had lost the chance felt a twinge of regret, they dared not voice their discontent. Just then, several burly men emerged from within the agency. Having heard the commotion, what transpired here? Two towering figures, resembling stout wooden doors, rushed towards the bloodied form beside the stone lion, their expressions shifting dramatically. Third brother. The two muscular men hastily approached to assist the fallen individual, swiftly administering a healing elixir. Subsequently, one of them rose, scanning the crowd with barely contained fury in his eyes. Tell me, who did this? Chapter 51. Double kill. Tell me, who did this? He resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, brimming with explosive rage. The three brothers were all heading to Dongshan City to seek refuge with their relatives that he and the second brother arrived relatively early and entered the Wolf Fong escort agency ahead of time. Subsequently, the agency released positions, allowing others to scramble for the remaining spots. They were not in a position to request the agency to reserve a spot for the third brother. They could only urge the second brother to hurry and seize a position. However, he never anticipated that the second brother not only failed to secure a spot, but also ended up severely injured. As the eldest, the brawny man was instantly filled with rage. Anyone who met the gaze of this formidable figure felt a shiver run down their spine and retreated in fear, leaving only Lu Ding, who stood calmly at the forefront. The brawny man furrowed his brows, seemingly unable to believe that this was the work of a mere child. Boy, was it you? Lu Ding nodded faintly. Indeed, your brother spoke insolently, and I merely taught him a lesson. What audacity! The brawny man bellowed. Since you admit to injuring my third brother, then you shall pay with your life, with a low growl. He lunged forward, his massive fist imbued with terrifying power aimed directly at Lu Ding's head. Lu Ding snorted coldly, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The brawny man's attack was clearly intended to take his life. If you seek death, then do not blame me. He propelled himself forward, striking out with his right palm. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as a faint golden dragon shadow erupted forth, violently shattering the brawny man's fist. Crack, crack! The force of the dragon's wrath surged forward, consuming half of the brawny man's body in a single blow. With a splatter, the brawny man collapsed helplessly to the ground, leaving a pool of blood. The scene fell into a deathly silence, the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked on in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. How dare this man commit murder before the agency's doors? While the escort agency was not a law enforcement agency, killing someone in front of its gates was akin to slapping the agency's face. Even the escort who had previously supported Lu Ding wore an extremely grim expression. The head of the agency would surely not let this young man off easily. Eldest brother. A heart-wrenching scream resonated as a middle-aged brawny man, left to care for the third brother, gazed at his fallen brother's lifeless body. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he fixed his gaze on Lu Ding, a look of hatred that seemed to wish to flay him alive. Yet, even in his furious state, he lacked the courage to charge forward. With his elder brother dead, he could not possibly hope to be Lu Ding's match. What about the agency's people? The brawny man howled helplessly. Are you all just going to stand by and watch this brat commit murder at the agency's doorstep? At that moment, however, the agency's personnel had yet to emerge, but Lu Ding raised his hand, once more to Dragon's Wrath. The brawny man felt a sudden alarm, his complexion changing drastically. He had not anticipated that the opponent would dare to strike again, and could only muster all his strength to defend himself. Boom! The furious energy contained within Dragon's Wrath rampaged forth, effortlessly obliterating the brawny man's defenses, sending his body crashing to the ground. The brawny man lay motionless, devoid of life. Lu Ding lowered his hand, and the onlookers around him fell into a hushed silence, not daring to utter a word. Lu Ding was not a man who killed without a second thought. He had merely come to the agency to hire escorts to avoid getting lost in the Monster Beast Mountains. However, the brawny man had first insulted him and his parents. Lu Ding had only chosen to incapacitate him rather than kill him on the spot, which was already showing mercy. The brawny man, oblivious to his own folly, had sought to kill him, and Lu Ding had merely acted in self-defense for the last man, who posed no life-threatening danger to Lu Ding. He had already recognized the harsh realities of this world. Once enmity was established, it must be eradicated completely. Although he was not afraid of retaliation, he did not wish to live in constant vigilance against others. Lu Ding felt no remorse for eliminating these individuals. How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to commit murder before the gates of my Wolf Fong escort agency? Just then, an enraged voice thundered from a distance. Following that, several furious figures burst forth from the agency, clad in the agency's attire, clearly holding significant status within the organization. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, realizing that although Lu Ding had not attacked them, the pressure he exuded had nearly suffocated them. Some onlookers even felt a sense of glee, eager to see what fate awaited Lu Ding for provoking the Wolf Fong escort agency. The 5 escorts from the agency wore grim expressions. The leader, a tall, middle-aged man in a red robe, first glanced at the 2 bodies on the ground before turning to the escort present. Who did this? The escort trembled, as if afraid to speak. It was I, Lu Ding replied calmly. Hearing this nonchalant response, the red-robed escort, Han Lei, furrowed his brow. You? Indeed. Han Lei scrutinized Lu Ding, his demeanor turning I see why to kill and remain here. You possess some courage. However, committing murder at the gates of my Wolf Fong escort agency is a provocation against our authority. Capture him and kill him on the spot. As Han Lei's furious words fell, several escorts brandishing sharp weapons charged at Lu Ding without hesitation. Since Lu Ding dared to remain, it was evident he had confidence. However, seeing the agency's personnel choose to attack directly, Lu Ding saw no need to continue explaining. He flicked his toes and swiftly darted forward like a shadow. Then, the crowd heard several loud thuds as the charging escorts were sent flying one after another. Crashing to the ground and howling in pain, that in an instant, Lu Ding had defeated 5 late-stage grandmasters. Even Han Lei, who had taken Lu Ding seriously, felt his pupils constrict. In the next moment, he was consumed with fury. Not only did Lu Ding refuse to surrender, but he also dared to fight back. Did he truly believe the Wolf Fong escort agency could do nothing against him? Han Lei kicked off the ground, his body instantly propelling forward several dozen meters, appearing before Lu Ding and reaching for his throat. Mystic-level martial technique. Bone-crushing claw. Though merely a mystic-level technique, when executed by Han Lei, a practitioner who had reached the true law realm, its power was terrifying. Those with keen eyes noticed that the ground Han Lei had just stepped on was covered in cracks. The oppressive aura of the true law realm bore down on Lu Ding. Yet he remained unfazed. Instead of retreating, Lu Ding advanced, striking out with a palm. Dragons descend, second style. Divine Dragon's Tail. Chapter 52. True Law. Boom. In a flash of lightning, both sides unleashed terrifying power, colliding with a thunderous roar. An invisible shockwave formed a hurricane that spread in all directions. Some who were merely grandmasters were directly swept away by the force. After the collision, both figures staggered back. Han Lei retreated 6 or 7 steps before barely stabilizing himself, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. His gaze fixed upon Lu Ding, whose arm was trembling in the distance, filled with apprehension. This kid could actually match him, a formidable true law realm practitioner. Although Han Lei had refrained from using his spiritual sense to directly suppress Lu Ding, being evenly matched in close combat with a true law practitioner was not something an ordinary grandmaster could achieve. Heavens, how is this possible? Has this kid already reached the true law realm? A chorus of astonished gasps erupted in the crowd. That moment, they gazed at the stern youth whose arms still trembled, as if witnessing a ghost in broad daylight. Previously, Lu Ding's instantaneous defeat of several grandmasters was already astonishing enough, but to match a true law practitioner was a complete upheaval of their worldview. You are impressive, worthy of my full effort. Han Lei's eyes gleamed with a thirst for battle as he charged forward once more, kicking off the ground and stirring up a violent whirlwind around him. He sensed that the opponent's strength did not seem to have reached the true law realm. The gap between the true law realm and grandmaster was not merely a thin line. It represented a fundamental difference between practitioners and warriors. For a true law practitioner, being challenged across realms by a grandmaster was an absolute insult. Having finally achieved the true law realm, he would not tolerate any provocations to his dignity. Lu Ding's eyes narrowed slightly, refraining from using the dragon's descend again. His strength indeed fell short compared to the true law realm, although his power far exceeded that of true law practitioners. Han Lei, bolstered by the world's spiritual energy, could nearly bridge the gap between their strengths. Moreover, the purity of the true Law Realm spiritual energy was sufficient to crush a Grandmaster. Had Han Lei not been obstinately seeking a close-quarters battle with Lu Ding, he would not have found it so easy to respond. His earlier trembling arm was merely a fade to conceal his true strength. Through his spiritual sense, Lu Ding sensed that someone within the agency was watching this battle. If he were to unleash all his hidden cards, he might encounter real danger. Swish! The razor-sharp Long Yuan sword appeared in Lu Ding's hand. Sword technique of radiant light. The Long Yuan sword, with astonishing swiftness, evaded Han Lei's fist and swept horizontally towards his neck. Han Lei was taken aback, and in a moment of desperation, he unleashed all his cultivation, forming a protective barrier in an attempt to block the strike. However, under Lu Ding's formidable strength, this defense was effortlessly obliterated. Just as the situation seemed dire, a wave of energy surged from within the escort agency, deflecting Lu Ding's sword. "Let this battle cease here," a resonant voice echoed in the ears of the onlookers. One of the chief escorts of the Wolf Fong escort agency, Han Yuan, emerged from within. "I greet the escort chief." The previously injured escort, who had been sent flying by Lu Ding, was helped to his feet and bowed to the approaching figure. Han Lei cast a begrudging glance at Lu Ding, drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for his brother's intervention, he might have met his demise at Lu Ding's hands. Han Yuan approached the two, refraining from attacking Lu Ding, instead sharply admonishing Han Lei, "Lazy, why don't you promptly apologize to the young brother?" Han Lei was taken aback. "Brother, why are you siding with him? He was the one committing murder at our agency's doorstep. I was merely upholding the agency's honor." Han Yuan shot him a reproachful glare, compelling Han Lei to begrudgingly clasp his hands towards Lu Ding. "I apologize for my earlier conduct." Han Yuan also offered a courteous smile to Lu Ding. "Esteemed young friend, my younger brother acted rashly without discernment. I extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf. To express our regret, should you wish to employ the services of the Wolf Fong escort agency. We shall waive all fees." He recognized that with Lu Ding's prowess, he would require no protection, provided he did not venture in a perilous territory. Yet the greatest utility of the escorts lay not in combat, but in guidance. With the olive branch extended by Han Yuan, Lu Ding, displaying his discernment, accepted the gesture, thereby securing his place within the team. After assuring the injured escorts of compensation, Han Yuan addressed the escort in charge, discussing the vacancies left by the deceased brothers, thus granting opportunities to those who had previously missed out. Some were apprehensive about potentially incurring Lu Ding's wrath along the journey, while the majority dismissed such concerns, reasoning that as long as they did not provoke him, he would not kill indiscriminately. Observing that Lu Ding had not displayed any murderous intent initially, they felt reassured. Soon, the Wolf Fong escort agency had assembled its contingent for the journey ahead. All employers heading to Dongshan City were required to pay a fee of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. This sum was considerable even for an elder of the Xian Shui sect. Within the agency, Han Lei glared indignantly at his older brother. "Brother, why must you insist that I apologize to that young man? He committed murder at our doorstep, and if we do not teach him a lesson, how will others perceive our agency?" The reputation of the Wolf Fong escort agency, esteemed across dozens of cities, was founded on the strength of its escorts and their ability to ensure the safety of their employers. To kill at their doorstep and demand an apology from him would surely tarnish their reputation. "Tell me, how old do you think that fellow is?" Han Yuan's question caught Han Lei off guard. "About 20, I suppose. A 20-year-old capable of contending with a true method realm practitioner. Do you truly believe he is merely a loose cultivator?" Han Yuan's face reflected a deep-seated caution as he elaborated. "Having been involved in the Wolf Fong escort agency for many years, accumulating resources combined with your own talents, I only reached the true method realm in my 70s. That a 20-year-old in that realm possesses unparalleled talent and formidable backing that is beyond our comprehension. Before reaching the true method realm, martial artists see little increase in lifespan. Coupled with the hidden injuries from years of battle, even a typical grandmaster may only live to around 100 years. Only upon achieving the true method realm does one's lifespan undergo significant change. Ordinary true method realm cultivators can live up to 300 years. This explains why, even at nearly 80, I appear as though I am in my 40s. Upon reaching the true method realm, It becomes increasingly difficult to discern a cultivator's true age solely from their appearance. Chapter 53. Gather your things and leave. Brother, I must quickly prepare and sincerely apologize to this young brother. Hearing his brother's words, Han Lei was instantly drenched in cold sweat, filled with trepidation. While he might have stood a chance against the young man, the terrifying force behind him could easily obliterate their wolf Fong escort agency with a mere flick of the wrist. In this world, while having strength is certainly advantageous, it pales in comparison to the importance of having influence. That is unnecessary. Han Yuan waved his hand, halting his brother's preparations for an apology, since he chose not to make a scene. He likely either slipped away from his clan or has been assigned a trial task by an elder. Approaching him to apologize will only raise suspicions about our intentions. Our best course of action is to feign ignorance and observe the situation, offering support when needed. This way, we avoid suspicion and maintain a good rapport with the power he represents. Such a force, even a mere hint of their influence, could easily spell our doom. Han Lei nodded in agreement. Truly, my brother is far-sighted that I still have much to learn compared to him. Meanwhile, Lu Ding was silently contemplating the activation of the treasure chest obtained from vanquishing the three brothers. Initially, he had only severely injured their youngest sibling. But with the eldest and second brother dead at his hands, he could not let the injured third brother escape unscathed. Under Lu Ding's imposing aura, the other employers kept a considerable distance, awaiting the departure of the Wolf Fong escort agency. Congratulations, host, for opening a second-tier treasure chest and acquiring a mid-grade mysterious technique. Stealth. Congratulations, host, for opening a second-tier treasure chest and acquiring a pair of low-grade mysterious boots, flowing cloud boots. Congratulations, host, for opening a second-tier treasure chest and acquiring a second-tier pill. Foundation Establishment pill. Aside from the pill, the other items were satisfactory. The mysterious boots would enhance Lu Ding's speed, while the stealth technique would allow him to enter an invisible state, empowering his next strike. In certain situations, it could prove exceptionally effective. After preparing, the large contingent entered the Monster Beast mountain range that afternoon. For the escorts, well acquainted with the path, it was as familiar as their own home. They could traverse it even with their eyes closed. However, the employers who had hired the agency remained vigilant, scanning the surrounding woods for any lurking dangers, their hands tightly gripping their weapons, ready to respond to any sudden threats. Suddenly, a rustling noise emanated from the grass, causing the travelers to tense up, their senses heightened to their relief. It was merely a yellow mouse, the size of a basketball, darting from the underbrush that was nothing but an electric rat. The group exhaled in relief. While electric rats were not common in the wild, they posed little threat, even if encountered alone. However, just as they relaxed, the escort team came to an abrupt halt. Alert! Han Yuan raised his hand, prompting the escorts to draw their weapons and focus intently on their surroundings. What is happening? The employers were bewildered, unable to grasp the situation that was just an electric rat. Is there any need for such fear? If you don't want to die, keep your weapons ready. Han Lei hissed in a low voice. Electric rats are pack animals and typically avoid humans in the wild. This one had strayed from the group and showed no fear of them, likely indicating the presence of powerful beasts in pursuit. Yet some remained unconvinced, scoffing quietly that in my opinion, you are making a mountain out of a molehill that as if to validate Han Lei's concerns. Several purple-patterned snakes suddenly burst forth from the underbrush. These snakes were at the Grandmaster level, their venom containing terrifying toxicity. If their venom were to be fully injected into an enemy's body without timely antidotes, even a true method realm cultivator would be at risk of death within half a day. Grandmasters would struggle to survive even an hour. These 5 purple-patterned snakes, though small, darted out like lightning, easily biting the ankles of 5 individuals. The snake venom coursed through their bodies, instantly turning their faces a ghastly purple. Among them was the employer who had previously mocked Han Lei. Caught off guard, the escort sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the purple-patterned snakes. Lu Ding also quietly claimed one of their lives. Quickly, tend to these guests' wounds. Han Lei hastily waved his hand, instructing the accompanying physicians to dispel the venom from the guests afflicted by the purple-striped snake's poison. Lu Ding then approached the vicinity of the snake's carcass and inquired, "Does anyone wish to claim these bodies?" Those who originally intended to collect the snake gallbladders quickly shook their heads upon hearing Lu Ding's question, in their eyes. Lu Ding was undoubtedly a veritable god of death, an existence that even the Wolf Fong escort agency dared not provoke. They would not dare to compete with him for anything. Lu Ding naturally had no interest in the purple-striped snake either. However, the corpses of such master-level beings were valuable assets that must not be squandered. Unexpectedly, aside from the attributes and spiritual energy, the purple-striped snake also bestowed upon Lu Ding an additional reward. Poison resistance 2. This resistance was not guaranteed to drop. From 5 purple-striped snakes, it had merely granted Lu Ding 2 points of poison resistance. Some sect cultivators specialized in concocting various poisons, and even in the wild, formidable beasts occasionally harbor toxins. This poison resistance would serve as a precaution against unforeseen dangers. For Lu Ding, this was indeed a delightful surprise. Just then, the employer who had inadvertently been poisoned by the snake stood up to create a scene. "How does your Wolf Fong escort agency conduct its business?" he yelled angrily, pointing at Han Yuan, who was riding a yellow-spotted ox at the front of the line. That a dignified true law realm cultivator is present. Yet a purple-striped snake managed to infiltrate our ranks. My life nearly slipped away. Is this how you handle your payments? He had expected his fury to elicit an apology from the Wolf Fong escort agency. Not necessarily a fee reduction, but at least a sincere expression of regret. Instead, he was met with Han Lei's explosive wrath that, "Do you even realize the nonsense you are spouting?" Han Lei stormed up to the man, jabbing a finger at his nose. "If it weren't for your foolish blabbering about trivial matters and causing everyone to let their guard down, how could anyone have been harmed? Can you place the blame on me?" The man, red-faced, retorted defiantly, "I don't understand the situation in the wild. If you don't understand, then for heaven's sake, shut your mouth," Han Lei bellowed. "What is your escort leader doing? Is a true law realm cultivator merely a decorative piece? If you want to die, no one is stopping you." A murderous glint flashed in Han Lei's eyes. What if my brother were to intervene now, and there were still true law realm beasts lurking in the shadows? If every situation requires a true law realm cultivator to act, even with his ability to create clones, he wouldn't be able to manage. The man attempted to speak again, but Han Lei swiftly retrieved a pouch from his storage ring and hurled it at the man's face. "Take your money and get lost. One more word, and I'll end you right here." After delivering his ultimatum, Han Lei ignored the man further and signaled for the group to continue their journey. Chapter 54, Nighttime Treasure Hunt. The group pressed onward through the Beast Mountain Range. After the incident with the purple-striped snake, the employers, having learned a harsh lesson, no longer dared to act carelessly, becoming increasingly cautious. Tio put it bluntly. Their lives now rested in the hands of the Wolf Fong escort agency. One individual, bloodied and resentful, glared at Han Lei and the others at the front, but dared not leave, clinging tightly to the rear of the group, fearful of falling behind. Over the next few kilometers, the group encountered 3 waves of attacks. Fortunately, the escort members of the Wolf Fong agency were sufficiently experienced to handle the majority of battles, sustaining only a few minor injuries while repelling the 3 assaults launched by the beasts. However, someone suddenly noticed that the individual who had been lingering at the back of the group had vanished. Among the employers, whispers of concern began to circulate. Where did that guy go? He couldn't have been eaten by a beast. Could he? Who cares? He brought this upon himself. No one can stop him. In this wilderness, their lives were essentially in the hands of the Wolf Fong escort agency, and anyone who dared to argue with them would eventually meet their demise here. The murmurs remained confined to a small circle. In this perilous environment, no one had the luxury to focus on those irrelevant to them. After several hours of travel, the sky gradually darkened. Upon reaching a small valley, Han Yuan halted the yellow-spotted ox and called out loudly, "Night is falling. Traveling at night is far too dangerous. Please set up your tents closely together for mutual protection." The escort members of the Wolf Fong agency promptly began to erect their tents. Lu Ding surveyed the area and noted that there was only a narrow passage for entry, surrounded by sheer cliffs. Certainly a defensible stronghold. That it was likely that the escort agency had identified this resting place over years of expeditions. As long as they followed the established route, they would reach Dongshan City without issue. Lu Ding retrieved his pre-assembled tent from his storage ring, uninterested in sharing a meal with these unfamiliar individuals, and entered the tent to recuperate. That he even took out several crystals to absorb their energy. Within just a minute or two, Lu Ding regained his peak condition. The earlier battles had only slightly drained his stamina. However, being outdoors, it was prudent to maintain full readiness for unexpected situations, hence his decision to absorb the crystals. Subsequently, Lu Ding extended his consciousness outward, discreetly scanning the employers and escort members. The Wolf Fong Agency's escorts were each performing their duties. Some leaned against rocks, absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones to recover quickly, while others patrolled the vicinity, ensuring no poisonous snakes or ferocious beasts lurked within the valley. To Lu Ding's astonishment, he discovered that his consciousness had now reached a range of 100 meters. This indicated that his mental strength was now comparable to that of a true Law Realm cultivator. Without the suppression of consciousness, I can truly defeat an ordinary true Law Realm practitioner. Over the past few days since departing from Yinqing, Lu Ding had claimed numerous lives of beasts and bandits, which naturally enhanced his spiritual power. Coupled with his previous slaying of master-level beasts, his mental strength had finally surpassed a threshold. Just then, Lu Ding's consciousness collided abruptly with another force. The two mental energies recoiled upon contact. In another tent, Han Yuan, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Whose consciousness was that? Among the escorts of the Wolf Fong Agency, apart from him and his brother Han Lei, only another escort, Bai Zhan, had reached the true Law Realm. Yet this wave of consciousness evidently did not belong to either of them. After a moment's contemplation, Han Yuan developed a suspicion. Lu Ding, is this the mental strength of a true Law Realm cultivator? Han Yuan furrowed his brow, lost in thought, but it seems different from a typical true Law Realm. Truly, the offspring of major powers are difficult to fathom. Lu Ding's consciousness also swiftly withdrew, harboring a measure of trepidation. Indeed, there are always greater mountains. Han Yuan's mental strength was evidently superior to his OWN, and no wonder the innkeeper mentioned that Han Yuan, the escort leader of the Wolf Fong Agency, had attained the late stage of the true Law Realm. It seems I must proceed with caution. Once the tents were set up, the group formed small teams to light campfires and prepare dinner. However, most individuals clearly lacked experience in spending the night in the Beast Mountain range. Thus, apart from some faint murmurs and the occasional crackle of the fire, the entire valley was eerily silent. Under the watchful patrols of the escorts, the valley's night passed without incident. Lu Ding, unable to contain his restlessness, decided to venture outside the valley for a bit of exploration. Just then, his consciousness stirred slightly. In the stillness of the night, a tent slowly opened, that a dark figure stealthily slipped out and, seizing an opportunity, infiltrated the shadowy forest, evading the vigilance of the Wolf Fong Agency's guards. Shortly after the shadow departed, several more figures emerged from other tents, closely following the initial shadow. Were these individuals seeking treasure or harboring ulterior motives? Lu Ding pondered as he entered a state of stealth and quickly followed. In the deep forest at night, the occasional rustling of small creatures provided Lu Ding with excellent cover. Keeping close to the few figures, Lu Ding soon found himself farther from the camp. In the darkness, aided by the silvery moonlight, he managed to discern his direction, leaving behind markers along the way to avoid losing his way. After roughly the span of an incense stick, the group finally came to a halt. The leader tilted his head, lowering his voice as he spoke to the tall figure beside him. "Are you certain this is the right direction?" The individual held a compass, and no matter how he turned, the compass consistently pointed in the same direction. "Zhenggu, this compass was a stroke of luck for me. It can indicate the location of treasures within a certain range. Moreover, the frequency at which it vibrates is extremely rapid, indicating that the treasures here are surely extraordinary." As the bright day passed, I took notice of this place, though I refrained from making any commotion that I can ascertain that it lies just beneath this precipice. The leading shadow initially exhibited a hint of hesitation in its gaze, but soon became fervently resolute. Our lifespans are nearing their limits. Whether we can attain the true realm of cultivation before our demise hinges on this very moment. The expressions of the others were equally stirred. Then, Lu Ding watched intently as they leaped from the edge of the cliff. Chapter 55. Peril in the Cave. What madness drives these individuals to venture out in the dead of night merely to leap from a cliff? Lu Ding cautiously approached the precipice's edge, yet he could not discern any trace of those figures. Just as he contemplated departing, he suddenly noticed a slender vine beneath his feet. The vine had carved a deep mark along the cliff's edge. Did these individuals descend by means of this vine? Lu Ding's thoughts began to churn. Although he was unfamiliar with the shadows he had just observed, anyone capable of joining this group was undoubtedly a master-level warrior. At this stage, they possessed the ability to traverse the skies. Despite the time constraints, should there be a safe haven below, a direct leap could be entirely feasible. However, their choice to utilize the vine suggests that peril likely awaited them below. Peril? Lu Ding smiled faintly, feeling a surge of excitement. In the path of cultivation, where is there not danger? He now found himself, as the patient hunter, with any threats being confronted first by those earlier figures. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Ding opted not to use the vine, instead soaring directly into the air and descending. Other masters might need to consider the depletion of their spiritual energy affecting their combat prowess. But Lu Ding had no such worries regarding the exhaustion of his internal energy. After descending approximately 50 or 60 meters, Lu Ding beheld a vast, pitch-black cave at the cliff's base, concealing himself in the shadows of the night. He confirmed that there were no dangers lurking near the cave entrance before gently landing at the cave's mouth. Several footprints led deeper into the cavern. Lu Ding hastily followed the trail. Not long into his advance, he began to hear faint sounds of conflict emanating from within the cave. Damn it! How could there be demon beasts here? Enough with the idle chatter. If we do not slay this demon beast, none of the treasures within this cave will belong to us. Deep within the cave, the 6 masters who had entered ahead were engaged in a fierce battle against a colossal rock serpent. Fortunately, the cave was spacious enough to allow them room to maneuver. Otherwise, the serpent's mountainous form alone could easily crush them. These individuals had evidently come well prepared for their expedition. Each produced various tools. Striking at the serpent with vigor, in no time, the serpent's massive body crashed to the ground. That was close. Thankfully, we were ready. One of them stored the serpent's corpse in a spatial ring before continuing deeper into the cave. In the dark and profound cavern, they soon faced attacks from other demon beasts. Stone monkeys, petrified killing spiders, stone wolves, and others, all of which were systematically dealt with by the group at this moment. The group finally discerned a clue. This must be the lair of a powerful earth element cultivator. The leader spoke softly, just before his demise. He cast a spell to create these earth elemental life forms to safeguard his cave from intruders. Zhenggu, are you not being a tad alarmist? A slightly smaller man in the group voiced his apprehension. If mere martial skills can grant life to stones, a being of such caliber would surely not allow us to claim his burial treasures without dire consequences. Not so, the leader explained. Even a profound martial technique, once mastered to a certain degree, can bestow life upon elements. This alone is insufficient to gauge the strength of this cultivator. At this point, the man's gaze rekindled with excitement. Regardless, the strength of these stone beasts exceeds that of late-stage masters. The cave's owner must undoubtedly be at least at the true realm. Upon hearing this, the group felt their hearts racing. The burial treasures of a true realm cultivator could very well enable them to break through to the true realm in their final days. The group, invigorated, pressed onward but soon halted. This time, they were obstructed not by stone beasts but by a door radiating a greenish glow. The leader nodded towards a burly man in the group. The man understood and stepped forward, unleashing all his cultivation and strength upon the stone door. Boom! The door shifted slightly, yet it was far from being opened. There is hope. The muscles in the burly man's arms strained against his clothes, and he gritted his teeth, growling, "Hurry and lend a hand." The others rushed to assist him in forcing the stone door open a crack. A chilling, eerie air seeped out from the gap, sending shivers down their spines. What lies beyond this door? This stone door has been sealed for ages. It is only natural that the cave within is cold. With the group's combined efforts, the gap gradually widened. Yet at that moment, a claw suddenly shot out from within, striking the burly man on the chest. He let out a blood-curdling scream, staggering backward, his chest a gruesome mess. Old Chun. The leader quickly commanded the others to halt. Turning to see that Old Chin's protective armor had been effortlessly torn apart by the claw, he hurried forward to administer healing pills to the injured man. "Old Chun, how do you feel?" The burly man, named Old Chun, could only feel an icy chill emanating from his wound, surging into his body as if attempting to freeze him solid. Even with the medicine's effects, it took several minutes to completely suppress the chilling energy within him. "Zhenggu, perhaps we should reconsider." One of the group members hesitated. That claw appeared deceptively simple, yet it shredded old Chen's armor. Who knows how many more monsters lie in wait beyond this door? If even 3 or 4 of them emerge, we may all perish here. Zheng Jie's expression shifted, and after a long moment, he exhaled a heavy breath that if you wish to leave, then go. Zheng Ge. You. I can sense that even if I were to depart from here today, I would be fortunate to live for only 2 or 3 more years. Zheng Jie had evidently given this considerable thought. Rather than await death in the dwindling days ahead, he would rather gamble here. If we win, what awaits me is the true realm. If we lose, then so be it, seeing Zheng Jie seemingly resolute. The others exchanged glances, their gazes hardening in determination. Very well. If that is the case, let us take the plunge. Zheng Jie's spirits lifted as he began to devise their battle strategy. The group approached the grand door, slowly pushing it open a bit wider. Just as it was wide enough for one to pass through, a creature resembling a zombie burst forth from the gap. Simultaneously, the others exerted all their strength to slam the door shut. Chapter 56. The mantis stalks the cicada in the blink of an eye. A fragrant incense stick's worth of time passed, and on the ground lay 9 lifeless zombie corpses, alongside 2 of their fallen comrades. Zheng Jie closed his companion's eyes, exhaling deeply. Only 1 monster remains. Let's give it our all. These zombies lacked any intelligence, charging recklessly at the scent of the living. They could have simply remained behind the stone door, waiting for the intruders to either leave or confront them directly. Yet they fell one by one, a tragic fate. The last zombie, having severely injured a woman wielding a compass, met its end at the hands of the 4. Afterward, the 4 consumed healing pills to quickly restore their vigor before cautiously pushing open the heavy stone door once more. This time, there was no foreboding chill. Instead, an overwhelming stench of decay from years of sealing greeted them. Upon entering the door, their vision suddenly expanded into a vast chamber. Inside lay an enormous palace, its walls adorned with moonstones for illumination. Their immediate attention was drawn to the piles of spiritual stones heaped in the corners of the palace. The group gasped in astonishment, realizing that these 3 small mountains likely contained no less than 100,000 spiritual stones. Just the sheer quantity of spiritual stones revealed the identity of the palace's owner. Beneath the light of the moonstones, they spotted a crystal-like coffin at the center, while a stone chair was positioned on a high dais, occupied by a skeletal figure. The gaze of the skeleton seemed to be directed toward the crystal coffin. Before the chair lay 3 stone boxes placed on a 3-tiered platform. Extracting spiritual stones requires far too much time. It is no longer enough for us to break through to the true realm. Zheng Jie spoke solemnly. We can only hope that one of these 3 boxes contains precious pills. Zheng Jie and his companions hastened forward, eager to unlock the stone box. However, one member of their group, who had initially intended to join them, suddenly became captivated by a small flower bed beside the crystal sarcophagus. That a flicker of delight crossed his face as he promptly made his way towards the flower bed, which was adorned with a dozen exotic herbs of various colors, emanating a faint yet alluring fragrance. These rare treasures of nature surely possess the potential to grant me the resources necessary to transcend into the realm of true mastery. He reached out to collect these extraordinary plants, oblivious to the unusual purple hue that had begun to manifest on his face. Meanwhile, his companions had already opened the first stone box, revealing an ancient scroll within. Could it be a collection of formulas for several 4th-tier elixirs? Zheng Jie merely skimmed over the contents, his disappointment palpable that a single formula for a 4th-tier elixir, even one, would incite a frenzy in the outside world. Yet for them, it was merely mundane parchment. Innocent men may be guiltless, but possessing treasures invites peril. Given their strength, should they attempt to leave with the formula, they would only attract relentless pursuers, rather than an equitable exchange. In the ruthless world of cultivation, seeking a fair trade requires one to possess the requisite might. Soon enough, they shifted their focus to the second stone box, that if such a precious 4th-tier formula could be found in the first box, surely the next one would contain elixirs that could elevate them to true mastery. However, just as they ascended the steps, a sudden glint of cold light flashed behind them. The unsuspecting woman was struck. Her head cleaved from her body. Zheng Jie felt a jolt of alarm surge through him. He quickly rolled away, distancing himself while warily observing the assailant. Yet when he recognized the assailant's face, He was momentarily taken aback before erupting in anger. "You, what are you doing?" Unfortunately, He seemed utterly oblivious to his words, charging towards Zheng Jie and another companion with his blade drawn. Zheng Jie's expression shifted as he realized that repeated attempts to dissuade He were futile, and thus he engaged him in battle. Lu Ding, lurking in the shadows, observed the entire scene unfold, quickly deducing that He had fallen victim to the poison of the so-called Sin Soul herb. This toxin subtly erodes one's mental faculties, transforming them into a mindless machine driven solely by the instinct to kill. Prolonged exposure to the Sin Soul herb without countermeasures could ensnare even those at the pinnacle of mastery. For a master warrior like He, mere moments would suffice for the infection to take hold. Yet Lu Ding harbored no intentions of intervening. Even in his absence, these individuals would meet a similar fate. Lu Ding had no ties to them and lacked the inclination to meddle in their affairs. Moreover, he was not the only one concealed in the shadows, despite having sustained only minor injuries prior. He managed to overpower Zheng Jie and his companion single-handedly. After several minutes of fierce combat, He fell, while Zheng Jie and his associate were left grievously wounded, blood gushing from their bodies. Zheng Jie swallowed a healing elixir and staggered towards the stone box atop the steps. "Brother Zheng, save me." In the earlier skirmish, his companion's healing elixirs had been completely depleted, and now he could only rely on Zheng Jie for salvation. Yet Zheng Jie appeared deaf to his plea, ignoring his desperate cries as he busied himself with the stone box. Witnessing this scene, the man shed 2 streams of blood-tinged tears, his heart swelling with bitterness. It was evident that Zheng Jie had chosen to forsake his decades-long friend in his greed for the treasures within. Zheng Jie greedily opened the second stone box, revealing yet another black scroll. His brow furrowed as he extracted the scroll, skimming its contents that Earth-tier martial technique. Wave slash, such a precious Earth-tier technique, yet I cannot utilize it. How lamentable. Zheng Jie couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, storing the wave slash in his storage ring. Just as he contemplated ascending the steps once more, a sound of footsteps echoed from outside the palace. Although the sound was faint, it resonated clearly in Zheng Jie's ears, causing his heart to leap into his throat. He quickly turned around, only to find that the approaching figure was none other than Han Lei, a guard from the Wolf Fong escort agency. "Han Guard, what brings you here?" Zheng Jie's voice trembled with apprehension. Han Lei crossed his arms, casting a greedy glance at the boxes on the steps before fixing his gaze on Zheng Jie. "My presence here is thanks to your group's guidance. Did you truly believe your flawless operation could evade the scrutiny of the Wolf Fong escort agency?" Zheng Jie swallowed hard, suddenly producing a black orb in his hand. With a grim expression, he coldly inquired, "You've been following us?" "Not quite following." Han Lei shrugged, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. "I simply sought to ensure your safety by watching over you from the shadows. After all, protecting our clients is the duty of the Wolf Fong escort agency." Chapter 57. The Resurrection. "Han Guard, please save me." The man abandoned by Zheng Jie continued to bleed profusely, teetering on the brink of death, grasping at the last vestiges of hope upon seeing Han Lei's arrival. "Very well, I shall save you." Han Lei nodded with a smile, unleashing a blade of wind that I in the next instant. The light in the man's eyes faded rapidly, his head crashing to the ground with a dull thud, devoid of breath. Although Zheng Jie had long since resolved to abandon his friend, witnessing Han Lei's merciless act still made his pupils constrict in shock. Before he could voice his thoughts, Han Lei bellowed, "Bold Zheng Jie, how dare you kill a client of the Wolf Fong escort agency in my presence, if I do not eliminate you today? Who will respect the Wolf Fong escort agency in the future? Who will trust us?" Lu Ding, concealed in the shadows, felt a chill run down his spine. The Wolf Fong escort agency truly was a den of thieves. Their audacity in feigning innocence was astonishing. No one would believe them if they claimed otherwise. "Prepare to die." With that declaration, Han Lei did not advance, but instead unleashed a mental assault directed at Zheng Jie. Having already suffered at Lu Ding's hands, he was not foolish enough to attack Zheng Jie head-on. Zheng Jie was well aware of the techniques of true mastery. A mental assault could easily overwhelm a grandmaster. He could only hurl the black orb with all his might before the impact struck him, but he hoped to inflict serious injury on Han Lei while simultaneously activating the jade pendant in his hand, which glimmered with a faint azure light, attempting to shield himself from the mental onslaught. However, Han Lei's assault still left Zheng Jie reeling, his head throbbing as blood poured from his mouth, his complexion turning ashen. "Damn it! How dare you ambush me?" Han Lei's expression shifted as Zheng Jie hurled the orb, swiftly slicing through the air to detonate it mid-dash flight. Did I end that moment? He retreated rapidly from the cave's entrance. Boom! The clash of the wind blade and the orb unleashed a terrifying shockwave that sent tremors through the cavern, causing massive rocks to plummet from above. That in mere moments, the palace would collapse, burying everything within. Han Lei's robe was shredded by the explosion, but fortunately, he had retreated swiftly enough to avoid injury. That a glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes as he disregarded the smoke and debris. Charging up the steps. With his strength, even if the cave were to collapse, he would not be buried alive. Yet upon reaching the steps, he found that the 3 stone boxes had vanished without a trace. Only Zheng Jie's lifeless body remained on the staircase. That a sense of foreboding surged within Han Lei as he hastily crouched down to examine Zheng Jie's fingers. They were empty. The storage ring had also disappeared. Damn it! How dare anyone take advantage of my misfortune? Han Lei felt a surge of uncontainable rage welling up from his core, his hair standing on end as he roared and dashed out of the cave, vowing to unearth the fool who had dared to usurp his gains. Just as he took a few steps, he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. Not good. There's a true mastery expert. Han Lei had only recently broken through to true mastery and had yet to form the habit of maintaining a protective mental barrier. The sudden pain pierced through his consciousness like 1,000 needles, threatening to overwhelm him with agony. Lu Ding, lurking in the shadows, seized the moment, emerging from the smoke with his dragon abyss sword gleaming coldly. Spirit light sword technique. He thrust his sword directly at Han Lei's chest. Though Han Lei was in excruciating pain, decades of combat experience allowed him to react just in time. He crossed his arms in front of him, unleashing a surge of spiritual power. Bang! The clash of sword and palm sent Lu Ding staggering back several steps, while the hasty defense left Han Lei reeling, crashing into a massive stone that shattered upon impact, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity while Han Lei was unable to retaliate with full force, Lu Ding aimed to pursue his advantage. Yet just then, a tremendous noise erupted from the distance. The crystal ice sarcophagus, which had remained still, suddenly swung open, and a ghastly white arm emerged, grasping the edge of the coffin. Oh no! It's a resurrection! Lu Ding's heart raced as a warning bell rang in his mind, as if the corpse would rise from the coffin at any moment, even before the body appeared. His instinct for survival urged him to flee with reckless abandon. The corpse within the coffin was undoubtedly beyond his current capabilities to contend with. At this juncture, Lu Ding had no thoughts of continuing the pursuit. He fled at once. The chilling aura that emanated from behind him instilled a profound terror in Han Lei. Yet just as he attempted to flee, a hand, as frigid as a millennium of frost, seized his ankle. He turned to strike with his sword, but only managed to leave a faint white mark upon the corpse's wrist. Save was all Han Lei could muster before the corpse dragged him back into the icy coffin. In the next instant, the coffin slammed shut, entombed within the collapsed cave. Lu Ding sprinted with all his might, channeling every ounce of strength into his legs, and miraculously escaped just before the cave collapsed. Following the marks he had made along the way, he returned to the camp, utilizing stealth techniques to conceal his presence and masking his aura with his spiritual senses. Even Han Yuan could not detect his whereabouts. Once back in his own tent, Lu Ding, having narrowly escaped disaster, finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief respite, he began to assess the spoils of his journey. First among them were 15 formulas for 4th-tier elixirs. The value of such formulas could scarcely be overstated. If presented to the outside world, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the various factions. These formulas not only provided alchemists the means to concoct elixirs, but also offered invaluable insights to lower-tier alchemists. For 3rd-tier alchemists on the verge of breaking through, possessing these formulas could significantly expedite their ascension to 4th-tier status. However, Lu Ding had no intention of selling these formulas, though merely a 1st-tier alchemist. With the aid of the system, reaching the 4th tier was merely a matter of time. Retaining them would yield far greater value. Next was a high-level Earth-tier martial technique, Wave Slash. This technique allowed the user to condense water elements into a wave that could strike down enemies. The higher the water affinity and the greater the amount of absorbed water element power, the more formidable the technique became. Recently, Lu Ding had slain numerous beasts, and he now possessed a low-grade water affinity. Additionally, the premium spirit stones and some water element crystals acquired from Xian Shui's sect could be utilized to execute Wave Slash. With the system's assistance, the black scroll in Lu Ding's hand swiftly transformed into a swirl of spiritual energy particles that dissipated into the air. The information contained within Wave Slash surged into his mind. The system could facilitate his initial grasp of any martial technique, but mastering it would still require his own diligent practice. The final item was a stone box that Zheng Jie and the others had not had the chance to open. Lu Ding felt a surge of excitement akin to that of unboxing a mystery package, eagerly rubbing his hands together. However, upon opening the box, the contents were entirely unexpected. Inside lay not a scroll, nor an elixir, nor even rare materials, but a deed to land. Chapter 58. Strike First. The deed pertained to a property in 8 Direction City, East Street, Building 18. Merely a deed, yet it was treated with such solemnity. To a cultivator, property was but an external possession. Even if regarded as a treasure, there seemed little reason to place such importance on it, especially before facing death. Lu Ding felt a twinge of confusion, searching his mind for any knowledge of 8 Direction City, but found none. Clearly, his previous incarnation had never heard of such a place, but he decided to keep it for now and inquire with others later. Aside from this, Zheng Jie and the other storage rings contained little of value. That it seemed all useful items had already been exchanged for cultivation resources. Only a somewhat damaged compass remained, which could still prove somewhat useful. Lu Ding tested it and discovered it pointed towards areas rich in spiritual energy. That it appeared to be an instrument used by factions to locate spirit vein sites. However, the compass had a limited detection range, only capable of identifying spirit veins within a few hundred meters, rendering it rather lackluster. Once he had finished sorting through his belongings, Lu Ding began to meditate and recuperate. Not even a grandmaster could forego rest, let alone one at the true law or myriad laws level. The night passed in silence. Dawn soon arrived. Many in the team awoke to prepare breakfast, and Lu Ding, having risen early, took out the food he had purchased in advance to feast heartily. In the depths of the valley, Han Yuan and the guards of the Wolf Fang escort were eating, readying themselves to set off shortly. Just then, a guard rushed in, panic etched across his face. "Captain, Han Biao is missing, what?" Han Yuan's expression shifted, abandoning his meal to hastily stride towards Han Lei's tent. Inside the tent, everything was neatly arranged, devoid of any signs of struggle. Han Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. "Go check if anyone else is missing from the team." The guard quickly complied and soon returned. "That we're missing Zheng Jie, Hiyu, and 3 others." Han Yuan murmured their names softly, recalling their strengths. 0.5 grandmasters. No matter what tricks they had up their sleeves, they could not possibly be a match for Han Lei. Having raised Han Lei since childhood, no one understood his temperament better than Han Yuan. The disappearance of these individuals likely meant they had met their end at Han Lei's hands. "I have warned countless times that engaging in such activities in secret is acceptable, but why must they act during the escort?" Han Yuan's gaze darkened, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "It seems the only course left is to eliminate them all. If they safely reach Dongshan City, someone is bound to uncover the truth. Should word spread, the reputation of the Wolf Fang escort would be irreparably tarnished." At that moment, a trusted guard lowered his voice. "Captain, what about Lu Ding?" Han Yuan squinted his eyes. "That is not your concern. I shall handle it. Go relay the order. Encircle them completely and kill without mercy. Not a single one must escape." With the command from Han Yuan, the guard swiftly departed. For the safety of his younger brother Han Lei, Han Yuan harbored little worry. They had traversed this route together numerous times. As long as they did not provoke formidable monsters, they were unlikely to encounter danger. While dining, the employers soon noticed the guards of the Wolf Fang escort approaching. "Are we preparing to depart?" One individual cheerfully greeted the guard he had fought alongside the previous day, but he then stood up to gather his belongings. However, in the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Instinctively, he reached for it only to find a pool of blood. "Li Biao you." His eyes widened in disbelief, but before he could finish, Li Biao kicked him to the ground, raising his blade and shouting, "The captain has ordered, kill all without exception." With those words, the guards, already mingling among the crowd, swiftly drew their weapons. 7 or 8 unsuspecting employers met a tragic end at their hands, becoming vengeful spirits. Damn it, these Wolfang escort members are trying to kill us. One employer stood defiantly, shouting, "Brothers, let us fight these Wolfang escort members to the death. Even if we perish, we shall ensure mutual destruction." Others, fueled by his words, picked up their weapons and engaged in a fierce battle with the guards. Yet, they failed to notice that the very person who had rallied them had turned to flee after his declaration. With a mocking grin, he bolted away, thinking, "Go die, it's your honor." The guards had anticipated that someone would attempt to escape. Before the fleeing individual could rejoice, he was captured by the guards lying in wait. Meeting a swift end, the time of his death, a triumphant smile lingered on his face. Among the employers, some, trembling with fear, knelt on the ground, weeping and pleading for the Wolfang escort to spare their lives. However, those engaged in this line of work were ruthless and unwilling to show mercy. 1 by 1. Employers fell to their blades. Sigh. It seems there is no peace to be found anywhere. Lu Ding sighed. Launching himself forward with a flick of his toes, he instantly appeared before one guard, raising his palm to strike. The guard's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Brother Lu, we will not harm you." The captain had warned them repeatedly not to offend Lu Ding. Having witnessed Lu Ding battle against the true law realm Han Lei, he knew he was no match for him. Desperately, he raised his long knife in defense, pouring all his cultivation into his effort. Yet in the next second he lost consciousness, his head flying off into the air under the absolute suppression of power. That single strike, a manifestation of ultimate prowess, claimed the lives of 5 guards. Congratulations, host, for slaying a grandmaster. All attributes 700, spiritual power 20,000. Congratulations, host, for slaying a grandmaster. All attributes 600, spiritual power 22,000. After Lu Ding dispatched the 5 guards, a radiant aura erupted from his body. It felt as if a dam had burst, with vast quantities of spiritual energy flooding in from the outside, nurturing him within. True Law Realm. Host. Lu Ding age. 18 Realm. True Law Realm. First level Constitution. 127856 Strength. 635045 Spirit. 125650 Speed. 115432 Technique. Dragon Elephant Strength Martial Skills. Lingguang Sword Technique, Skyfall Rain, Breaking Kill Fist, Serpent Binding, Dragon Subduing Palm, Wave Slash, Stealth beyond the enhancement of his physical attributes. Upon attaining the true Law Realm, Lu Ding could manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with every movement. This significantly bolstered both his offensive and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, he acquired 1 point in technique, 2 points in martial skills, and 2 third-tier treasure chests. With a daunting battle ahead, he decided to allocate his points first. Dragon Elephant Strength, Wave Slash, Stealth, enhance those for me. Lu Ding hesitated momentarily before making his decision. Dragon Elephant Strength was the only technique he had mastered thus far, making it his sole option. After advancing to the 3 Elephants' power, his strength would undergo a tremendous enhancement. Wave Slash, being a recently acquired Earth-tier martial skill, naturally warranted an upgrade. As for the remaining martial skill points, Lu Ding deliberated between Dragon Subduing Palm, Lingguang Sword Technique, and Stealth. He first eliminated Lingguang Sword Technique due to its conflict with Wave Slash. Dragon Subduing Palm was an offensive martial skill, while Stealth offered both concealment and offensive capabilities. Ultimately, he concluded that the benefits of Stealth outweighed the others. Once Lu Ding made his decision, a torrent of information surged into his mind. The proficiency of Wave Slash and Stealth reached an advanced level of mastery. Lu Ding now felt confident that if he entered stealth mode beforehand, even cultivators at the Law Realm would struggle to detect his presence. Chapter 59. Restraint Terror. Opening the treasure chests. The 2 third-tier treasure chests bestowed upon Lu Ding 2 mysterious-tier martial skills. Mysterious Tier, mid-level martial skill. Flowing Cloud Steps. With movements like flowing clouds, it allows one to glide through the air. This was Lu Ding's first body technique, a stroke of luck indeed. Mysterious Tier, high-level martial skill. Rock Guardian. Under Lu Ding's astonishing constitution, the defensive power of Rock Guardian could reach an unbelievable level. However, since Lu Ding currently lacked Earth Spirit roots, he could not enhance this martial skill. Nevertheless, it would elevate his survivability to a new echelon. though Lu Ding's consciousness was consumed by the opening of the treasure chests. His body instinctively continued to fight. The bodyguards before him were no match, providing him a prime opportunity to allocate his points that in the blink of an eye, Lu Ding effortlessly dispatched over a dozen bodyguards. This spectacle instilled hope in the other employers. Everyone, hold on. If Lu Ding can slay these bodyguards, we will survive. Those who initially feared and wished to distance themselves from Lu Ding now regarded him as their lifeline. Stop right there. At that moment, a booming voice echoed from afar. The employers and bodyguards engaged in combat suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, halting their skirmish. Han Yuan soared in from the distance, heading straight for Lu Ding. Yet Lu Ding seemed oblivious, striking down another bodyguard with a swift sword. Lu Ding's speed was astonishingly swift. Han Yuan could only watch helplessly as Lu Ding dispatched the bodyguard. Veins bulged on Han Yuan's forehead, and after a deep breath, he restrained his impulse to attack Lu Ding. Lu Ding, our Wolf Fong Escort Bureau has not targeted you. Why must you oppose us? Lu Ding shrugged and replied in astonishment. Did you not say that no one should be allowed to flee? Are you implying I am not a person? Han Yuan's lips twitched. Isn't your rationale for attacking a bit absurd? Who doesn't know you can contend evenly with cultivators of the true law realm? These are merely bodyguards at the Grandmaster level. Who in their right mind would dare to provoke you? Yet, out of fear for Lu Ding's formidable backing, Han Yuan suppressed his urge to strike at the very least. We cannot engage until we ascertain the strength behind you. It is our failure to clarify matters. Han Yuan spoke solemnly. As long as you are willing to stand by, I swear to take you to Dongshan City unharmed. I will not pursue you for the deaths of those from the Wolf Fong Escort Bureau. Upon hearing this, the other employers grew anxious, shouting in unison, Lu Ding, do not fall for his deceit. Indeed, once we are dead, they will all turn against you. They will wear you down. At this moment, Lu Ding represented their hope for survival. Everyone, shut up. Han Yuan roared, raising his hand, causing the chest of one shouting employer to explode in a mist of blood, sending him flying several dozen meters, lying on the ground, uncertain of his fate. Only then did Han Yuan turn his gaze back to Lu Ding. I know you hail from a great power. Perhaps you merely joined our escort bureau for experience that I have no intention of opposing you or the forces behind you. If you are willing to stand by, I am ready to share all the spoils with you equally. What do you say? This was the highest offer Han Yuan could extend. Gaining half of the spoils without effort displayed his respect for the formidable power behind Lu Ding. The bodyguards nearby harbored resentment, but dared not voice it, fearing they might meet the same fate as their fallen comrades. Lu Ding wiped the Dragon Abyss sword clean and chuckled. I can obtain everything. Why should I settle for only half? You. Han Yuan's face turned ashen, immediately wanting to retaliate that a Grandmaster, seeking to monopolize all the spoils, disregarded a cultivator at the late true law realm. But life was more precious than resources. The situation compelled Han Yuan to suppress his fury. Fine, all the spoils belong to you. At this, the bodyguards could no longer sit idly. They fought tooth and nail for what? Was it not for those resources? Now, Han Yuan's words threatened to strip them of everything, rendering their efforts in vain. This unexpected turn also caught Lu Ding off guard. Though Han Yuan's reasoning was somewhat absurd, his ability to read the room was truly remarkable. The more you hold back, the more I want to take you down. Yes, the words fell. Lu Ding's body flickered, appearing before Han Yuan, unleashing a divine dragon tail strike. Accustomed to this ruthless world, Lu Ding did not consider himself a hero. However, he harbored no qualms about striking against a nefarious establishment like the Wolf Fong Escort Bureau. Damn it, I have already shown such restraint, yet you persist in your demands. Do you truly believe I will not strike against you? Han Yuan's voice was low as he faced Lu Ding's sudden attack, advancing rather than retreating, launching a palm strike. Bang! The two palms collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that created a 10-meter-wide crater. Nearby bodyguards were blown away, spitting blood. Han Yuan's expression shifted, and he staggered back several steps to regain his balance. His eyes reflected disbelief. How is this possible? Yesterday, Lu Ding had battled Han Lei, and against the newly initiated true law realm Han Lei, Lu Ding had only managed to achieve a stalemate, leveraging his combat skills to gain a slight edge. Yet now, Han Yuan, a late true law realm cultivator, could not suppress Lu Ding. Could it be that this fellow possessed a peculiar physique that grew stronger in the face of adversity? The bodyguards who had been blasted away wore expressions of utter shock. Han Yuan, a pillar of the escort bureau and one of the top leaders, had never faltered. How could he now find himself in a stalemate against a mere youth? Han Yuan shouted, sending his consciousness like an arrow piercing toward Lu Ding's mind. Lu Ding smiled nonchalantly, condensing his consciousness into a heavy hammer, effortlessly shattering the arrow while simultaneously striking Han Yuan's mind. Puff! Han Yuan spat out a mouthful of vital blood, his face as pale as a sheet. He clutched his head, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, glaring at Lu Ding. Impossible. You truly are at the true law realm. Seeing Lu Ding so youthful and able to match Han Lei, Han Yuan had initially assumed Lu Ding was merely a backing from a great power, capable of contending against the true law realm with grand master-level prowess. But this display of consciousness attack signified Lu Ding's undeniable status at the true law realm. A Grand Master could not wield such a means of consciousness attack. You old monster, how dare you disguise yourself as a young brat? Have you no shame? Han Yuan bellowed madly, that in his mind, the likelihood that a 20-year-old true law realm cultivator was a disguise for an older, more powerful being seemed far more plausible. If he wished, he too could adopt a youthful guise around 20. However, most powerful beings preferred a more mature appearance, disdainful of masquerading as a mere youth. You are the old monster, and your entire family consists of old monsters. Chapter 60. True Dragon Blood. You are the old monster, and your entire family consists of old monsters, Lu Ding retorted indignantly. He suddenly drew the Dragon Abyss sword, and dense water vapor converged from all directions, swiftly coalescing behind him into a towering wave. The surging, violent wave instilled an indescribable sense of oppression in Han Yuan. Han Yuan's gaze sharpened, his eyes filled with chilling intent. Since you lack the protection of a powerful force, today you shall undoubtedly perish. He thrust his arms forward, a staff appearing in his hands as he stepped forward, charging like an ancient beast, swinging the staff fiercely toward Lu Ding. He was determined to unleash all the anger he had accumulated over the past 2 days of being deceived upon Lu Ding. Upon witnessing Han Yuan's full frontal assault, the guards of the escort agency did not remain idle. They began to exert their utmost efforts to annihilate the remaining employers with the technique known as the Riptide Slash. In his heart, Lu Ding let out a low roar, and in an instant, the Riptide transformed into a colossal blade, mercilessly cleaving down towards Han Yuan's head. Bang! The moment the Riptide Slash collided with the Chimay staff, Han Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His arm was effortlessly sent flying back. Han Yuan's pupils dilated in shock, unable to react in time before the flung Chimay staff crashed violently into his chest. Crack! The Chimay staff struck him, causing his chest to cave in, his eyes bulging, and his body was propelled outward. The Riptide blade continued its relentless descent. Han Yuan poured all his strength into blocking this strike. Yet it was as futile as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was grossly overestimating his capabilities. The Riptide Slash effortlessly shattered Han Yuan's defenses, cleaving him in two. Moreover, amidst the Riptide, countless water blades mercilessly hacked at Han Yuan's body, reducing it to a bloody pulp. The roaring sound of the Riptide abruptly ceased, causing the other combatants to involuntarily halt their actions and turn to witness the scene. The escort guards, upon seeing Han Yuan sprawled lifelessly on the ground, stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as if they could fit 2 eggs inside. Quick, run! After a brief moment of shock, the guards' expressions turned to sheer horror. Without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned their comrades, turning tail to flee into the dense forest. With the escort leader already dead, remaining behind would only lead to certain doom. There was no other possibility. Congratulations on slaying a true martial realm cultivator. All attributes 6,000, lifespan 2 years, spiritual power 150000. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 4th-tier treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? Lu Ding did not open the treasure chest but instead charged towards the fleeing guards. If he were still merely a grandmaster, there might have been a chance for some of them to escape amidst the chaos of the forest. However, Lu Ding had already achieved the true martial realm. These individuals stood no chance of survival. One by one, the fleeing guards ultimately transformed into attributes and spiritual energy flooding into Lu Ding's body. Yet, Lu Ding had not forgotten the purpose of his journey. He had come to the Beast Mountain range not for slaughter, but to make his way forward. Without waiting for him to speak, one guard, realizing he was about to be caught by Lu Ding, suddenly knelt down with a loud thud. "Please, don't kill me. I can lead you to Dongshan City." Overwhelmed by extreme fear, he knelt on the ground, urinating in his pants, too terrified to make even the slightest movement. "All right, stay right here and don't move that I'll return." Lu Ding did not expect that among the guards there would be one so astute. After giving his instructions, he continued to pursue the other guards. Witnessing this scene, the remaining fleeing guards were filled with a tumult of emotions. How could they not have anticipated this turn of events? Yet, it was too late. Lu Ding required only a guide. Moments later, all but the one leading Lu Ding were met with their inevitable demise. Upon returning, Lu Ding found that this guard had indeed been obedient, remaining exactly where he was, not even daring to lift his head. Lu Ding first collected all the storage rings belonging to the deceased, then, with a hint of irritation, kicked the guard's rear. "Stop kneeling and hurry up and lead the way today." As soon as Lu Ding's words fell, the man sprang up as if he were a startled rabbit. The journey continued with the red fire horse following the guard as they advanced towards the northeast. Lu Ding began to tally his gains from this encounter. Including Han Yuan, the others possessed little of value. Aside from some spiritual stones, there were merely a few low-grade spiritual plants and equipment, all far inferior to what Lu Ding already possessed. Lu Ding scoffed, realizing that he would still need to rely on opening treasure chests to truly elevate his status. He chose to open the first fourth-tier treasure chest, feeling a surge of anticipation. The last fourth-tier chest had yielded the superior-grade Dragon Abyss sword. He wondered what treasures this one would unveil. "Congratulations, host. You have opened a fourth-tier treasure chest and obtained a drop of true dragon blood." True dragon blood? Lu Ding was momentarily stunned. Such a substance was legendary in this world. From the memories of his past life, beings like dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins had never appeared in the Dali dynasty, nor even in the Jin dynasty. Only those exalted realms above, such as the Dao and Tianzhou, could harbor such mysterious and formidable creatures. It was rumored that the ruler of the Jin dynasty kept a flame wyvern, which had once achieved great feats in wars against other dynasties. For him, obliterating a force like the Dali dynasty would be as simple as breathing fire. According to the system's explanation, Lu Ding learned that true dragon blood could even allow a wyvern the potential to ascend to true dragon status. Unfortunately, the blood contained extremely violent energy and would provoke rejection. Even with the system, Lu Ding could not absorb it. He could only helplessly store it away for future use. The other third-tier treasure chest yielded a few mysterious grade pieces of equipment and a plethora of healing and cultivation pills. Among the equipment, there were only armor and greaves that Lu Ding could utilize. The rest were mostly weapons, all inferior to his Dragon Abyss sword. Lu Ding casually tossed these items into his storage ring. He also acquired 2 martial skill points, a pleasant surprise, which he directly allocated to the Flowing Cloud Steps and the Rock Guardian technique. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The ability to survive was the most crucial indicator of becoming a powerful being. With the lifespan extension granted by the system, as long as he lived, he would eventually become invincible. 3 days later, the group finally emerged from the Beast Mountain range. Aside from Lu Ding and the guide, only 4 others survived in the END. It was not that Lu Ding had slain them, but rather that the occasional ambush by beasts claimed their lives. Lu Ding was not their bodyguard. He could not protect them at all times. Dongshan City was now in sight, and the trembling guard from the Wolf Feng escort agency stammered, "I have brought you to Dongshan City. Can you let me go?" Lu Ding nodded, signaling for him to depart. The guard was overjoyed, stumbling away in a frenzied dash. However, in the next instant, the sound of rushing wind pierced the air. With a swift whoosh, a projectile pierced through his heart. Coldness enveloped him. The guard fell to the ground, unwillingly, and soon his breath ceased. Lu Ding lifted his hand, and the Dragon Abyss sword flew back to him autonomously. "I said I would spare you, but my sword did not agree." Wiping the blood from the blade, Lu Ding paid no further heed to the other trembling individuals, mounting the red fire horse and making his way towards Dongshan City. The others exchanged glances. Despite their fear and trepidation, they hastily followed suit. Dongshan City was now within reach, and no one wished to encounter the formidable beasts again. Risking further danger, Lu Ding forged ahead. drawing the attention of the beasts and thereby ensuring their safety. Chapter 61. Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Duke of the East Dongshan City, was the largest city on the eastern border of the Dali dynasty. Within its walls, shops were densely packed, and the streets buzzed with a constant flow of carriages and pedestrians. Merchants and travelers from various nations came and went, while street vendors hawked local specialties. Prior to the onset of war, these border cities served as the primary trading hubs for merchants from all nations. Camels exuding a true martial realm aura and black tigers lingered by the roadside. Such powerful beasts were merely pets raised by various merchant factions, showcasing their influence. Even the Eastern Town Army could only barely maintain order within the city. Should any disturbances arise, they could only report the matter up the chain for the commanders to address. However, these merchant factions generally granted the Dali dynasty some face, preventing matters from escalating too far. After undergoing a thorough inspection, Lu Ding successfully entered Dongshan City. As he beheld the towering buildings within, he couldn't help but feel a surge of nostalgia. This city was undoubtedly the most prosperous place Lu Ding had encountered in this world. It was not merely because it was Dongshan City, but also because it had once been his first stop upon arriving in this realm, the residence of the Duke of the East. Yet he had barely enjoyed a few days of leisure before being dispatched to the southern border. Now, though revisiting the site, Lu Ding found little sentimentality as he strolled through the lantern-lit streets. The fatigue wrought by recent bloodshed seemed to dissipate considerably. The front lines lay approximately 2 days' journey away, and Lu Ding planned to return to the Duke of the East's residence for a visit, as it could be considered his former home. Unless there were urgent military matters, galloping on horseback within the city was strictly prohibited. Lu Ding led the Red Fire Horse to the bustling center of commerce in Dongshan City. The most renowned tavern in Dongshan City, and indeed the entire Jin dynasty, was the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. It was said that as long as one could afford the price, any request could be met by the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon entering, Lu Ding was promptly greeted by a courteous attendant who did not look down upon him despite his travel-worn appearance. This was the fundamental courtesy expected of an establishment like the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. "May I inquire if the esteemed guest requires a meal or a room? Please find me a window-side table on the second floor." "Certainly, esteemed guest, please follow me." Lu Ding followed the young waiter upstairs, where the DCOR was even more exquisite and opulent. Each table was attended by a dedicated maid responsible for replenishing drinks, providing a level of service so attentive that it left no room for criticism. Upon receiving the menu, Lu Ding promptly ordered the most expensive dishes and wines listed. This spectacle brought great joy to the young waiter. The Zui Xian Lu was unlike any ordinary tavern. Its culinary offerings were crafted primarily from the rarest ingredients sourced from formidable demon beasts or precious spiritual flora. For instance, a seemingly commonplace dish of braised lion's head was actually prepared from the meat of the rare fire lion, nurtured within the Zui Xian Lu itself. Coupled with a variety of exquisite condiments, even a practitioner of the true law realm would derive benefits from such a meal. Even the complimentary beverages on the table were of extraordinary quality. A single cup of spirit wine could surpass the effects of 10 spirit-gathering pills for a cultivator. Naturally, the more expensive dishes and wines boasted even more astonishing effects. With a wealth of spirit stones at his disposal, Lu Ding spared no expense in his selections. The young waiter, as the host, would earn a considerable commission from this meal, filling his pockets to the brim. Lu Ding also ensured that the red fire steed was well taken care of, instructing the waiter to bring premium fodder and suitable food for the spirit beast. Despite the exorbitant prices at Zui Xian Lu, merchants from various nations flocked here, regarding it as the prime venue for conducting business. Shortly after Lu Ding's dishes were served, nearly all the elegant tables on the second floor were occupied. At that moment, a gaunt middle-aged man, wearing sunglasses and wielding a cane, entered from outside. He made his way directly to a small stage in the center of the second floor, where he began to regale the patrons with tales of intriguing happenings around the borders. Recently, a fierce battle erupted between the Great Li dynasty and the Great Yin dynasty, resulting in a devastating defeat for the latter. With casualties numbering in the hundreds of thousands, it was rumored that internal strife had broken out within the Fire Cloud Mountain, leading the deputy mountain lord Li Wanquan to take half of his disciples and establish his own sect. A direct disciple from the Thunder Zen Temple had personally traveled to the Huan Valley, seeking to persuade them to cease their practices of Yin replenishment, and had already stayed there for half a month. Lu Ding, the son of the former Lord of the East, had shone brightly in the recent conflict against the Great Yin dynasty, even slaying a master martial artist, reminiscent of Liu Che's former glory. The Great Li Emperor had pardoned Lu Ding, seemingly putting aside any grudges related to the former Lord of the East, Liu Che, whether it was matters of the court, sex scandals, or rumors from the borders. This storyteller disseminated them all and no one dared question the veracity of his words. For the Zui, Xian Lu stood firmly behind him, serving as the best endorsement for his account. Lu Ding listened to these tidings as mere gossip, drinking leisurely, only shaking his head in amusement when his own name was mentioned. That it appeared that the information network of Zui, Xian Lu, was not as formidable as he had imagined. At least, the news of his battlefield exploits and slaying a grandmaster had not been reported. Just then, Lu Ding suddenly overheard nearby discussions. Alas, the prince was such a good man, diligently maintaining stability along the eastern borders. Why must the king execute him? Ever since his death, the new Lord of the East seems only concerned with profit, completely disregarding our well-being, allowing foreign merchants to trample upon us. Moreover, we used to pay only a 10 transaction tax. But now we are burdened with the same 30 tax as those foreign traders. How are we to survive? One of the speakers, clothed in the style of the Great Li dynasty, continued, I hear the borders are becoming increasingly unstable. I only hope the chaos does not reach Dongshan City. Once this batch of goods is sold, I plan to leave this place. Lu Ding narrowed his eyes. It seemed the Lord of the East had perhaps changed hands. He raised his wine cup and approached the group engaged in hushed conversation. Gentlemen, may I inquire as to who currently holds the title of Lord of the East? Upon hearing his voice, the men halted their discussion, casting wary glances at Lu Ding. Who are you? With a chuckle, Lu Ding placed several crystal stones on the table. I am a merchant from Nanshan City, here to conduct business and pay my respects to the local powers. Initially intending to dismiss Lu Ding, the men's expressions softened upon seeing the crystal stones he offered. It's no secret. The current Lord of the East is Lu Ling if you wish to pay your respects. You should prepare something of value. Ordinary gifts will not catch Lord Lu's attention. Upon hearing this name, Lu Ding was momentarily taken aback. The Lord of the East. How could it be Uncle Lu? Before Lu Ding's father, Liu Che, became the Lord of the East, he had two notable deputies, Lu Ling and Lin Zhan. Both were not only Liu Che's trusted aides but also sworn brothers. Following Liu Che's execution by the Great Li Emperor, his relatives were exiled to the borders. While this would not typically implicate sworn brothers, it was unlikely that Liu Che's sworn brother would inherit the position of Lord of the East. Everyone knew the unbreakable bond shared by the Lu, and Lin brothers that if Lu Ling sought revenge for Liu Che, not only would he certainly stir unrest at the borders, but he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Great Li Emperor. With this thought, a seed of doubt took root in Lu Ding's heart. Could it be that Lu Ling had a hand in his father's demise? Yet, the previous incarnation had claimed that Lu Ling and Lin Zhan had watched him grow up. If Lu Ling truly betrayed his father, it would be a profound betrayal that would prevent Liu Che from finding peace in the afterlife. Alarmed, Lu Ding quickly cast aside further inquiries regarding the Lord of the East. After placing the spirit stones for his bill on the table, he hastened to leave the Zui, Xian Lu should his suspicions prove unfounded. It would be well and good. However, if they were true, his mother could be in grave danger. He could only hope that Uncle Lin Zhan would ensure her safety during this tumultuous time. Just as Lu Ding reached the stairwell, a commotion erupted downstairs. Young Master Lu, our great Liang dynasty's trade relies heavily on your support. Young Master Lu, do not forget about our Lanqing dynasty's business. A group of elegantly dressed youths, exuding an air of affluence, surrounded a young man clad in a dark blue python robe, making their way to the third floor. The third floor of Zui, Xian Lu housed only 5 private rooms, accessible solely to the most influential figures of various factions. The young man in the python robe, strikingly handsome with sharp features, responded nonchalantly to the flattery. Rest assured, your affairs are my responsibilities at the Lord of the East residence. In Dongshan City, no, along this eastern border. It is the Lord of the East who holds the final say. Such grandiose claims, uttered from his lips, were met with utter acceptance, with no one daring to question their validity. The crowd on the second floor, including the storyteller, hushed their voices, wary of disturbing this young master. Lu Ding's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized the identity of the young man in the python robe. Lu Guangyi, the second son of the current Lord of the East. Lu Ling, back when Lu Ding's previous incarnation was still within the Lord of the East residence, he had been deemed unremarkable due to his lackluster talents, and thus Lu Che had not expected him to command the Eastern Army. In contrast, Lu Guangyi stood as the undisputed top heir of the Eastern Army, even surpassing Lin Zhan's son, Lin Tian. He was groomed to be the next Lord of the East. Despite this, Lu Guangyi had always displayed deference in front of Lu Ding. This was Lu Ding's first time witnessing Lu Guangyi exude such confidence and vigor. However, judging by the merchant's words, it seemed the current Lord of the East residence was now more focused on self-interest than the welfare of the people. Nevertheless, Lu Ding had no intention of revealing his identity to Lu Guangyi. All information deemed credible existed in the shadows. What lay on the surface was merely what others wanted one to see. As they brushed past each other, Lu Guangyi, amidst his entourage, ascended to the third-floor private room. The young man at the forefront felt as though he had glimpsed a familiar figure, but dismissed it. Impossible. He has been exiled to the southern borders. With his mere postnatal martial prowess, it is inconceivable for him to traverse such distances back to Dongshan City. The distance between the eastern and southern borders was vast. And even Zui Xianlu had only recently received news that Lu Guangyi, unaware that Lu Ding had already made a name for himself in the battle against the Great Yin dynasty, remained oblivious to the transformation of Lu Ding from a mere postnatal waste into a formidable figure. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Guangyi summoned his cousin, Lu Fan, instructing him to investigate. "Cousin, are you sure you didn't mistake him for someone else?" Lu Fan frowned. "That fellow is merely of postnatal cultivation that I heard that the Tiger Wave army suffered defeat recently. He is likely dead on the battlefield. Even if he survived, he would not have the means to return here." The Lu Guangyi waved his hand, patiently advising, "Better safe than sorry that if it is indeed him. Bring him here, but ensure he does not come into contact with the old members of the Eastern Army." "Understood." Though Lu Fan felt skeptical, he nodded in agreement and exited the private room. Meanwhile, the representatives of the various merchant associations were eager to demonstrate their sincerity to Lu Guangyi. That on the other side, Lu Fan hurriedly exited the drunken immortal pavilion, and upon spotting the individual Lu Guangyi had mentioned, who bore a resemblance to Lu Ding, he swiftly pursued him. "Brother, could you please wait a moment?" Lu Fan called out, tapping the stranger on the shoulder. However, when the man turned around, Lu Fan realized that the resemblance to Lu Ding was, at best, tenuous. Frustrated, Lu Fan delivered a kick to the man's thigh. Barking, "Are you not going to get lost quickly?" It was well known that the Lu family had become infamous in Dongshan City. Recognizing Lu Fan's identity, the man dared not retaliate and promptly scurried away. This entire scene unfolded under the watchful gaze of Lu Ding, who was concealed in the shadows, deepening his suspicions regarding the current state of the Jindong Wangfu. It now appeared that the whispers among the merchants were indeed grounded in truth. Though Lu Ding was not well acquainted with Lu Fan, he was somewhat familiar with him. Had Lu Ding still been the heir of the Jindong Wang, Lu Guangyi would never have dispatched only Lu Fan to seek him out. Even if Lu Ding were no longer the heir, given the relationship between their families, Lu Guangyi ought to have come personally to ensure that news of Lu Ding's return to Dongshan City remained confidential. Lu Guangyi's failure to do so was indeed intriguing. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lu Ding re-entered the drunken immortal pavilion. However, upon reaching the second floor, he employed stealth techniques to obscure his presence, quietly trailing Lu Fan as he ascended to the third floor. Throughout this entire process, Lu Fan remained blissfully unaware of the pursuit. Upon returning to the drunken immortal pavilion, Lu Fan relayed the information to Lu Guangyi, allowing the latter to exhale in relief. It seemed he had been overworked recently, leading to his misidentification of individuals. He smiled slightly, addressing the representatives of various merchant associations. "I forgot to mention that my father has recently ascended to the Wanfa realm." At this proclamation, the large banquet hall was instantly plunged in a stunned silence, followed moments later by a chorus of gasps. "Congratulations, Your Highness, on achieving the Wanfa realm. We were unprepared with congratulatory gifts, and we hope the heir will forgive our oversight. Upon my return, I shall ensure that we prepare a proper gift and personally deliver it to the Wangfu." These merchants, stationed in Dongshan City, were backed by formidable true law realm experts. Therefore, their previous flattery towards Lu Guangyi was merely a show of respect for the local power. After all, in the Dali dynasty, one must accord due deference. However, the situation transformed entirely now that Jindong Wang Lu Ling had broken through to the Wanfa realm. This breakthrough indicated that Lu Ling possessed the strength to single-handedly seize control of all their merchant establishments. Under such a roof, one had no choice but to bow their heads. They needed to demonstrate sufficient sincerity to garner the favor of the Jindong Wangfu, thereby securing greater benefits. Chapter 63. The manager of the drunken immortal pavilion, Lu Ling, has actually broken through to the Wanfa realm? Lu Ding, who was pressed against the door, narrowed his eyes in surprise. His father, Lu Che, was renowned not only for his unrivaled strength at the same realm, but also for his extraordinary cultivation talent. Without such talent, a grand master-level warrior, no matter how invincible within their realm, would be of little use in the face of true law and Wanfa realm practitioners. They would be but ants easily crushed. These two aspects are complementary. Lacking either, Lu Che would not inspire such trepidation in Lu Ding's recollection. Lu Ling's cultivation talent was commendable, but paled in comparison to his father's. His father had only passed away a few months ago, and Lu Ling had succeeded in breaking through to the Wanfa realm. Did this not imply that Lu Ling's cultivation talent surpassed that of Lu Ding's father? Young Lu, eavesdropping is not a commendable habit. At that moment, a strange, elderly voice suddenly rang out from behind Lu Ding. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Lu Ding's mind, and he turned to deliver a powerful punch. Bang! The white-haired elder seemed to have anticipated Lu Ding's immediate reaction, raising a palm to shield himself. Nevertheless, the force of Lu Ding's blow still forced the elder to stagger backward. With one hand behind his back, the elder wore a calm expression, but his right hand trembled uncontrollably. His heart filled with astonishment. The former son of the Jindong Wang, merely 18 or 19 years old, could actually force him back with a single punch. Such talent could be considered extraordinary even within the Jin dynasty. Upon recognizing the drunken immortal pavilion insignia on the elder's gray robe, Lu Ding's expression shifted, and he quickly clasped his fists in apology. That it was my rudeness. I beg your pardon, senior. Though the drunken immortal pavilion appeared to be merely an inn, Lu Ding was acutely aware that it was likely a colossal entity. Even if this was merely a branch, it could very well be the most powerful force in Dongshan City. Confident in his abilities, Lu Ding nevertheless refrained from causing trouble at the drunken immortal pavilion. No harm done. No harm done. That it was merely my sudden voice that startled you, young friend, the elder replied with a benevolent smile, calming the turmoil within him. However, young friend, eavesdropping here has violated the rules of the drunken immortal pavilion. Lu Ding's eyes darkened as he produced a finely woven bag from his palm, offering it to the elder. It was never my intention to offend the drunken immortal pavilion. I hope the senior can understand. The elder chuckled and accepted the offering with a flourish, seeing the elder accept the spirit stones. Lu Ding sighed in relief and prepared to take his leave. That if the senior has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Not so fast. The elder waved his hand. Our manager wishes to meet you. Lu Ding narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Rest assured, the drunken immortal pavilion only engages in business, devoid of any intention to harm others. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. If it were otherwise, the drunken immortal pavilion could not possibly have navigated the myriad factions to reach its current stature. Lu Ding understood that the elder spoke truthfully. Although the drunken immortal pavilion had strong figures guarding it, few dared to create disturbances within its walls. The strength of the drunken immortal pavilion's guardians was only called upon within their own territory, aside from dealing with those who provoked them. There were scant reports of the pavilion taking action against others. With this in mind, Lu Ding respectfully stated, "Please lead the way, senior." After the two departed, they ascended to the 5th floor of the drunken immortal pavilion. The 5th floor was not open to the public. Even the elder could not enter at will. Manager, I have brought the person you requested. The elder knocked on the door at the stairwell, and a melodious female voice rang out from within. All right, you may leave. After the elder bowed and exited, the door swung open as if moved by an unseen force, instantly enveloping Lu Ding in a fragrant aroma of tea, soothing every cell within him. Young Lu, please come in, said a beautifully dressed woman who was focused on brewing tea lifting her head with a gentle smile directed at Lu Ding. Since I have come, I shall make myself comfortable. Lu Ding, undeterred, nodded slightly and stepped inside. And I have heard that the manager wishes to see me. May I inquire about the matter at hand? The manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Tong Xiao, personally poured Lu Ding a cup of tea. Young friend, you must know that aside from our food and drink, our most renowned asset is our intelligence network. Tong Xiao's demeanor was gentle, her warm smile enveloping Lu Ding like a spring breeze. Having traveled thousands of miles back to Dongshan City, you must have numerous questions seeking answers, as long as you are willing to pay the price. Any information you desire can be obtained from our Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Lu Ding's eyes narrowed. He did not allow himself to relax despite Tong Xiao's smile. Instead, he became even more vigilant, that he was alone and unprotected. Caution was paramount in every matter. In the eyes of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, whether it was the Dalai Wang or the current Jindong Wang, they were surely not individuals he could triflingly provoke. Lu Ding did not follow Tong Xiao's lead, but countered with a question. Why have you chosen to do business with me? Tong Xiao settled in her seat opposite Lu Ding, her figure relaxing as her ample bosom slightly heaved. Unable to disguise her mirth, that I asked the value of the Jindong Wang and the Dalai Wang truly greater than yours. As she spoke, Tong Xiao produced a fresh sheet of paper and sent it floating toward Lu Ding. He caught it, and as his eyes scanned the contents, his pupils constricted sharply. It clearly stated that the Wolf Fong escorts team was missing, with only Lu Ding and his companions potentially arriving in Dongshan City. He was astonished that events occurring within the Beast Mountain range had not escaped the intelligence network of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. In the Dali dynasty, could there truly be information that could elude such a formidable entity? The deaths of the Wolf Fong escort members were surely not unrelated to him. Faced with Tong Xiao's inquiry, Lu Ding's eyes narrowed as he adeptly concealed his shock. I am unaware of what you are referring to. Although he had not concealed his involvement in the deaths of the Wolf Fong escort, he had hastened to Dongshan City immediately afterward. Surely, any investigation would require time. How could the Drunken Immortal Pavilion have discovered the clues so swiftly? Though Tong Xiao appeared to be a beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s, her position as the manager of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion implied extensive experience, that if she had previously harbored suspicions regarding these matters' connection to Lu Ding. The fleeting change in his expression confirmed her suspicions. The disappearance of the Wolf Fong escort members was undoubtedly tied to Lu Ding, and it was highly likely that he was the one responsible. A mere 18-year-old youth possesses the audacity to confront an entire regiment, which includes 3 cultivators of true mastery. The prodigious talent of this young man is likely even more astonishing than the information suggests. Tong Xiao, with an air of confidence and certainty, sipped her spiritual tea calmly. Rest assured, I have long stated that Zue Xianlu has no intention of meddling in your grievances, that my actions are merely to illustrate the capabilities of Zue Xianlu. Now, have you decided whether you wish to conduct business with us? Lu Ding fixed his gaze upon Tong Xiao's face and asked in a low voice. I have but one question. Was my father's death influenced by Lu Ling's covert machinations? Tong Xiao nodded nonchalantly. Of course. Chapter 64. Safety and danger, I did not misjudge. Lu Ding leaned back in his chair, his heart a tumultuous mix of emotions. Given his previous suspicions, he did not respond with the anger he had anticipated. He found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel relieved for finally grasping the truth or enraged that Lu Ling had betrayed his father, leading to the demise of hundreds within the eastern town prince's residence. This matter is a token of goodwill from Zue Xianlu, Tong Xiao said with a gentle smile. All subsequent inquiries will incur charges based on the level of information. Lu Ding nodded, fully aware that Tong Xiao's intent was to curry favor with him. How is my mother faring? After a lengthy hesitation, he finally voiced his most pressing concern of the last report. Your mother's safety at the front lines is assured. Before Lu Ding could exhale in relief, Tong Xiao continued. However, many there covet your mother, so it would be prudent for you to act swiftly, lest unforeseen changes occur. Her words jolted Lu Ding, his heart racing with anxiety. What of Uncle Lin? Has he also conspired with Lu Ling? Lin Zhan and Lu Ling were once his father's trusted aides. Even if Lu Ling had risen to the position of Eastern Town Prince, Lin Zhan should still wield his own influence within the military. That's a new question, which requires additional payment. Tong Xiao replied with a slight smile, her eyes glinting with commercial shrewdness. Additional payment? Very well. Lu Ding produced a storage bag and placed it before Tong Xiao, containing 1,000 premium spiritual stones, a sufficient reward for his inquiries. These stones were trivial compared to the vital information he sought. However, that amount is insufficient. Tong Xiao shook her head. Lu Ding was momentarily taken aback. How could 1,000 premium spiritual stones not suffice? Why don't you simply seize them? Noticing the frustration in Lu Ding's eyes, Tong Xiao smiled brightly. In many instances, intelligence is far more valuable than brute strength. As the saying goes, what is heard is often false. What is seen can be deceiving. What you perceive is merely what others wish for you to see. Without Zui Xianlu, you would have to sift through information painstakingly to uncover reliable truths. Zui Xianlu not only provides information, but also filters it for you. The value far exceeds the price you pay. Lu Ding chose not to engage further with Tong Xiao's words, but instead stated firmly, in short, how much? Simply put, 10,000 premium spiritual stones, or 100 spiritual crystals of any attribute. Lu Ding's lips twitched. Such a demand was outrageous. Even for a sect of the level of Xian Shui Zong, discreetly mining crystal veins was a necessity. 100 spiritual crystals was a price beyond the means of most. Are you not curious if I can afford such a sum? If you cannot, then consider it a favor owed to Zui Xianlu. Tong Xiao replied with an indifferent smile that we at Zui Xianlu are quite pleased to accept favors from talents like you. Lu Ding shook his head and retrieved additional spiritual stones to cover the difference that he preferred not to be indebted to others. Resolving issues with currency was far simpler. Tong Xiao discreetly stowed the storage bag away and said, Lin Zhan has certainly not betrayed you, but he was reassigned from the front lines yesterday, though we have yet to ascertain his whereabouts, and it is possible that someone may soon target your mother. Thank you. Upon hearing that his mother might be in peril, Lu Ding could no longer remain seated, but he quickly rose to take his leave. Tong Xiao smiled as she watched him depart, knowing that Lu Ding might not fully trust Zui Xianlu at present. Nor did she require his trust. However, she was certain that it would not be long before Lu Ding returned to seek her assistance. After leaving Zui Xianlu, Lu Ding felt a jolt run through him. Shaking off the sweat that had accumulated, the strength possessed by Tong Xiao, the proprietor of Zui Xianlu, likely surpassed even the realm of myriad laws. Truly formidable. Merely conversing with her had drenched his inner armor in perspiration. If she were merely a cultivator of that level, he would not have felt such overwhelming pressure. This suggested that the proprietor of Zui Xianlu was likely the most powerful figure in Dongshan City. Indeed, not just anyone could run an establishment like a tavern. Lu Ding retrieved his red fire steed and purchased a map from a street vendor before heading towards the frontline city of Jincheng, where his mother and numerous members of the royal household were stationed. Originally, with his father's former subordinates looking after them, his mother's safety should have been assured. However, now that Lu Ling held power, all previous assumptions might need to be reconsidered. Yet his brief encounter with Zui Xianlu had not led Lu Ding to fully conclude that Lu Ling was one of the masterminds behind his father's death. The stance of Zui Xianlu remained uncertain. While it was true that Zui Xianlu had no need to deceive him, further clues were still required to substantiate his suspicions. Lu Ding and his red fire steed sped forth. And by the dawn of the second day, they arrived at Jincheng. Currently, there were no battles occurring at the eastern border, and the front lines had stationed their troops just outside the city. The various armies of the Delhi dynasty donned similar uniforms. After changing into the attire of 1,000 generals, Lu Ding effortlessly infiltrated the frontline encampment, but he was already quite familiar with the layout of the military camp. After a brief exploration, he pinpointed the location of the logistics camp. Lu Ding's mother and the royal family members were also dispatched to the front line, yet the female members were unlikely to be relegated to the role of bearers of corpses. They would typically be assigned to the logistics camp. While searching within the military camp, Lu Ding spotted a young girl clad in logistics attire struggling to hoist a water bucket from a well. Should Lu Ding have recognized her, he would have immediately identified her as Xiao Mei, his mother's personal maid. Xiao Mei, panting heavily, finally managed to lift the water bucket and set it on the edge of the well, seeking a moment to catch her breath before returning with it. However, at that moment, a figure with shifty eyes stealthily approached from behind. Without warning, the man wrapped his arms around Xiao Mei's waist while his right foot sent the water bucket crashing into the well. Startled by the sudden assault, Xiao Mei shrieked in alarm as the bucket plunged into the depths, rendering her earlier efforts futile. With all her strength, she managed to break free from his grasp. Her eyes ablaze with anger as she glared at him. Mu Fan, you have gone too far. However, the logistic soldier named Mu Fan seemed entirely unfazed, instead gazing greedily at Xiao Mei's figure. That I merely admire you. Is it wrong to have feelings for you? If you had accepted my pursuit earlier, we would not have ended up in this predicament. You should understand my affections. If you were with me, you would never have to perform such menial tasks again. In this logistics camp, no one would dare to bully you. Feeling Mu Fan's unabashed gaze upon her, Xiao Mei was overcome with revulsion. She shot him a disdainful look. I advise you to keep your distance. Otherwise, when Lin Zhan returns, you might find yourself in dire straits. Lin Zhan, upon hearing this name, a flicker of disdain crossed Mu Fan's eyes. Do you truly believe he will return? Xiao Mei was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting as she demanded, What do you mean by that? Mu Fan chuckled, a glimmer of avarice in his gaze as he stepped closer, wrapping an arm around Xiao Mei's shoulders. Let me be frank. Lin Zhan left the military camp some time ago, and this time he will never return. From now on, the 18 cities of the East belong to Lord Liu, and no one can defy his will. My brother is a favored aide of the Liu heir. If you join me, you will live a life of luxury and ease. What do you say? Xiao Mei, panicked, pushed Mu Fan away, her heart racing as she exclaimed, Impossible! That cannot be. Lord Liu and Lord Lin share an unbreakable bond. How could he harm Lord Lin? I must inform the lady. Xiao Mei attempted to bypass Mu Fan to report to her mistress. But he intercepted her. There is nothing impossible about it. If that woman had not once been the sister-in-law of Lord Liu, do you truly believe she would still be safe today? The general has already gone to find her. Her status as the prince's wife will not serve as a shield, but rather entice others to act. As he spoke, Mu Fan burst into laughter, seizing Xiao Mei and swiftly carrying her towards his tent. Chapter 65. Responsibility, let me go. Xiao Mei clenched her fists, relentlessly striking Mu Fan's back. Yet, to Mu Fan, these blows bore no semblance of lethality. Rather, they resembled a form of flirtation. Be honest with me, or I assure you, my brother will show no mercy later. Don't come crying to me. Mu Fan chuckled heartily, raising his hand as if to slap Xiao Mei's rear. However, at that very moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a flying sword hurtled towards him from afar, severing Mu Fan's right arm in an instant. Before his anguished scream could escape his lips, an arrow pierced his throat, rendering him voiceless, though he clung to life. The rupture of his vocal cords left him only capable of emitting feeble whimpers. Xiao Mei plummeted from midair, instinctively covering her eyes in terror. But after a moment of confusion, she realized she had not fallen to the ground. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a figure clad in the armor of a general. Confronted with this unfamiliar visage, Mu Fan was engulfed in horror. He emitted a series of pitiful whines, desperate to summon the other logistic soldiers, while his hands flailed chaotically, attempting to crawl away from this demon before him. Lu Ding narrowed his eyes, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from him, but he remained silent, instead forming his fingers into the shape of a sword and swiftly severing Mu Fan's tendons in an instant. At this point, escape was but a distant dream for Mu Fan. Blood gushed from his throat and arm, transforming him into a grotesque figure drenched in red. That it would not be long before he succumbed to the overwhelming loss of blood. Lu Ding did not relent. After dismantling every meridian in Mu Fan's body, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Mei, his expression softening into a gentle smile. Xiao Mei, dear sister, you're the little prince? Xiao Mei stammered, seemingly struggling to reconcile the ruthless figure before her with the once innocent young master who had idled away his days. Lu Ding nodded, smiling as he replied, Indeed, but please refrain from calling me little prince from now on. Upon confirming Lu Ding's identity, Xiao Mei was overwhelmed with joy, instinctively throwing herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Since the prince's demise, the lady had wept incessantly. Had it not been for her lingering affection for the young master, she would have surely followed the prince into death. Initially, there was Lord Lin Zhan to provide some care, but since his departure on a mission 2 days prior, the logistics camp had become increasingly unruly. It was not uncommon for soldiers to harass the Lady Da Du San, Wang Wu, and many others had met their ends at the hands of these logistics personnel. Furthermore, the general in the logistics camp had even sought to humiliate the lady, yet had been thwarted only by her noble status. Should Lord Lin Zhan fail to return soon, it would not be long before they truly turned their malice upon her. Xiao Mei recounted her experiences in fragmented sentences. Feeling increasingly wronged, her mother had originally been a maidservant to the lady, but had succumbed to illness brought on by the harsh conditions of the border. Thus Xiao Mei became the lady's maid. It could be said that she had grown up within the walls of the prince's residence. Due to her mother's connections, the servants of the Eastern Town prince's residence had always treated her with kindness. When had she ever endured such indignities? Lu Ding gently patted Xiao Mei's back, soothing her distress. There. It's all right now that I have returned, and from this day forth, no one shall dare to bully you." With Lu Ding's return, Xiao Mei felt as though she had found her anchor, her emotions gradually stabilizing. Just then, she noticed the near-lifeless Mu Fan, and her expression turned frantic, gripping Lu Ding's hand tightly. Her eyes filled with worry. She urged, "Young master, you must leave. If they discover you have killed someone, the generals at the front will surely not spare you. Do not fret. It is they who should be considering the consequences." Lu Ding replied with a soft smile, exuding a calming presence that eased Xiao Mei's anxiety. "Isn't Uncle Lin Zhan looking after you?" Lu Ding inquired, probing gently, unconvinced by the rumors from the Xian Lu. Xiao Mei hesitated, cautiously explaining. "The lady said that he is now the newly appointed Eastern Town Prince and must be impartial, and just that if the court discovers he is favoring us, not only will Lord Lu lose his position, but our lives will also be in jeopardy." Lu Ding's expression darkened, a chill settling in his heart. It was highly likely that his mother had been deceived by Lu Ling. How could the esteemed Eastern Town Prince, stationed at the front, neglect the welfare of his sister-in-law and the family of his deceased brother? If he failed to comprehend this, his position as the Eastern Town Prince would be in peril. Concerned for his mother, Lu Ding refrained from further questioning and helped Xiao Mei onto the back of the Qi Huiju. "Xiao Mei, where's my mother now?" "Young master, I will take you to her." This marked Xiao Mei's first experience riding a horse. She clutched the reins tightly, trembling with fear, unwilling to let go. Yet upon noticing the Qi Huiju, offered no resistance and subtly supported her. She gradually relaxed as the two prepared to depart. Mu Fan, lying in a pool of blood, hoarsely screamed once more. But Lu Ding showed him no mercy, nor did he grant him a path to escape. For the Eastern Town Army, even the most formidable force would only yield a first-tier alchemist, and no alchemist of that caliber could possibly save Mu Fan, even with all their might. Lu Ding intended for Mu Fan to slowly experience the frailty of his body, until death claimed him. This was the price for insulting his family. With his father deceased, it was now Lu Ding's responsibility to protect his mother, relatives, and the other residents of the prince's residence. This was not contingent upon whether he was a reincarnated being. It was merely a matter of adhering to his own conscience. The two soon arrived deep within the logistics camp, where one tent stood out, notably newer than the others. "Stay back." Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from within the tent. "Oh no, it's my mother." Lu Ding's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Mei stared in astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. She had been so preoccupied with explaining the situation to the young master that she had completely forgot he was merely an ordinary person of the postnatal realm. Yet, having seen the world, Xiao Mei quickly recognized that the young master's current strength far exceeded that of an average postnatal practitioner. "Lord, may both the lady and the young master remain safe." Meanwhile, a group of sneaky figures stealthily approached from all directions. When did this Xiao Mei girl acquire such a fine steed? Who cares? The Eastern Town Prince's residence has long had all its assets confiscated. This must have been hidden away. This mount is clearly not an ordinary beast. If we present it to the general, we can expect to rise in status. Chapter 66. Despair before death inside the tent. A burly man in his 40s lounged in a chair, legs crossed, greedily eyeing Su Shiju, who huddled on the bed. "That's Su Shiju. Do you still believe you are the same lady of the prince as before?" "Li Jingxia, I warn you to keep your distance, or when Lin Zhan returns, you will not escape unscathed." Though Su Shiju cowered in the corner, her voice still carried the weight of someone accustomed to power. As the former mistress of the Eastern Town Prince's residence, her strength, though not as formidable as Lu Che's, still placed her in the mid-stage of the true method realm. Had her cultivation not been crippled during that incident, even with 100 of Li Jingxia's bravado, he would never have dared to take advantage of her. Li Jingxia dismissed Su Shiju's threat with a scoff, amusement dancing in his eyes. Do you truly believe anyone in the Eastern Town Army still wishes to die for Lu Che? All those who once stood by him have perished at the hands of the king and Lord Lu. If not for the bond of brotherhood with Lin Zhan, Lord Lu would have acted against him long ago. Now, Lin Zhan finds himself in peril. This is merely the consequence of his own choices. And as for you women left in the army, you are not the only ones who attract attention. Li Jingxia toyed with a jade ornament in his hand, as if recounting a trivial matter. Your status as the prince's lady does not shield you. Rather, it incites others to devour you. Those who have faced death on the battlefield will find beauty in even the most unremarkable of women. Many have longed to sample the flavor of the prince's lady. Only by aligning with me can you ensure your safety. Otherwise, you cannot guarantee that someone won't commit an unthinkable act against you. Li Jingxia's threats were unabashed. As long as he could make Su Shiju willingly submit, he could taste a power that rivaled the Eastern Town Prince. As for his promise to protect her from others' bullying, anyone who believed such words was a fool. Those like him would say anything to achieve their desires, devoid of any credibility. Su Shiju, not a naive fool, naturally saw through Li Jingxia's deceit. Li Jingxia, did my husband ever mistreat you during his leadership? Why would you willingly become Lu Ling's lapdog, betraying my husband? Convey to Xiao Mei and the others that Lu Ling's actions stem from a sense of being cornered. It is merely Su Shiju's attempt to stabilize their emotions. With her perspective, she can naturally discern that Lu Ling no longer regards her as an elder sister-in-law. Betrayal. Li Jingxia seemed to hear the greatest of jokes, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Where in this world is there betrayal? Who decreed that I, as a general under Lu Che, must serve him loyally? Following Lord Lu, I can access an abundance of cultivation resources. I am merely one step away from breaking through to the true law realm. And what of following Lu Che? Everything is bound by military merit. When will I ever accumulate the resources necessary to transcend to the true law realm? We, who risk our lives, do so for these very resources, do we not? At this juncture, Li Jingxia's gaze turned icy. I have had enough of living in uncertainty, where today's meal does not guarantee tomorrow's. Once I reach the true law realm, I shall resign and return home to reign as my own sovereign. Who can challenge me? Just the thought of the carefree life awaiting him for hundreds of years made Li Jingxia's imagination run wild. He stepped forward, standing atop the bed, looking down at Su Shiju. While I still possess patience, I advise you to contemplate this carefully. Otherwise, when my patience runs dry, the ensuing outcome may not be so favorable. Just then, a sudden rush of wind pierced the air. Whoosh! A violet arrow shot through the tent, instantly piercing Li Jingxia's calf. Duh! Li Jingxia screamed in agony, clutching his leg and collapsing to the ground. His face twisted in pain as he warily regarded the young figure who entered through the tent flap. Upon recognizing the individual's countenance, he appeared as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible! How could it be you? How? Are you surprised to see me? The smirk that graced Lu Ding's lips resembled that of a demon's to Li Jingxia. Are you frightened now that you see me? Even Su Shiju, curled up on the windowsill, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Did I it truly you, Ding? Lu Ding's frosty demeanor instantly softened as he smiled gently at his mother. Mother, it is I that, however. I must first deal with this scoundrel. As Lu Ding spoke, he slightly raised his hand. Just as Li Jingxia was about to cry out for help, his throat erupted in a mist of crimson, similar to Mu Fan before him. Li Jingxia lost the ability to utter a sound. His pupils dilated, and even Lu Che, at his peak, had never instilled such terror in him. As a former general under Lu Che, Li Jingxia was well aware that Lu Ding had once been a mere wastrel. Unless a remarkable opportunity arose, his innate frailty and wasted spiritual roots rendered him hopeless of ever attaining the true law realm. Yet, the technique that had just grievously wounded him was undeniably the work of the true law realm. This revelation left Li Jingxia's mind in a state of paralysis. The only certainty he held was that he could never be Lu Ding's match. Rendered voiceless, Li Jingxia could only kneel before the young man, repeatedly bowing his head in apology, desperately emitting muffled pleas for mercy, hoping Lu Ding would spare his life. just a minute ago, did you ever envision yourself in such a predicament? Lu Ding's eyes narrowed, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Cultivators in this world can generally be divided into two categories. Point one seeks enlightenment and longevity through cultivation, finding no greater joy than the path of cultivation itself. The other, like Li Jingxia, is compelled to cultivate, not for the pursuit of power, but for a better life to provide for family and descendants. There is no hierarchy between these two types. They are merely different choices. He could empathize with Li Jingxia's desire for a better life, but he would not permit Li Jingxia to betray the royal house in pursuit of that life, especially not to harm his mother. Li Jingxia anxiously raised his head, gesturing frantically. Are you implying that all of this was orchestrated by Lu Ling? Upon hearing this, Li Jingxia's pupils constricted, and without time to marvel at how Lu Ding knew this, he nodded vigorously. Lu Ding shook his head, gazing at Li Jingxia with pity. The TOB used as a pawn without even realizing it. How foolish you were if you had truly acted as Lu Ling instructed. The news would have spread throughout the military the very next day that at that point, my mother would become a figure of disgrace, driven to despair. And you, as the instigator, would merely serve as a tool to facilitate Lu Ling's and my father's fraternal bond. After absorbing Lu Ding's explanation, Li Jingxia slumped to the ground, utterly despondent. So, the promise from Lord Lu to assist him in attaining the true law realm was merely a fade. He never intended for Li Jingxia to survive from the start. Before Li Jingxia could finish his thoughts, the arrow of the waning moon pierced through his chest. Lu Ding's revelations were merely intended to ensure that Li Jingxia felt despair in his final moments, not a sign that he would be spared. Chapter 67. Mother and son reunited to Dinger. You must have endured considerable hardship on your journey here. Upon seeing Li Jingxia sprawled in a pool of blood, Su Shizhu exhibited no trace of panic. The mistress of the royal house had once fought her way through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Even though she had refrained from combat in recent years, she would not become unmoored by a single death. Her only concern was for her family. With Lu Che gone, her sole remaining hope was Lu Ding. Hearing her words, Lu Ding could no longer restrain his tears, that he called out, "Mother!" and threw himself into Su Shizhu's embrace. After arriving in this world, Lu Ding had little contact with Su Shizhu and had been separated from her. Yet, as a soul reborn, he could not change the bond of blood. Unlike others, Su Shizhu did not solely focus on Lu Ding's extraordinary abilities. She worried about the hardships he must have faced to grow to this point. Her words touched the softest corners of Lu Ding's heart, allowing him, for the first time in this world, to experience the warmth of family. Su Shizhu gently patted Lu Ding's back, as if he were still a child seeking comfort. Through his spiritual sense, Lu Ding sensed that a group was surrounding Xiaomei outside the tent. However, he had no intention of intervening. Even the strongest among them were merely at the innate level, in the presence of the Grandmaster level Red Fire Steed. No matter how many there were, they were merely fodder. The Red Fire Steed, ablaze with flames, charged forth, silencing its foes with ease. After a brief moment of solace in his mother's embrace, Lu Ding wiped away the tears from his face. "Mother, I am fine. But we must leave here quickly." All right, Su Shizhu did not inquire further. Her son had grown, and as a mother, she merely needed to support him and fulfill her maternal duties. Lu Ding produced a storage ring and handed it to Su Shizhu. Filled with the cultivation resources he had acquired, numerous foundation-building pills, foundation-building elixirs, and true law pills, as for the lower-tier chi-gathering pills and spirit-gathering pills, there were countless quantities. Su Shizhu merely glanced at them and gasped in astonishment. Though the Eastern Town Royal House had resources, it could hardly accumulate enough to sustain the multitude of practitioners it housed. Lu Ding's personal stock surpassed that of the former royal house. However, she quickly offered a wry smile to Dinger. "You should keep these for yourself." Noticing Lu Ding's puzzled expression, Su Shizhu explained, "In order to prevent our resurgence, every capable person in the royal house, including myself, has had their dantians crippled. Even with cultivation resources, we cannot cultivate." Lu Ding remained silent for a moment before responding solemnly. "Do not worry, mother. I will find a way to ask the heir of the Great Li Kingdom. Xiao Yongyan could not personally carry out executions. Those who did so would not be particularly powerful, unable to fully destroy the Dantian. That if a Dantian were to be destroyed, it would require at least a 7th-tier alchemist to concoct a pill to restore it. However, If it were merely damaged, a fourth-tier alchemist could produce the corresponding remedy. Although Lu Ding did not possess the recipes for such pills, attaining the status of a fourth-tier alchemist would not be an issue for him. The immediate priority was to leave this place and rapidly enhance his alchemical skills. At that moment, Lu Ding suddenly recalled a location, Drunken Immortal Tower. The Drunken Immortal Tower wielded immense power, spanning the entire eastern state and multiple dynasties. Such a force undoubtedly had high-tier alchemists in residence. Su Shiju felt a surge of emotion. Even if she could no longer cultivate in the future, it would suffice for her son to possess such aspirations. As someone who had once reached the True Law realm, she understood the arduous path of cultivation. Lu Ding's rapid ascent from a frail state to the True Law realm in just a few months, even with opportunities, likely required him to endure hardships beyond ordinary comprehension to achieve his current standing. Moreover, alchemy is notoriously reliant on mentorship and talent. Without a teacher's guidance, mastering the art of alchemy is akin to climbing the heavens. With a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Ding lifted the flap of the tent. Outside the encampment, dozens of soldiers from the logistics unit lay sprawled on the ground, some clutching their legs. Others rolling about in anguish. Su Shiju, observing the helpless Xiao Mei perched atop the magnificent red steed, immediately understood. It was undoubtedly the doing of the fiery horse. What a splendid steed it is! Pleased by Su Shiju's praise, the red steed proudly tossed its head. Lu Ding shook his head with a wry smile, producing a specially concocted pill and tossing it to the fiery horse, which raised its head and swallowed it with satisfaction. That moment, the hour for breakfast had arrived, and the anguished cries of dozens soon attracted many of the logistics unit soldiers. Lu Ding hastily assisted his mother, Su Shiju, onto the back of the red steed, preparing to carve a bloody path out of the military camp. However, just then, Su Shiju suddenly expressed her concern. Dinger, your second uncle, and many others from the royal manor are still within the logistics unit. Su Shiju did not insist that Lu Ding rescue them all, but was merely worried that Lu Ling might use the surviving members of the royal manor as hostages against them. As for Lu Ding's choice to rescue or not, Su Shiju would not intervene. All right, Lu Ding merely replied, turning to the crowd that had gathered around them. From all directions, there were at least 200 to 300 people encircling Lu Ding and the others. These soldiers bore various weapons, their expressions wary as they regarded Lu Ding. Only a few logistic soldiers cowered behind this group of combatants. When the soldiers recognized Lu Ding's appearance, they were momentarily taken aback. The young prince? The case of the Eastern Town King had transpired only a few months prior. Although many steadfast soldiers had been executed, the King of Dali and Lu Ling could not possibly purge the entire Eastern Town army. Ultimately, many could still recognize Lu Ding's identity. Lu Ding snorted coldly, the Gale Bow appearing in his hand. Since you are aware of my identity, why do you not clear the way? I shall grant you but one opportunity. Do not force my hand. At that moment, a soldier, a 1,000-man commander, suddenly stepped forward. With a face full of beard and a voice like thunder, he raised his spear and shouted angrily at Lu Ding. When Lu Che was still around, we would respectfully address you as young prince. But now that Lu Che has fallen, the Eastern Town army belongs to Lord Lu. You think to leverage your identity to force us away? Not a chance. He then turned to the surrounding soldiers, scolding them fiercely. What are you waiting for? Step forward and capture this rogue. Otherwise, if the Lord holds you accountable, who among you can bear the consequences? In his eyes, Lu Ding's ability to reach this point and injure so many logistic soldiers indicated he had some backing as a 1,000-man commander. He need not put himself at risk. As long as the soldiers captured Lu Ding, the credit would still belong to him. The surrounding soldiers exchanged glances, yet no one moved. Lu Ding let out a cold laugh, noisy, and in the next instant, an arrow was loosed. Chapter 68. Not a single one can be missed. Whoosh! The arrow of the moonshot soared through the air. Hearing the sound of the wind, the 1,000-man commander felt a surge of alarm and attempted to retreat, but his body felt as if it were frozen in place. Unable to budge, his heart raced in terror as the arrow of the moonshot pierced through his chest in a horrifying instant. His eyes slowly dulled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Gulp! Hundreds of soldiers swallowed hard, their pupils dilating, as they were momentarily stunned by this display. Among the soldiers, a few dark-eyed 100-man commanders, who were spies planted by Lu Ling within the army. were horrified to witness this scene, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Being seasoned veterans of the Eastern Town Army, they knew Lu Ding was supposed to be a mere useless individual, yet he had effortlessly slain a 1,000-man commander at the master level. What extraordinary power! In their eyes, this was undoubtedly the work of a celestial being. Exchanging glances, they hurriedly blended into the crowd, seeking to report back to their generals. However, just as they had taken a few steps, their bodies suddenly exploded. Boom! Their forms burst apart like fireworks, leaving not a single intact corpse behind. The surrounding soldiers, though uninjured, were splattered with blood, leaving them utterly horrified. "It's the young prince," someone in the crowd shouted. And soon, hundreds of soldiers knelt to the ground, chanting the name of the young prince. Lu Ding, drawing back the gale bow, intended to quell the remaining soldiers that he had already afforded them an opportunity. Since they were unwilling to leave at the first instant, he could hardly be blamed for his mercilessness. Yet his arm was suddenly grasped by Su Shiju. Turning around, he saw her eyes glistening with tears as she shook her head at him. "They are, after all, your father's former subordinates. Spare them their lives." But they were merely ordinary soldiers, many of whom were likely unaware of the circumstances that to them. Orders from their superiors represented everything. Su Shiju spoke softly. "Earlier, Wang Jie was here. Disobeying Wang Jie's orders and attacking you is already their utmost limit, but if they were to retreat now, whether you win or Wang Jie wins, they would face military law and cannot escape death. Standing here is already the best they can do." Lu Ding fell silent, then nodded. "Very well. I shall heed my mother." He then turned back to the soldiers and shouted, "Why are you not leaving at once?" The crowd bowed deeply before hastily exiting the military camp. "Mother, do you know where the others are located?" Lu Ding inquired as he turned back. That Su Shiju pointed in a direction, and Lu Ding guided the red steed toward it with urgency. However, before long, yet another group of unwitting individuals surrounded them. These hundreds of people came with a fierce demeanor, clearly not friendly. "Since you seek death, do not blame me," Lu Ding scoffed, drawing back his bowstring. Countless water-blue, translucent arrows materialized out of thin air, and as Lu Ding's bowstring quivered, they were launched forth. The torrential downpour of arrows descended like a deluge, swiftly engulfing the area where the hundreds of soldiers stood. A cacophony of agonized cries erupted. Even those who sensed the impending danger found no opportunity to flee amidst the overwhelming disparity of strength. Not a single soldier among the hundreds survived. The corpses of the fallen littered the ground, obstructing their path forward. Soon, Lu Ding and the others encountered his second uncle, who was in the stable, cleaning up after the warhorses. "Second uncle, stop that and come with me." Lu Jun, his face smeared with filth, stood up, staring blankly at the familiar young face and the sister-in-law atop the magnificent steed. His clothes were stained with excrement, emanating a foul odor. Lu Ding did not show any disdain. Instead, he utilized his spiritual energy to cleanse Lu Jun's attire and then handed him a change of clothes. Simultaneously, Lu Ding produced a rejuvenation pill and fed it to his uncle, that he could see that. Over these months, besides feeding the horses, his uncle had endured considerable hardships, evident from the many whip marks on his body. Although he could not practice cultivation at present, this pill would help heal Lu Jun's injuries. Subsequently, he issued a command to the warhorses in the stable. Having reached an intermediate level in horsemanship during the battles at the front lines against the Great Yan dynasty, Lu Ding found it exceedingly easy to command these warhorses, whose highest realm was merely innate. Lu Jun, bewildered by these unfolding events, could barely comprehend them until his sister-in-law Su Shiju explained, allowing his mind to slowly adapt. His own nephew had actually achieved the true law realm? What an absurd notion! Yet he also knew that they could not linger here. Hastily mounting his horse, as a former general of the Eastern Town Army, Lu Jun possessed some skills in horsemanship. Even without cultivation, he could manage the warhorse without Lu Ding's assistance. That moment, the red steed showcased its majestic prowess. It raised its neck, letting out a mighty whinny, and charged forward with dozens of warhorses following. The sound of their hooves echoed like drums, quickly reaching the frontline camp. By the time the startled generals of the Eastern Town Army arrived, Lu Ding had already gathered all surviving members of the royal manor. 54 individuals in total. Each bore significant injuries, evidently having endured considerable suffering in recent days. With Su Shiju leading the distribution of healing pills, the physical wounds of the crowd swiftly healed. Initially, some were reluctant to burden others, wishing to remain behind alone, but after Su Shiju's firm persuasion, they all mounted their war horses. Just as they were about to charge out of the frontline camp, they were intercepted by a rugged warrior clad in golden armor adorned with tiger motifs. Lu Ding did not recognize this individual, surmising that he was not one of the direct generals of the former Eastern Town Army. Just in time, the armored general sneered. Trespassing into the frontline camp and slaying hundreds of soldiers provides the perfect pretext for the king to eliminate the remnants. The infamy of the king of Dali's benevolence had spread far and wide, and at this moment, Lu Ding's sudden emergence, while instilling some trepidation in the king of Dali, conveniently offered the king an opportunity to strike. With such charges laid against him, no one could save Lu Ding. Not long after, several generals appeared high in the sky, gazing down with an air of superiority at Lu Ding. However, they quickly averted their eyes, turning instead to the rugged general, who spoke nonchalantly. "Huang Man, don't even think about claiming all the credit for yourself." Huang Man snorted coldly. "You lot, usually as timid as turtles, are suddenly quite eager now that glory is at hand." Their self-congratulatory chatter displayed a blatant disregard for Lu Ding. "The DOU wish to claim credit without consulting me." Lu Ding's voice was calm, yet it harbored an undercurrent of lethal intent. Huang Man, meeting Lu Ding's gaze, felt an inexplicable jolt of fear, causing both him and his steed to instinctively retreat. Chapter 69. Enlightenment. Do you truly consider yourself a significant figure? Realizing he had lost composure and feeling humiliated, Huang Man erupted in fury. "Even if Lu Che were alive today, he couldn't save your wretched life." Yet before he could make a move, Lu Ding's expression darkened. "You seek death." As his words fell, Lu Ding's aura erupted violently, an overwhelming oppressive force radiating outward, leaving Huang Man and the other generals of the Eastern Town Army pale with fear. Was this the aura of the true Law Realm? Although the Eastern Town Army was slightly stronger than both the Tiger Might Army and the Yan'an Army, their power was merely a notch above Zheng Yuanfang's group and had not yet reached the true Law Realm. Under the pressure of the true Law Realm, they felt as though they could hardly breathe. The generals, who had been hovering in the air, could no longer maintain their footing and plummeted to the ground. In the next moment, Lu Ding swiftly drew his sword, the Long Yuan sword, its chilling brilliance spanning dozens of meters. Huang Man's pupils constricted, his face contorting in a grimace as he exerted every ounce of strength to break free from the oppressive force. But it was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the Long Yuan sword drew nearer, until it pierced through his chest. A faint sound of penetration followed. Ugh! Huang Man let out a heart-wrenching scream before crashing to the ground. Lu Ding's gaze once again fell upon the few generals, whose faces were filled with terror. "Who permitted you to fly in the air?" Under the guidance of his spiritual power, the Long Yuan sword danced gracefully like a butterfly, leaving trails of blood on the bodies of the generals. Blood splattered as the 5 generals fell one after another, meeting their demise on the spot, their faces still etched with unwillingness as they faced death. Thousands of soldiers instinctively took a step back, their eyes regarding Lu Ding as though he were a demon. "How dare you kill a general of the Eastern Town Army?" A furious roar echoed from afar, followed by several powerful figures appearing before the crowd. Upon seeing the leader among them, Su Shiju's expression turned icy. "Fang Bo, I never expected you to become Lu Ling's lackey." Fang Bo was one of the main generals of the Eastern Town Army, a rare practitioner of the true Law Realm among Lu Che's 3 brothers. However, he was significantly older than Lu Che and lacked their talent for cultivation. Additionally, there were 2 other generals in the Eastern Town Army who had reached the true Law Realm. One had been executed by King Xiao Yongyan of the Great Li for swearing to follow Lu Che to the death, while the other had feigned illness to abstain from choosing sides. Hearing Su Shiju's words, Fang Bo merely sneered. "What a derogatory term, lackey. Even if I were to serve, it would be under the Great King, not Lu Ling. Lu Che has long harbored treasonous intentions. Must we also follow him to our deaths? Zhou Yin has already accompanied Lu Che to the grave. I am far from finished living." Zhou Yin was another main general of the Eastern Town Army, and among those Lu Ding had brought out. There were also family members of Zhou Yin. The audacity of betrayal, couched in such lofty rhetoric, was utterly contemptible. Lu Ding regarded Fang Bo with a detached gaze, as if observing a corpse. Fang Bo, wearing a forced smile, taunted, A mere child who hasn't even grown a full set of hair believes he is invincible just because he has reached the true law realm. If you had the sense to lie low until your cultivation was perfected, perhaps I would have had trouble dealing with you. But as a fellow practitioner of the true law realm, today I shall show you the true might of someone who has immersed himself in the true law realm for years. Lu Ding's eyes narrowed slightly, and he replied with a smile, "Isn't it simply a matter of lacking talent, remaining stagnant in the true law realm for a century? One might mistake you for being formidable." Upon hearing this, Fong Bo's expression darkened. "You audacious brat. Today, let me show you how you shall meet your demise." He crossed his hands, conjuring a visible spear of spiritual consciousness above his head, which then surged forward with incredible speed towards Lu Ding's sea of consciousness. Fong Bo was not entirely wrong. Practitioners who linger in the same realm for many years may not see a significant increase in strength, but their accumulated spiritual consciousness would be far more formidable than others. Even if Fong Bo were to overestimate Lu Ding, assuming Lu Ding had been training since birth, he would only have around 18 or 19 years of experience to challenge a seasoned practitioner of the true law realm in terms of spiritual consciousness. That would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Spiritual consciousness attacks must be countered with spiritual consciousness. This was Fong Bo's confidence in being able to crush Lu Ding. Su Shiju's face was filled with an uncontrollable concern. Having once been in the true law realm herself, she understood the difficulties posed by Fong Bo's technique. Had it been before Su Shiju lost her powers, she would have easily dealt with it. However, for a newly ascended practitioner of the true law realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to resist. "Mother, do not worry. Such a lowly insect I can extinguish with ease." Lu Ding smiled gently, gathering his spiritual consciousness into a massive hammer, launching it forward. Clang. The piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Fong Bo's face contorted grotesquely as he revealed an expression of utter terror. The spear of spiritual consciousness he had conjured was shattered almost instantaneously by Lu Ding's hammer. Not only that, but with each successive strike of the hammer, his spiritual consciousness began to dissipate. As the backlash hit him, Fong Bo felt as if countless silver needles were piercing his sea of consciousness, his head throbbing with pain. But the terror he felt was far from over. Lu Ding's spiritual consciousness hammer pressed on, striking Fong Bo's sea of consciousness with precision. The perfectly controlled force shattered his spiritual consciousness body in an instant. After years of cultivation, Fong Bo's shattered spiritual consciousness left him as vulnerable as a bucket with its planks dismantled, his power dissipating uncontrollably. For someone who had cultivated for over 100 years, this was a fate more torturous than death. "Envoy, save me." Fong Bo's voice, pleading for help, was abruptly cut off as he collapsed heavily to the ground, devoid of life. Behind Lu Ding, Su Shiju's face flashed with surprise, while Lu Jun and the others stood agape, utterly astonished and speechless. Lu Ding heard the system notification sound in his ear. "Congratulations. Host, you have successfully slain the true law realm practitioner Fong Bo, all attributes 7,000, lifespan 2 years, spiritual power 150000. Congratulations, host. You have experienced a stroke of luck and gained a swordsmanship enlightenment opportunity." In an instant, an unfamiliar scene unfolded before Lu Ding's eyes. A giant monkey, towering like a small mountain, at least 6 to 7 meters tall, charged at him wielding a wooden stick. In the next moment, Lu Ding's body moved uncontrollably, soaring into the air on his sword. Swish! The Long Yuan sword cleaved through the monkey's throat, severing its head in an instant. A swift kill. Scenes of sword cultivators battling various demons and practitioners rapidly unfolded in Lu Ding's mind like a flipbook. It felt as if years had passed. When he opened his eyes, his understanding of swordsmanship had reached an unprecedented realm. Chapter 70. Flame Flower Massacre Formation. Sword Intent. Lu Ding had finally grasped the sword intent. For a sword cultivator, the sword intent was undoubtedly the most formidable asset. Many who pursued the sword would spend their entire lives without mastering the sword intent. Such individuals, while still sword cultivators, were incomparable to those who had attained the true essence of sword intent. Like a dull horse compared to a qilin, like a firefly against the bright moon, Lu Ding, comprehending the realm of sword intent, realized that should he wield his sword in battle now, his power would increase at least 5-fold. As the level of sword intent grew, this enhancement would only strengthen. At present, he had merely begun to grasp the sword intent. Initially, he thought that mastering the sword intent before reaching the true law realm would be an impressive feat, but now it seemed that advancing too swiftly could also be a burden. Lu Ding silently chuckled at his own thoughts that Su Shiju, standing closest to Lu Ding, sensed a sharpness emanating from him, as if he were a sword capable of effortlessly cutting through gold and jade. Naturally forged. Although this feeling dissipated quickly, with Su Shiju's keen insight, she was certain she had not misjudged. Could it be that Dinger has already mastered the sword intent? Su Shiju murmured to herself. Her heart filled with astonishment that Tio mastered the sword intent in the true law realm, even in the vast eastern province, would be considered a prodigious talent. Once Lu Ding had reigned in his sword intent. He turned to the lurking figures among the crowd. Envoys of the Great Li, will you come forth on your own, or shall I extend an invitation? As his words fell, 8 black-robed cultivators emerged from the crowd, standing in all directions around Lu Ding, encircling him at the center. These black-robed practitioners bore striking resemblances, as if sculpted from the same mold. The leader appeared to be a few years older. Casting an appreciative gaze upon Lu Ding, you are indeed formidable. Even the king's son may not possess your strength at such a young age. This statement left the thousands of soldiers around them momentarily stunned. Recognition from an enemy serves as a testament to one's prowess. Spoken by a messenger of the Great Li King, it further highlighted the exceptional talent of Lu Ding. The king has commanded us to remain here to ascertain whether Lu Che has any hidden tricks. The black-robed cultivator chuckled coldly. Little did we expect that instead of Lu Che's hidden cards, we would encounter a prodigy like you. However, the more monstrous your abilities, the less likely you are to survive. Your prowess will serve as our leverage to claim credit with the king. With that, he and the other 7 black-robed cultivators simultaneously formed intricate hand seals, and an enigmatic fiery formation suddenly materialized. Fiery blossoms erupted within the formation, instantly transforming the surroundings into a sea of flames. Under Lu Ding's command, the Chi Huiju and the others swiftly retreated, leaving Lu Ding enveloped within the formation. The fiery blossoms extinguished life. The spiritual energy in the air seemed to nourish the blossoming flames. This was a trump card prepared to suppress someone like Lu Che, an invincible figure in the true law realm. The combined efforts of 8 practitioners of the true law realm had forged a deadly array of blazing flowers, undeniably invincible within their realm. Even should a practitioner from the myriad laws realm arrive, victory was by no means assured. As the fiery blossoms erupted around Lu Ding, unleashing terrifying might, he simply gripped the Long Yuan sword and swung it down. In the blink of an eye, the unbloomed fiery blossoms were cleaved in twain by the glimmering blade. The energy of the fiery flower formation, although seemingly inexhaustible, posed no threat to Lu Ding. The leading black-robed cultivator's gaze sharpened, his hands forming seals once more. The extinguished fiery blossoms coalesced into a massive fire serpent, hissing as it tore through the air. Yet Lu Ding merely scoffed, causing the Long Yuan sword to quiver slightly in his hand, that a white mist of frost surged forth, dousing the surrounding inferno entirely. This frost quickly coalesced into a colossal wave, crashing down upon the fire serpent. The serpent let out a pitiful shriek before being obliterated, and the residual force of the wave struck the fiery flower formation. Boom! A resounding clash echoed through the air as the pride of the 8 true law cultivators, the fiery flower formation, began to tremble precariously. The scorching fire elemental energy seemed to encounter its nemesis, dwindling to mere flickers. The 8 were filled with terror, blood oozing from their noses, ears, and mouths from the backlash. Ugh! The weakest among them fell to the ground, writhing in agony. This formation was not merely a gathering of spiritual energy. It was crafted using their combined mental prowess. Should they falter, the consequences could range from severe injury to instant death. The leading black-robe cultivator's eyes widened in horror, astonished that their combined forces, having dominated the true law realm for decades, could falter against a mere youth. At the same time, sensing Lu Ding's extraordinary sword mastery, an unbelievable conjecture arose within the black-robed cultivator's mind. Sword intent. Even among the royal family, apart from the king himself, only the 6th prince, a prodigious talent, had grasped the sword intent. a true monstrosity. He must not survive. The black-robed cultivator, too enraged to hesitate, swallowed a medicinal pill to staunch his wounds and then gathered his breath, darting towards Su Shiju and the others. His mental faculties severely compromised, he could no longer directly assault Su Shiju and the others. Although the fiery flower formation teetered on the brink, its residual energy still posed an obstacle for Lu Ding. He had to seize this opportunity to capture Su Shiju and the others as hostages to threaten Lu Ding. Quickly retreat. Su Shiju commanded the others to withdraw hastily, positioning herself and Qi Huiju at the forefront. The fiery mane of Qi Huiju flickered erratically, filled with trepidation, yet it did not retreat. It summoned a blazing shield in an attempt to block the black-robed cultivator's strike. Witnessing this, Lu Ding erupted with fury. "Do you think I would allow you to act so brazenly?" With a flick of his fingers, he commanded the Long Yuan sword, cleaving through the space and creating a gash in the formation. Buzz! The resounding cry of the sword seemed to shake the very fabric of the air around them. This moment, the black-robed cultivator unleashed a desperate assault, his arms trembling as the residual energy within him detonated explosively behind his calves. He screamed in agony as both his calves were shattered. Yet propelled by the recoil, he lunged towards Su Shiju in a desperate bid. This scene caused Su Shiju and the others to gasp in shock. This man was ruthless to his enemies, but even more so to himself. Enduring the pain in his legs, the black-robed cultivator clawed at Su Shiju, effortlessly shattering the shield conjured by Qi Huiju. The chasm between a Grand Master and someone in the true law realm was insurmountably vast. However, an armor-like luminescent shield materialized, blocking the black-robed cultivator's attack. Chapter 71. Annihilation. Aren't you supposed to be incapacitated? The black-robed cultivator, momentarily taken aback, witnessed his claw thwarted. The shield radiated a heavy aura of earth elemental energy. Not only was he at his wit's end, but even in his prime, he would likely struggle to breach such a formidable defense. "Did you think I would engage you without any precautions?" Lu Ding's calm, yet lethal voice echoed from afar. After honing his technique to enhance the proficiency of the Rock Guardian's skill, he discovered that it could not only safeguard his own safety, but could also coalesce to protect targets within a certain range. This was the confidence that allowed Lu Ding to venture into the fiery flower array, surrounded by these black-robed practitioners. With Lu Ding's words, the Long Yuan sword pierced through the black-robed cultivator's chest. "You are not in the true law realm." The black-robed cultivator managed a final half-sentence before begrudgingly collapsing to the ground. Lu Ding grasped his hand, and the Long Yuan sword soared back to him. "I am not merely in the true law realm. I am only in the early stages of it." Lu Ding murmured softly. "It is simply that you are too weak." The Long Yuan sword swung down decisively. Boom. The sword light swept across, tearing a canyon several dozen feet long into the ground. The severely wounded black-robed cultivators could not escape this strike, all meeting their demise. Congratulations to the host for slaying a true law realm cultivator. All attributes 8,000. Lifespan 2.5 years. Spiritual power 180000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Tier 4 treasure chest. Would you like to open it immediately? The 8 true law cultivators had significantly boosted Lu Ding's attributes once again. However, the higher his realm, the more immense the spiritual power required for further advancement. This influx of energy merely elevated him from the early to the mid-level of the true law realm. Yet in just a few days since reaching the true law realm, he had surpassed others who had spent decades in arduous cultivation. Such a terrifying rate of improvement. Lu Ding did not hasten to open the treasure chest, but instead collected the storage rings of the black-robed cultivators mid-air. Only then did he approach Su Shiju. Apologizing, in the haste of battle, I failed to explain to Mother, causing her distress. I hope for her understanding. Su Shiju smiled. It is nothing. Such trifles cannot frighten me. Nevertheless, the scene of Lu Ding dispatching 8 cultivators of the true law realm left even the battle-hardened Su Shiju in astonishment. Upon witnessing the demise of the black-robed cultivators, the surrounding soldiers scattered like leaves in a storm, fleeing without a trace. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a reflection of the battlefield's nature. Even in genuine warfare, a casualty rate of 30% would signify an exceptional ironclad force. Typically, once casualties exceed 10%, morale within an army would crumble. Hence, high-end combat capabilities and the initial vanguard clash are crucial in warfare. Faced with an opponent like Lu Ding, who seemed nearly invincible, they could hardly muster the courage to resist, with the death of the black-robed cultivators and Lu Ling absent from the military. No one dared to obstruct Lu Ding and his party, allowing them to depart the military camp unimpeded. After leaving the camp, they meandered along the surrounding mountain paths without a clear destination. Under Lu Ding's protection, they need not worry about ambushes from demonic beasts. However, including Su Shiju, most had either spent their lives in the royal palace or the military. Now, having truly left the camp, they were at a loss for where to go. I once built a temporary camp in the wilderness with Che Ji at this moment. Their steadfast anchor, Su Shiju, stepped forward, but since the war progressed smoothly, that camp ultimately went unused. That I believe we can first head to that camp and then decide on our next course of action. Lu Jin promptly stepped forward, expressing his agreement with Su Shiju's decision. Very well. We shall heed your counsel, elder sister-in-law. Aside from Su Shiju, the highest-ranking individuals in the Wang residence were Second Master Lu Jin and the steward Lu Qingyuan. With Lu Jin's acceptance, the other members of the Wang family had no reason to oppose. Only Lu Ding furrowed his brow, asking, "Mother, does Lu Ling know about that place?" Su Shiju was taken aback for a moment, but after a brief hesitation, she nodded that he is aware. Then we cannot go there. Lu Ding declared resolutely, as long as there are still people alive in the military camp, it won't be long before news reaches the Jindong Wang residence. At that point, Lu Ling will undoubtedly send a large force to suppress us. Lu Ling has already broken through to the Wanfeijing realm that I cannot guarantee everyone's safety. What? The others present were taken aback, their faces filled with terror. Old Lu Ling has actually broken through to the Wanfeijing realm? On their journey, they had already learned of Lu Ling's betrayal against the Wang residents, yet they had not been able to adjust their manner of address in time. However, the news of Lu Ling's breakthrough to the Wanfeijing realm left them utterly astounded. Although the difference between the Zhenfeijing and Wanfeijing realms is merely a single character, the disparity in strength is incomprehensible. Just months ago, even Lu Che, the strongest warrior of the Jindong army, and known as Invincible in the Zhenfeijing realm of the Dali dynasty, had only just brushed against the threshold of the Wanfeijing realm. Crossing that threshold typically requires at least 6 months, if not a year. Lu Che was already considered one of the most talented individuals in the entire Dali dynasty. Yet Lu Ling, far inferior to Lu Che, had surprisingly reached the Wanfeijing realm ahead of him. In an instant, despair flooded their eyes. Are we truly unable to avenge the master? One guard lamented. Only Su Shiju and Lu Jin keenly detected the crux of Lu Ding's words. "Dinger, did you just say you can't protect us?" Su Shiju suddenly interjected. "Could it be that you have confidence in defeating him?" Upon hearing this, the others reacted, casting hopeful glances at Lu Ding. Lu Ding smiled. "Perhaps a 50% chance if he doesn't possess any special trump cards that as this statement emerged. The members of the Wang residence collectively sighed in relief. Individuals from the Jindong Wang residence, even maids like Xiao Mei, often heard tales of battlefields. Even Lu Che of the Jindong Wang did not dare claim absolute certainty in any battle. His catchphrase was, "In this battle, I only have a 50% chance." Of course, Lu Che had never lost a battle that in the eyes of the Wang residence members, a 50% chance was essentially a sure victory. Lu Ding pondered for a moment before stating gravely, "The most dangerous place is often the safest place. Second uncle, take everyone to hide in the mountains for a while. My mother and I will make a trip to Dongshan City. Then we will figure out a way to lead everyone out of the Dali dynasty." Lu Jin's expression changed slightly. "Ding, are you trying to throw your life away? If you are discovered in Dongshan City, even if you can defeat Lu Ling, you will likely encounter danger." Dongshan City, being the foremost city on the eastern border and the residence of the Jindong Wang, was far from simple. The city's defensive formation alone could pose a significant challenge to Wanfeijing cultivators. Moreover, there were formidable weapons such as the divine crossbow, capable of inflicting severe injuries on Wanfeijing practitioners. Even if Lu Ding were indeed a Wanfeijing cultivator, if discovered, he would likely meet a grim fate. Chapter 72. Opening 15 treasure chests, no need to worry. Second uncle, Lu Ding replied with calm assurance. As long as I wish to protect myself, even if Lu Ling conducts a thorough search, he could not possibly locate me in the vast expanse of Dongshan City. Besides, if I lacked absolute confidence, I would not dare to put my mother at risk. While in the camp, there was always the concern of a beastly ambush. But in Lu Ding's presence, unless they encountered an existence above Wan Feijing capable of suppressing him, safety was assured. Since Lu Ding had expressed such conviction, Lu Jin chose not to press further. At the very least, Lu Ding would not endanger his own mother. Just then, Su Shiju spoke up. Dinger, it might be best if you go alone. I will wait here with everyone in the camp. Lu Ding wished to persuade her otherwise, but Su Shiju lowered her voice and said, we have only just escaped the military camp, and we still bear the identity of fugitives. It is essential for someone to maintain order. If I leave with you, there may be concerns that we are attempting to flee alone, that it would be better for me to stay here. Those present were all veterans of the Wang residence. If they were to betray, they would not have endured such hardships for so long. However, even if these elders did not harbor suspicions, Su Shiju had to consider their feelings. Lu Ding contemplated this and understood Su Shiju's reasoning. Very well, since mother has made her decision, we shall follow your lead. As they continued on their journey, Lu Ding began to open the treasure chests accumulated from the battle. Li Jingxia, Fong Bo, and 8 black-robe cultivators had collectively provided Lu Ding with 10 fourth-tier treasure chests. The other various generals, whose strengths fell short of Zhen Feijing, had only contributed 5 third-tier treasure chests. Let us start with the third-tier chest. The 5 third-tier treasure chests were opened simultaneously. A kaleidoscope of colors flashed in Lu Ding's mind. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the immobilization pearl. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the cleansing marrow pill. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mid-grade Xian-tier martial skill. 100 steps through the Yang. Congratulations, host, for obtaining alchemist experience, becoming a second-tier alchemist. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the low-grade Xian-tier equipment. Heart-guarding mirror. Aside from the alchemist experience, the attributes of the other 4 items, elixirs, martial skills, and equipment, were laid out before Lu Ding's eyes. The immobilization pearl could immobilize a cultivator of Zhen Feijing or below within a 100-meter radius. The duration of immobilization would vary according to the target's spiritual strength and physical attributes. Most importantly, this immobilization pearl is a directional item. This means that even without precise aim, one need not worry about its effectiveness diminishing. The cleansing marrow pill is an exceedingly rare third-tier elixir. Its greatest value lying in its ability to cleanse and enhance a cultivator's aptitude after consumption. Moreover, due to the exorbitant materials required for the cleansing marrow pill, it is typically only accessible to the younger generation of large factions. Naturally, the effects of the cleansing marrow pill are also limited. It cannot endlessly purify one's aptitude. Lu Ding did not require the effects of the cleansing marrow pill, thus he decided to give it to his mother. 100 Steps Through the Yang is an auxiliary martial skill that can enhance the user's accuracy in archery and, to a certain extent, increase the power of arrows. Mastering it initially can boost archery power by 30%, which Lu Ding considered merely an embellishment. The third-tier heart-guarding mirror is also a valuable item, capable of withstanding a full strike from a Zhen Feijing cultivator, although Lu Ding had no immediate use for it. He could also give it to his mother. However, Lu Ding did not rush, as the main event, the 10 fourth-tier treasure chests, was still to come. The chests gleamed with radiant light, showcasing precious items and equipment before Lu Ding's eyes. Congratulations, host, for opening the 4th-tier treasure chest. You have obtained 2 martial skill points, 1 cultivation point, low-grade earth-tier martial skill, sword control technique, mid-grade earth-tier Mingguang robe. You have obtained 1 demon beast inner core from the Zhen Feijing realm, 1 top-grade 4th-tier elixir, Xian Qi Dan, 1 4th-tier elixir, transformation pill, 1 earth-tier item, silk mask, 1 earth-tier item, thunder burial pearl. That a total of 10 spoils appeared before Lu Ding. Lu Ding directly overlooked the earlier spoils, focusing entirely on the introduction of the Xian Qi Dan. Consuming it can repair and enhance the Dantian, thereby increasing one's cultivation potential to a certain degree. With this, mother can begin her cultivation anew. Lu Ding's heart swelled with joy. His luck was indeed remarkable this time. Just when he needed a pill to restore the Dantian, the treasure chest had delivered it. He eagerly instructed the Qihua horse to halt and quietly handed the elixir to his mother. Su Shiju gazed at the Xian Qi Dan before her, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Even Lu Ding, relying on the system, recognized the effects of the Xian Qi Dan. Su Shiju, not being an alchemist herself, naturally could not identify such a high-tier elixir. Upon Lu Ding revealing its effects to Su Shizhu, her breath quickened with excitement. This is a 4th-tier elixir. Where did you obtain it? Lu Ding chuckled, attributing it all to the system from the legendary realm. While I was in the southern border, I caught the attention of a legendary figure who took me as a disciple. This was one of the gifts he bestowed upon me. However, due to the urgency of the situation earlier, I had no time to search, and only now did I find this elixir. Su Shizhu then nodded in understanding that that's how it is, with a legendary figure's guidance. No wonder Dinger has advanced to the Zenfaging realm in such a short time. However, she did not rush to take it but rather cautioned, Dinger, once you achieve success in your cultivation, be sure to repay your master's kindness. Rest assured, mother, Lu Ding smiled gently. Following this, Su Shizhu eagerly consumed the Xianqi Dan, initiating the process of reconstructing her dantian. The Qi Huiju, attuned to her essence, summoned its spiritual energy to safeguard Su Shizhu's body, facilitating her digestion of the elixir. With the Qi Huiju by her side, even the most arduous paths became as effortless as walking on level ground. After setting aside a lingering concern, Lu Ding turned his attention to the other rewards. Out of 15 treasure chests, only 2 martial arts techniques were revealed. Nevertheless, both by Bu Chuanyang and the art of sword control held considerable value. Although Lu Ding had previously wielded a sword, it had merely been through the force of his formidable consciousness and mental strength, far from the true mastery of sword control, that he began to learn by Bu Chuanyang and Yu Jianshu. A radiant aura descended, and the intricate details of these 2 profound martial arts techniques rapidly unfurled in Lu Ding's mind, akin to a cinematic display that in no time. He grasped the essence of both techniques, as if he had trained for several years. The mid-grade defensive gear, the Ming Guang Pao, boasted exceptional protective attributes. Yet, given Lu Ding's extraordinary physique and the guardianship of the Rock Guardian, coupled with his own possession of profound grade armor, donning the Ming Guang Pao would not significantly enhance his survivability. Thus, he resolved to gift it to his mother. Chapter 73. A Feast of Chickens and Fortresses. System, grant me points. Martial arts points. Flowing Cloud Steps, Rock Guardian. Cultivation points. Dragon Elephant Strength. At the moment of selection, Lu Ding felt a powerful energy coursing through his meridians that he now possessed the strength of the 5 elephants. Although the newly acquired strength of 1 elephant was merely over 100,000 pounds. The amplification from his realm elevated Lu Ding far beyond mere numbers. Among the remaining rewards, the Fixed Body Pearl and the Thunder Burial Pearl were best suited for combined use, prompting Lu Ding to decide to bestow them upon his mother. The Transformation Pill, which could enable beasts to assume human form and conceal their beastly aura, was ideally suited for the diligent Qi Huiju. However, he did not rush to present it to the Qi Huiju just yet. Next, Lu Ding retrieved a silk mask from his storage ring and fitted it snugly against his face. This gossamer thin mask adhered seamlessly, causing no discomfort whatsoever. With but a thought, Lu Ding could effortlessly alter his appearance. Unless someone of a significantly higher realm deliberately sought to investigate, even the keenest perception would fail to detect any anomaly. Su Shizhu digested the elixir with remarkable speed, in roughly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. She absorbed the effects of the Xianqi Dan, a tingling sensation coursed through her, reminiscent of ants crawling on her skin. She successfully repaired her dantian. If normal cultivation is akin to carving out a lake to accommodate more spiritual energy, Su Shizhu's path of recultivation merely required her to draw in energy into an already established lake. This signified that, given sufficient resources, she could swiftly return to the true law realm. As Su Shizhu opened her eyes, Lu Ding extended his hand towards her, presenting a washing marrow pill resting in his palm. The rich aroma and intricate patterns of the pill allowed Su Shizhu to recognize it almost instantly. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Since birth, Lu Ding had been frail, and ordinary alchemists were powerless to assist him. Together with Lu Che, she had considered numerous remedies, the most promising being the washing marrow pill. This precious 3rd-tier elixir could cleanse tendons and marrow, liberating Lu Ding from his frailty. Yet as a top-tier alchemical product, obtaining a washing marrow pill was no simple feat among 3rd-grade alchemists. Few possessed the ability to concoct it, and only 4th-grade alchemists had a greater assurance of success. However, such individuals would scarcely be found in the small confines of the Great Yin dynasty, had they possessed a washing marrow pill back then. Lu Ding's cultivation journey would not have been prolonged for so many years that Su Shiju wiped the tears from her eyes. That Dinga, the Xin Shi Dan can repair your dantian. It is of no use to you. Her primary concern remained her son. However, the washing marrow pill would benefit you as well. It is best for you to use it yourself. Lu Ding smiled slightly. Mother, after months of training with my master. Do you think I have not used a washing marrow pill before? Su Shiju was taken aback, realizing the truth in his words. She silently expressed her gratitude to the esteemed figure, urging Lu Ding to remember to repay his master's kindness in the future. Without further ado, Su Shiju accepted the washing marrow pill, intending to consume it upon reaching their camp. After taking the washing marrow pill, the body would excrete a thick layer of filth, reeking terribly. Given that they were still on the road, Su Shiju naturally refrained from taking it at that moment. That instant, chaos erupted ahead that a pack of beasts, dozens of gray wolves with glowing green eyes, surrounded the front, blocking the advance of the war horses. Typically, ordinary beasts would not dare to provoke a group of humans. Only social beasts like wolves would audaciously ambush a party of several dozen from the royal residence. These gray wolves were formidable, most being at the innate realm, while a few larger ones exuded the aura of the master realm. The war horses, sensing the ferocity of the beasts, trembled in fear and halted. With a resounding howl, the alpha wolf raised its head, signaling the other wolves to charge toward the crowd. Just as the group was caught off guard, a volley of semi-transparent arrows rained down from behind them. The gray wolves, unable to withstand even a single arrow, whimpered before collapsing lifelessly. The Wolf King, who remained still at the back, witnessed its subordinates fall one by one, fear flickering in its eyes as the sole leader of this pack. Its strength had reached the Grandmaster realm, endowing it with rudimentary intelligence. With a high-pitched howl, the alpha wolf's bravado quickly shifted to terror. Realizing it was no match for this group, it let out a low whimper and turned to flee. Suddenly, a purple arrow struck the ground just in front of the Wolf King, vibrating with a deafening hum that made the Wolf King's first stand on end point one more step forward meant death. A calm voice resonated, causing the Wolf King to lower its head submissively, recognizing that to speak would result in its immediate demise. Lu Ding produced a piece of beast meat and tossed it before the Wolf King. Work for me, or face annihilation. Lu Ding said nothing more, yet the Wolf King comprehended its predicament. Submit or perish. For the Wolf King, submission entailed bowing its proud head, an undeniable humiliation. Yet death was equally intolerable. The gray Wolf King's nostrils flared as it succumbed to the allure of the true law realm beast meat, slowly lowering its head in a gesture of submission. The gray Wolf King wishes to forge a contract with you. Do you accept? Taken aback by the ethereal prompt in his mind, Lu Ding realized he had only heard of certain beast-taming sects utilizing special spiritual symbols or scrolls to capture beasts. Yet, he had never heard of a beast proactively seeking a contract. However, the Grey Wolf King's strength was far too weak for Lu Ding. Keeping it by his side would only hinder him. Initially, he had only intended to leverage the Wolf King's keen sense of smell to safeguard their camp's security. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ding turned to Lu Jin. Uncle, come here for a moment. Lu Jin approached, bewildered. What is the matter? Uncle, see if you can forge a contract with this Grey Wolf King. Lu Jin had never encountered a method to establish a contract with a beast. Upon hearing Lu Ding's explanation, he was even more perplexed. He cautiously extended his hand towards the Grey Wolf King's head. However, the Grey Wolf King emitted a disdainful snort, turning its head away to evade Lu Jin's grasp, leaving him awkwardly squatting there, caught between advancing and retreating. Lu Ding's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his true law realm pressure, compelling the Grey Wolf King to crouch low to the ground, struggling to breathe. Yet, even in such a state, the Grey Wolf King remained unwilling to contract with Lu Jin, and it appeared that beasts were drawn to strength. Even the temptation of food could not sway them to submit to someone weaker. Indeed, the Grey Wolf King of this other world possessed more spirit than the internet-famous wolves of Blue Star. Lu Ding speculated, handing over the provisions he had packed from the Zui Xian Lu to Lu Jun. With these supplies, alongside Lu Ding's intimidation, he believed the Grey Wolf King would be willing to work for them, at least for the time being. Chapter 74. Returning to the True Law Realm. After more than an hour, having repelled 3 waves of monstrous assaults, Lu Ding and his companions finally arrived at the camp. Not only that, but their entourage had also incorporated a dozen wolf-like beasts. Although a few appeared to belong to a different lineage than the gray wolf king, the hierarchical structure within the wolf species remained largely consistent, that is, as long as there was no significant bloodline disparity. The stronger members naturally dominated their weaker kin. Under the gray wolf king's guidance, leveraging the promise of sustenance, these feeble wolf demons were effortlessly reclaimed. After all, the struggle of survival, where one might go hungry for a meal, only to feast sporadically, and even engage in brutal confrontations with other beasts for a meager repast, stood in stark contrast to a life of abundance. Even with their limited intelligence, these wolf demons could easily make a choice. Abandoned for years, the camp had fallen into disrepair, overgrown with weeds, and some beasts had taken to nesting within, treating the place as their lair. In the center of the camp, a massive rhinoceros lay sprawled. Snoring thunderously, as Lu Ding and his group approached, the unicorn rhinoceros suddenly opened its eyes and emitted a deep, resonant roar, seemingly intending to intimidate them into retreat. However, Lu Ding and his companions paid it no heed. Sensing the hostility of the intruders, the unicorn rhinoceros charged forward like a tank, bellowing with rage. Lu Ding merely swung his sword lightly, and the horn, as hard as a weapon of the earth grade, flew off into the air. Amidst the cries of agony, the hornless rhinoceros could not withstand Lu Ding's second strike, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud.